Welcome to the world of Naruto. My old friend, this mission is a bonus round for you. Just relax. The task is simple: make Uzumaki Naruto become Hokage. And what we've secured for you is that all your skills can be released at any time, accompanied by unlimited chakra without needing hand seals. And you should know better than me what to do in that world, so I want me to remind you. Then your identity has been arranged. Hanyū Canaan is your new name in this world. Your identity is a loyal Anbu of the Fourth Hokage. The timeline is the night of the Nine-Tails rampage. Go and perform. When he opened his eyes again, Hanyū Canaan, our protagonist, stood before the Fourth Hokage and took the infant from his hands. Canaan, I entrust my child to you. I am truly sorry for the trouble. Even the gentle Minato Namikaze was at a loss at that moment. Or rather, he desperately wished he could spend the coming time with his son, but the Hokage cloak on his back carried a promise he must fulfill. For the protection of Konoha, he could sacrifice everything. I understand. When Hiruzen Sarutobi and his Anbu arrived belatedly, Uzumaki Kushina and Minato Namikaze had already closed their eyes. Hanyū Canaan held the child in his arms and stared blankly at them. Hanyū Canaan, hand over the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The Anbu's cold words sounded like a transaction. The protagonist instantly created a shadow clone, handed the child to the clone, and prepared for battle. The Fourth Hokage entrusted the child to me. If you want him, you will have to step over my dead body. In truth, many conspiracy theories derived from the Naruto worldview point the finger at this seemingly kind old man. Rather than calling him a very good Hokage, he is an excellent politician. He could sacrifice the Hyuga and the Uchiha for the village. And wouldn't the exposure of the Nine-Tails identity attract more attention than the identity of the Fourth Hokage's son? After all, a tailed beast is a nuclear weapon in every village. If it were directly decapitated, Konoha would plummet. From a dark perspective, the Nine-Tails incident needed an outlet, and Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly aimed that outlet at this child. Hanyū Canaan, do you intend to betray the village? Such a heavy charge. I just need to protect this child, that's all. Am I an Anbu not trustworthy enough? Hiruzen Sarutobi's deep eyes reflected suspicion and resolve. He quickly summoned Enma, the Monkey King, standing ready. He would never allow anyone to gamble with the village's safety. Third Hokage, are you going to draw blades against me? At that tense moment, Naruto cried out. The wailing pierced everyone's defenses, a warmth flooding into hearts, dousing the blazing flames of war. Everyone saw Hanyū Canaan's shadow clone frantically soothing the child, while the main body instantly reined in all killing intent and tried to smile to comfort the child. So this was the force arrangement. Otherwise this mark would not have appeared on your hand. I will restore your identity to the light. But you must guarantee the safety of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as he grows. On Hanyū Canaan's arm appeared the mark of the love of the ninja blade, the flying thunder god's seal of the Fourth Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi put away his weapon, gestured for the Anbu to retreat, and walked straight towards the protagonist. Due to the death of the previous Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, we must announce the identity of the new Jinchuriki, its regulation. And his identity as the Fourth's orphan will be concealed, or you may decide whether to reveal it. I must remind you, the ninjas the Fourth killed on the battlefield number no less than 1,000. If their descendants or admirers come knocking, it will be a huge problem. Make it public. The content: the Fourth Hokage, to stop the Nine-Tails rampage, sealed the beast into his own child. He is the son of a hero. He cannot become the target of everyone's attacks. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the man before him, his deep eyes reflecting both appreciation and scrutiny. Then he gently patted his shoulder and left just like that, without a word. Truth be told, Hanyū Canaan did not know where he had found the courage to openly confront this early-stage ceiling of power. But he had to do it, or rather from his own volition. He wanted to give Naruto a normal childhood, even if the price for that normal childhood was all his future energy devoted to protecting him. Old friend, by altering the main plot like this, aren't you afraid of unforeseen consequences? Perhaps. But as a bystander, I could watch this child walk out of darkness and give everyone the light of the sun. However, as a participant, I truly hope he comes from the light and brings more light to others. The conversation between protagonist and system appeared to others as his muttering to himself. And at that moment, Hanyū Canaan became the one and only variable in this world. Is it the Chinese people's obsession with children? I grew up in a very beautiful family. I used a perfect childhood to heal my broken later years. I hope every child I handle has a perfect childhood. That's all. Naruto slept deeply and sweetly. And at that very moment, another pair of dark eyes fixed upon him. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, if left to a greenhorn kid Konoha, is truly in danger. Shimura Danzo, the greatest antagonist of the Hokage. His cheapest bargaining chip for his misdeeds is always the phrase, "For the sake of Konoha." Arrange operatives to assassinate him by any means necessary, as if he never existed in this world. Once successful, take control of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and make him the village's weapon. The moon shone on everyone's faces, soft and pure, yet carrying a healing power that took away all the unease and hesitation in the world. There are always those who walk in the dark chasing filthy profits that should not be theirs, and there are always those who walk in the dark to seize the light that has never appeared. In his early years, Naruto was remarkably easy to take care of, eating until he was full, then sleeping, and after he had slept his fill, eating again. It was an almost perfectly efficient cycle. As a transmigrator with profound experience, Hanyū Canaan naturally handled everything with ease. After spending an entire day together, their interactions were harmonious, and Uzumaki Naruto's internal clock seemed no different from that of an ordinary child. The most troublesome task now is to gather more strength, Hanyū Canaan mused. In that case, the Uchiha clan will be my first choice. After inscribing a Flying Thunder God formula on the spot, Hanyū Canaan left 5 shadow clones behind and set out alone for the Uchiha compound. "Excuse me, where is the residence of Lord Uchiha Fugaku?" He posed the question directly to a Uchiha clansman who was not wearing a Chunin vest but did have a Konoha forehead protector. The Uchiha clan's respect for strength was something that never changed. "That house up ahead is the one you're looking for. Do you need me to guide you there?" Glancing toward the distant doorway where a black-haired child with straight shoulder-length hair was sweeping the entrance, it was clear at a glance. That child was Uchiha Itachi. Hanyū Canaan smiled and shook his head, then casually slipped the man a few bills before walking toward the residence. "Hello, are you Uchiha Itachi?" "Yes, I am Uchiha Itachi. And you are?" At this time the lines beneath his eyes had yet to form. He was still a boy who loved sweets, growing up in a happy family. When he accepted the 3-colored dango from the man's hand, it was simply because it looked irresistibly delicious. "I have some matters to discuss with your esteemed father. Could you show me the way?" "My father is not at home. You may wait for him in the front hall." Hanyū Canaan said nothing more. He simply sat in the sitting room sipping his tea as he waited for Uchiha Fugaku to return. Uchiha Itachi quietly studied the man before him. To tell the truth, there was something about this man, a quality that made others instinctively want to draw closer to him. And it was definitely not just because of that skewer of dango. By afternoon, Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku finally returned. The moment they saw the man accompanying their elder son in training on the family grounds, their hearts jolted. He was so similar. That gentle smile, those half-squinting eyes, and setting aside the white hair, even his features seemed almost identical to Namikaze's Minato. "Lord Fugaku, it has been a long time." According to the original host's memories, back when he first joined the Anbu, he had carried out many life-and-death missions alongside the Uchiha clan head. That was precisely why he had come to win the support of the Uchiha from the very beginning. "So it's you. In that case, it truly has been a long time. Come inside and sit." Once they were seated, Uchiha Fugaku gripped the other man's arm and met his deep gaze. In his heart, he had already considered what might be coming. "Let me guess. At today's council meeting, Shimura Danzo began to push you aside and plans to relocate your clan's district to the very outskirts of the village. I imagine I'm not far off, am I?" "You have guessed correctly. And since you have come all this way, I doubt it is merely to make light of my troubles." Hanyū Canaan tapped his fingers lightly on the table, then calmly took a sip of tea. Unhurriedly, he reached into his pocket and produced the special kunai marked with the Fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique. "I will be responsible for raising this child. If I bring him to live within your Uchiha district, how do you think the village leadership will react?" The Nine-Tails disaster was blamed on the Uchiha clan. "Do you not suspect me?" The two men exchanged a brief smile, not because anything was amusing but because they both understood. During Minato's tenure as Hokage, Uchiha Fugaku had been one of his strongest allies. Now Hanyū Canaan also needed that support. After all, a clan that revered martial prowess could be as dangerous as it was powerful. "If I doubted you, I would never have come. Prepare a room for me now. I will move in immediately and bring Naruto with me. In that case, no matter how reckless Shimura Danzo may be, he will not openly strike at you because the Nine-Tails will be under your roof. In return, I need your help to obtain a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. That should not be too difficult for you, should it?" "You do know how to choose your moment," Fugaku replied. "Still, I can grant what you ask. But what do you intend to do next to calm the anger of those above us?" Hanyū Canaan produced a scroll, its surface densely inscribed with information on forbidden techniques from various nations. "Tell me, with such a generous offering, will the higher-ups not forgive this little bit of defiance?" You are a madman, Fugaku said quietly. I will secure the Mangekyo Sharingan for you, and I will arrange for members of the Uchiha clan to provide you with protection. Of course I need it. Send 2 of your best, preferably of Jonin rank, to guard me around the clock. The details were quickly settled, the 2 men moving in near-perfect concert. Afterwards the arrangement was reported to the Third Hokage. The third scrutinizing gaze fell upon them both, fixing on them with unrelenting intensity. You had nothing to do with what happened yesterday, did you? The words were blunt and merciless, but the man standing there remained as straight and unyielding as a mountain. Absolutely not. To secure the right to raise the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, our Uchiha clan is willing to return command of the police force. This was a trade-off none of them had fully anticipated. The Uchiha police force had originally been created to curb the clan's influence, to tarnish their name. Yet after the second Hokage and through the third and fourth administrations it had grown into a massive entity, a limb too large and unwieldy to control. Hanyū Canaan quietly withdrew the scroll behind his back. Are you serious? Of course. We must ease Konoha's fears, and we must also ensure that the Nine-Tails is properly controlled, because that responsibility now lies with me. When he opened his eyes again, Uchiha Fugaku's gaze had taken on the form of the Mangekyo Sharingan, curved tomo arranged with 3 black points, a pattern of illusion taken to its extreme. You truly are bold. Because I am a shinobi of Konoha. The discussion halted there. The Third Hokage signed the documents in front of him, then raised his head to look at Hanyū Canaan. His gaze held both scrutiny and doubt. In response, Hanyū Canaan offered him a look meant to reassure. Very well. I hope the transition as I assume control of the police force will proceed smoothly. I will also station my direct Anbu unit within the Uchiha district to protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. We will comply with the village's arrangements, and make the necessary changes. And so the matter was settled, unlikely to take any sudden turns, save for that one rat lurking in the shadows. At that moment when the 2 people Shimura Danzo disliked most drew close to one another, it was not hard to imagine who would feel the greatest discomfort. In the dark, damp underground world he inhabited, Danzo had already smashed several tables in his frustration. Hiruzen, do you have any idea what consequences this decision may bring? We are talking about the Uchiha, a clan capable of controlling a tailed beast. And what is it you wish to tell me? That they are suspicious, untrustworthy. Yet today Uchiha Fugaku displayed his Mangekyo Sharingan before me, and Hanyū Canaan has already taken up residence deep within the Uchiha district. Do you truly believe that if anything were to happen, Hanyū Canaan would be unable to keep it under control? For an instant Danzo even wondered whether the friend before him had fallen prey to a genjutsu. This only proves that the Uchiha now have the means to rebel. They can control the Nine-Tails. I am the Hokage. In that instant the entire office fell silent. The Third Hokage's gaze turned to ice as he regarded his old comrade, so cold it felt almost unbearable. Hanyū Canaan was personally acknowledged by the Fourth Hokage as a shinobi who surpassed him. At present Uzumaki Naruto cannot control the Nine-Tails. The key to the Nine-Tails seal remains under the Fourth's control, in other words under Jiraiya's control. Do you really believe he would betray Konoha? Danzo turned his face aside, full of unwillingness, and Hiruzen no longer had the desire to argue with him. We do not know whether the Nine-Tails will rampage again. The only tools we have at hand are the seal he carries on his own body and the Uchiha clan's ability to restrain the Nine-Tails, to minimize the village's losses. Right now the village simply does not have the spare strength to guard this child who has just become its Jinchuriki. That is why I must place my trust in them. I believe that once Jiraiya returns everything will begin to change. I will not gamble with the village itself. Hiruzen, you will regret this. Their conversation ended in discord, the door booming shut behind Danzo as he left. The 2 old comrades were in the end walking down different paths. Yet there was one small blessing at this moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen had chosen a path opposite to that of the original story. He had decided, at least for now, to place his faith in the Uchiha clan. Minato, just how great is Hanyū Canaan's true combat strength? So how do you intend to quell the internal anger? You gave away the police force without saying a word to them. Have you considered the problems within your own clan? Don't worry. Leave the internal issues of the Uchiha clan to me. They'll make them appear willing to vacate this position. Then for your personal guard, I'll arrange for the dove faction of the Uchiha clan to take over. You can trust them completely. After all this we must bring it to a close. Tomorrow we'll convene a clan meeting and I'll announce the matter. Finally it was late at night on the second day. All Uchiha clan members who were ninjas gathered in the shrine, with Uchiha Fugaku standing at the forefront gazing at everyone below. Everyone, the higher-ups have assigned a new mission, to protect Uzumaki Naruto, the son of the Fourth Hokage, and the new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Once everyone had arrived, there was no need for idle chatter. He spoke plainly. Both the Hawk faction and the Dove faction pondered the intentions of the higher-ups. Then he began assigning duties. The personnel on this list will all be stationed near our homes. That's where the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki resides, for protection. Moreover, your positions in the police force are hereby revoked, and new personnel from other clans will be registered. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. Hearts were unsettled. Then Uchiha Fugaku erupted with astonishing might, a skeletal frame materializing around him. Silence. Absolute power instantly suppressed all dissent. As he glared at the crowd, an overwhelming murderous intent swept through. Starting today, command of the police force will be handed over to the higher-ups. I too will resign from the police force. Then I will shatter this cage for you and forge a new glory. His slogans thundered forth, but whether anyone believed them was another matter. Everyone think carefully. Was the Uchiha clan really as weak as this back in the day? Back then, shouldn't everyone's eyes have held more than just 3 tomo? The era of peace has made us lose our spirit to pursue power. Only by challenging the strong can we attain greater strength. What does the village matter? We must spread the Uchiha's prestige across the entire world so all who threaten Konoha understand that the Uchiha clan will become the mightiest of all. The power-obsessed clan descended into a new frenzy. They understood better than anyone that the money earned from missions far exceeded what the police force offered. The avaricious were satisfied, the war-hungry were also gratified, for they could take on higher-level missions and face stronger opponents. Have you thought this through? While you've stolen the spotlight today, you've also placed yourself in opposition to many. Hanyū Canaan toyed with the trident kunai in his hand. He looked at the man before him, words of mockery spilling from his lips. Yet when their eyes met, they instantly understood each other's intentions. How can the Uchiha clan fight against Konoha? That's clear to everyone. The Senju clan faded into the river of time. The Uzumaki clan was annihilated, their nation destroyed. Who will be next? It won't be the Ino Shikacho alliance, nor the Aburame clan, nor the Hyuga clan, which has lost its ambition. The only possibility is us, the Uchiha, the sole clan with a history of rebellion. I should thank you for saving our clan, and I will treat you with the highest honor. You can fool others with those words, but do you plan to fool me as well? We both know what you're really after. I can't be bothered to expose you. Fugaku let out a long sigh. The softness in his heart was finally revealed before this man. I am a father. I have 2 sons still so weak. If war breaks out, they would be the ones who least deserve to be harmed. Yet I am also the clan head. They will become the targets everyone uses to make an example. So if anyone tries to harm my sons, I will fight them with my very life. He had always appeared before everyone as a stern father, yet the role of a father made it impossible for him to ever let his sons be thrown into peril. If necessary, if worst comes to worst, let Itachi and Sasuke become my disciples in the future. I will spare no effort imparting everything I know to them. With this power, whether for self-defense or otherwise, they will have the means to resist. Then I truly thank you for saving my clan and then protecting my children. Did Uchiha Fugaku not know what Hanyū Canaan intended? Of course he knew, so clearly that everything lay before him. It was simple mutual exploitation. He needed the Uchiha's power, and the Uchiha gained tangible benefits from him. But setting everything else aside, his willingness to teach his sons was the greatest kindness. He had no need to take on this troublesome burden. If conflict erupted within the Uchiha clan in the future, he would inevitably share the responsibility. The Mangekyo you desire, come to my house tomorrow and collect it. They'll select a pair of eyes suitable for you. Many thanks. Now quickly implement the rest. They'll head back to accompany Naruto and rest. That very night, Hanyū Canaan left a shadow clone at home and alone stormed into the home of the Hawk faction leader of the Uchiha clan. Who are you? The one coming to collect your soul. Do not reincarnate to find me again in the next life. Go Spud technique. The body began to decay bit by bit, then the shredded flesh crawled onto his arm, the mutated appendage growing even more grotesque. What he gained was the power to manipulate the Sharingan autonomously. He wrapped the mutated arm with bandages, shaping it into a normal form, feeling the newfound strength. The Mangekyo Sharingan he was about to receive would become a new controllable power. No blood, no stench. The man simply vanished into thin air, as if he had never existed in this world. You were a rather pure soul. No wife, no children, no attachments. Thank you. I will use this power of yours to its utmost. The sordidness of the ninja world was vividly displayed this night. Was the protagonist a good man? It seemed not. This Hawk faction elder had committed no crimes, indulged in no vices. He had done nothing wrong. His only mistake was his alignment. He stood against the protagonist's faction. Simple as that. We always view this terrifying world from the protagonist's perspective. Yet sometimes when you turn around and observe the protagonist's actions, he is merely achieving his own goals, nothing more. This is the Mangekyo Sharingan I selected for you, a relatively straightforward ocular technique capable of spatially teleporting marked objects. I believe it will synergize exceptionally well with your combat prowess while consuming virtually no chakra from your eyes. Truly a flawless pair of eyes. Let us skip over the bloody scene, for now. When he opened his eyes again, the Tomo pattern shifted, first from 1 to 3, then bloomed into the Mangekyo, reverted once more to 3 Tomo, and finally before Uchiha Fugaku's stunned gaze dissolved entirely into ordinary eyes. What? Do not dwell on such details. Even if you did, I would not tell you. Still, thank you for your eyes. Logically speaking, Hashirama Senju's cells should only allow Yuzuriha Kaname to revert the transplanted Sharingan to the 3-tomo stage, as seen in Kakashi Hatake. Yet despite lacking Uchiha bloodline, he achieved perfect compatibility with these eyes that illuminate the soul itself. There remains only one possible explanation: the Uchiha bloodline, or rather the Uchiha power, has been subjected to an existential threat. Tell me why. Uchiha Fugaku burst out the door and seized Yuzuriha Kaname. But Kaname instantly delivered a sharp kick, toppling Fugaku to the ground, then turned palm already swirling with a spiraling Rasengan. Calm yourself. Understand this. If I die here, your entire Uchiha clan will be eradicated by dawn. I will explain everything later, but there is no time now. Since I possess this power, I could just as easily transplant your eyes, and wield them flawlessly. Annihilating your clan would be effortless. Yet I have chosen not to. To me, the Uchiha clan holds greater value alive, therefore I am not your enemy. Uchiha Fugaku paused, then nodded slowly. Rising, he brushed dust from his robes, and when he looked at Yuzuriha Kaname again, guilt flickered in his eyes. But as clan head, he demanded an explanation. Multiple shadow clone technique. A swarm of clones materialized within the room, all focused on one objective: uncovering the power Kaname sought. This is a jutsu I developed myself. In theory, it fuses the chakra of a shinobi or summoning beast, enabling seamless acquisition of their unique abilities. Yesterday I eliminated the hawkish elder who opposed you. The Hawk faction should remain subdued for some time, giving you space to cultivate your own influence. Konoha must remain stable. Anyone who stirs chaos will perish. Are you threatening me? In that instant, Yuzuriha Kaname let out a bitter laugh. Then without warning, he spun and struck Fugaku across the face, sending him crashing to the floor. I've staked my life on you, so don't insult me with nonsense like threatening. Are you insane? Having delivered both blow and rebuke, Kaname turned and strode away, leaving no room for reply, while Uchiha Fugaku sat frozen on the floor, stunned. Regret flooded his body like ice water. What precisely was he doing? Satisfying. That slap felt utterly perfect. Kaname's demeanor stood apart from all others. According to the original host's memories, he and Uchiha Fugaku had known each other since childhood. They had bickered relentlessly for nearly 8 years, even once vying for the same woman. That slap. It was vengeance, for the original host. Then it is time to await the arrival of that person, but first let me test my current ability, Shinitsuhiko. Shinitsuhiko, the name of the wind god. In legend, wind is formless, invisible, and capable of delivering anything instantly across vast distances, making it an ideal epithet for spatial translocation. Upon the flying thunder god kunai, marked with the sigil of demonic slaying, a single kanji for wind suddenly appeared. The kunai vanished, then detonated violently against a nearby tree, leaving no trace of trajectory, only to reappear embedded inches before Uchiha Fugaku's face. You've arrived. I have. I believe we ought to speak, calmly and clearly. Once more the 5-bladed windmill pattern of his Sharingan faded back into ordinary eyes. Their gazes locked, not with hostility but mutual recognition of intellect. One question only: is anyone else capable of wielding this ability? Or ever will be? At present only I possess it. One day another will, but I shall erase him utterly, leaving no ripple to disturb your clan. That is all. Uchiha Fugaku entered the room, followed closely by his son Uchiha Itachi, who stood before Yuzuriha Kaname, curiosity deepening in his dark eyes. My son is entrusted to you, and you reside within our Uchiha compound. I trust we may place faith in one another. So long as you honor me, I shall never betray you. Uchiha Fugaku departed. Uchiha Itachi remained sitting quietly across from Kaname. Since today holds no pressing matters, let me first gauge your skill. Attack me with intent to kill. Within the courtyard they formed the hand seals of combat, and battle commenced. Great Fireball Technique. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. To conceal his true capabilities, Itachi formed only 2 seals, yet unleashed a monstrous water dragon whose horns dwarfed Kanami's entire frame. A fireball taller than several men hurtled forward, colliding head-on with the water dragon, erupting into thick, billowing steam. Itachi dodged right, instinctively reacting to the whistle of air, just as thousands of Saban emerged from the mist, piercing the ground in tight formation. The moment Itachi landed, he glimpsed the Saban transforming into Kanami's shadow, then felt cold steel thrust toward his throat. In a flash, Itachi's fingers flicked out a kunai. He lunged forward, blade slicing Kanami's cheek, only for the figure to explode into smoke. As his body stiffened mid-motion, Kaname seized the kunai, pressing its edge against Itachi's throat. A swift chop followed, another plume of smoke rising, confirming what all witnessed: Kaname had overestimated himself. Wind Blade. Earth Flow Wall. The earthen barrier intercepted the razor-sharp gust, while Itachi retreated to a branch high above, observing silently. So, what are you waiting for? Itachi broke into cold sweat, but his hands moved faster, still drawing his kunai backward in a desperate strike, only to bury it deep into the trunk. Before he could react, Kaname struck him down with a precise chop. From now on, always survey your surroundings, no matter where you fight. Or rather, always account for asymmetries in information. You're fighting in my home. Did you truly believe I'd leave it unprepared? Here is your assignment: search this entire courtyard for the sigil of demonic slaying. I'll tell you plainly, there are exactly 33 hidden throughout. Whether you find them all depends entirely on your skill. Itachi began his meticulous search, while Kaname cradled Naruto in his arms, gazing upon him with tender reverence. His pupils dilated, then snapped toward Itachi. Wait, hold on a moment. Please watch Naruto, I must leave immediately. Before the words fully settled, 20 wind clones shimmered into existence across the courtyard, and Kaname vanished skyward. Damn, it's troublesome indeed. Pale-skinned, serpentine hair, voice low and resonant, Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin, had arrived. I sincerely wish to obtain from you what I seek, and in return I offer a price commensurate with your desires. We both know truth is forever reserved for the few. Oh. So you're the one who sought me out. Every transmigrator knew one immutable truth: to survive in the Naruto world, one must first locate Orochimaru, the sole scientist in the shinobi realm. I offer you an immortality technique far superior to your body replacement technique. Do not attempt deception. I state plainly, your current method corrodes the soul, rendering you vulnerable to genjutsu. That is your fatal flaw. My technique eliminates it, and elevates your power beyond measure. That sounds impossible to refuse. So, what do you demand? Or rather, what do you believe I can provide? Orochimaru remained unruffled, perhaps already prepared to end Kanami's life. These 3 things. I know you possess them: the Inyan release, Kekkei Genkai, the first Hokage's living cells, and the dust release. And various deceased prodigies' cellular samples. You know better than I what such materials can accomplish. Indeed, I hold them. But you must ensure you live long enough to carry them away. Shadow Snake Hands. The concentrated flames surging forth like a raging sea of fire charged towards Orochimaru, followed by a scream, and then Orochimaru collapsed to the ground. Get up. If you think you can attack me from underground, feel free to try. The body that was upside down crashed to the ground while Hanyū Canaan swiftly threw a shuriken into the sky. Flying Thunder God Technique, second stage. In an instant, Hanyū Canaan appeared in the sky, staring directly at Orochimaru, who was expelling a long sword from his mouth. The blue chakra ball surged in his hand and then descended, piercing straight into the long sword, humming with energy. The madness and obsession in their eyes proved that they were of the same kind. Shinadahiko. With a buzzing sound, the Flying Thunder God shuriken vanished, and reappeared behind Orochimaru, instantly severing his head with a single strike. Then Orochimaru's body transformed into a white snake, surging outwards, while Hanyū Canaan quickly condensed a Rasengan and pressed it down on his opponent, sending him flying. If you haven't had enough, I'm always ready to accompany you. His right hand gathered lightning chakra, instantly forming Kakashi's signature ninjutsu Raikiri, while the blue chakra ball rapidly formed in his left hand, preparing to unleash Minato's signature jutsu Rasengan. His Sharingan, resembling a kaleidoscope, fixated on the opponent in front of him. If he wanted to become a sufficiently powerful warrior, he had to exert all his strength in every battle, because the man before him was one of the legendary 3, a member of the T0 tier of conventional ninjas in this era. Shinadahiko. Finally 2 streams of blood tears flowed from his eyes, and in an instant he reached behind Orochimaru. The shuriken was not there, or rather it should have been in his backpack, but none of that mattered now. What was important was that these 2 extremely lethal projectiles struck Orochimaru's back, sending him flying once more. If I'm not mistaken, you are not from the Uchiha clan, but why can you wield this eye so effortlessly? I believe you, in pursuit of truth, understand better than I do the power contained in this eye. You also know that I'm not performing at my best. Of course I will tell you what kind of beauty this technique will possess. I need your power, but we must fight to the death, because only absolute power can truly make you submit to me. Next I want to use the Flying Thunder God, but if you lose again you will become my partner, my comrade. You are indeed a domineering person, but I am also very curious about how far you have come. Shadow Snake Hands. In an instant the erupting snakes charged towards Hanyū Canaan, who swiftly threw a shuriken, and then activated the shuriken shadow clone technique, attacking while simultaneously expelling flames from his mouth, which was his best state without needing hand seals. Fire Release Storm Dance. The swirling flames and flying shurikens were caught within the vortex of fire, disintegrating into fine particles, but the snake emitted a crisp explosion, and then Orochimaru's hand moved swiftly, performing a summoning technique. Orochimaru, what do you want with me? This battle with the 10,000 snakes is very troublesome. I will provide your sacrificial offering, but you must unleash your full power. A massive snake appeared before Canaan. Undoubtedly Orochimaru possessed shadow-level strength, and his summoning beast would not be inferior to such power. Then shall we officially begin. Multiple shadow clone technique, massive Rasengan. In an instant 3,000 shadow clones appeared standing behind Canaan, each holding a Rasengan the size of a human. The explosive force startled even Orochimaru. Such chakra volume could rival that of certain Jinchuriki. Utilizing the body flicker technique, he reached beneath the 10,000 snakes, and slammed the Rasengan upwards, lifting the creature high into the air before crashing it down heavily onto the ground. Damn Orochimaru, I'll rip it apart. Then come. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. The flickering arcs of lightning rapidly activated his cell vitality, and with a powerful punch a chasm was created. Hell Swamp. He unleashed all his chakra, swiftly forming a swamp that ensnared the 10,000 snakes. Hanyū Canaan then propelled himself forward, using the lightning release heated blade to send Orochimaru flying. He rapidly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. This lightning release chakra mode was truly exhausting. As he pressed down again, he looked straight at Orochimaru, who was now upside down. Chilin. The terrifying pressure directly attacked the 10,000 snakes, and in that moment the killing intent in Hanyū Canaan's eyes crystallized into an extreme terror. The 10,000 snakes was forced to use reverse summoning to teleport itself back. Orochimaru then rose again, looking at Canaan in front of him. So I was destined to lose from the beginning, right? Orochimaru had the Flying Thunder God's seal on both his chest and back, and he couldn't help but feel curious about what this man before him would bring him. I will give you the Reaper Death Seal and the cells of the First Hokage. What will you give me? So I will grant you that immortality jutsu, and I hope you can become my ally. But of course your life is in my hands. I will kill you faster. Orochimaru laughed heartily, looking at the man before him as if gazing at a treasure. Alright, I will become your strongest ally, but I am very curious why a leaf ninja would trade with a rogue ninja like me. Aren't you afraid someone will come looking for you? Are you trying to tell me that the rat in our village would use his so-called protection of the leaf, that hypocritical and arrogant statement, to kidnap me? As he laughed, Orochimaru stared directly at Canaan, making him feel uneasy. So that man's every reckless act was simply the cheapest excuse, that is his concern for the leaf. I am very curious about what your step-by-step layout and efforts to consolidate the entire leaf's power are truly for. Who knows? Perhaps in a few decades no one will remember me, but what I need to do is to ensure that the children of our family can safely pass through this childhood. By the way, help me find a few more living dead. You know what I mean. You don't have to pretend with me about the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Orochimaru nodded and went to prepare his items, while Hanyū Canaan stepped out of the cave facing a torrential downpour. Mr. Canaan, are you crying? You know better than anyone that I need silence at this moment. Upon returning home, Hanyū Canaan finally collapsed in his own courtyard. His body could barely endure any longer. Rather than saying he had handled Orochimaru with ease during the battle, it was more accurate to say he had repeatedly pushed himself to his limits throughout the fight. The so-called infinite chakra, after all, merely means a person's chakra recovery ability is extremely strong, capable of complete restoration in an instant. Thus his combat style was quite simple, pursuing nothing but a single decisive blow. You really overdid it. Uchiha Fugaku had come today to talk with Jianan, but now he found him lying in the yard. He could only smile wryly and step forward to support him. Yet in that instant Jianan seemed to summon a sudden burst of energy. He shook off the hand that tried to help him, forcing himself to stand. One could see the cold sweat between his brows, even the scarlet pupils of his eyes, but he still strode into the house with unwavering determination. You still don't trust me? Or are you still on guard against me? I don't know, but if anyone wants to fight me again, I can still go on. Did he still have any stamina left? Who knew? His chakra was full, but his spirit was on the verge of collapse. He was merely an ordinary person possessing the physical stamina of a cage-level ninja, but not the mental fortitude to match. His heavy breathing sounded like a broken bellows, wheezing and rasping. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Uchiha Fugaku for no other reason than that the latter possessed a Mangekyo Sharingan capable of controlling the Nine Tails. It was that simple. Forget it. Mark me with your Flying Thunder God seal. At least then we can communicate on equal terms. The other extended his arm, and Jianan did not stand on ceremony. He swiftly grabbed his arm and etched the Flying Thunder God seal onto it. Jianan's pupils finally relaxed. He leaned back and sat down, resting against the crib where Naruto was sleeping, seemingly dreaming a pleasant dream, smacking his lips. Fugaku remained composed, stepping back several paces to maintain a safe distance before addressing Jianan. I want to know exactly what ability you used to harness the energy of our Uchiha clan. This is a jutsu I developed myself. I believe I've already told you. If you want to obtain this technique, there's only one way. Kill me and extract the memory from my brain. The other's words might have been without malice, but under these circumstances he had to muster all his vigilance to defend against him. Don't be so extreme. We're in the same boat. If you die, the Uchiha clan will be finished too. You don't need to probe me. Let me be clear, I will never let anyone obtain this power. Whoever tries, I will kill them. No one will ever know such a jutsu exists. Your Uchiha clan will encounter no problems whatsoever. That is the answer I can give you. Nothing more. Fugaku was about to speak when a gust of wind swept through the courtyard. A powerful man appeared in the yard. So I'm here now. I suppose you wouldn't want me to overhear your conversation. Jiraiya had finally returned and stumbled upon the scene. The moment Jianan saw Jiraiya arrive, he let go of all his wariness and fell into a deep sleep. Ah, Lord Jiraiya. Long time no see. I hope you've been well. I don't know why he brought Naruto here, but I can assure you, if anything happens to him or Naruto, even the slightest problem, I will fight your clan to the death. Uchiha Fugaku withdrew sheepishly. Truth be told, he felt a bit speechless. He had already been completely outmaneuvered by Jianan. How could Jiraiya even think he had the power to threaten this man? I'm back. You don't have to go through this anymore. Jiraiya quietly looked at Jianan, who even in sleep kept his hand resting on his ninja tool pouch. He wanted to reach out and touch the boy, but as his hand moved forward he remembered his fallen disciple. What right did he have to blame this child for being extreme? He couldn't even protect his own student. Under this terrifying Konoha, how many dark dealings had Jianan witnessed? He needed to use all his strength to take care of the child Naruto until he returned. But if the Nine Tails attack had never happened, Jianan would have left the Anbu in a few days to embrace the light again, becoming a unique powerhouse among the Jonin. He might have become a splendid ninja, perhaps living the life he desired. Yet everything changed after the Nine Tails rampage. Everything changed. Everything. Or rather, from the day the Fourth Hokage passed away, he had no backing left. He had to carve a path through all the darkness. He was still a child after all. He had no absolute obligation to protect Konoha. Konoha should have protected him. What had this body endured? He could clearly feel the abnormality in Jianan's left hand. But no matter what decisions he made, everyone could blame him, everyone could revile him, except himself. He had no right, because Jianan was doing what he himself had failed to do. Rest well. Nothing will happen anymore. Jiraiya sat on a tree in the courtyard, gazing at the surroundings. Did he not recognize this Konoha? He recognized it well, for it was his home. Yet this Konoha felt so foreign, so alien. It should have vitality, strength, even that gentle human touch. But he smelled none of it. What he saw was merely one schemer after another calculating their own interests under the pretense of caring for Konoha, satisfying their desires, then turning around to angrily proclaim their hollow justice. What kind of Konoha is this? But when Jiraiya turned back and saw Jianan sitting on the ground fast asleep as if in a pleasant dream, the chill on his face seemed to slowly melt. He watched quietly as Naruto smacked his lips, reached a tiny hand out of the crib and placed it on Jianan's head. Then nothing happened. Both children slept deeply, soundly. Konoha is still Konoha. At least there is still some humanity here. Are you rested? Truly you've endured immense hardship, achieving this under such intricate circumstances. Ganon rose slowly, his entire body aching. He stretched his arms and kicked his legs, then regained his usual composure. Lord Jiraiya, you've returned. I must now attend to matters of my own. I require the utmost power, the kind that commands all things. If I could erase an entire village at will, no one would dare harbor designs against Konoha. Such thinking is dangerously extreme. Is there truly no path toward a world where all understand one another? Is that dream so distant? Perhaps it is profoundly distant. Even Jiraiya himself never witnessed it in his lifetime. Yet is it near? Perhaps astonishingly so, for when he entrusted that dream to the next generation it drew impossibly close, impossibly close. Don't you find those words utterly naive? Haven't we survived? Haven't I survived? To this day precisely through raw power and ruthless resolve. His origin was that of an orphan forged amid sin and shadow. As one born to the lowest rung, survival demanded ever greater strength, or rather demanded no moral boundary at all. He simply wished to live. The blood on his hands surpassed that of countless others in sheer horror, until at last he arrived in Konoha and became a shinobi of the village. Doesn't it strike you as suspicious? How could he become a shinobi apprentice then amass such wealth? Don't be foolish. That's the stuff of cartoons, idealized fantasy. These orphans exist only as instruments. Their presence in the academy serves as propaganda projecting Konoha's benevolence. We protect these children to convince the world of its light. Then come the missions. The lowest tier assignments funnel at least 50% of their earnings straight into Konoha's coffers, with an additional 15% levied as tax. Truth be told, these children hail from no noble clan nor fearsome lineage. They are orphans, utterly disposable, cast aside without hesitation. That is precisely why the Chunin exams unfold as a stage exclusively for the Konoha 12 shinobi. Fresh graduates from the academy have virtually no chance of attaining Chunin rank. They may perish at any moment on some obscure forgotten mission, unknown to anyone. And upon their deaths, unclaimed assets revert to Konoha, feeding that colossal insatiable beast. If I'm not mistaken, you too were an orphan, devoid of lineage or influence. Was your success truly nurtured by Konoha? Or did you rise swiftly through the patronage of Myaboka Mountain? Tell me honestly, what exactly did you learn from the Third Hokage? A universal summoning technique, nothing more. It seems even that wasn't shared with Orochimaru. Only after Orochimaru revealed his extraordinary talent did mentorship begin. This is Konoha's chilling reality. Jiraiya fell silent, profound, enduring silence. He longed to speak of Konoha's humanity, its warmth, its virtues, yet found himself unable to articulate them. Even he couldn't explain why Minato Namikaze had become his disciple had the Ninetales Jinchuriki's legacy played no part. It seemed not, and yet even he could not fathom why he'd chosen Minato as his student. Perhaps, as Ganon claimed, everything truly was shrouded in darkness. Then why do you protect Naruto? It emerged like a final desperate cry, as if seeking proof that Konoha still held warmth, even if that warmth emanated from its fiercest skeptic. What answer must I give this year? Gratitude. Duty. It matters little. I must acquire greater power to protect this place, even if it has rotted so deeply that I wish at any moment to obliterate it entirely. Orochimaru, have you prepared what I requested? Of course. Here it is. A man tightly bound dropped before Ganon. Without hesitation, Ganon stepped forward and seized his throat. Kikeichi no Jutsu. As power surged into him, his other arm twisted grotesquely, its skin sloughing off to reveal a deep violet hue which he promptly wrapped in bandages. He exhaled sharply, then fixed Orochimaru, who watched nearby, with eyes icy and unfeigned. Young Master Hashirama, do you intend to kill me? Should you seek to pierce this veil of secrecy, I will kill you. And are the others ready? Orochimaru summoned his subordinates, who delivered over 20 living captives, and handed Ganon a vial containing First Hokage's cells. Raise your own children, you'll bear no burden from me. Edo Tensei, who emerged from the ritual. Kushina Uzumaki. The Ninetales Jinchuriki, Naruto's mother. Lady Kushina, it's been far too long. Ganon, you? Beware. The moment Kushina Uzumaki saw Orochimaru behind Ganon, she instantly pulled Ganon behind her, and prepared to strike. Rest easy, Lady Kushina, nothing untoward will occur. He is my ally. Now, I must know, where is the Uzumaki clan's Nara shrine? How do I break the dead demon-consuming seal? As he spoke, Ganon selected a captive at random, and plunged his hand straight into the man's chest. The heart still pulsing tore free from its cavity. Secret technique Chibaku Tensei. The stolen heart became Ganon's second life. Kushina Uzumaki watched Orochimaru warily, her thoughts churning. Rest assured, nothing has happened. He bears my flying thunder god mark. His life is mine to claim at any moment, simple as that. Kushina and Ganon departed. As they left, Ganon casually tossed Orochimaru a scroll, containing the complete cultivation method for Chibaku Tensei. Pleasure doing business, with gratitude for your aid. Likewise. Young Master Hashirama, I eagerly await our next meeting. They sprinted swiftly toward the ruins of Yuzushiogakure. Calm and vigilant Ganon brought up the rear, his frigid gaze sweeping over the desolate ruins. Ganon, have you truly decided? You tread perilously close to bargaining with tigers. Nothing is beyond sacrifice, not even myself. Naruto need not suffer a tragic childhood. Even as the heir of heroes, he deserves a whole unbroken Upon reaching the Nara shrine, Ganon swiftly located the mask, and donned it. Instantly the Shinigami manifested. One life for another, you stand to gain not lose. The terrifying Shinigami raised the blade clenched in its jaws, and slashed open Ganon's abdomen. A horrific wound split him from left shoulder to lower right flank, blood spraying violently. Yet he forced himself upright, and activated Chibaku Tensei, restoring his form. Edo Tensei. The man who appeared remained as gentle as ever, unchanged as though awakening from a long, deep slumber. Fourth Hokage, long time no see. I imagine you have much to say. Once the Edo Tensei's control dissolved, Minato Namikaze gazed quietly upon Ganon, his mind racing through countless calculations. Yet one thing he had never foreseen, this depth of madness. You've borne such hardship to reach this point. I offer my deepest apologies. Rest easy. Konoha thrives. Naruto thrives. Nothing has changed. So Mr. Yushin intends to make our relationship public. Now that I have enough cards in hand to negotiate with anyone, I need them to know how many I hold. Just like a prestigious brand, even if they are aware, what does it matter? I possess such power that I can destroy everything. Orochimaru looked at the experimental apparatus before him and burst into laughter, eager to know how far this gust of wind could blow into the future. Of course, my friend, or should I say my partner, since you are willing to gamble, I shall accompany you. Because I am pondering just how far can you go. So no matter how dire the situation becomes, I must push forward, for when the curtain falls, the protagonist must be present. With that, Orochimaru packed his belongings and arrived at the long-forgotten gates of Konoha. The two guards of the Uchiha clan, upon seeing Yushin Kanon's arrival, made no effort to stop him and allowed Orochimaru to enter. A few years ago I would have doubted that you would be the Hokage of Konoha. Now I have the Uchiha clan at my disposal, and if it comes down to a fight, I believe you will provide significant support. If I wish to become Hokage, it shouldn't be a problem. The two discussed this outrageous matter without any burden, and soon in that courtyard they encountered the already arrived Uchiha Fugaku and the Third Hokage. Orochimaru, what are you here for? The Third Hokage quickly assumed an offensive stance, while Yushin Kanon swiftly brandished the flying thunder god kunai towards the opponent. Third Hokage, I advise you to abandon your attack, and I believe everyone should be present now. Third Hokage, even if Kanon has done countless wrongs, I must take responsibility for everything. Today's shock led Sarutobi Hiruzen to abandon his thoughts, and quickly summon the Monkey King, transforming it into a golden staff held tightly in his hand. Yushin Kanon, you better give me an explanation. If you intend to fight here today, I believe Konoha cannot bear the consequences. Don't flatter yourself, you do not represent Konoha. If you die here today, I can easily blame your death on Orochimaru, and have him leave, allowing the Fourth Hokage to take his place. As for that Shimatsuki Danzo or anyone else willing to support you, I will ensure they have no place to be buried. Nothing will happen except for you and your group of aides. Orochimaru stood aside laughing heartily, and then placed his hand on Yushin Kanon's arm. Mr. Yushin, you are remarkably sincere. This massive blame you intend to place squarely on my shoulders, huh? Stop pretending debts don't weigh down the brave. Do you, a rogue ninja, fear this reputation? Uchiha Fugaku slowly approached Yushin Kanon, staring intently at the Third Hokage. So this is the answer from your Uchiha clan. Suddenly a group of dark guards surged from all directions, a standard feature whenever the Third Hokage went out. He decided to remove the Hokage's ceremonial robe, revealing the battle armor beneath. If a battle is to be fought here, then our Uchiha clan cannot simply stand by and watch. From the other side, another group of Uchiha members emerged, all activating their Sharingan, watching closely. It seems I cannot let things end peacefully here. Impure World Reincarnation. Two coffins rose from the ground, revealing the first Hokage and the second Hokage inside. Everyone formally took their positions ready for battle, or rather the switch for this entire conflict lay solely in the hands of Hanyū Canaan. Alright, weapons down, no need to fight. Today I just want to have a proper business discussion with you, Third Hokage. Speak, but I may not agree. Hanyū Canaan stepped in front of the Third Hokage, grabbed the golden staff, and with a flick sent the Third Hokage crashing against the nearby rock wall, then squeezed it, causing it to explode in a cloud of white mist. First of all, you have no right to engage me in combat, as I only serve the Fourth Hokage. If you wish to fight me, I will use your head as an offering to my clan, and Naruto's identity can be revealed, possessing the power to protect him. Should any accidents occur, I will become another weapon. So do you intend to drag all of Konoha into the quagmire of war? The Third Hokage stared blankly at the man before him, seeming to search his eyes for even a hint of fear, yet he found nothing. What he saw was a calm and unwavering gaze, as if gazing upon a corpse. You don't really believe our continuous concessions will quell these matters, do you? Don't tell me you're that naive. You are a remarkably skilled politician. The Fourth Hokage, unsure of which side to stand on, remained silent for a long while Hanyū Canaan faced his opponent, or rather they should be comrades. Nothing will happen. I've brought Orochimaru back. He will operate under my authority, hidden in the underground world of the Uchiha clan, conducting his experiments with the death row inmates we capture without affecting Konoha's rule. It's that simple. Any questions? Last question, why do you think I would listen to you? Because you can't defeat me, and you cannot bear the consequences of this uprising. If you wish, you can come and try. We can have a fight. If you win, I will give up all benefits. If you lose, then today's actions of the Uchiha clan will be seen as rebellion against Konoha. I will resolve this matter my way. Of course you can choose to ignore it. I will treat today as if nothing happened. For the sake of a death match. So do you still need time to prepare? Hurry up, I think we will finish this quickly. As he sealed the mark for the duel, Hanyū Canaan swiftly unleashed his Mangekyo Sharingan, which coldly gazed at his opponent before launching the first round of attack. Jina Dahiko. In an instant the flying thunder god Kanai appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, suspended in midair, and just as Hiruzen reacted, Hanyū Canaan seized it and struck down. Illusion technique, dark travel. Illusion technique, release water dragon bullet technique. Without forming seals, Hanyū Canaan was fully aware that against such a strong opponent, he had no right to hold back. A rapidly rising wave of water coalesced into a menacing water dragon, crashing down towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, while simultaneously kicking him in the stomach. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly leveraged the momentum to jump back, simultaneously forming seals to launch a shuriken, initiating his counterattack. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Summoning Technique. Great Fireball Technique. As Hanyū Canaan used the Great Fireball Technique to block the shuriken, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned the monkey spirit to transform into the golden staff, preparing for battle. The suddenly advancing iron rod pierced through the incoming fireball, and directly aimed at Hanyū Canaan, who quickly threw a flying thunder god kunai into the sky and dodged. However, he forgot that the golden staff was a monkey spirit. The opponent swiftly reached out and grabbed Hanyū Canaan's arm, followed by the voice of the Third Hokage proclaiming, "Diamond Prison!" In an instant, Hanyū Canaan was trapped within that prison. He now had two choices. First, use the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly evade and seek a counterattack opportunity, which was the path he chose. Fire Dragon Technique. Dark Release. The incoming fireball slammed heavily onto the prison, causing the monkey spirit to evade swiftly. Then it was seen that the fireball was rapidly absorbed by Hanyū Canaan and pushed forward, creating a shockwave that sent the monkey spirit flying to the ground. 5 Release Great Bullet Technique. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed his strongest killing move, rapidly encircling Hanyū Canaan, who had also fallen into a quagmire, the yellow spring swamp he had left from the very beginning, which was also the foreshadowing he had laid. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Super Large Rasen Shuriken. In an instant, a dozen of Hanyū Canaan's clones surged forward, wielding Rasen Shurikens that were dozens of times larger than him. Perhaps those clones were not sturdy, but those Rasen Shurikens were enough to neutralize this attack. Body Flicker Technique. Escaping the danger, he turned around just in time to see Sarutobi Hiruzen's fist coming towards his face. Substitution Technique. Heart Decapitation Technique. In an instant, he exploded into a piece of substitute wood, then burrowed into the ground to grab Sarutobi Hiruzen's foot, pulling him towards the mound. When he jumped out again, a shuriken grazed his side, slicing through his face and dispersing into a cloud of white mist. Multi-Shadow Clone Technique. Rapidly summoning shadow clones to respond. Unable to see the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was quickly analyzing the situation ahead. The combat effectiveness on all fronts is perfect. Perhaps he is right. However, this was not enough to dispel his worries, for this was the Konoha he had protected with his life. One last test. If he wins, he can end it all. Shadow Clone Technique. The clones surged forward, confronting Jian Nan directly, while Jian Nan swiftly activated and charged forward. Yellow Spring Swamp. This time the shadow clone charged up, grabbing his arm and transforming into a mire that enveloped him, exposing only his neck, and then Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed his 5-release Great Bullet Technique. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. The signature skill of the Raikage swiftly reappeared, the hard armor quickly covering his body, and 5 energy spheres crashed down, creating a large pit, yet Yuxing Jian Nan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Third Hokage, I believe I have won this duel. Throughout the battle, Yuxing Jian Nan only landed the initial kick on Sarutobi Hiruzen's true form, and at moments, Flying Thunder God's seal was enough for him to win whenever he wished. Indeed, your strength is sufficient. I suppose I should evaluate your role properly, shouldn't I? I hope the requests I just mentioned can be fulfilled, for the sacrifices for Konoha are necessary. Doesn't that sound familiar? I think your aide Shimura Danzo has said this as well, but I do not wish for him to continue holding such a significant position. You must find a way to reduce the number of his roots, otherwise he will inflict greater persecution on the Uchiha clan. This battle's conclusion means that Yuxing Jian Nan has officially become the power behind Konoha, because he possesses the strength to shake the entirety of Konoha. That very night, the route led by Shimura Danzo was swept away by the Anbu led by Sarutobi Hiruzen and the Uchiha clan. Except for their leader Shinomiya Danzo, who escaped, none others were left behind, and Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly took control of the future Yamato. The root organization has vanished without a trace. I believe you should be satisfied now. Are you trying to tell me that all the warriors of the Uchiha clan were deployed, yet you and your Anbu failed to capture Shimura Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen would not disclose to anyone that his intention was simply to make Shimura Danzo an insider, a thorn posing a threat to Yuxing Jian Nan. Forget it, I never expected anything from you. My forces have been fully deployed. If we cannot catch Shimura Danzo, it only means he should not die here. But if I find him, I assure you he will die a miserable death. Yuxing Jian Nan, what exactly do you want? Sarutobi Hiruzen was truly on the verge of losing control, as this man before him seemed to repeatedly provoke him. I need to uproot the decaying roots of Konoha and allow it to heal properly, basking in the sunlight once more. It's that simple. If anyone intends to poison the entire Konoha, I assure you whoever dares to reach out, I will chop off their claw. This was a blatant threat. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared intensely at the man before him, then left angrily, only to start laughing once he was outside. With such a domineering person, Konoha may take a different path. Even if it leads to terrifying places, I can back him up, which isn't bad. Lord Danzo, you are far too unprofessional. When the curtain falls on a drama, no matter the script, the protagonist must be on stage. Now you have made me witness your flight in utter defeat, like a dog slinking home. I am very curious. Do you not feel a sense of regret? What exactly did I do to you? You have pursued me for so long, and from beginning to end it was only you who wished to kill me. Danzo truly could not understand. He had no connection whatsoever with this Yuxing Jian Nan, yet why had this man been hunting him for so long? Simple. The Uchiha clan and I share a true alliance of mutual defense, and matters of life and death cannot be ignored. And you, as the Hokage's assistant, speak of benevolence and righteousness with every breath and claim everything is for the sake of Konoha, yet look at what you have actually done. I am sure you know in your heart the prejudice you harbor against the Uchiha clan will drive them to destruction. Then I will lose a very powerful ally, and Konoha will lose a formidable force. It is that simple. If you still refuse to accept it, then let us begin. Danzo, after all, still possessed the backbone. He quickly unsealed his arm, revealing the 7 crimson Sharingan beneath. Show me all your strength. There is another Sharingan in your right eye, which means you have 9 lives, correct? The unwrapped bandages revealed the ghastly kaleidoscope beneath. Then Yuxing Jian Nan instantly gathered his full power, activating his own double kaleidoscope, bracing for battle. Perhaps I should be very grateful that I do not know whose eyes you possess. If I am not mistaken, they should be the eyes of Uchiha Kagami. Enough talk. Vacuum Great Sphere. With a slight movement of his lips, several bullet-like wind spheres shot forth. And Yuxing Jian Nan had no intention of engaging in further conversation. Shinatsuhiko. The marked Flying Thunder God Kunai instantly appeared behind Danzo. Then came Yuxing Jian Nan's personal show. He grasped the kunai, his other hand rapidly forming a Rasengan, slamming it into Danzo's back and sending him flying. Then he reappeared a dozen meters away. So you have already activated Izanagi, haven't you? And indeed, one of the eyes on Danzo's arm slowly closed. His battle strategy is exceptionally clear. Feeling the flying thunder god's seal on his back, Danzo was filled with dread. Under the premise that Izanagi could remove all negative effects, he chose to eliminate the flying thunder god mark first before taking a life. This already demonstrated his extraordinarily high combat intelligence. You can keep attacking and I promise you will die miserably. Or you can wait until all your eyes are closed and then I will kill you with the flying thunder god. Now Danzo was caught in a dilemma. Either he fled and Yushing would occasionally chase him down for a slash, or he had no absolute certainty of killing Yushing. Perhaps Yushing could flee and evade until he exhausted Danzo to death. Tree Root Wild Burial. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Great Ball Rasengan. Like a torrential rain, roots burst from the soil, then met Jiannen's full power offensive technique. The instantly shredded ink turned into a flurry of wood chips, forming a massive crater on the ground. It seems a minute has passed, hasn't it? Again using the flying thunder god to reach behind Danzo, the kunai in his hand instantly sliced open his back in a horizontal slash, then he teleported away once more. Second life. I will make you die miserably, I mean it. So how much longer can your Izanagi hold? Until I witness your death. Summoning technique. The Baku appeared instantly. It rapidly released a blast of air that sucked Yushing in attempting to tear him apart. But the original story had already provided a perfect solution. Storm Dance. A serpent of fire twisted into a vortex and struck, instantly shattering the Baku. He gave it no chance to resist. Then at the moment the suddenly appearing kunai attacked, Yushing had no time to react. But the expected spurting blood did not appear. Instead, a black skeletal armor materialized, then slowly faded. The kaleidoscope oozed fresh bloody tears, granting Yushing a chance to kill his opponent Hiden. Great Ball Rasengan. The instant Rasengan tore Danzo apart once more. Finding a safe spot to land, Yushing only had time to wipe away his bloody tears while trying to muster his spirit to continue the fight. Your condition is very wrong. Can I take it that you are now in a desperate situation? To delve deeper, Yushing current state might be that of a lunatic on the verge of mental collapse. His head ached as if splitting, accompanied by a scorching pain in his eyes, dragging his condition step by step to the extreme. But Danzo was still alive. Perhaps. But I think your condition is far worse than mine. The third eye, isn't that right? Izanagi was also constantly draining Danzo's chakra even with Hashirama's cells. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Great Fire Annihilation. Jianan had no intention of wasting more time. A terrifying sea of fire erupted and his shadow clones surged forward to restrain Danzo, forcing him to bathe in the flames. No matter how he died, the sensation of being burned alive could not be pleasant. Release me. Vacuum Great Sphere. The effect was not significant. The release of wind release could destroy the shadow clones, but it also somewhat fueled the power of the fire release. Combined with Yushing nearly limitless chakra, all of Danzo's resistance seemed laughable. Now let us start the countdown, sir. I believe you will die miserably and our time is just beginning. Within 5 minutes you will die horribly, then keep reviving, dying again, reviving again, dying again, reviving again until the end. Then after 5 minutes you will become a pile of ashes or dust. Yushing continued spewing flames, denying his opponent any chance to resist. His shadow clones pinned Danzo down relentlessly, all the while spewing trash talk to shatter his focus, preventing him from concentrating on fighting back. Back then I was very curious why you chose to have Tsukumo Hatake killed. Nor do I understand why they became your burden or your enemies. I truly cannot fathom it. So is your so-called for the sake of Konoha an excuse to sacrifice anyone to let the heroes you personally elevated die in an accident that should never have happened? For the sake of Konoha everyone can be sacrificed. How ironic, how mocking. A fugitive, a dog slinking home, being hunted down, having done every evil deed yet lacking the courage to face his own actions, dares to speak of such lofty, noble sacrifices. I think that is quite something, isn't it? Alright. Let me check the time. You have 30 seconds left. I believe your eyes are nearly closed. If you had used that Mangekyo Sharingan of yours you might not have been so miserable. But you have no chance now, do you? The shadow clone continued taunting, wanting to know how long Danzo could hold out. But suddenly an eruption of black ink spread rapidly, reaching him before he could defend. He could only rely on a shadow clone to perform a spatial substitution. Then he dodged again, landing on the ground beside him, or rather tumbling onto the ground. Indeed, you have managed to make me suffer such a wound and look so ragged. Another few years passed and Naruto grew up, robustly becoming a remarkably handsome child. In everyone's eyes he was the son of a hero and naturally deserved the treatment befitting a hero. All the villagers treated him with kindness and warmth. This was truly the environment a child should grow up in, wasn't it? Brother Canaan, do you think this fox mask looks good? Of course it does, it suits Naruto's expression perfectly. Naruto placed the red fox mask over his face, and looked at Hanyū Canaan before him. Canaan affectionately patted his head, then went to pay the bill. Brother, what's going on with that girl? In the distance, the adorable girl was surrounded by 3 boys. Naruto handed the mask to Canaan, and rushed over. What a kid! Hanyū Canaan walked forward slowly, his eyes fixed on the 3 boys. He knew better than anyone who that scene was. The foolish girl who would chase after Naruto for a lifetime. What are you doing to her? Naruto shielded Hinata behind him and glared at the 3 boys. When they showed no intention of backing down and prepared to fight, Naruto's swiftly formed hand seals performed the shadow clone technique and surrounded them. I don't want to fight you, but if you try to hurt this child, I won't stand by. Naruto was kind, but in this world his kindness carried a sharp edge. When someone he needed to protect faced danger, he could make a swift decision. The children eventually abandoned their plan and left. Naruto turned and gently hugged Hinata, offering her warmth in the winter chill. Troublesome, but the effect should be good. A shadow clone appeared behind Canaan holding a bright red scarf. It handed the scarf to Naruto, then vanished. From a hidden corner, Canaan watched the 2 children. Occasionally a doting smile crossed his face. This kid has some skill. But it's only fair, he shouldn't let the girl do all the giving. Naruto led Hinata home with Hanyū Canaan following at a distance, ready to intervene should anything go wrong. Your house is so big. The Hyuga ancestral home was vast, yet it felt so cold. Will you come again? Heaven knows how Hinata mustered the courage to ask that question. She stood there waiting, uncertain how to explain her feelings, but she desperately wanted to ask. If I ever encounter a situation like this again, I'll protect you too. Hinata watched Naruto walk away, then silently returned to the Hyuga estate to face whatever came next. What do you think of that girl? Canaan sat on a tree branch gazing at the boy. Naruto looked back at him and smiled. Shouldn't I protect her? I'm the son of a hero. Well, now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Canaan quietly watched the child before him, his sharp but kind heart feeling a deep sense of relief. At least Naruto's kindness stemmed not from helplessness, but from being born into a loving home. Alright, time to go home. Your parents will be looking for you. But time is a sharp blade cutting through all pretense. What do you plan to say at this peace negotiation with Kumogaku? Simply put, I believe you can handle such diplomatic affairs. Leave the rest to me. No matter what happens, I hope to retain the right to make the final decisions. What happened? Kumogaku plans to strike the Hyuga to seize the Byakugan. I intend to intervene and set things right. The methods may be harsh, and you must prepare for war with Kumogaku. A simple conversation followed by the events that would unfold. Then came the day they welcomed the delegation from Kumogaku. We of Konoha welcome the envoys of peace with open arms. Of course, Lord Third. We will offer the peace that Kumogaku can provide. In the darkness, Canaan fixed his gaze on the arriving party, waiting for their audacity tonight, and their death. What a tragic comedy. When will the caged bird ever fly? He donned a jet-black mask and vanished into the night. When he turned around, he saw the so-called peace envoy from Kumogaku abducting Hinata. Hey, I'm afraid you won't be taking this girl away. By the time the envoy reacted, Hanyū Canaan was already before him, a steel blade pressed against his neck. As the envoy tried to fight back, his head separated from his body. Canaan caught Hinata securely in his arms as if nothing had happened. Come out. I trust you know what to do. Take the child back and say nothing. I'll handle everything. And remember, if you ever find yourself unable to survive, you can come to me. I'll see that you have a meal. Hyuga Hizashi took Hinata away first, then assumed a combat stance facing Canaan. What exactly are you trying to do? So what do you think you can achieve by taking that stance? Do you really believe you can stop me, who kindly brought back the young lady of your main family, only to have you draw your blade against me? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? At that moment, Hizashi had no intention of listening to any explanation. He merely needed to know why Canaan had intervened at such a perfect time to rescue Hinata. Whatever you want to say or do, I suggest you return to the Hyuga clan first. Tomorrow's events are of utmost importance. If something goes wrong, your clan will need a scapegoat, and that scapegoat will be you. If you want your son to grow up without a father, feel free to keep arguing with me here. If you are a worthy father, I believe you'll make the right choice. Hanyū Canaan walked away without looking back. Perhaps in his heart, every child deserved a perfect childhood. Even if he couldn't change the final outcome, he still hoped that the bird trapped in its cage could have wings to fly toward freedom. Our envoy died in your Muyi. Shouldn't your Muyi provide an explanation? So why did he die at the gate of the Rishion compound with a child of the Rishion clan in his arms? Does your Yunin village kidnap children in such a manner? Without any courtesy, he stood there glaring at the Yunin envoy, flipping a kunai between his fingers while keeping his gaze locked. It was a complete performance. I tell you plainly, your actions constitute a threat. If Yunin wishes to declare war, we are ready at any time. I have prepared a substantial gift for you, but whether you can accept it is another matter. My personal advice is to return now and inform your Raikage that you have stirred up a great calamity, caught red-handed and igniting war for Yunin. Let him come to Muyi personally to atone, or we will begin a war. Does Muyi currently have the capacity for war? The Yunin envoy had done his homework before arriving. He was certain that Muyi had neither the opportunity nor the strength to engage in a large-scale conflict. Don't trouble yourself, Anbu. I guarantee this: if you want to fight for a day, we will fight for a day. If you want to fight for a year, we will fight for a year. If you want to fight for 10 years, we will fight for 10 years. Muyi can afford it. Whether Yunin can afford it remains to be seen. Muyi has vast plains and farmlands. We can fight you to the ends of the earth. Your Yunin with its rugged mountains and steep peaks can barely transport food, can it? With that alone, I alone am enough to stop you. May I ask, sir, are you mocking Yunin? Yuxing Jianan burst into laughter, looking at him as if he were a fool. Am I praising you then? I can give you time. Go back and form your fourth Raikage and properly discuss how he should handle this matter to make it right. Otherwise, I will go find him myself. And I believe you recognize this technique. If you do, you should raise your threat assessment. Lightning release chakra mode. The crackling arcs of lightning exuded an aura of destruction, instantly pressing down upon him. The released force shattered several wooden boards, leaving deep grooves. Make yourself at ease, Anbu. If I receive no reply within 3 months, I will personally go to Yunin to demand justice. But when I do, I believe that your killer bee, who perfectly controls the Eight Tails Jinchuriki along with your fourth Raikage, may well die by my hands. Consider this carefully. The departure of the Yunin envoy marked the failure of this peace negotiation. The third Hokage then walked over to Jianan, scrutinizing the man before him. Just how many jutsu do you know, or how much power do you possess to contribute to the entire Muyi? I know more jutsu than you, the professor of jutsu, because I have a bloodline limit, and you do not. Any jutsu that can be named, I can use. Those that cannot, as long as they do not involve a bloodline limit, I can also use. This is my foundation. If someone pushes me to this point, I believe that even the entire Yunin village would not be able to corner me alone. After all, the third Raikage once dominated the ninja world with his combined taijutsu and ninjutsu. I doubt I am far behind him. Arrogant. Indeed, it was arrogant, but it was also the truth. If he did not continue to be arrogant now, he risked falling from grace. For when a giant reveals its health bar, it is no longer an invincible war god. Then prepare yourself. I believe it won't be long before Yunin issues a warning or declares war on us. I will take the Uchiha clan to block the enemy. And I hope that when I return, the Uchiha clan's compound will be exactly as it was when we left. Can you ensure that? Silent threats outweighed all words. A knowing smile exchanged between them confirmed each other's boundaries. We will go back and gather every able-bodied fighter from the Uchiha clan. Come with me. If we can establish our authority this time, the Uchiha clan, and we ourselves, can continue to exist safely. I understand. I will return and mobilize all troops. But I hope you can tell me what we should do next. Yuxing Jianan looked up at the sky, then turned back to see a small head poking out, Mingren with big round eyes fixed on him. Don't worry, nothing will happen. You will all return safe and sound. On the battlefield, we will have our own ways of operating. Now go and prepare. Seeing that adorable little boy, Uchiha Fuyu showed a rare smile. Then he turned and left. Jianan walked over to Mingren, ruffled his hair, and smiled at him. If I'm not mistaken, shouldn't our little friend Mingren be going to bed now? I can't sleep. I'm a bit worried about you. To be honest, the genuine words of a child were what broke their defenses most. Gently stroking the boy's head again, it seemed to calm his heart. Don't worry, nothing will happen. I will come back to celebrate your birthday with you, take you to the Ninja Academy, and later teach you ninjutsu, so that you can become the Hokage of the entire Muyi. After settling, Mingren, Yuxing Jianan walked out, and came face to face with the arriving Rishiang Rizu. Are you looking for me? Indeed, thank you for saving my daughter. But I deeply apologize for bringing such a great trouble upon you. How hypocritical those words were. If he truly felt confident, or genuinely remorseful, he should have brought people to help or at least dispatched a contingent from the Rishion clan to follow him. But he did nothing, merely came to express thanks. As a clan head he was beyond reproach, as a ninja beyond reproach, as a father beyond reproach. But as a person he fell somewhat short. Enough, you speak so eloquently that I could almost shed a tear. Would you like to see? Don't waste such hypocritical words on me, I have no desire to hear them. Now you may leave. I am about to set out on an expedition. If you dare to conspire with Muyi to move against the Uchiha clan, I will lead them to defect. And I hope you convey this to the person behind you. If he dares to cross that line, I will fight him to the death. If you dare to conspire with Muyi to move against the Uchiha clan, I will lead them to defect. And I also hope you take this message to the person behind you. If he dares to touch this bottom line, I will fight him to the death. If you dare to conspire with Muyi to move against the Uchiha clan, I will lead them to defect. I also hope you convey this to the one behind you. If he dares to violate this principle, I will fight him to the death. Now can you reveal your plan to me? The plan is simple. Your Yuzhibo clan will come with me to apply pressure, then I will personally challenge the Fourth Hokage to a duel and defeat him, whereupon we will cease hostilities. Simple enough, clear. Thus all the forces arrived and deployed along the Mai border. Yuzhibo Fuyue watched Yuxing Jianan prepare everything, his mind turning over the plan's feasibility. Frankly, I do not want you to go. If it becomes an all-out fight, they may not be stronger than us, but if you go, you will be walking into a peril. If anything happens to you, our Yuzhibo clan will be finished. So if you insist on dueling the Fourth Hokage, let me act as your champion. I will not be left out, and I want you to bring those hawkish elders with you. Do not misunderstand me, I do not mean to use them as shields. I only believe that since they are hawks, they should be stronger than the dovish faction. At least we will not find ourselves with no way to flee. At that moment a messenger from Yunin arrived once more at their tent. Jianan glanced at Fuyue and signaled to have the man brought inside. You had better make clear whether the Fourth Hokage stands ready, either to parley with us or to prepare for war. Do not let them spring an undeclared attack on us while we are already sharpening our blades and preparing to crush you. So you bring your entire clan here to wage war against us? Jianan sneered at their folly. Do you suppose I came to Yunin to arrange marriages for my men? The women of your Hokage are hardly attractive, far from the standards of our Mai. If we defeat your Hokage and enslave them, would that not be practical? They would at least provide labor. You are insulting the very heritage of a nation. Here you have no right to lecture me on a nation's heritage, because I can command troops, and you cannot. If I were to order an assault on you, they would obey without question. Do you think you stand as my equal? Fuyue understood at once. He stepped forward and with a chopping strike shattered the man's knee, forcing him down to his knees. That's far more presentable. Now I give you a chance. Go back and tell the Fourth Hokage if war comes you will not outlast Mai. Let it be soldiers against soldiers, commanders against commanders. I will duel your Fourth Hokage. If he wins, we withdraw. If he loses, he must answer to Mai. Why else would their envoy dare to come here and act with such brazenness? Yuxing Jianan stepped forward and kicked him again, sending him sprawling. The guards hauled him away while Jianan returned to preparing for battle. The flicker of candlelight revealed the terror in Yuxing Jianan's eyes. In that instant he felt the weight of all dangers. Each one would rest upon his shoulders alone. Now that it has come to this, whatever happens next, I must hold everything together. Heaven only knows what awaits. Are you worried? Jianan was indeed weary, but he would not let any fatigue show. He had to bear up. Too much depended on him. Worried about what? Think on this. Once the Fourth Hokage fought the Fourth Hokage and returned unscathed, did he not? I am no great deal inferior to the Fourth Hokage. If it comes to pure force, at worst I would be even with him. As for how the Fourth Hokage will perform now, I do not know, but I do not believe he would dare take my life, and I have no intention of taking his. It is as simple as that. But aren't you tired? In that moment Jianan's eyes shifted repeatedly, alternating between ferocity and a strange calm of resignation. What on earth is wrong with you today? We're men. Must you indulge in such sentimental talk? Your son is my disciple. That bond cannot be replaced by anyone. With me here is the position of your Yuzhibo family secured by that promise. You know that's not what I meant. Of course I understand what you mean. You speak from a friend's concern. But you know as well as I do that once I stand in this post I can never show the slightest weakness. The moment I reveal a flaw is the moment my political enemies move to destroy me. So even if I must force myself onward time and again I must do so, this is already decided, is it not? They stood in silence watching one another. In truth Yuzhibo Fuyue felt deep gratitude toward the friend before him. If events continued along a normal course, tensions between Mai and the Yuzhibo clan would only intensify. In the end, it would lead to one of two fates: either an all-out war between Mai and the Yuzhibo clan that leaves the clan ruined, or the expulsion of the Yuzhibo from Mai, ending with the same fate as the Xuanhua clan. Rest assured, I have steeled myself to be shattered without regret. That is the resolve of a true hero, and when the accounts are settled I will be present. When the curtain falls, the protagonist must be present, that is the rule. I will not evade the consequences of my actions. As for you, if I succeed and prosper, you will be my trusted aides and receive the honor you deserve. If I fail or die, you will have shared in the hardship of this path, so there is no need to thank me. I entrust my life to you just as you have entrusted yours to me. The next day the envoy from Yunin returned and handed the declaration of war to Hanyū Canaan. Jianan took it and read it carefully out of respect, then ordered Fugaku to break the man's legs so he would kneel and obey. Perhaps your predecessor did not tell you this: when you meet me you must speak kneeling. No matter, I will teach you today. I have received your document, and I will ensure your fourth returns alive. How he returns is not my concern. When the fighting begins you will learn that I will arrive at the appointed time. I hope His Excellency the Fourth will not bring a pack of bloodhounds to ambush me. Of course you could not do that. Though you are not saints, you can stand shoulder to shoulder with us of Mai. I consider you half heroes. You would not commit such a thing, would you? On the day of battle, Hanyū Canaan arrived at the battlefield clad in a dark blue long robe, followed by Uchiha Fugaku and his Uchiha guards. Opposing them was the reckless Fourth Hokage, accompanied by his younger brother Killer B and 3 guards as they reached a valley. Indeed you are heroes, I acknowledge you. Enough talk, what have you done to my brother? The leaders of both sides swiftly tore off their outer robes, revealing their muscular physiques, and immediately entered the lightning release chakra mode, charging forward. You will pay for your arrogance. Who dies is still unknown. Their fists collided directly with each other, the resulting shockwave carving a deep pit into the ground, and as they were simultaneously rebounded they crashed into the mountain wall, embedding deeply into it. Indeed your lightning release chakra is real and even better than the one I cultivated in my youth. Thank you for the praise, but can we still fight? From one side of the pit leapt arcs of lightning, violently discharging energy, while on the other side the arcs gradually converged, gathering all their strength in preparation for another attack. Don't underestimate me. Hell stab one strike. The renowned technique of the Third Hokage surged forth, his finger representing ultimate destruction, having once led him to victory against the Eight Tails. Now when the Fourth Hokage unleashed his words, his combat power was only stronger. Shurnato Hokage. Flying Thunder God technique, second stage, spiraling sphere. As the Hokage charged forward, the sound of clashing metal echoed. A kunai of the Flying Thunder God appeared in his right hand, and by the time he reacted again, the spiraling sphere had already struck his arm, pushing it towards his chest. As expected of the Hokage, he quickly twisted his body. The sound of his spine cracking echoed, yet the advantage gained was substantial. As his body twisted midair, his finger pointed directly at Hanyū Canaan. Flying Thunder God. Taking this opportunity to dodge, he saw that finger pierce through the ground, the earth unable to withstand the raging energy, cracking step by step as the surging shockwaves transformed into blades, piercing the surrounding mountain walls and causing numerous boulders to fall. Weighty rock technique. Super heavy rock technique. Hanyū Canaan quickly seized a large boulder from the side, attached chakra to it, lifted it, and as he threw it he increased its weight in an instant. With a thunderous crash it struck the Hokage, shattering into countless fragments. Is your body even human? What? Are you scared? Going to surrender? Given the current situation, the Fourth Hokage's physical strength was comparable to that of a prehistoric beast, making it rare for skills to harm him. Surrender is impossible. I will find a new way to defeat you, one that you cannot refuse. However, when he saw the Fourth Hokage extend 2 fingers, Jianan began to reassess this enemy. Perhaps he was not a reckless fool, but then again, how could a fool ever become a Kage? Lightning release chakra mode, fireball jutsu. Dozens of fireballs were spewed into the sky, and amidst their chaotic movements the Hokage could not touch Jianan, while Jianan did not unleash the fireballs upon this formidable foe. So this is your plan. If that's the case, you have already lost. No, you are the one who has lost. Under the influence of the fireballs the sky darkened, thick clouds roiling with arcs of lightning, while Hanyū Canaan swiftly maneuvered, suddenly exerting force to ascend into the air. No matter how strong you are, I believe you cannot rival the power of nature. 1,000 birds. Hanyū Canaan formed 1,000 birds, radiant light in his hand, drawing all the lightning in the sky towards him, and at the moment he thrust downwards the sky's thunder was entirely at his command, the electric arcs in his hand stretching dozens of meters long. In that instant the Fourth Hokage felt the threat of death, as those 1,000 birds rushed directly towards his arm. Don't underestimate people, one strike. Two arcs of lightning collided fiercely, and the resulting lightning tore the entire valley apart. The shattered stones and broken wood. This scene, akin to a natural disaster, was birthed from these two monstrous beings. Then came a crisp sound, followed by the sight of the Fourth Hokage flying out, his right arm torn away. What about Hanyū Canaan? He certainly did not fare well under the shockwave. He was also flung back, heavily embedded into the wall, all his bones fractured. However, he possessed medical ninjutsu, and under the living resurrection technique he quickly regained his strength amidst the tense standoff of his guards, reaching his own guards first. Well then, this battle should be considered over. You can go save your Fourth Hokage. I respect him as a man, but if you wish to extend your hand towards us in Konoha again, I won't hesitate to chop off his other claw. The Leaf Village personnel departed while the Cloud Village troops swiftly took the Fourth Hokage back for treatment. We will camp here today to prevent a counterattack, and Fugaku, come with me. The Uchiha clan quickly set up camp while Hanyū Canaan collapsed to the ground the moment Fugaku entered the tent. The rest is up to you. I will take a nap. In fact, the moment the one strike came at him, had he not forced out an extra amount of chakra, he would have likely lost an arm, but the price of forcibly exerting his power was this extreme fatigue. He felt as if every step he took was like a dagger piercing through his mind. Don't worry, just rest. Then Hanyū Canaan fell into a deep sleep while Uchiha Fugaku approached, lifting him onto the bed, tucking him in, and quietly sitting at the foot of the steps on high alert. Even if the Fourth Hokage were to attack again today, he had to block him. During Canaan's unconscious state, no one could harm him. This was the sense of security from the Uchiha clan. So why did you bet everything on us? But since you have Allen on us, we certainly won't let you lose. Ah, what a refreshing rest. Thank you for you. It's not a serious issue. Fourth Hokage has already announced a formal apology to Konoha for their recent threat. More precisely, they've conceded defeat. Meanwhile, Third Hokage's stance is clear. We should not press our advantage further. Withdrawing our forces is the wisest course. Hanyū Canaan rubbed his weary eyes and smiled faintly at the other man, saying nothing. In truth, Third Hokage hadn't consulted them at all. He had issued a command. After all, every member of the Uchiha clan, young and old, remained within the village, did they not? Very well. Inform them to prepare for departure. We'll discuss matters further once we return to Konoha. There's something important I wish to speak with you about. After another 2 days and nights of travel, the group finally glimpsed Konoha's great gate once more. At the village entrance, Third Hokage stood alongside a contingent of shinobi to greet them. Hanyū Canaan spotted Fourth Hokage cloaked in shadow, and nestled in Third Hokage's arms, Naruto squirming eagerly toward him. Only then did his heart truly settle. Welcome home, heroes of Konoha. And Hokage-sama, this mission concluded without loss. We even dealt a crushing blow to Fourth Hokage. From this day forth, no village will dare challenge Konoha's authority. Such hawkish rhetoric sent the assembly's fervor soaring. Third Hokage merely offered a quiet, knowing smile, then granted them passage into the village where jubilant crowds awaited. Will you come to my residence later? And understood. After the celebration ended, the two walked side by side back home. Hanyū Canaan seated himself at the head of the room while Fuyu sat beside him. So, what exactly is it? And I'm uncertain whether the Hyuga clan will visit today. As my sworn ally, you must be the first to know, whatever unfolds. Fuyu felt touched, but beneath that warmth stirred an unbidden resentment. Why had he been coerced onto this path while the Hyuga, by contrast, seemed rescued into it? Personally, the Hyuga's strength is expendable. Their arrogance is suffocating. Their entire clan exudes cold detachment. I find it deeply unsettling. Even their practice of destroying corpses after death is understandable, but branding kin with cursed seals, that reveals a profound absence of humanity. This power may be harnessed, but trust, that is illusory. Indeed. Moreover, their power remains inherently unstable. Clear tensions simmer between main and branch house. Should unrest erupt, it could easily spill over and endanger us. Release. And they drank, conversed, exchanged jests. And as Uchiha Itachi entered, Hanyū Canaan offered him gentle guidance on technique. Hand seals need not always require both hands. Certain jutsu, like the Phoenix Flower Claw, can be executed with one hand alone, enabling swifter assault. For instance, grip your kunai with your right hand while simultaneously forming seals behind your back, then strike forward. This is an exceptionally effective combat technique. And it seems the person you're waiting for won't arrive after all, will they? Hanyū Canaan chuckled softly, watching Itachi swiftly form hand seals in the courtyard, awkwardly yet earnestly executing the Phoenix Flower Claw with one hand. Sometimes mastery isn't about technique alone. If in battle you lack absolute confidence in your jutsu's execution, abandoning single-handed seals is the wiser choice. Chakra instability on the battlefield is lethally unpredictable. You know precisely what consequences such recklessness invites. Silence at times speaks most eloquently. He uttered nothing, yet conveyed everything: his deep affection for the Uchiha, and his quiet disdain for the Hyuga. You're absolutely right, they lack humanity. Our own clan hasn't fared perfectly either, but at least we've never stooped so low. The activation threshold for the Sharingan is extraordinarily demanding. Not everyone can awaken it. Still, I must acknowledge your diligent protection of its users. Furthermore, Uchiha orphans receive generous stipends under your care. You've fulfilled your duty thoroughly, indeed beyond expectation. They shared a quiet laugh, no further words exchanged, until dusk. When Itachi could no longer muster even a trace of chakra, Fuyu rose to depart, cradling his son as he left. Sir? Just as Yushing turned to re-enter the house, members of the Hyuga clan arrived, standing before him, their pride unmistakable and impossible to conceal. If you've come to thank me for saving your daughter, I need no gratitude. She is a Konoha shinobi, protecting her is my duty. If you seek alliance, I advise against it. You are unworthy. Your calculations are too complex, your loyalty too fragile. I cannot bear such a perilous partnership. Sir, you misunderstand. We have not come to bargain. We bring Hyuga Hinata to place her under your guardianship. Yushing froze, utterly bewildered. Then Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward, gently yet resolutely pushing his daughter toward him. Our heir is Lady Hyuga Hanabi, not her. And having brought such calamity upon our clan, she shall no longer belong to the main house. We entrust her to you today, to ask whether you would impose the caged bird seal upon her. Was that surge of killing intent feigned? From the shadows behind him, Orochimaru emerged, gaze locked, unblinking, awaiting Yushing command to slaughter. You wretched vermin, men who exploit a child for political gain! Why not slice off your own worthless flesh and be done with it? What delusion makes you believe yourselves noble? Filth unworthy of the name human, I'd kill you now if restraint weren't required. Leave, immediately. Cross this threshold again and I'll sever you limb from limb. The Hyuga withdrew slowly, leaving Hinata standing alone in the courtyard with nowhere else to go. Child, don't worry, this is your home now. Yushing shed all traces of lethal intent, replacing it with the same tender warmth he showed Naruto. Gently stroking her hair, he led her to another room, swiftly arranging bedding and provisions, then set about preparing dinner. Master Yushing, perhaps you'll cook extra tonight. After all, I've rendered invaluable assistance. And don't flatter yourself, you've contributed nothing. Your portion won't be reduced though. So this girl was personally sent to you by Hinata last night, and he let her stay with you. Is he unwell? I thought so too, but then I turned my head and thought again this might have a hint of conspiracy to it. Everyone knows that my eyes are embedded with a pair of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and everyone knows that Uchiha Itachi is my disciple. Then the appearance of this girl means that Hinata has voluntarily given me a pair of white eyes and an excellent disciple, binding the Hinata clan to our war chariot. However, personally speaking, I don't hold the Hinata clan in high regard. What they did this time only reinforces my belief that they are just like this. If I had to extinguish a clan in the future, I think they would be my first choice. Uchiha Fugaku laughed heartily, and patted the shoulder of the person in front of him. Such a sensitive topic is only something you dare to speak about. What do you think next? Are you planning to take this girl under your wing as a little wife? To warm your feet and your bed? It seems you are discussing something quite serious. This matter has been said 1,000 times, we cannot send this child back. After all, if we send her back, she won't be able to stay in her clan. So the simplest solution is to adopt her in my name, treating it as taking in a dog, since the Hinata clan, to be honest, is like a dog here. We get to eat meat, and they can have the bones. The two quickly reached a consensus, and the Uchiha clan once again provided a set of villas. Then Yushing Canaan and Hinata moved in with their bags just a few dozen meters away from the original house. Canaan, I personally think this matter might be a bit complex. Do you need me to step in and help you resolve it? No, Lord Fourth, you are now the trump card of Konoha and the greatest thunderbolt under Konoha. Your top priority is to protect Naruto and teach him ninjutsu. Later I will take him to gather some tools and elevate him to Hokage, and then push you out to lead Konoha to prosperity. Buffing Shuiman looked at the increasingly complex situation before him. He wanted to help but was outright rejected by Yushing Canaan, leaving him awkwardly scratching his head while looking into the other's eyes. If there is anything you need my help with, feel free to ask. If I can do it, I will definitely do it. Well, don't say that. There is indeed a task that requires your help. I want to go to Myobokuzan to learn sage arts, but Lord Jiraiya probably won't agree to my learning sage arts because in his eyes I am a hawkish individual, and do not fit the image of the prophesied child he envisions. Therefore negotiating with him to learn sage arts has a low probability. Bufing Shuimin found himself in a dilemma torn between his master's trust and longing for peace, and the obligation to repay his benefactor yet unable to realize it. Forget it, if it really doesn't work I will talk to Orochimaru later, and see if I can go to the Ryuchi cave to learn sage arts. Maybe I will adapt well to the sage arts there. Hanyū Canaan left, leaving Bufing Shuimin alone, swirling in confusion in the wind, making a decision he would be grateful for a long time. Meanwhile Hanyū Canaan arrived in the courtyard where Uchiha Itachi had already reached, waiting for his instruction. Here we are today is still a practical training session. If you can take the bell off my waist you win. This is a high difficulty, but I hope you can give it a try. If you can't do it then you can leave around 6 p.m. after this afternoon's training. Uchiha Itachi nodded and quickly activated his 3-Demo Sharingan, then charged forward holding a kunai, while Hanyū Canaan, while dodging, was also concerned about the child's mental well-being. Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. A gigantic fireball was unleashed, and as Hanyū Canaan decided to dodge left he saw Itachi swiftly forming seals with one hand to release the red phoenix flower claw blocking the path to the left, and then threw a kunai forming a shuriken shadow clone jutsu attacking him. Interesting. Cyclone. A wind ball was spat out instantly, creating a whirlwind that swept up the shurikens into the sky, then slowly descending. At that moment Itachi seemed to be on top of his game, charging at him. Water Prison Jutsu. Suddenly Uchiha Itachi appeared beside Hanyū Canaan, quickly grabbing his arm, forming a water prison. Hanyū Canaan watched his disciple's progress with a smile of satisfaction, while also preparing to launch his counterattack. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. The crackling arcs of lightning displayed their terrifying power, and when it erupted again Uchiha Itachi couldn't withstand the scorching heat in his hand and was forced to withdraw. At the same time Hanyū Canaan landed, pointing a finger at Uchiha Itachi, cancelling the chakra mode, and with a brain-cracking move sent him flying 3 meters away. You have a good grasp of the rhythm of battle, but remember, in situations where there is a significant gap in strength the best approach is to drag it out, allowing him to reveal all of his techniques before contemplating a counterattack. Uchiha Itachi nodded and with a swift hand seal performed a single-handed red phoenix flower claw jutsu which he had mastered to perfection. Meanwhile Hanyū Canaan, disregarding the rules of combat, launched a fireball jutsu without forming seals. When he was forced to retreat to the left again he saw several fireballs rushing towards him. Water Prison Jutsu. In an instant Itachi clasped his hands together, and unleashed the water prison jutsu, securing himself within it. As the flames dissipated the teacher arrived before him, slicing open the water prison and delivering another brain-cracking blow, sending him flying out. Your battle ideas are good. Within the limits of chakra you need to achieve better chakra consumption for the maximum results. But sometimes you cannot just think about how to conserve chakra during battle to find that rhythm, instead you must actively break your opponent's rhythm. Since I have more chakra than you I can afford to waste it. However, if at that moment you used a fireball jutsu to counter one of my fireballs, wouldn't you be able to disrupt my offensive rhythm? Then find the opportunity for a counterattack from that moment. Uchiha Itachi got up once more, dusting off the ashes on his body, and fixed his 3-Demo Sharingan intently on the bell at his master's waist, plotting a new scheme in his mind. Shadow Clone Technique. Suddenly 6 clones of Uchiha Itachi appeared, charging forward alongside him. Without hesitation Hanyū Canaan unleashed a fireball technique, but Uchiha Itachi boldly rushed in, and they emerged unscathed. Illusions. Hanyū Canaan dodged backward and countered swiftly, releasing a blade of air that sliced through, passing right through them. If there was no real sound, then where could the true body be? Suddenly an arm burst forth from the ground, reaching for Hanyū Canaan's waist. Hanyū Canaan unfazed seized the arm and lifted it up, smashing it directly into a tree. With a thunderous crash the tree ultimately could not withstand such a heavy blow, and fell to the ground. Hanyū Canaan approached again, finding Uchiha Itachi lying there motionless. He immediately cast a healing technique on him, only to be caught off guard as Uchiha Itachi snatched the— Master, does this mean I win? You well done! They'll count it as your victory. Now just lie down and rest. Uchiha Itachi lay there receiving his master's treatment. Then, can you tell me the story of your Sharingan? Is it possible for the eye of spiritual reflection to awaken in this peaceful state? In fact, Hanyū Canaan was quite aware of how that I came to be. Uchiha Itachi's teammate had died during a mission, and Uchiha Fuyue had praised his son for awakening, which was quite ironic, wasn't it? Isn't that unnecessary? It's very necessary. If our friends pass away, we should remember them. If our comrades die, we should feel sorrow. If our family members die, we should feel nostalgic. And for you, as my most important disciple, you must be mindful not to go down the wrong path. I certainly don't want to end up like the Third Hokage and hand over a new Orochimaru. Kanank and I heard that. The voice of Orochimaru interjected at an inopportune moment, managing to harmonize the serious atmosphere. I'll add an extra meal for you tonight, so can you tell me now, Itachi? In that moment the softest part of Uchiha Itachi's heart seemed to be touched, and he felt a lump in his throat wanting to cry. Hanyū Canaan fittingly placed a soundproof barrier around them. Now you can cry if you want, laugh if you want, you can be that child again. To be honest, Canaan didn't quite understand the way Uchiha Fugaku raised his child, taking him to the battlefield to see death. To stab such a knife into the heart of such a young child, it was already remarkable that Uchiha Itachi hadn't become a world destroyer. And so Uchiha Itachi cried without restraint, his sobs growing louder, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Canaan stepped forward and embraced the child sitting on the grass, letting him cry joyfully in his arms. My teammate just died like that! In truth, Uchiha Itachi was a person of deep emotions. Such teammates dying right in front of him, and then returning home only to hear his father say congratulations. What a tremendous shock to his worldview. Yet this child remained quite normal, at least for now, facing the world like an adult, and suddenly someone told him he could be a child again. Do you know where those two brave children are buried? Uchiha Itachi nodded, and Hanyū Canaan held him close, walking out toward the Konoha cemetery. They are buried here, resting here. Hanyū Canaan pulled the weeds around and cleaned the dust off the gravestone, then slowly bowed. Master. As a parent, you should maintain a basic gratitude for these friends of yours, especially since he saved your life. What I'm curious about is whether you've considered that I have a way to bring them back using the forbidden technique of Impure World Reincarnation. Do you want to give it a try? Uchiha Itachi gently stroked the names on the gravestone, attempting several times to adjust his tone, but ultimately failing. Since they rest so peacefully, may it be in the name of Konoha's heroes. Hanyū Canaan smiled softly, saying nothing, and accompanied the child in silence for a long time until the sun set. Only then did Canaan embrace Uchiha Itachi and use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the courtyard just in time to meet Uchiha Fugaku, who had come to take Uchiha Itachi home. Alright, let's go home. If you ever want to talk or do something, you can tell me. I am your master. Even if you say you want to set Konoha on fire, I'll help you fan the flames. Uchiha Fugaku beamed with pride, believing that Uchiha Itachi had entered Canaan's inner circle, while Canaan felt a warm, unique warmth from this, and silently nodded, returning home with his Kanani. Oh no, Uzumaki Naruto had come too. When Canaan turned around, he saw Hyuga Hinata leaning against the doorframe, secretly watching Naruto, who shamelessly approached and grabbed the girl's hand, though her cheeks were already flushed as she spoke to Canaan. Mom asked you to come home for dinner and take Hinata along. Sure, understood our little Naruto. Thus the three of them arrived at Naruto's home. As they sat together, Hinata was so nervous that she didn't even know what to say, resembling a shy bride meeting her in-laws. It's nothing, just treat this as home. No need to be so formal. With just that one sentence she fainted, and Hanyū Canaan scratched his head, glancing at Naruto with unspoken thoughts. You really eat well, kid. Naruto gentlemanly lifted Hinata and placed her on his bed, tucking her, and then he and Hanyū Canaan went to rest on the other side. I think this little girl might have developed feelings for Naruto. No way, how old are they? But a woman's sixth sense is always accurate, and only women understand women. The arrival of the Third Hokage the following day plunged the entire room into a tense standoff. Uchiha Fugaku was about to rise and offer his seat when Yushin Jianan pressed him down, preventing him from moving. No need to make way. Nothing will happen. Lord Third's visit today must be for some other matter. Please have a seat and speak quickly. I'd like to get back to having a proper meal. I came today to ask you one thing. Has the Hyuga clan also defected to your side? Yushin Jianan remained utterly composed, seated motionless in the master's position. He gently brushed the tea bowl, took a sip, and then began to speak. Hyuga Hayashi entrusted his daughter to me. As for whether the Hyuga clan has submitted to me, I cannot say. In my eyes, they cannot even compare to a single strand of the Uchiha clan's hair. It's that simple. If I needed to court a clan, I would rather win over the Ino Shikucho. Very well. I hear that everything you say is true. Then hand that girl over to me. In an instant the teacup in Yushin Jianan's hand was crushed to pieces. Lord Third, am I to interpret this as a threat? I must ensure that Konoha both internally and externally remains harmonious. That is the bottom line of being Hokage. Yushin Jianan exhaled a long turbid breath, then stared fixedly at the Third Hokage before him. I will not use a child as a pawn of trust between us. If you do not trust me, you may attack me directly. I care for nothing. But if you dare to make an issue of a child, I guarantee that the moment you make that decision, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. So you intend to cross blades with me here? Yushin Jianan slammed the table and rose, a startling surge of lightning-released chakra bursting from his body. Uchiha Fugaku swiftly picked up his teacup, took a sip, then dashed it to the ground, bones rapidly enveloping him as he activated Susanoo. If necessary, I wouldn't hesitate to kill you right here. But you are the Hokage, the third Hokage, the supreme leader of Konoha. Even I will heed your commands. However, I urge you to think carefully. A child should never become a tool in our power struggle, nor a pawn of trust between us. If you cannot trust me, I may simply leave Konoha and never return. But I will never push a child into the abyss of this rivalry. That is my bottom line. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared back at him, his heart filled with relief and joy, yet his face remained as dark as water. I accept your terms. We will no longer involve the child. I hope you can lead Konoha to glory. If necessary, I will cede the position of Hokage to you. Hinata, go brew 3 more cups of tea and bring them here. After settling matters, the 3 of them sat in the courtyard. I will not accept the position of Hokage. Moreover, I will soon need to take a risk that may cost me my life. Therefore, I hope Konoha remains stable during this time, and only you, Lord Third, can ensure that. Have you thought it through? If you die, the Uchiha clan will have no retreat. The third Hokage spoke bluntly, and Uchiha Fugaku also gazed at Yushin Jianan. I believe that even if I die, Konoha will not descend into chaos, and you will not be moved. The Uchiha clan will remain. Because I am now the anchor of the entire village. If something happens to me, outsiders will surely attempt to invade. So you will further unite the Uchiha clan on my foundation and establish a true alliance of offense and defense. Thus, even if I die, Konoha will not fall into disorder. And I need to become stronger, strong enough to handle whatever comes next. But if I perish, I hope you will continue to protect Konoha. After my death, the Uchiha clan will formally form a genuine defensive pact with Konoha. Additionally, Orochimaru will remain in the village. I ask that you continue to support his research. As long as you do, he will not defect. In that way, we will always possess 3 cage-level combatants, Orochimaru, Fugaku, and you, Lord Third. And the Fourth Hokage's combat power will be kept as a hidden card in Konoha. I have already nullified my control over his Impure World Reincarnation. He must not be deployed except in dire peril. Hyuga Hinata and Uzumaki Naruto will be entrusted to the care of the Fourth Hokage and his wife. If any of you dare disturb their peace, my hidden agents will deal with you. Like a dying testament, the threat carried not a trace of coldness. Uchiha Fugaku yearned to weep, but a man's farewell needs no tears. They'll wait for you to come back and buy me a drink. If I make it back alive, they'll buy you that drink. By the way, Itachi's education must not be wasted. Whatever the future holds, he is my disciple. Even if he commits a grave mistake, I hope you can forgive him. This is my failure as a master. But if any of you interfere with this child's proper growth or force him to witness cruel truths, I swear that even as a ghost I will haunt you relentlessly. Yushin Jianan waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. Then a single tear fell into the wine cup in his grasp. Or perhaps he understood more clearly than anyone. The power of Hashirama's cells was in the hands of this battle god who lacked a system, undoubtedly a poison with a lethally high mortality rate. A draught of deadly wine that could ruin all the hard-won advantages. Yet if it succeeded, the path ahead would be wide open. So, Mr. Jianan, are you truly prepared? Do you understand what will happen once these cells are implanted in you? It's nothing more than death. I've already steeled myself. So let's begin. Orochimaru stepped forward, gently straightened Yushin Jianan's clothes, and then gazed at him intently. When these cells enter your body, your blood will literally boil. You will wish for death but find it unattainable. I must tell you, at that moment you will clearly feel your bones crack layer by layer, each step drawing you closer to death, and you can only experience it all with full awareness. If the assimilation of Hashirama's cells fails, it will be no different from me killing you with my own hands. Wouldn't that be perfect? This body of mine carries a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan. Isn't that the very power you've always sought? It's not reincarnation. You can directly take over my body and obtain a new formidable power. You know I don't covet power. I seek only truth. So please live. Promise me. Alright, stop pretending. Just inject it. If I survive, I'll become an even stronger warrior. If I die, then it's my bad luck. Orochimaru, seeing that persuasion was futile, bound Yushin Jianan to the experimental table and injected the Zhujian cells into his arm. I seem to have already felt that powerful force. Yes, after being injected into your body, it will take effect at an extremely fast speed, and then, in an instant, Yushin Jianan rolled his eyes back and fainted. Now everything depends on him. What a long dream. Truly such a long, long dream. Brother, get up, why are you still sleeping? He is my younger brother, my own blood brother. He just sat on me like that, saying nothing, quietly lying on top of me. It'll give you 3 seconds to get off me or it'll definitely smack you to death. Every morning's routine, then he gets up, I get up too, we wash up, I go to work, and he goes to school. Life was going well like this, but a medical checkup shattered this perfect family. What do you mean my brother has chronic myeloid leukemia? This is the report that came out today, take a look. Chronic myeloid leukemia was now laid out plainly. No matter what happened, he had to accept it. His brother lay there pale-faced. Perhaps the power of youth prevented the disease from taking full effect, but when illness struck like a landslide, I didn't even have a chance to prepare. Alright then, how can we guarantee a cure? Mainly medication intervention with domestic generic drugs, 1,500 yuan a month, just take it like that. The child also needs to rest and nourish his body, pay attention to diet, avoid strenuous labor. Also, you as the elder brother will have a hard time. That's how it was. I started my nights of part-time work. On one hand there were the debts left by my parents' death, on the other my brother's medication, and on top of that my own problems. I wanted to get married, I wanted a beautiful family, I wanted a wonderful romance, I wanted a sacred marriage, but I had nothing. I know your desires, so I will give you everything you want. Interested in making a deal. One evening while delivering food I met my system. Perhaps he would be my lifelong partner, but I was stubborn and never admitted it. Are you crazy? You will come to find me. This is my business card. When you are at your wit's end, I will do what I want and give you what you want. The golden business card was in his pocket. He weighed it in his hand, it was indeed substantial. This was no small amount. However, his brother's condition deteriorated and the debt repayment deadline was approaching. He still took the exquisite card to the pawnshop, pawned it, and then made the phone call. I've been waiting for your call, haven't I? What do you want? The other end of the line was silent for so long that I thought the call had been dropped. I will give you a large sum of money to get you through this crisis. Then after your affairs are settled, come to me in person. They'll contact you later, or you can contact me after you've cleaned everything up. Aren't you afraid to run away with the money? The other end laughed heartily, then hung up. Then his bank account received a transfer of 3 million yuan. Everything was resolved and he made the call. Your heart is pure, so this money is more than enough to buy that heart of yours. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. come to that coffee shop, the one under your company building. They'll come to the shop to see you in person. I hope you don't disappoint me. So that afternoon I skipped work for the first time and sat there waiting for the other party to arrive. I came here today and gave you such a large sum of money. How do you plan to repay me? If there's anything of mine worth using, take it. The other party ordered 2 cups of coffee, then sat there quietly waiting for the coffee to be brought to the table, looked at the coffee's pattern, and then stared at the other person. I want your life, but I don't want you to die. I need to find someone to help me, which is what you call transmigration. Each time you transmigrate, I will give you a substantial bonus to live on. And during your transmigration, it won't affect the time in your world. You're joking, right? But somehow the surroundings had become quiet. Everyone's movements were as if a pause button had been pressed. Even a person who accidentally knocked over a cup of coffee had the water suspended in midair. Nothing is impossible. As long as you agree, I will send you to various worlds to complete corresponding tasks and earn corresponding rewards. It's a long-term solution. If you no longer need to earn this money, I can let you go, but you must complete at least 3 tasks. If I refuse, will you kill me? The other party calmly picked up his teacup and took a sip of coffee while I picked up my own cup and swirled it. In that instant, only we two in this space were normal. You're quite calm. If my information is correct, you were born without knowing what fear is. The lack of emotion often prevents you from appearing normal, but it is precisely that absence of fear that I have always admired. You can accomplish great things. The tasks I send you on will be extremely arduous, even life-threatening at any moment, but you have no fear. That is your greatest strength. I admire you greatly. So I will help you complete all of this, and you will become my ace. Moreover, the rewards for each task are generous enough to fulfill all your desires. So are you ready? At worst, they'll sell my life to you, that's all. So what do you plan to tell me? They'll arrange for someone to first familiarize you with things. You'll be given a short-term task. After completing it, you can take on long-term tasks. You can also take care of your brother. Each task will be a tribulation, so you must be clear in your mind, don't get lost in it. So-called familial love or romantic love in those worlds are just traces of that era. Once you leave, those traces will be erased. So I personally suggest you don't become emotionally entangled like those other transmigrators. I understand. For my brother I will do all this well. Yes, for my brother I must achieve it. So I must pass this world, so I must wake up. So at that moment a powerful heartbeat resounded once again from Hanyū Canaan's already boiling body. As he slowly opened his eyes he saw that his Mangekyo Sharingan was spinning wildly. So I should congratulate you on obtaining all of Lord Zujian's power. Hello everyone, it's been a while. Although I know it's only been 2 days, I think you must have missed me a bit, haven't you? In fact, during these 2 days Hanyū Canaan did not appear and the Third Hokage held multiple discussions with the Uchiha clan, quickly stabilizing the entire front. The Hyuga clan was deemed an untouchable faction by both sides, acting as a neutral middle ground. Without Danzo, the Uchiha clan reached an unprecedented consensus, with Konoha swiftly forming a new alliance to face all the complex trends ahead. You're back. Fuji stepped forward and embraced Hanyū Canaan, feeling his overwhelming vitality. Alright everyone, see. I'm just fine. Get ready mentally, as I will present you with a very serious scenario, and we need to prepare for an external invasion. This is the truth. Hanyū Canaan clapped his hands. Instantly a wooden giant over 20 meters tall took shape, with Hanyū Canaan standing above, his eyes opening to reveal the kaleidoscope Sharingan, instantly donning a suit of black armor that adhered to the wooden giant. The black armor then transformed again, becoming a long sword at the waist of the wooden giant. I have completely digested the cells of Hashirama during these days, achieving my current state. With my abilities I can elevate the wooden giant further, but my Susanoo cannot do that. However, given the current situation, I stand at the pinnacle of combat power in this era. There isn't a single ninja who can defeat me, this is a fact. But to ensure I do not grow to the level of the First Hokage, they will undoubtedly arrange for troops to invade. Therefore we must prepare for a Onetaphore scenario. You truly give us a monumental surprise, creating a gigantic hole in the sky. The Third Hokage's mockery held no malice, and he seemed to regain the youthful fervor he once had. He even felt a desire to join the battlefield himself. If those 4 nations declare war, we will also declare war on them, resolutely refusing to yield our ground. Although we have nothing to lose, we must scold them if necessary and put on a show. We must not give them even the slightest chance of victory, even though they will lose thoroughly. You're quite ruthless, so you've already made preparations, haven't you? Hanyū Canaan laughed heartily, then retracted the wooden giant, gently landing on the ground as he scrutinized the 2 opponents before him. Since I took on this heavy burden, I have been preparing to instill fear and submission in them, ensuring they never dare to covet Konoha again. Of course, we also need to be ready to eliminate all 4 of them right here, prepared to fight to the bitter end, leaving only our village standing. That would be our best outcome, although it is quite unrealistic. If we truly annihilate their 4 Kages with absolute power, the subsequent battles will inevitably drag on longer. My plan does not include engaging in prolonged warfare with them. We must instill the fear of war into their bones in the shortest time possible, while minimizing our own losses. We cannot allow Konoha to sink into the mire of war, that is our bottom line. Therefore we must master this balance. I believe the Third Hokage will handle everything well. Can we not go to the battlefield? At that moment Hanyū Canaan and Uchiha Fuji both froze, staring blankly at the Third Hokage, who was stretching his neck and looking back at them. Third Hokage, you aren't joking, are you? I remember that by age you are already considered elderly, right? And now you want to join us young ones on the battlefield. Do you see me as a senior? I'm old, just an old soldier now. As long as I'm on the battlefield, I am the flag of our army. If they are using their Kage, it wouldn't be quite appropriate for us not to use ours. Moreover, I have already prepared to die for Konoha. Only my death can usher Konoha into a more terrifying phase, one with a sufficiently strong upper echelon and a younger Hokage. They will forever remember this hatred and keep all dangers at bay outside of Konoha. The Third Hokage seemed to be searching for the youthful self he once was. When he entered the Hokage position, it was during a time of turmoil, and the ceremony to become Hokage was so simple. He just put on the Hokage hat and rushed to the battlefield, and now he is old. Meeting a warrior strong enough to be Konoha's support, he pondered how he should face the enemies in the upcoming battles. If you are truly prepared, or if you genuinely want to go to the battlefield, then you should single-handedly challenge the Third Hokage. In terms of combat power, you two should be evenly matched, and you are positioned at the top while I will lead the troops to hold off the remaining Raikage, Kazekage, and Tsukage. Then let's have Jiraiya and Orochimaru stop the lines of wind and lightning while we use the Uchiha clan to stop the lines of water. Then we should have the Hyuga clan deal with the remaining one, trying to subdue them all at once. Defeating them all at once will save us a lot of trouble. I understand. I will ensure the Third Hokage does not appear on the battlefield. The rest will be up to you. Of course, if a battle doesn't occur, that's the best outcome, but if it does, the entire Konoha will follow your lead, including arranging for you to be selected as Hokage's candidate. Farewell, I won't be Hokage, I want to live a few more years. Being Hokage means spending half the night dealing with paperwork, then having to watch the faces of the dignitaries, and even serving them. I have no intention of putting up with that. If you want me to be Hokage, I might just end up eliminating them. The three laughed heartily, then settled down at Hanyū Canaan's home. Hinata Hyuga, upon seeing Hanyū Canaan safe and sound, rushed forward to embrace him, then retreated to the kitchen to prepare 3 cups of tea. So we've agreed, if those 4 nations declare war, we will respond and have a grand battle with them. However, we must be cautious during the war. We must ensure their Kages do not die. If they die, Konoha will be dragged into a prolonged war. We can endure it, but we must not allow the flames of war to reach Konoha, which is quite difficult to manage. Therefore, on the battlefield I will subdue those 3 Kages and capture them alive, and Third Hokage, you need to ensure that Tsuchikage is injured but not killed. Understood. I will ensure that all decisions regarding Konoha will focus on you from now on. So do you mean that the envoys from the other 4 countries have already arrived? Indeed, they have come, and their demands are rather excessive. Do you want to hear them? Hanyū Canaan said nothing and walked straight towards the Hokage's office, eager to hear what these people were up to. It seems you all have plenty of time, Anbu of Yunin. Did you not inform them of the rules for meeting me? The other 3 envoys had yet to react when the Anbu of Yunin had already knelt down, and then Uchiha Fugaku swiftly emerged from behind, striking down at their lower legs. Then he forced them to kneel on the ground. All right, speak up. Let me hear the grand articles you've composed and what demands you have. You'd better say them now, or you might not even get the chance to speak. Good. Our demand is to eliminate Hanyū Canaan and restore peace to the ninja world. In that instant, Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself what courage they had. Hanyū Canaan merely smiled, said nothing, then turned and conjured several wooden spikes that shot towards them. The wooden spikes pierced their bodies and exploded into branches behind them, tearing their bodies apart. You've really accomplished something significant this time. To be honest, I didn't expect you to be so courageous. But honestly, what do you plan to arrange next? If they don't declare war on us, shouldn't we declare war on them? War against the land of water. War against the land of lightning. War against the land of wind. War against the land of earth. Declaring war on the 4 great nations at once means that the 4th Great Ninja War has officially begun. Everything will proceed according to our original plan, and they will come to negotiate with us. However, whether we agree to their terms or not is our business. Then the 3rd Hokage said, Are you sure you want to face the 3rd Tsuchikage alone? What are you against it? To be honest, I really don't want to agree to such a ninjutsu professor. One could say he is the stabilizing force in the entire Konoha. If he were to fall into trouble, then re-establishing unity in Konoha would be a new headache. Then you should write a letter asking Lady Tsunade to return. Lady Tsunade will take over as the 5th Hokage, and then we can initiate battles across various regions. Are you preparing for me to die on the battlefield? The 2 exchanged smiles. To be honest, if a rift of life and death were to develop between them, they would not be able to sit here and chat, because Hanyū Canaan currently had the ability to take him down at any moment. Now you understand, only those associated with the Hokage can unite all of Konoha. I am a figure of the Hokage lineage, yet I do not possess such great talent, but I can persuade various factions. However, if I were to suppress Konoha with an iron fist, it would lead to new turmoil and unfavorable situations at the front lines. Hence, Lady Tsunade is the only choice. After all, her blood phobia hasn't been cured and she cannot venture into battle. The best course of action is to have her oversee from the rear. After all, the stability of Konoha is crucial. Then we can arrange the remaining personnel to rotate, ensuring the overall peace of Konoha. During this period, we can focus on targeting anyone who dares to disrupt us. I will leave 15 shadow clones in Konoha with style clones. Whoever dares to attack will face my wrath without getting blood on your hands. Therefore, our focus should now be on the war. If I am to face the 3rd Tsuchikage, who will you assign to assist me? Canaan quickly reviewed the current forces in his mind and suddenly realized that he seemed to be lacking in manpower. You should bring the Inuzuka Nara and Akimichi clans along. And then take your own Anbu with you. I will also provide you with 20 wood-style clones to ensure your safety. If possible, I would still prefer that you don't go one for own, because to be honest, the presence of an old soldier boosts morale far more than an excellent commander. The 3rd Hokage laughed heartily. At that moment, he finally regained the feeling he had in his youth. Yes, in his youth he was stronger than Shimura Danzo, and his hawkish ideology had never been weaker than his old friends. However, as Hokage, he needed to balance both sides to ensure the stability of Konoha. And now with Canaan as a lubricant, no one would dare to disrupt Konoha. An old soldier's greatest role is to die on the battlefield during a life-or-death struggle, boosting the morale of the entire team and driving the nation to madness. Winning against the enemy with one's life is that simple. I am already prepared for not returning, so if such a situation arises, you can arrange things accordingly. I can then fight without worry. It's been a long time since I've had a chance to fight. Uchiha Fugaku looked at the Third Hokage with admiration. In fact, all along he had thought of him merely as a political player or a master of balance. But at this moment he remembered that this warrior had experienced the first, second, and third great ninja wars. He was a powerful ninjutsu professor and a true old soldier. It would be easy for you to fight with ease, but if you die he'll have to bring you back using the reanimation jutsu. After all, you have a grandson, don't you? Whether for Konoha or for that child, you should enjoy the joys of family. Honestly, I didn't realize that I held such a position in your heart. Should I feel honored that I can have a relatively peaceful old age in the hands of you, the jade-faced Azura? At that moment the sky was overcast as if a heavy rain was about to fall, and it seemed that a flash of lightning was all that was needed to unleash a torrential downpour. Honestly, I am not so narrow-minded. In Konoha, anyone can sacrifice themselves as long as you don't touch the children and don't cross my bottom line. We can be great partners. I can even give my life for Konoha, that's all. That is true. Honestly, I have not figured out why you love Konoha so much, or why you see those children. But only today did I understand that there has always been a gleam in your eyes that I cannot refuse. It is that glimmer that makes me feel you are genuinely compassionate and want to protect everyone. But sometimes you can't do it, can you? Saving one is better than none. It's been many years since we last met, hasn't it, Inoki? Sarutobi Hiruzen. You don't think your entire village can stop us, do you? Sarutobi Hiruzen wasted no time, instantly summoning a golden cloud, transforming the monkey demon into the golden staff in his hand and leaping into the sky on the cloud. Aren't you afraid that after this battle you won't even be able to return home at your old age? Then I should enjoy it while I can, because I won't be younger than today, nor will I be stronger than today. At our age my strength will likely diminish to the point that in a year or two I won't be able to enjoy this feeling of riding the clouds anymore. Inoki ceased his chatter, quickly organizing his forces, and began launching rock steel cannon techniques downward, while the Konoha ninjas below quickly countered with various techniques to minimize their losses. Then came the clash between the Third Hokage and the Third Hokage. Dust Release Original World Separation Technique. A small cube flew out towards the Konoha army, and our Third Hokage quickly raised an earth wall to block it, but in that moment, he saw Inoki pointing at him. Dust Release Limit Separation Technique. Mind Transfer Technique. Both are seasoned veterans on the battlefield. The Third Hokage never attempted to drag himself into the opponent's attack range. That milky white beam shot out uncontrollably, sweeping towards his own troops, obliterating them into dust. The risk was great, but the reward was equally significant. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you butcher. If you hadn't attacked Konoha, how would it have come to this? However, the words of repentance can wait until the next life. 5 Elements Great Multi-Shot Technique. Instantly 5 clones appeared and attacked Inoki. Inoki responded swiftly, instantly reducing the effect of the weighty rock technique to plummet toward the ground. The prophet narrowly dodged this move and countered with a separation technique aimed at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen easily dodged, then threw down a shuriken, executing the shuriken shadow clone technique, while on the ground a clone of Sarutobi Hiruzen unleashed a fireball toward the sky. Inoki quickly dispelled the weighty rock technique and landed, then countered with the limit separation technique, extending upward into the sky. But just as he prepared to counterattack, many bubble tags exploded beneath him. Although it was insignificant for a ninja of his caliber in that brief moment, he was struck by a golden staff rising from the ground. Inoki, if this is your true capability, then you are not even qualified to enter Konoha. Earth Release Hardening Technique. Several earth puppets fell to the ground, charging toward the Konoha forces, followed by 2 rock fists smashing the ground to pieces, picking up stones, and launching them into the sky with the heavy rock technique. The density increased, urgency mounted, and seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly descended, grabbing the golden staff to prepare for close combat. Earth Release Rock Fist Technique. In the heat of hand-to-hand combat, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt unprecedented pressure. The fist felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, landing squarely on his staff, causing his hands to go numb, yet he had no choice but to press forward. His heart thudded like a war drum, rumbling with a need to attack. There was only a chance if he attacked. Dragon Fire Technique. A fire dragon was unleashed, charging straight at Inoki. Inoki swiftly slammed his fist into the ground, creating an earth wall to block the attack, and inadvertently enchanted some debris with the heavy rock technique, sending it flying towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. With a thud, the debris pierced through Sarutobi Hiruzen's right arm, and the last piece tore his arm off. This mistake tilted the scales of war in Inoki's favor. Sarutobi Hiruzen was after all just a conventional ninja lacking special combat capabilities. Then the flying shurikens became his only option. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Like a storm, the shurikens rained down, while Inoki calmly formed seals to create an earth wall to block the attacks. Is this how the so-called hero of ninjas meets his end? No, I am the Hokage of Konoha. My death will bring rebirth to Konoha. Flying Thunder God Seal Technique. Reaper Death Seal. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly summoned the body of the Shinigami. Instantly appearing on the earth wall, he pushed it open and grabbed Inoki's face with fire. I have done many wrong things, but I believe I am still worthy of the title of Hokage of Konoha, so come with me to hell. The Shinigami extracted both their souls, severing them in two. Teacher, have I become the best Hokage? In his last moments, he seemed to see the shadow of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. He desperately wanted to ask his teacher if he had become a qualified Hokage. He did not know how his teacher would respond. He had compromised, been serious, fought, and fallen from grace along the way. He once wanted to exchange peace for Konoha with his identity of compromise, but he was not initially an assistant Hokage. He was merely a small child entrusted with a heavy responsibility. On the day he succeeded as Hokage, it was drizzling in the sky. After completing the succession ceremony, he removed the ceremonial robe and rushed to the battlefield. He remembered clearly that day his simple self could not even gather a complete honor. Danzo, if you had proposed it earlier, would you have become a better Hokage than me? Whenever he thought back, it was as if that special day was etched in his mind, that time when he held the rear. He didn't know where he found the courage to stand in front of everyone, seeing the struggle and hesitation in Danzo's eyes. He believed Danzo was willing to sacrifice everything for Konoha, which is why he tolerated his repeated actions. At that moment, he really wanted to talk to his old friend about why they had come to this point, but it was too late. He didn't even understand why he had allowed Hanyū Canaan to hunt Danzo, but it all just happened. Forget it. After all, politics requires sacrifices because its value is no higher than Ganon's, that's all. The third Hokage has fallen. I understand. I will bring back the third lord and clean up all those scum. A clone transformed into the flying thunder god symbol and then reappeared on the battlefield. Hanyū Canaan quickly locked onto the two fallen veterans, hoisting Sarutobi Hiruzen on one shoulder, while swiftly absorbing Ohayaki. Ghost Buds Technique. A new surge of energy flowed in, and as he looked up at the ninjas rushing over to harvest the wheat, his inner fury intensified once more. Dust Release Original Realm Separation Technique. A milky white cube shot out from his palm, tearing a gash in the middle, turning limbs into dust, and he arrived at the front of the two armies. Kill them. Wooden Man Technique. A 20-meter-tall wooden figure appeared on the battlefield, and Hanyū Canaan's eyes widened as the terrifying Mangekyo Sharingan manifested, followed by the blade of Susanoo. He pounced forward, slamming his palm down evenly, spreading the enemies across the battlefield. Then he turned around, slashing a deep gash into the ground, stamping down to instantly kick up a cloud of dust that obscured the opponent's vision. Hanyū Canaan stood atop the wooden figure and unleashed a powerful fire arrow. The towering flames ignited half the sky, consuming Iwagakure's ambition to defeat Konoha. All the ninjas perished here without a trace, and as Hanyū Canaan slowly descended, he gazed upon the ravaged battlefield, feeling no significant emotion, only a faint stir within. Clean up the battlefield, finish off all the survivors, and take the wounded back for treatment. This battle is officially over. Hanyū Canaan returned to the tent once more, examining the map before him. The biggest problem now was the approaching enemy, Wind Country, their former allies. Forget it, there's no need to discuss any rules with them. Hanyū Canaan summoned a dozen wooden clones and charged towards several battlefields. He had also decided that there would be no formalities. He would directly use the Flying Thunder God to teleport all of them here. Initiate would release and eliminate them. So simple. Would release Flower Tree World Descends. A giant king flower blossomed on the battlefield, rapidly releasing yellow pollen that covered the entire area. First was the Raikage, who still possessed the Flying Thunder God seal. 3 wooden clones instantly appeared behind him, grabbing his arms, and when they teleported back to the battlefield, they simultaneously slashed at his waist. Hanyū Canaan, what are you trying to do? Don't speak, just sleep well. The absorbed poison quickly reached a critical point, and the Raikage collapsed straight down. Then came the Mizukage, who left no historical traces in history, but his marks in this world were also quite rare. Previously, Hanyū Canaan's clones swiftly reached in front of him, unleashing 2 fireballs to seal the path, while one approached with a steel blade, slicing at the opponent's neck. You underestimate me too much. The Mizukage lifted both hands, launching a water dragon bullet technique, while Hanyū Canaan quickly countered with his own water dragon bullet, advancing without halting his movements, and kicking the Mizukage. At that moment the Flying Thunder God's seal was applied. Flying Thunder God. He rapidly appeared beside him, and once again he was beside the Raikage, falling unconscious from the poison. There's still one left, but is it necessary to absorb this one? The Third Hokage seal is also known as the strongest wind shadow in history, possessing the magnet release Kekkai Genkai. However, his combat power in the original work was not impressive. He was killed by Orochimaru during their battle, indicating that his strength was not perfect for a shadow level. It's also possible he was killed by Sasori, which would only prove he was a disgrace to the shadows. Sand Iron World. Would release wooden plank technique. Instantly rising wooden planks shielded the clones, and after a quick discussion a battle plan was swiftly devised. Susanoo. 3 black skeletal figures charged forward, their fists raining down like a storm upon the sand and iron, tearing a gash in the top. As if their strength was insufficient, one clone hurled a kunai toward the third wind shadow. Flying Thunder God. The 3 instantly reached the seal. 2 grabbed the opponent's arms while 1 placed a hand on the opponent's shoulder, then activated the Flying Thunder God again, sending them to the poison zone. Wooden Man technique. The Wooden Man slapped down, erasing the 3 voices of the present from the battlefield. The 2 Jinchuriki from Kumogakure and 1 from Kirigakure met the same fate, while the Jinchuriki from Sunagakure remained unstable and both from Iwagakure had defected. Alright, it's time to go and deal with these beasts properly. Perhaps sensing a connection, the 3 Jinchuriki were waiting for him. So you're here to wait for death. What have you done to my brother? Killer Bee instantly exploded in rage, unleashing the full power of the 8 tails, while the 2 wooden figures beside him rapidly followed and the 2 tails Nikomata appeared simultaneously. Then there was Yugura, the 4th Mizukage, who was controlled in the original work, instantly transforming into the 3 tails Isabu. Wooden Man technique. Wood Dragon technique. The soaring wooden dragon entangled the 3-tailed beasts, rapidly absorbing their chakra, and a character appeared in the Wooden Man's hand. Hokage-style Ears of Wisdom technique, restrained hand. The 3-tailed beasts forcibly suppressed the Jinchuriki, and when Hanyū Canaan descended again, he swiftly applied the sealing technique to extract the 3-tailed beasts from their bodies. All submit to me. The Mangekyo Sharingan instantly controlled the 3-tailed beasts, and with a swift motion they were transformed into summoning beasts sent to the summoning realm. He casually severed the heads of the 3 individuals, sending them along with the heads of the previous shadows to the battlefield. Then both the girl and the man calmly lit a cigarette, quietly waiting for news from the front lines. With all top combatants dead, I don't believe they have the courage to continue fighting. If the enemy still has the will to fight, then the 3-tailed beasts under them have the chance to battle. One village, 1-tailed beast bomb. If that's not enough, then 2. Well, at this juncture I believe we can declare a ceasefire and extend peace invitations to all villages. Let them know we demand nothing and they may simply withdraw. It's as straightforward as that. Clearly this is a situation where we could thrash a beaten cur with ease. Why do you insist on letting them off? Yuxing Jianan offered a faint smile without a word, then strode toward the tent before finally speaking. To be honest, if I wanted to crush them while they're down, they wouldn't have survived until now. But we must consider international opinion and our own village's capacity. Frankly, our village has also suffered a grievous blow. The third's death will create a power vacuum. The next Hokage will likely be Tsunade or Jiraiya or Orochimaru, and certainly not me. Then there will always be restless elements within Konoha who think themselves exceptional, and reach for powers they shouldn't possess. Ridiculous. If we had the time to fight, I would dearly love to give them a thorough thrashing and ensure they never have a chance to recover. In fact, why wouldn't Yuxing Jianan pursue them? Deep down there was another concern, Obito Uchiha lurking in the shadows. He hadn't yet completed the Blood Mist Village massacre, but I had already seized the 3 tails and simultaneously gained control of the 2 tails and 8 tails. This undoubtedly compounded the difficulty of the small organization's subsequent missions. From this treacherous villain's perspective, his most urgent need now was to lie low and amass power. Moreover, without Itachi Uchiha joining the Akatsuki, he could act with even greater audacity. Who knows how fiercely this mad dog might bite. Alright, pull all our forces back to the Konoha border. Anyone who dares continue the fight will be my enemy. If we don't do this, they won't stop. After all, everyone wants to live and enjoy life, don't they? I understand. I'll relay the order. But are you absolutely certain you have no designs on the position of Hokage? Yuxing Jianan turned and cast a look of utter disdain at Fugaku Uchiha, who scratched his head awkwardly before withdrawing. Yuxing Jianan. Suddenly a head wearing a spiraled mask emerged from beneath the tent floor, reaching straight for Yuxing Jianan. Jianan swiftly evaded with Flying Thunder God, then delivered a kick. Clearly this was Obito Uchiha's Kamui. I am Madara Uchiha. Stop. Why are you speaking in that falsetto? Doesn't it tire you? Obito Uchiha is Obito Uchiha. Why pretend to be Madara Uchiha? If you were truly Madara wouldn't need to wear a mask when going out. He would disdain himself. At that moment Obito, his secret laid bare, struck viciously, reaching his hand toward Yushin Jianan. Jianan instantly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, and used his ocular jutsu, appearing behind his opponent, then slammed a Rasengan into him, sending him flying. If you haven't had enough, you can come again tomorrow. But I can't guarantee you'll survive. The Flying Thunder God mark is permanent. This brief skirmish made Jianan fully aware of Obito Uchiha's combat prowess. Truth be told, Obito's battle experience was meager. All he relied on was that terrifying eye. As for taijutsu and the like, his overall combat ability was merely at the upper tier of a jonin. It seems I'll need to accelerate my pace in the days ahead. Stepping onto Konoha's soil once more, he stood as a hero in the central square and presided over the Third Hokage's funeral. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds. Perhaps he was not an outstanding Hokage, yet he still gave his utmost. Everything was fraught with difficulty, but he arranged all matters reasonably and properly. Even when sacrifice became necessary, he never allowed Konoha to descend into true misery. Lord Minato, there is something I need to discuss with you. They withdrew to a secluded spot, and then Yushin Jianan made a startling revelation. That mysterious masked man is your student Obito Uchiha. He did not perish in the battle at Shenwapan Bridge. After being rescued by Madara Uchiha, Madara engineered a situation where he witnessed Kakashi Hatake killing Rin Nohara, and that drove him to seek vengeance upon the world. Minato stared at the man in astonishment, his hand instinctively moving to check the other's temperature before he recalled that he himself was a corpse devoid of warmth. I am fine and I haven't lost my mind. All of this has been verified. Don't ask where I obtained the intelligence. Now I will deploy a contingent of scouts around us for protection. Then I will imprint the Flying Thunder God seal on Naruto, Sasuke, Itachi, and Hinata, and on you as well, to ensure the safety of these 4 children. Currently I control the 2 tails, 3 tails, and 8 tails. Meanwhile Naruto's body houses the 9 tails. I will soon extract the 1 tail, then dispatch clones to pursue the remaining tailed beasts until all 9 are secured firmly in Konoha's grasp. The situation is far from optimistic, so all that so-called peace can be cast aside. This fig leaf, let whoever wants it use it. As for me, I'm through with it. What happened during this journey? Yushin Jianan gave Minato a thorough account of everything that had transpired. Minato silently weighed the veracity of the tale, struggling to comprehend the current reality. Or rather, finding it hard to believe that the child who once dreamed of becoming Hokage could have turned into such a demon. Whether you believe it or not, the Moon Eye Plan is real. There is an organization called Akatsuki founded by 3 children, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan, whom Jiraiya once saved. After Yahiko's death they became a terrorist group now entrenched in Amagekyo, growing ever stronger. I'm thinking, should we take the initiative and wipe them out? You've lost your mind. Minato finally let his temper flare, giving vent to his anger. Truth be told, he had always regarded Yushin Jianan as a junior to whom he could entrust everything. But now, faced with the stark reality, he regretted allowing the young man to enter battle so prematurely. I have not lost my mind. You can have the intelligence division investigate everything, or even go yourself. I have no objection. I am merely seeking your opinion should we strike preemptively. Minato, and looking for Jianan. Is he with you? The long-absent Jiraiya entered and immediately began searching for Yushin Jianan, who emerged from another house and quietly observed the hero before him. Lord Jiraiya, may I ask what brings you here? The Great Toad Sage has a prophecy, and he specifically instructed me to find you. The two quickly reached an understanding and journeyed to Mount Mayaboku, where they met the venerable Great Toad Sage. Traveler of time and space, this old monk welcomes you. In an instant Yushin Jianan's murderous intent erupted, and at that moment he had already devised how to eliminate the speaker. Do not worry about this matter. I will not reveal it to anyone, no one at all. You will bring infinite light to this world, so I should not be your enemy. That is not for you to decide. From beginning to end no one else knew of this, but the moment you discovered it you became my greatest threat. The Great Toad Sage burst into laughter, while Yushin Jianan swiftly activated his Sharingan, fixing his gaze upon the sage. So it seems I hold a rather esteemed position in your heart. At the very least, when I exposed your identity, your first thought was to silence me, not to deny it, am I right? You have lived since ancient times. Who would believe you have no tricks up your sleeve? The great toad sage grew serious, staring intently at Yushin Jianan, then broke into an annoying smile. You know much about me, more than those outside, more than the toads. You understand the power within me even better than I do, and you know the ultimate destination of that power. However, I will not expose you. You have your mission and I will not hinder you. Whatever you do, I will not obstruct you. I believe all your actions are for the sake of the human world. So if you need any help from Mount Mayaboku, do not hesitate to ask. If I were to ask to learn the sage arts of Mount Mayaboku, would you agree? The great toad sage smiled and nodded, then pretending to have just awakened asked Jianan's name once more. Since the young Yushin wishes to learn our Mount Mayaboku sage arts, Fukasaku and Shima, you too shall teach this child well, enabling him to master the sage arts at the fastest pace. Understood. At the moment of departure, Yushin Jianan, for reasons unknown, turned back and saw the great toad sage smiling at him as if he had grasped everything. What a crafty old fox. Then Yushin Jianan was anointed with toad oil, feeling the rhythm of nature. It seems I will learn this quickly. Although natural energy surged into Yushin Jianan like a waterfall, he only manifested toad-like eye shadows without even displaying the horizontal pupils of a toad. How much chakra do you possess? Endless, but I have already figured out how to resolve this. Suddenly a vertical leaf-shaped mark appeared on Yushin Jianan's forehead. After absorbing some more natural energy, he formed the snake hand seal. Yin seal release. Thus Yushin Jianan's own 100 healings technique unfolded, and simultaneously the sage's eye shadows and horizontal pupils manifested. Now it is quite evident each time your body enters full sage mode, you can only rely on the sage mode stored in your forehead mark. Neither of us can become your assistants. Though Yushin Jianan's learning seemed swift, a closer analysis revealed various flaws. First, while absorbing natural energy, he needed to perform the Yin seal within his body, sealing the natural energy together to form a perfect loop before he could use sage chakra. This created a problem. Before battle he needed about 15 minutes to store chakra, but the stored chakra was not unlimited. If he were to use sage chakra to drive would release, he could only create a small-scale 1,000-armed cannon. Yet such a 1,000-armed cannon would clearly be insufficient to defeat Uchiha Madara. Thank you both for your guidance. I believe I know what to do now. To be honest, this was the most unfulfilling teaching experience for the two sages. They felt as if they had merely shown up, and that was all. No matter. Leave your summoning contract here, and all the toads of Mount Mayaboku shall fight for you. If you have need, you may summon us at any time. I am immensely grateful. After signing his name, he used the reverse summoning technique to return to Konoha. In truth, the only person Yushin Jianan had been guarding against from the very beginning was Uchiha Madara. Because of his existence, would Uchiha Madara leave behind more countermeasures? He did not know what schemes Uchiha Madara had laid, nor did he know whether Madara would revive in some other way in the future. But he knew one thing: if he could become as powerful as Hashirama Senju in his prime, Madara would be no threat. So the great toad sage decided to teach you Mount Mayaboku's sage arts. Indeed, I have returned after completing my sage training, though only about 2 days have passed. Now tell me about the recent situation in Konoha. In reality, Yushin Jianan's disappearance during this period also served as a respite for Konoha to some extent. During this time, Konoha signed treaties with the 4 great villages and extracted considerable benefits from them. As for the Land of Wind, they voluntarily handed over the one-tailed Jinchuriki. The Wind Country's leaders were well aware that if the other 3 villages lacked Jinchuriki while they still possessed one, Konoha's next target would undoubtedly be the Land of Wind. Though the Land of Wind had a Jinchuriki, its performance was subpar. Essentially, they were no different from the other villages. If the other 3 nations united to attack them, they would have no chance to resist. The best course was to surrender the one-tailed Jinchuriki, maintaining the facade of an alliance, even if it meant forever bowing to Konoha. After all, Hashirama Senju was once invincible, yet he eventually died. How long could Yushin Jianan live? 40, 50, or 60 years. When he died, that would be their time to strike back. One must admit the Land of Wind knows when to yield. Prepare yourself. There will be many more matters to come. As time passed and the winds of change swept through this battle so powerful that no one could shake its victory, quickly became a topic of conversation among the masses, like reminiscing about who had once fought alongside Mr. Yushin Canaan on the battlefield, dealing heavy blows to the enemy. As for the main characters, Naruto in this life had his parents guiding him personally, and his talent for ninjutsu was perfectly awakened. At a young age, he had already mastered the shadow clone technique and the Rasengan, while Sasuke was madly absorbing the nutrients from the Uchiha clan, awakening his Sharingan with 3 Tomo, and then learning Chidori and the great fireball technique. As for Hinata Hyuga, under the coercion of Hanyū Canaan, she absorbed the most powerful combat skills of the Hyuga clan, quickly mastering the 8 trigrams 64 palms and the rejuvenation technique. However, today was the time to showcase their combat prowess, for they would endure the torment of their instructor Hanyū Canaan under the banner of Team 7. You all know me, I won't say much about myself. Today's task is simple: get the bells from me and let them fall into your hands to complete the task. I won't talk about expelling you today. If the bells don't come off my vehicle, there will be no dinner prepared by me tonight. Due to my time travel, I have learned a batch of exquisite dishes from Huaxia which has become a cherished memory for everyone, and now it is perfectly suitable to use it as punishment. Is what you said true, Canaan? Oh, by the way, pay special attention. If you fail, if you fail, there may be no chance for dinner tonight, because I will use 30% of my strength to fight you. Anyway, I also know medical ninjutsu ensuring you can retreat safely. It's that simple. So come at me with the intent to kill, otherwise you will be seriously injured. The 3 little ones huddled together, and then looked at Hanyū Canaan again, ready for battle. Multi-shadow clone technique Rasengan. Instantly thousands of vortex Narutos appeared, each gathering a Rasengan in their hands and throwing it towards Hanyū Canaan. At the same time, Sasuke emerged from another direction, launching a fireball towards Canaan's back. Demonic illusion. The chakra balls were absorbed by Hanyū Canaan while the fireball was deflected by the shockwave. In the first round of confrontation, neither side gained an advantage. Sharingan Chidori. Awakening his 3-tomo Sharingan, he conjured a terrifying lightning glow in his hand while Naruto stood up again, rapidly forming a Rasengan and continuously infusing it with several times, even dozens of times, the chakra. Then they charged towards Canaan, one in front and one behind. Weren't they afraid Canaan would run? Of course not, because they knew better than anyone that Canaan wouldn't run. On one hand, he was absolutely confident in absorbing this attack, and on the other, he didn't want Naruto and Sasuke to get hurt. Sure enough, they are 2 little brats. Canaan threw 2 kunai which flew towards them one after another. Sasuke, being the fastest, was caught first and tossed against a tree, while Naruto was knocked down with a kick and thrown against a massive boulder. So where did Hinata go? Suddenly Hinata descended from the sky as if premeditated, getting close to Hanyū Canaan. 8 trigrams 64 palms. But no matter how fast she was, Hanyū Canaan could always keep up, for his eyes were filled with the blood-red glare of the 3 After Hinata completed the 64 strikes, he kicked her away, sending her crashing to the ground. She lost her combat ability. Can you two continue fighting? As Naruto and Sasuke stood up again, their bodies began to mutate. Naruto had mastered part of the Nine-Tails chakra, allowing him to enter the Three-Tails cloak while remaining conscious. Sasuke, on the other hand, utilized Orochimaru's new technology Curse Mark, which, unlike in the original story, continuously absorbed natural energy to enter a semi-Zage mode. Sounds similar to the original, right? But it was stronger than the original Curse Mark in one aspect: he had a white snake that could use some ninjutsu. Tailed Beast Rasengan. Curse Mark Chidori. Upon closer inspection, the Rasengan was no longer that tranquil blue resembling a calm lake, but instead had taken on a bluish-purple hue, and the Chidori was shrouded in a black sheen entangled with orange flames. If this move doesn't take you down, we have already lost. Charging forward again, Canaan was prepared to receive this attack, as he needed to gauge the combat power of these kids. Susanoo. Suddenly black patterns appeared on Hanyū Canaan's body, and black skeletal fists swung out, slamming into the ground in front of the two, forcibly absorbing the impact, shattering the earth beneath them, and sending clouds of dust into the air. The two children crashed heavily against the tree, while Hanyū Canaan looked at the blood, tears streaming from his eyes, unable to suppress a sigh. It must be said the combat power of these two kids was quite impressive. Alright, you have passed this battle. No. The fight isn't over. Suddenly under Hanyū Canaan's feet a deep pit appeared, and a hand reached out, grasping the bell tightly and pulling it down. The fingertips were covered in blood. But who was it? It seems your cooperation is quite tacit, however always remember that teammates are everything. The task is not important. The strong girl, with her unwavering determination, dug a tunnel in the ground. When she heard the thunderous noise outside, she understood that this was the most critical moment, and quickly seized the moment when Hanyū Canaan paused. You won. The three children, through courage, perseverance, and their strength, emerged victorious in the match. The two bells sparkled under the sunlight, and the three children collapsed onto the ground. Hanyū Canaan approached them, looking rather speechless, to heal their wounds and moved them aside. You have completed the task today. After I finish this match, I will return to reward you with those dishes you love to eat the most. For now you need to rest well. Just as those words fell, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui arrived at the training ground, facing off against Hanyū Canaan. You two are the same. If you snatch the bell you win. Against you I will use 60% of my strength. Activated the Mangekyo Sharingan for both of them. Meanwhile Canaan swiftly activated his own Mangekyo Sharingan, and exclaimed Amaterasu. Two streams of black flames surged toward Canaan, who manifested a skeleton around him to catch the black flames, and then upon unsealing absorbed them all. Shurnato Hikaru. The ocular technique erupted. The flying kunai of the flying thunder god appeared beside Shursui, and when it reached him again Shijui's chakra burst forth, forming a green skeleton that charged forward, colliding with the other skeletons, delivering a powerful punch. The two fists crashed together, sending Shursui crashing to the ground, his ankle deeply embedded, unable to convey the pressure he felt. The bones of Susanoo began to crack and shatter. That punch was so close, and a red hand slapped down, sending Canaan flying 5 meters away. Indeed, you two are remarkably talented. The two instantly formed hand signs, unleashing the fireball technique, rushing directly at Canaan, who remained unfazed, forming bones throughout his meridians, and grabbing the fireball, sending it back with a powerful force, stirring up a dark mist. Then both charged, with Susanoo delivering a punch to Canaan. He staggered back a few steps but managed to regain his balance, grabbing the opponent's skeleton head and crushing it. At the same time, an explosive tag appeared amidst the skeletons of both. With a bang, both were sent flying 3 meters away, still reeling when Canaan appeared beside them, kicking them to the ground. Just as he prepared to throw a crying object at them, the opponent unleashed a surge of strange power, instantly forming a skeletal punch that hit Canaan, sending him flying. You two have truly surprised me. Canaan instantly activated his palm technique, enhancing himself. As he reignited, he saw the blood tears flowing from the corners of the two's eyes and felt a pang of reluctance. Mr. Canaan, please fight, only then will our sacrifices not be in vain. Canaan's heart became clear. He understood that giving them the utmost respect meant attacking with all his strength. No longer confused, he swiftly unleashed his ocular technique, appearing beside them, and sent forth a massive fireball directly at their faces. Yet the two did not back down, quickly retaliating with their own fireball, igniting a fierce battle that lit up the sky. The onlookers witnessing such intensity were left in awe. Uchiha Itachi opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, blood tears streaming down as black flames danced atop the fireball, gradually engulfing it. Meanwhile Canaan wasted no time, swiftly retreating while launching dozens of small fireballs at the opponents, who dodged and threw shuriken at him. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The onslaught of shurikens swept towards him like a storm, but Canaan instantly erected a wall of earth to block them. Then came the Rock Fist Technique. He smashed the earthen wall, sending debris flying towards the two kids, each shard imbued with heavy rock techniques. The two, not daring to be careless, quickly formed a new consensus, unleashing relentless fireballs to shatter the rocks, but this also shifted the rhythm of battle back to Canaan's favor. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A torrent of water coalesced into a ferocious water dragon, charging at the opponents, who swiftly activated their body flicker technique to evade. In midair, Canaan formed another water dragon, sending them flying. Can we continue? It's not over yet. Shursui instantly unleashed the Phoenix Flower Claw Red, sending dozens of fireballs crashing towards Canaan, while Itachi quickly completed 3 fireball techniques, blocking their path. Canaan, undeterred, conjured an enormous water dragon, charging forward. This unleashed a vast spray of mist, enveloping the entire arena in white fog, signaling the start of their battle. The two kids quickly found an advantageous position amidst the mist, persistently attacking Canaan, who did not fall into their tactics, but instead released a wind-style vortex from his position. But in that moment of stillness, the kids' hands were almost at the bell. Flying Thunder God. In an instant, Canaan vanished, signaling the failure of their attack. They saw him directly above them, and with a heavy punch he slammed them into the ground. Give you a bit of sunshine, and you blossom. You can't seriously think you can defeat me. But suddenly the explosion of white mist shattered Canaan's arrogance. Where are those two kids now? A barrage of fireballs from all directions formed a dense web of fire, surging towards Canaan. The intense heat made the onlookers break into a cold sweat, and the sudden evaporation illustrates the immense pressure Canaan faced in the center of the explosion. The oranged sky was visible for miles, clear to everyone, especially Canaan amidst it. Water Prison Technique. In the center of the battlefield, white smoke erupted, eroding the dense web of fire, making the two kids lurking in the shadows feel a sense of being watched. Then they saw Canaan conjuring a 5-meter wooden figure. With a clap of his hands, the ensuing gust tore through the forest. Great Fire Extinguishing Arrow. The dancing flames surged like an unceasing river, akin to the Yellow River, overflowing uncontrollably, engulfing the entire forest. The two kids in the forest were startled, quickly opening their eyes to unleash their Mangekyo powers as the black flames devoured the orange-yellow fire, yet they still saw the flames advancing step by step towards them. Wait, teacher, we surrender. To save our lives we even called out to the teacher, I scorn you. However, despite the banter, Canaan cancelled the ninjutsu, and saw the two older kids sitting awkwardly in the forest, their faces charred black. Volume 2 Main Quest. Brother Jianan, is this our first mission site? That's right, this is your first stop, the Land of Waves. And Mr. Tazuna, I still want to hear the truth from your lips about hiring those ninjas. This single probe instantly deflated the disheveled middle-aged man. He knew better than anyone that such a meager sum could never buy real protection. A game of wits between ninjas, yet what could an ordinary man like him do? Could he possibly escape from these children? That didn't seem realistic either. Yes, they hired ninjas. Then it's settled. That's all I needed to hear. I never thought your paltry mission reward would be enough for me to squander anyway. But let me make myself clear, from now on you do exactly as I say. If you get in my way, I won't hesitate to take your head. Tazuna cowered in the corner of the boat and remained silent. Then Jianan began assigning tasks to everyone. In the coming battle you will face two enemies, powerful warriors. One is Momochi Zabuza. I'll point him out when we meet. He's a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Then Sasuke and Naruto, the two of you will take him down. The second enemy is a kid named Haku Hinata. You'll handle him. After the arrangements were made, the three stepped onto the shores of the Land of Waves and immediately encountered Zabuza's ambush. You two look carefully, that's Zabuza of the Mist. If you can't take him down today, you'll be cooking your own dinner tonight. Naruto and Sasuke dared not be careless. In an instant Naruto had activated his Three Tails cloak, while Sasuke ignited his curse mark, and they prepared to charge. Do you really take me so lightly? Zabuza launched his attack. In response, Naruto formed a Rasengan while Sasuke completed a Chidori, and they rushed forward. The two energies collided against the executioner's blade, producing a sharp explosive roar. The resulting shockwave sent all three tumbling backward. Momochi Zabuza rolled twice before regaining his footing, terror flickering in his eyes. The two boys also rolled but quickly lowered their stances, ready for combat. That sword of his, if it gets damaged, it can repair itself by absorbing iron from your blood through cuts. That's why it's called the remaining blade. Be ready. Zabuza was utterly speechless. All his secrets had been laid bare. He leaped backward, preparing to strike again. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and a grin, then assumed their combat stances. Come on then. Three tail-like appendages rapidly gathered 3 Rasengans, while Naruto held a miniature Great Ball Rasengan in his hand, each as big as a person. Meanwhile, Sasuke summoned Black Lightning in his palm and charged forward. This combo of ours, even Brother Jianan hasn't seen it yet. Naruto's 3 tails struck behind Zabuza, forming a wall of chakra that left him no room to dodge. The Rasengan slammed into the executioner's blade, producing a grating screech like nails on a blackboard. Cracks began to bloom across the blade's surface. Just as the chakra was fully expended, the blade snapped. Zabuza tried to retreat, but Sasuke closed in his Black Lightning, plunging straight into the broken edge of the sword, snapping it completely. However, Zabuza had already leaped to a higher position, redirecting the lightning into the ground. Then what did Sasuke do? He used the wings on his back to strike the ground, leaving behind thick black smoke, while propelling himself backward in a fluid motion. With a single sword stroke, he carved a deep gash from Zabuza's shoulder down to his thigh. My turn. Just as Zabuza was about to slash at Sasuke's neck, Naruto spun around, and used his tails to send Zabuza flying, slamming him heavily into a tree before he fell. Damn it! Suddenly 3 needles pierced straight into Zabuza's neck. He collapsed, and a young man in green attire wearing a mask appeared on the battlefield. We are the Anbu of the Mist, ordered to execute the rogue ninja Zabuza and retrieve the executioner's blade. We deeply apologize for his crimes, and he shall receive his due punishment. Alright, stop pretending. Take Zabuza and leave. We have another round to fight, and I don't want my kids to waste their time on a useless piece of garbage like this. Today both sides have gathered enough intel. If Zabuza still can't bring his full power to bear against my 2 boys, next time I guarantee you he will die a miserable death. When he wakes up, tell him that. Beneath the mask, eyes that were calm as a still pond instantly flared with killing intent. Then he forcibly suppressed it. He hoisted the unconscious Zabuza under his arm and vanished into the twilight. Alright, you did well in this battle. I watched the whole fight from the sidelines, and the result was quite remarkable. Your timing was excellent, truly perfect. So why did you let those people go? Hinata asked weakly, while the remaining 2 stared at him with wide eyes. To be honest, Jianan, no matter how cold-blooded he was, couldn't possibly harm children, and that was the source of it all. This time I had no intention of intervening from start to finish. Zabuza is to be dealt with by Naruto and Sasuke, while that white one is to be handled by you, Hinata. You need to achieve growth, and I believe you can certainly do it. The bloodline limit of the white one is ice, and this will be your first encounter with a formidable enemy. I hope you can win beautifully. However, regardless of what happens, as long as I'm here, they cannot take your life. Time flew by quickly, and Tazuna returned to the land of waves, where he began construction on the famous Great Bridge. The four of them sat there eating their food when they suddenly caught a whiff of gunpowder. A very unusual smell, wasn't it? No, this is an explosive tag. By the time they realized it, Zabuza had already arrived on the Great Bridge, and was fully prepared for battle, while Haku stood quietly waiting for the fight to commence. According to the original plan, Naruto and Sasuke will face Zabuza together, while Hinata will face Haku alone. I will be here to support you in the back. Naruto and Sasuke quickly unleashed all their combat power, charging towards Zabuza, who calmly raised his finger, rapidly summoning a thick mist to conceal himself within. Can Haku smell the opponent? I doubt it. The opponent's scent has been suppressed to the extreme. In the thick fog, footsteps sounded chaotic, resembling the beats of drums. It felt like there were many people present, and one could also hear the sound of blades scraping against the ground, gradually shattering everyone's psychological defenses. So should I cut off both your heads with one strike, or should I slice you in half? Or perhaps I should pierce each of you with a kunai, and let you slowly bleed to death. On the other side, the battle between Haku and Hinata was progressing rapidly. Haku swiftly created an ice crystal world, continuously launching ice needles, while Hinata activated her Byakugan and released a gentle fist to block all the flying needles, capturing Haku's figure in the process. That ghostly figure kept flipping through all the mirrors, while Hinata using her gentle fist threw kunai in all directions with explosive tags attached. Clearly, Hanyū had given her a generous allowance. The loud sound of explosions echoed, leaving a faint mark on Haku's ice mirror, which became the key to Hinata's counterattack. Wait, I have an idea. This is indeed a good idea. Naruto and Sasuke quickly formed a unit, creating a barrier like a chakra shield. Zabuza approached and swung down, striking the chakra arm pillar. He didn't stop at Sasuke's wings. Instead, he saw a substitute wooden log, while Naruto looked back at him with an evil grin. Look at this. Just like that, a cold stream of urine sprayed towards Zabuza, who had no opportunity to block it, and was splashed in the face. After stepping back a few paces, Naruto launched a Rasengan at him, while Zabuza swiftly evaded. Sasuke, it's your turn. Sasuke quickly gathered lightning in his hand, and with a sudden burst, arcs of electricity surged around, spreading outward like a net. At the same time, Zabuza dodged to the side and saw a fireball approaching him. Water wave. A water bubble shot out, quickly extinguishing the fireball, but as the smoke cleared, he heard the sound of thunder. Chidori. It pierced directly into Zabuza's executioner's blade, and with another burst of chakra, Zabuza was pushed back. It seems these two little brats are doing quite well. Cyclone. A gust of wind blew through, instantly clearing the thick fog, revealing a disheveled Zabuza and a grinning Naruto. To be honest, Zabuza, you lost without injustice. You faced a Jinchuriki of the Ninetales and a disciple of a legendary ninja world. You lost without injustice, that's the truth. On the other side, Hinata's battle with Haku was also nearing its climax. Haku's relentless attacks continued, while Hinata's gentle fists gradually weakened. Haku thought he had already won, but little did he know that at the moment Hinata's Byakugan locked onto him, he felt an unexpected sense of fear. Great fireball technique. In an instant, the fireball smashed into half of the ice mirror, and Haku, unable to dodge in time, was blasted away. Hinata rushed forward, executing an 8 trigrams 64 palms. With swift hand movements, Hinata unleashed a torrent of killing intent. Haku gradually lost the ability to maneuver his body, with chakra being sealed away step by step. As he retreated, he caught sight of Zabuza's dire situation. So I'll take this head, Chidori. The flickering lightning charged towards Zabuza with such speed, but what did Haku do next? Suddenly, a large amount of chakra erupted from his dantian, sending Hinata flying away. The sealed chakra points in her body were also released as he spat out a mouthful of blood, gathering all his strength to block in front of Zabuza. What? The splattering droplets of blood fell to the ground, shattering into 8 petals. Haku used the last remnants of his strength to grasp Sasuke's arm, preventing him from escaping, while Zabuza swiftly drew his sword to strike at both of their heads. Then Hanyū rushed forward, kicking Haku and Zabuza over together. He is your companion, why would you do this? He is merely a useful tool. He is more competent than all the tools, which is why I kept him by my side. Naruto's tears streamed down his face. He could see Haku's desperate struggle, even sacrificing his life for Zabuza, and it felt utterly worthless. The Rasengan in his hand quickly condensed, ready to attack Zabuza, when he was halted by Hanyū. His arm stopped. Oh, so it's that cold-faced man who died here truly dirtying my place. Kato, the last villain of the Land of Waves arc, insulted Haku's body while Naruto took the opportunity when Ushin prevented him from attacking to begin accusing Zabuza. He is your true companion. He gave everything for you, and what are you doing? Zabuza could clearly feel the pain in his body. The wounds from the lightning had already burst open, oozing blood continuously. When Ushin kicked him down, his ribs cracked, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yet at that moment he seemed to see the day he picked up Haku again. Stop talking, you little brat. Their destinies intertwined. Haku entrusted his life to Zabuza, and as Zabuza used Haku as a tool, he gradually developed different feelings. This bond was laid bare before everyone, yet Zabuza deceived himself, refusing to believe in it all. I am the ghost man Momochi Zabuza. The erupting chakra pushed Kato and his subordinates back a few steps, and then he grabbed Haku's body, pushing it towards Naruto. Naruto caught the boy witnessing Zabuza's dying flail. Dragging the broken executioner's blade, he charged towards everyone, the flying blades repeatedly slashing at the opponents in front of him, yet more swords pierced into Zabuza's body. With that last breath, he clung tightly to life, charging at the opponent, and plunging the executioner's blade directly into Kato's body. Alright, it's our turn now. If you haven't had enough fun yet, let us be your opponents. As he spoke, Ushin formed a seal and released the wooden figure standing before everyone. The samurai willingly dropped their weapons, and Zabuza knelt on the ground, collapsing straight down. But just before his face touched the ground, he was stopped by Ushin. Can you take me to Haku? Without a word, Ushin slowly helped him up, removing all the knives and swords from his body, and then assisted him towards Haku. I wanted to go to the same place as you. Haku. Thus Zabuza and Haku used their lives to teach the 7th squad the most vivid lesson. For this Chunin examination hosted by Konoha, I demand that both of you not only win, but claim first place. Yet, anticipating unforeseen contingencies, I shall impose a seal upon Naruto to suppress his tailed beast cloak, and another upon Sasuke to restrain his cursed seal. This examination will inevitably encounter complications. Or rather, even if chaos erupts, you must be capable of self-preservation. Thus the risk remains contained. Simply infuse no chakra and the seals will shatter instantly. Your mission thereafter is singular. Escort Hinata to a secure location and remain concealed there regardless of any sounds that may arise. Having heard all instructions, the 3 young shinobi stood still as the 5-element seal was inscribed upon Naruto's body, and the demon-repelling talisman activated upon Sasuke's. Once the seals were complete, Hanyū Canaan swiftly returned to his chamber to prepare for the coming battle. Master Canaan, do you truly foresee these events unfolding? What else would you suggest? If I take no precaution, and that wretch truly appears, we possess no certainty we could withstand him. Orochimaru grunted in assent, retreating into the shadows. His hands formed the hand seals, summoning the colossal Shinigami. A gleaming blade slashed across the deity's abdomen, and Orochimaru's own, spilling torrents of crimson that stained the earth scarlet, unleashing the suppressed souls of the Third Hokage and the Third Hokage. Edo Tensei. In a single seamless incantation, the technique summoned 4 legendary figures: the First Hokage, the Second Hokage, the Third Hokage, and the Third Hokage. Black threads erupted from Orochimaru's form, Chibaku Tensei reconstituting his entire body once more. Did I forget to mention an unexpected surprise? Zabuza, Momochi, and Haku emerged silently from the gloom, eyes locked unflinchingly upon Hanyū Canaan. It has been quite some time, hasn't it? Your sword. The Kubikuru Bocho soared through the air. Zabuza snatched it mid-flight, his killing intent surging forth like a storm unleashed. You'll be tasked with safeguarding those 3 children. Once combat begins, we'll have no capacity to shield them. Your likely adversary will be a masked man whose ability permits him to phase his body into intangibility, either strike faster than his evasion or relentlessly assault him until he exhausts himself, shifting between reality and void. Above all, do not let him seize you. Should he do so, he'll drag you into his pocket dimension, severing all connection with me. And what precisely will you be doing? Hanyū Canaan said nothing, only gazed slowly at his ninja tool pouch, then activated his Sharingan, fixing his gaze upon the distant landscape beyond. Who knows whom I'll face? The most troublesome opponent I can envision, the legendary ninja himself. You mean Madara Uchiha? Elsewhere, the frenzied Uchiha leader stared down at the captured 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. His preparations for total war now complete. What is your intention? Nothing elaborate, merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me from Konoha. From the darkness stepped Danzo Shimura, a corpse resurrected via Edo Tensei, now pulling strings from behind the veil. You'll honor our agreement, won't you? Of course. Upon returning to Konoha, I'll eradicate every last Uchiha, and eliminate Hanyū Canaan without delay. You'll then step forward from the shadows, install a puppet ruler, and wield power indistinguishable from that of the Hokage. A true pact with the devil. Danzo had long since descended into madness. His root operatives employed Edo Tensei to resurrect him, then aligned themselves with this lunatic, now poised to return to Konoha, purge all who oppose or threaten him, and ascend anew to the Hokage's seat, leveraging both seniority and prowess. Rest assured, I hold no ambition for Konoha itself. My aspirations lie elsewhere. As for the rest, you're unworthy of knowing. What you must decide is which figure you'll replicate as your puppet, and how you'll perform your role in this grand theater. Should your acting falter, I possess alternate contingencies to ensure the play reaches its intended climax. Choose wisely. Both sides raced toward escalation, while Obito Uchiha gazed upon his own reflection, blurred and wavering as though dust stung his eyes. Yet he possessed no path backward, did he? Rin, just wait a little longer, just a little longer. What thoughts stirred within Obito? Perhaps none at all. Could he even recall the dreams he once held? He remembered wanting to become Konoha's Hokage, to stand as its hero. And yet now he led his forces against the very village he once vowed to protect. So, what was it all for? Perhaps, the moment we sat at this table, only death would grant it aside the right to rise and leave. Beneath the blaze of countless lanterns, Hanyū Canaan stood before the four Hokages, each scrutinizing the man before them, weighing whether Konoha could safely entrust its future to him. Someone covets the tailed beasts under my command. Konoha currently holds the 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, 8 tails, and 9 tails. If my deduction holds true, the enemy possesses the 4 tails through 7 tails, meaning 4 battle-ready beasts on each side. Thus full-scale conflict within Konoha is highly probable. Should hostilities commence, I ask you, activate the 4 red fiery heads formation to encase the battlefield, containing all collateral devastation. Additionally, they may deploy a terrorist organization. Coordination of this threat will fall to the 5th Hokage Tsunade. I trust her mastery will prove impeccable. Beyond that, no further arrangements are needed. Is there anything else you wish to add? Let us refine our strategy together. Where then do you intend to place the Uchiha clan? Hanyū Canaan turned his gaze toward the silver-haired 2nd Hokage. Truth be told, the man bore deep-seated prejudice against the Uchiha, etched irrevocably into memory. The rumors were no mere whispers. I propose deploying the Uchiha clan as the vanguard. Our adversaries may number many, and under optimal conditions will confront 4 distinct teams. Among them one will prove exceptionally formidable. Assigning the Uchiha as spearhead offers a tangible chance to turn the tide. Yet this plan lacks absolute certainty. Should contingency arise, the 5th Hokage may step aside, allowing the 1st Hokage to enter the fray directly. And you fear no uprising from the Uchiha themselves? Hanyū Canaan chuckled softly, his eyes lingering on the 2nd Hokage, who in turn offered a knowing wry smile. Indeed, the Uchiha sought not a shattered ruin masquerading as Konoha, but a whole thriving village worthy of their loyalty. Enter the examination hall and compose yourselves. With your combat prowess becoming Chunin should be within reach, hold fast to your convictions and press onward without hesitation. 3 of them stepped into the exam arena while Canaan withdrew to the wings and met with Gangsho, the incumbent 5th wing. Gangsho, I wish to know how Mui's current defenses stand. At present, with the elite forces available, you will muster the Hoodish Wanching Reanimation Army, bring along R3 from Mai, and perhaps a host of high-level Jonin units. We must also account for border defenses, so the manpower you can assemble may well be insufficient. Jianan pondered inwardly. If matters escalate to a clash with Tiandao, the trouble would be immense. Before confronting Dai Tu, I will leave behind 12 Muduan clones. If the battle turns against us, you will return to relieve the Chu Dai Meng Huiying and send him into the fray while you maintain the Si Chi Yang formation. Understood. I will coordinate with your plan. Yet the thought of that brat who used to follow Zilai and boss me about still stirs my anger. Once this matter is settled and the great battle concludes, I will offer you a handsome reward. 20 million. So you may have a proper gamble. I will arrange for people here to watch over my. At those words, Gang's house mood eased and she chuckled, but Jianan had no mind for levity. He strode swiftly toward the Yzibo clan territory. Fui, where the opponents you will face this time are likely to be very strong. I will provide the specific intelligence later. Tonight we will meet and I will analyze the situation for you. Your task is to gather every member of the Yzibo clan with combat capability, every high-tier fighter. We will hold a night briefing and I will share the intelligence. Your duty is to ensure the civilians of Mai are not affected, and on that basis to preserve your fighting strength as much as possible, for there are still a pack of scoundrels watching us from outside. Understood. Last time you struck those outsiders hard, they will surely seek revenge. Have you considered letting us join your great? Yushin Jianan regarded him as if he were a fool, and the other replied with a helpless look. Please, our opening move in that fight was the collision of 8-tailed beast bombs, 4 on each side. What part do you imagine you could play in that? Can you withstand that shockwave or survive within it? After the collision, when I confront the opponent's space-time shinobi, I may be captured. What role would you then play? If you are seized and I must go in to rescue you, I do not possess that ability. If I failed to bring you out, my disciple would be lost. I cannot accept that. Yuzhibo Fuyu scratched his head and smiled. To be frank, he had not kept pace with Jianan's reasoning, and it seemed he had brushed against the power that should not manifest at this time. Make the rallying calls. I will post the photographs of those people for you so you can clearly see whom to strike. Frankly, to have you face such powerful adversaries, the only ones in all of my capable of bearing this task are you, otherwise I would not have intended to let you undertake such a perilous operation. Then entrust these matters to us with confidence. After placating the Yuzhibo clan, he went to the exam site to fetch the 3 children. They had again run into the masochist Seni Yubixi. Mingren copied Kyushin's answers. Wuju replicated the correct ones, and none of the 3 gave up. Each entered the Chunin exam. Enough, do not slacken, prepare yourselves for the forest of death. The curse marks on you must not be opened, the seals remain. This is the trial I set you. Of course, if you meet any crisis, quickly release the seals and inject chakra into the Fei-lation mark I left upon you, and I will come at once. If you cannot defeat those people and must unseal them upon those puppets, I will despise you. Do not worry, Giant Ange. I recently learned from my father a ninjutsu, the Fei-lation you often use. I have mastered it, though perhaps not as swiftly as you two. It will be more than sufficient to deal with those people. Yushin Jianan paused, then turned his gaze toward Shutian. Earlier in the exam hall, a ninja from Lane Village tried to do something to Chujin, but Mingren pinned him and pummeled him thoroughly. That man vowed he would hunt Mingren down in the next stage of the exam. Zuo's cool voice carried, and Yushin Jianan looked at him. I was going up to fight when Mingren engaged the opponent's teammates rushed, and so I took care of those 2 teammates as well. It turned out the one I struck was the captain, far stronger than the 2 you face. Yushin Jianan listened to the banter for a long while, then drew Shutian close and soothed her in a low voice. All right. After today's exam, come to my place and I will cook for you. Rest well tonight, the forest of death will be grueling. After the 3 youngsters all returned home that night, Yushin Jianan summoned everyone and convened a meeting. First, the one called Jiaodu uses Daiyuanyu, which is equivalent to having 5 lives. Next comes Feiduan, truly undead. The best way to deal with him is to sever his head, blow his body to pieces, and keep his head secured. Then there is Ganshirgui Jiao, who counters ninjutsu. His sword Jiaoji can absorb others' chakra for his own use, so Akai, you will take care of him. Next is Daidala, who specializes in explosives and is an earth-released ninja. Kakaxi, you are responsible for handling him. This one called Xie is a puppeteer from Shiyin Village. This is how he appears when deployed, and this is his true form. He carries 4 scrolls, a hunter to construct a pair of father and mother puppets, and a final puppet I do not recognize. Be wary of that last one. You may encounter these 6 Tiandao, Chushinjo, Egwadeo, Zayulodo, Dayudeo, and Chushinjo. These constitute Peen's 6 paths. Their abilities are as follows: take notes and improvise on the battlefield. Everyone in the hall feverishly took notes, and the battle plan was laid out with crystalline clarity. If Yuzhibo Dai too were to bring Xiao Zuji into the fray and go all in, the task might paradoxically become easier. After all arrangements were settled, Yushin Jianan slipped into a state of supreme leisure. With nothing pressing, he made his way to the central tower of the Forest of Death. According to the original plot, there would have been a larger crowd and then some would be withdrawn. Oh, an iconic scene! On the arena floor, Hinata and Niji swiftly activated their Byakugan to full power and formed the seal of confrontation. According to prior intelligence, to preserve the might of the Hyuga clan, the caged bird seal on Niji's forehead had been removed, allowing him to train alongside the main family. Go, Hinata! In watching, Hinata caught sight of Yushin Jianan's figure, and somehow her heart slowly settled into tranquility. When she looked at Niji again, the resolve and persistence in her eyes eclipsed any harsh words. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. The blast of air that erupted immediately collided with tremendous force. Hinata Hyuga, with one hand forming seals and the other launching another 8 trigrams vacuum palm, pressed on. Fire-style phoenix flower jaws. Dozens of small fireballs hurtled forward. Niji Hyuga swiftly assumed his stance and executed a rotation, sending all the fireballs flying. He was then dragged into Hinata's rhythm of attack. 8 trigrams 64 palms. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The exchange of fists and kicks was so rapid that Yushin Jianan quietly activated his 3 Tomo Sharingan to watch the duel. Hinata's strength is not as great as Niji's, but Niji is now caught in her attack rhythm and cannot fully exert his combat ability. And so the battle unfolded. Yet at that moment Hinata possessed an obsession that exceeded Niji's. She wanted to win this fight before the one she cherished, win before the one who cared for her. She found countless reasons demanding her victory, but not a single excuse to accept defeat. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. The burst of air blasted Niji backward. Then Hinata's hands flew through seals and tiny sparks of lightning danced at her fingertips. Chidori stream. The lightning thrust outward, piercing straight through Niji's arm. By then her chakra was already depleted. A great puff of white mist billowed from her mouth, visible to all. The veins on her face gradually receded, leaving behind a weary shell and an unyielding fighting spirit. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. With his pierced arm unable to attack, Niji used his left arm to rapidly gather chakra and fired a blast of air that struck Hinata squarely, hurling her into the wall behind. She slowly slid to the ground. Hinata! In that instant Naruto was about to leap from the stands to protect Hinata, but Canaan grabbed his arm and tilted his chin forward. There Hinata slowly rose to her feet, pulled out a soldier pill and swallowed it without chewing. She exhaled another stale breath and forced herself to activate the Byakugan again. Yet everyone could see the blood-red capillaries spreading across her white eyes, a testament to her exhaustion. Go Hinata! Use all your strength to show everyone that you are inferior to no one. Hinata turned slightly and 2 spheres of chakra condensed in her hands. She charged forward. This was the nascent form of the gentle step twin lion fists. Hinata dashed forward with a unique charm, even a killing intent. Niji Hyuga had also reached his limit. Hinata rushed and slamming a fist into his stomach, then drove a knee into him, sending his head snapping back. Another punch struck his waist, lifting him into the air. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The veins around Hinata's eyes receded, and tears of blood flowed from them. She was forced to close her eyes. As she tilted her head back, it seemed she knew exactly where Niji would land. With astonishing willpower, she drove herself to strike every chakra point. Naruto, get ready. Hinata finished the point, sealing rapidly, then clapped her hands forward, sending Niji crashing into the wall and embedding him deeply. He then fell heavily to the ground, unable to fight any longer. Hinata panted heavily, darkness before her eyes, but she knew she had won. It's over, Hinata. Rest quietly. Naruto rushed over, wrapped her tightly in his arms, and carried her back to the stands. Canaan quickly performed medical ninjutsu to heal her. Don't worry, just rest. Naruto isn't going anywhere. After you recover, there's still another match, isn't there? At Canaan's teasing, steam seemed to rise from Hinata's head. She appeared to truly faint. Canaan scooped her up and carried her to the hospital. Rest well. He'll stay with you. Just then an uninvited guest arrived, shattering the peace. Canaan swiftly glared at the intruder with his Sharingan, and the other slowly retreated. Jianan left a wood clone on the spot and stepped outside. So what do you intend to do now? She is my daughter, can I not even see her? Hayashi Hyuga, a man Canaan had already branded with the label of hypocrisy, stood before Jianan. Canaan responded with not a single kind word, his tone harsh and aggressive. Let me be clear, from the day you abandoned Hinata, whether she still acknowledges you as a father is an open question. But since you cast her aside, she is my daughter. If you dare make her unhappy, I will make the entire Hyuga clan miserable. If you intend to take her by force here, I swear every last member of the Hyuga clan who comes will die on this spot. Canaan left no room for negotiation. He turned and re-entered the ward while the clone stationed at the door stared at the man without the slightest relaxation. It seems my daughter is doing well. That puts my mind at ease. He was the head of the Hyuga clan. Countless reluctant decisions had to be made. He needed to secure Canaan's power, and the best way was to use his own daughter as a pawn. But what was he truly doing? He had lost so many things, hadn't he? Forget it. No regrets when the pieces are down. As the sun set, Canaan left a clone behind, returned home, prepared a meat porridge for Hinata, and brought it to the hospital. There he saw Naruto and Sasuke enter the ward together. Naruto chattered endlessly about today's battle, and Hinata's ears turned crimson as if they would drip blood. Alright, let's pause for now. Let Hinata eat and recover her strength. Due to Hinata's severe injuries, she withdrew from the upcoming matches, ultimately deciding the battles to be Shikamaru vs. Nara, Shikamaru Uchiha Sasuke vs. Gaara Uzumaki Naruto vs. Kenjiro and Taishin vs. Yonu Shino. Here we primarily depict the part involving Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto, be particularly careful. Always remember the puppet master. You never know if you're facing a puppet or the puppet master. This has always been the case. And you must also guard against its toxins. That is a major taboo when dealing with puppets. The opponent has two puppets, one called Crow and the other named Black Ant. Crow is the one that appeared before you today, which can be used for attacks, and the attack method combined with Black Ant is to trap you inside Black Ant's abdomen and then stab the pathogen with Crow's blade. The other puppet should be the Solomon used for defense. Now I understand, so don't worry. Naruto stood on the battlefield watching Kenjiro approach him. Battle begins. Naruto swiftly launched his attack, flipping his wrist as a Rasengan formed, then smashed it toward Kenjiro, who dodged to the side, hearing a distinct cracking sound. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique Rasengan. Naruto quickly created a dozen shadow clones, and as he flipped his wrist, the Rasengan gathered in his hand, smashing forward and swiftly blocking all positions. Kenjiro was forced to abandon all disguises and quickly formed seals to summon the Solomon, blocking the attacks in front of him. Great Fireball Technique. A massive fireball roared forward and Naruto quickly formed seals, seemingly forgetting how to execute the Peony Blossom Claw seal. What an idiot! Zien Sucho Mao Inshin. Sasuke abandoned all pretense and shouted loudly while Naruto quickly formed seals below, hiding his embarrassment, and launching a dozen small fireballs. Kenjiro was forced to retreat, but at that moment his chakra threads were also completely severed. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique Rasengan. A dozen shadow clones rushed in and entangled around Kenjiro, while Naruto, being clever, ran to Kenjiro's puppet and used Earth Flow Wall to trap them inside. Damn it! Great Fire Extinguishing Arrow. Naruto quickly formed seals, unleashing a sea of fire that rapidly engulfed half of the arena, the heat crashing against the faces of the spectators, demonstrating the worth of the hero's son to the world. I concede. Super Water Dragon Bullet Technique. The moment Kenjiro decided to concede, Hanyū Canaan swiftly rose, unleashing a Super Water Dragon Bullet, transforming the sea of fire into a vast cloud of steam. Naruto quickly formed seals in his hand, creating a vortex that cleared the mist, leaving behind a handsome silhouette. The child is still a bit young. Two cloaked figures stood beside Hanyū Canaan, the already deceased Fourth Hokage and Uzumaki Kushina. Well done. Just now Kushina nearly jumped up in excitement but was firmly pressed back down by Minato. Sasuke, if you dare to lose after this match, I will hammer you. In the second phase of battle, Gaara had unleashed all of his power, and you just needed to defeat him on top of that to achieve perfection. Sasuke suddenly recalled the scene where his elder brother was pursued and beaten by Hanyū Canaan, causing him to shudder and descend onto the arena. Due to the One Tail having been taken by Hanyū Canaan, Gaara was no longer the Jinchuriki of the One Tail. The child appeared less sinister compared to the original work, but without the protection of the One Tail, Gaara's strength had not diminished much, since he never successfully tamed the One Tail in the original. Battle begins. Great Fireball Technique Peony Blossom Claw Chidori. Sasuke formed different seals with both hands, first completing the Great Fireball Technique. As the fireball was just unleashed, the Peony Blossom Claw was completed, spitting out a dozen small fireballs, and then quickly finishing the Chidori seal, he moved with lightning speed, finding the best attack position and launching forward. This kid is hiding another card. To be honest, Sasuke had surpassed his original self by more than a bit. His terrifying chakra allowed him to quickly end battles, while Gaara swiftly released the sand shield surrounding himself within it, and gathering more sand in front to block several rounds of fireballs. However, he did not expect Sasuke to charge directly at him. It was only when the Chidori pierced through the sand cave and reached him that he had time to counterattack. The sand sharpened into spikes, piercing Sasuke's cheek, leaving him trapped and unable to move. Chidori Stream. The lightning in his hand surged forward, shattering the sand ball, while the injured Gaara rolled out his sand armor, peeling away layer by layer. Sand Coffin. The moving sand gradually surged towards Sasuke, who quickly jumped back and launched a Great Fireball Technique, but unfortunately it was ineffective. He was then wrapped in sand. Just as Gaara prepared to crush him, he grasped a piece of wood. Chidori. Emerging from the soil, Sasuke thrust the Chidori before Gaara. If Gaara made any further moves, Sasuke wouldn't hesitate to twist off his head. If he didn't act ruthlessly, Cannon would surely be merciless with him. Battle ends victorious. Uchiha Sasuke. Thus concluded the battle as the sun set and Uchiha Obito returned to the Hidden Leaf Village after a long absence. Get ready, we will make our move tomorrow. What was he waiting for? It seemed like he was waiting for nothing. At the moment when the breeze brushed his face, it felt as if that gentle girl was stopping him, so he decided to deal with his inner demons before making a move. So Kakashi, what exactly did you do with my eyes? However, all sins seemed to fall into silence on this wonderful night, unnoticed by anyone, while they continued to discuss what kind of battles would occur tomorrow with the favorites, for the championship being Naruto and Sasuke. Everything was so beautiful, wasn't it? Nothing happened. Lin, did you know? The fourth Hokage. No, I should say teacher Minato has a child and they are very strong and adorable. I mentioned this to you before. Well, Minato Sensei's life is quite good now, and also brother Jianan has taken over the banner of my nurturing the new generation of members. And this time there might be a great war. I don't know if I can still live to come back and see it. Regarding whether you can live or not, let's set that aside for now. Hand over that eye. Kakashi turned around and saw a man wearing a spiral mask standing there staring intently at him. The exposed eye was clearly a Sharingan. Damn it! Who exactly are you? Regardless of who the opponent was, just the eye he revealed made Kakashi instantly alert. According to Yushin Jianan, during the Nine Tails incident, the Nine Tails was also controlled by a Sharingan. And if that Sharingan did not belong to an Uchiha, then no matter how mysterious this person seemed, he was the answer. You are still so arrogant. To avoid prying eyes, Uchiha Obito instantly appeared beside Hatake. Kakashi placed his arm on him and brought him into the Kamui space. After they landed, Kakashi quickly entered a combat stance, rapidly forming hand seals, and lightning cutter appeared in his hand as he charged toward the opponent. Uchiha Obito was equally formidable, instantly conjuring a long sword in his hand and meeting him head-on. The sound of clashing steel rang like bells incessantly. Kakashi was also shocked by the opponent's strength, especially in this strange space. He felt as if his own eye was resonating with something. Great fireball technique. At the moment of their next clash, Kakashi forcefully flung Obito away. Obito quickly formed hand seals in midair and dropped a great fireball. Kakashi rapidly formed seals using a mud flow wall to block the fireball, and then saw wood sap burst from Obito's hand, instantly exploding and reaching Kakashi. Kakashi quickly unleashed the astonishing power of lightning cutter, scattering it to drive Obito back. This is wood style. At that moment, Kakashi's unease outweighed everything, because if the opponent truly could use wood style, this battle would be quite troublesome. Shadow clone technique. Kakashi created two shadow clones behind him, then formed hand seals to cast lightning cutter and charged forward. The task of the two shadow clones behind him was also simple. They quickly formed seals to cast water dragon bullet technique and attacked Obito. Storm dance. The twisted tongues of fire surged forward like a whirlpool. Kakashi quickly formed a single-handed seal and cast great waterfall technique to counter it. Water dragon bullet technique. The two shadow clones behind him completed their seals and two water dragons crashed down. Obito leaped backward but then encountered Kakashi appearing with a body flicker whose lightning cutter sliced across his mask. Then Obito kicked him down. So shouldn't you return what is rightfully yours? The mask silently slid off and fell to the ground, exposing him to Kakashi without a trace of fear. The power in his hand made him recall his past helplessness. You're Obito. It seems you still recognize me. But you should also remember me, because when I entrusted that eye to you, it was so you could use it to protect Lin. Yet she died by your hand. That heart-wrenching statement instantly shattered Kakashi's composure. The unbearable guilt and discomfort from the past surged into his heart. But Obito would not give him time to wallow. He quickly attacked, his strikes growing heavier with each step. Kakashi defended with his combat instincts. How should he stop Obito? He hadn't even fulfilled the promise of the past, had he? Tell me why. Lin died by your hand. And today you used the same lightning cutter that pierced Lin to attack me. What a skill you have. Kakashi stepped back. Obito pressed forward. Suddenly it felt as if someone had placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Then gathering all his strength, he punched Obito in the face and sent him flying. I don't understand why Lin threw herself into my lightning cutter back then, but I do understand that if Lin were here today, she would never allow you to destroy the Mai she loved. So no matter how glib you are, I must slay you here. The lightning cutter surged in his hand again. At that moment there was no hesitation in Kakashi's eyes. As he attacked again, his power increased step by step, even forcing Obito into a new location. But everyone knew that Obito had not yet used his full strength. Suddenly Kakashi kicked out, sending Obito to the ground, and then prepared to pounce and kill him with a lightning cutter. This scene was like their childhood duel, where Kakashi held a kunai to Obito's face and Minato was about to step in and declare Kakashi the winner, then have them reconcile. But the dream was ultimately false. Just as Obito extended his fingers to form the reconciliation seal, the real Obito instantly grabbed his shoulder and lunged forward, his steel sword piercing Kakashi's shoulder while Kakashi's lightning cutter pierced Obito's heart. Alright, the playtime is over. Now it's my turn. Obito's chest wound rapidly healed. Then he grabbed Kakashi with one hand and a burst of thorns sent Kakashi flying. When Kakashi finally struggled to get up, Obito instantly reached out, grabbed his eye socket, and plucked out the Mangekyo that symbolized Kamui. Alright, my mission is complete. Now it's time to destroy this Mai. Just as Obito was about to leave, Kakashi grabbed his leg. They were both brought back to Mai. Obito looked at the weakened Kakashi, his gaze sharpening, then the killing intent in his eyes dissipated, replaced by endless mockery. It's fine. This false world should under everyone's witness move towards that beautiful day. And you, Kakashi the Scarecrow standing in the rice field, should witness that sacred day. Obito turned back. All of this should come to an end, shouldn't it? But Obito said nothing. He put on a new double-hold tiger skin mask, then kicked Kakashi in the head, knocking him unconscious. With the departure of Shoju and the brutal assassination of Tosa by Uchiha Obito, the battle today is left with only Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. Today marks the final duel, a decisive battle between Uchiha Sasuke of Konoha and Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha to determine the ultimate victor. The two stepped forward from opposite sides, their eyes filled with a myriad of emotions, yet they exchanged no words, merely gazing at each other in silence. Then almost in unison they turned to Hanyū Canaan, who made a casual gesture. Both quickly unleashed their chakra, piercing through the seal as they prepared to face their dear friend with all their might. Three Tails Beast Cloak activate. Curse Mark activate. They unleashed their powers, and in that moment a palpable killing intent surged forth from their eyes. Naruto swiftly condensed the purple Rasengan in his hand, while Sasuke gathered black lightning. As they clashed with their respective techniques, a resonating sound formed a massive sphere engulfing them both and tearing away the ground beneath them. As the sphere retracted, the explosive force sent them both flying, crashing heavily into the wall. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Water Burst Wave. Sasuke's small fireball hurled towards Naruto, who quickly formed seals in the absence of water and unleashed a jet of water directly at Sasuke. The two dodged simultaneously, their gazes now mixed with a hint of playful rivalry, but they quickly sobered up as they sensed Hanyū Canaan's almost palpable killing aura. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones sprang forth while Naruto rapidly condensed Rasengan in his hands and hurled it forward. Sasuke activated his Sharingan and skillfully evaded all the attacks, his lightning swiftly charging towards Naruto. So cunning, Sasuke. Rasengan. The swiftly completed Rasengan flew forth, and due to the angle, Naruto found himself stepping deeper into the ground, slowly sinking, while a smile of triumph spread across Sasuke's face. So now you can't move, can you? Naruto smirked mischievously. Sasuke was taken aback while Naruto formed seals for the multiple shadow clone jutsu. Suddenly several clones appeared behind Sasuke, and the energies of Chidori and Rasengan began to wane. Naruto seized Sasuke's hand, linking their fingers tightly to prevent him from forming any seals. Then, Fire-style Fireball Jutsu. Sasuke quickly formed seals with one hand and turned around, unleashing a fireball that instantly dispelled all of Naruto's shadow clones, only to be met with a punch from Naruto right in the face. Damn Naruto. The two abandoned all technique, throwing punches at each other's faces, knowing that only one of them could withstand the onslaught and remain standing. This is a match devoid of any technical finesse, relying solely on sheer technique. After a brief moment of calm among the audience, they began to chant for one side to defeat the other. Naruto's fans were mostly older sisters cheering him on, while Sasuke's fans were mostly girls of the same age shouting encouragement for Sasuke. Both fighters seemed either dazed or simply overwhelmed, throwing punches at each other's faces without any technique. Yet surprisingly, it catered to the crowd's taste, as they couldn't measure the strength of ninjutsu, but they could certainly gauge the physical strength of both combatants. You two are ninjas, not boxers. Hanyū Canaan's thunderous voice brought them back to reality. Gripping each other's hands, they did not loosen their hold, rapidly condensing Rasengan and Chidori preparing to strike. What do you two little brats think you're doing? Hanyū Canaan exclaimed sharply. But there was no response. Their hands crashed together, quickly merging their energies to form a massive purple energy sphere which compressed continuously until in the instant of its collapse it sent both of them flying, crashing heavily to the ground, after which there was no further movement. After waiting for 3 to 5 minutes as either move, Tsuki no Kaze stepped in to announce the result. Alright, it's a tie, and that concludes today's match. Thank you all for coming. It seemed like a farce, yet everyone truly felt the immense power of these two rising stars, and Konoha emerged from this round with both fame and fortune, as the last contenders standing were indeed Konoha's ninjas. Wait a moment, who said this battle is over? Suddenly a vortex appeared, and Uchiha Obito slowly emerged, suspended in midair, exuding an aura of grandeur. I am Uchiha Madara, and I declare war on Konoha. With a wave of his hands he performed the summoning technique, and 4-tailed beasts appeared: the 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails. With the assistance of all the ninjas, the civilians evacuated quickly while the 4 Hokage formed seals, creating the 4 red sun formation to encircle the area. Hanyū Canaan also formed seals, summoning 4-tailed beasts, preparing for battle as he held the 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, and 8 tails. Afei, it's your turn now. The special white setsu unfurled and attached itself to Obito, enhancing his power to a new level. So now you are the true warrior capable of matching me. Hanyū Canaan possessed would release double Manjikyu Sharingan and 4-tailed beasts along with sage techniques and dust release, while Obito only had double Manjikyu Sharingan and 4-tailed beasts along with wood release. Let's see who truly excels in skill. Wood Humans Jutsu Susanoo. 2 wooden figures rose from the ground, one wielding a blue katana and the other a black katana. Meanwhile, inside the village, Pain's 6 paths launched their attack, and the Uchiha clan swiftly arrived on the battlefield, led by Uchiha Itachi confronting the Deva Path Hiden. Led by Uchiha Shursui, they faced the Animal Path and Hell Path Hiden. Led by Uchiha Fugaku, they engaged the Azura Path, Human Path, and Hungry Ghost Path. Simultaneously, the Hyuga clan quickly led the villagers into underground bunkers, preparing for war as the Konoha Guardian battle officially commenced. So your trump card is everything I've mentioned, right? Then may I ask what you plan to use to defeat me? The 6 paths of reincarnation I possess along with these tailed beasts are no less formidable than yours. Yushin Canaan quietly observed Uchiha Obito before him, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery, and ultimately he shook his head. I have an entire village backing me, and you came from this village too. I believe you understand its foundation better than I do. If I were to abandon my principles, I would seek someone to persuade you, and you would definitely listen. However, I believe that matters between men shouldn't involve a woman, right? You're truly insane. Yushin Canaan swiftly charged forward, drawing his katana and striking at his opponent, while Obito quickly manipulated his wooden clone to block the attack. Meanwhile, the 8-tailed beasts on either side were fiercely clashing with their tailed beast balls clearly evenly matched. However, everyone understood that in such battles the presence of tailed beasts was hardly significant. The 2 giants fought with such ferocity that blades flashed between them, and they exchanged over a dozen strikes before each began to execute their own techniques. Obito unleashed his kami at Yushin Canaan's shoulder, intending to snap his neck in one motion. Canaan, however, quickly left a kunai imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique behind him, preparing to strike hard. In an instant he reached Obito, and the kunai was by as if it had not touched anything. Yet Yushin Canaan was well aware of how powerful Obito was in his dual kami state, but he had to win. Another fireball shot forward, passing through Obito's body. Yushin Canaan leaped back, landing on the ground, while Obito smirked coldly, leaving behind iron chains as he charged down. Now let the second round begin. Wait, take this. Yushin Canaan produced a Konoha headband and with a kunai carved a mark representing a rogue ninja onto it before kicking it towards Obito. Why? I want to see if you Uchiha Obito still consider yourself a human, or if you really are a man willing to face your true identity, having committed so many evil deeds under Uchiha Madara's name. Don't you find it ridiculous to remove your mask at midnight and stare into the mirror? Obito instantly placed his hand over his mask and crushed it, revealing his face once more, which was blindingly bright, and he seemed to shudder slightly. So do you still dare to wear that headband? Are you willing to face the Konoha that once nurtured you? What are you trying to imply? I was born an orphan, raised by my grandmother, and then I went to war, dying outside while my grandmother passed away. Did you think Konoha was really that good? Yushin Canaan sighed. This was a true story, but now the two were in a hostile relationship, and he must not lose in this literary battle. My life is similar to yours, but I have a boss who loves me. My boss is your teacher. So did Lord Vortex Kuya betray you during the Ninetales incident? You sing about a woman carrying a child for 10 months only to become a true mother on that day, yet you end her life and make her watch her son die. Is that something a human can do? To be honest, today I kicked Konoha's headband to you just to let you prove to everyone that you are a traitor of Konoha. Only by doing this do you qualify to duel with me. If you can't even put on this headband, then you don't even have the ability to recognize your own limits, so how can you challenge me? Every word pierced Obito's already cold heart like a steel knife. No one knew what he was thinking inside, but he slowly bent down to pick up the Konoha headband that had been kicked towards him, and tied it around his shoulder. At the moment the headband was tied to his shoulder, Obito fixed his gaze on Yushin Canaan, who assumed a stance and executed the Flying Thunder God technique, delivering a kick that sent him flying. Obito used the momentum from the kick to fly forward, then turned around, unleashing a spiraling fire snake that slithered toward Yushin Canaan. Canaan in an instant produced a milky white cube and shot it out. It had been a long time since he used dust release, but he was still skilled. The exploding cube was about to engulf Obito, who quickly used Kamui to evade the attack. When he reappeared, he was behind Hanyū Canaan, his hand almost on Canaan's neck. Canaan swiftly used the Flying Thunder God technique again to get behind Obito, and kicked him in the back. You don't really think you can succeed, do you? With that kick, Hanyū Canaan twirled in place, regaining his balance just as Obito's hand reached his shoulder, pulling him halfway into the Kamui space. Using another Flying Thunder God, he leaped to another area and turned to look at Obito. Your eye technique is really troublesome. Canaan threw a kunai, and while rapidly closing in, formed a Rasengan, which Obito was well aware of. That technique came from whom? Naturally, it was his own mentor. But he was confident his combat power with dual Kamui wouldn't let him fall behind. The kunai passed through Obito's body, who then reached out and grabbed Hanyū Canaan's arm. Canaan used the Flying Thunder God to appear above Obito, striking down with the Rasengan, but it missed and passed through Obito's body. The assailant then charged forward, binding Hanyū Canaan with chains and preparing to use Kamui to snap his neck. However, Canaan quickly raised a dirt wall to block Obito's view and waved his hand to break the chains. Great tree rush. Obito's Kamui tore a hole in the dirt wall, and then Canaan hurled a branch that shot straight toward him. Obito dodged backward, and at that moment a multitude of branches erupted from the ground, attacking Obito, but he still evaded them. So if this is all your ability, then today Konoha will surely become history. If your power had even a third of your boasts, you wouldn't be so helplessly suppressed here. You don't really think there are no arrangements made against you by the 6 paths of reincarnation, do you? In that moment, Obito suddenly recalled the 6 paths of reincarnation, which had never appeared before anyone's eyes yet had been exposed by Hanyū Canaan. A chilling dread surged through him, but he had to first deal with the enemy before him. What's the matter, scared? I've already thought of how to break your Kamui floral tree world birth. A great king flower bloomed on the battlefield, releasing yellow pollen. Hanyū Canaan quietly took out a gas mask from behind and put it on, while Obito had to keep his Kamui active to prevent himself from being poisoned by the pollen. Suddenly the four tails controlled by Obito twisted its head. A tailed beast ball struck the king flower, and the resulting shockwave spread out. However, due to the four tails' momentary distraction, Obito's four-tailed beasts were restrained and suppressed. Hanyū Canaan quickly utilized sealing techniques to hold down the four-tailed beasts. The victor has been determined. In that moment, Obito seemed to be drained of all strength, collapsing to the ground. Hanyū Canaan walked over, kunai in hand, just as Obito suddenly lunged and reached for his eyes. Canaan swiftly maneuvered his kunai behind Obito, delivering a kick to the back of his neck. The attack penetrated through the Kamui, pushing Obito to the edge of the four red suns formation, where the summoning technique was released and the four-tailed beasts were freed from their seals. This time I admit defeat, but next time it won't be so simple. Why did Obito decisively choose to retreat? Not for any other reason but because he saw the figure symbolizing a generation of strongmen, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Shursui confronted the animal path and hell path hidden, and then he swiftly formed seals and released several shadow clones to charge forward. Phantom Instant Body Slash. The clones were not mere shadow clones but rather illusions, and Uchiha Shursui amidst them used the instant body technique to maneuver nimbly, while the animal paths swiftly summoned several summoning beasts to attack Shursui. Panda, chameleon, and crab. In other words, we are still missing the splitting dog, the rhinoceros, and what else? The ancestral bird and centipede. In an instant the panda was pierced by dozens of kunai, revealing its true form once again. At that moment a group of Fuzenka claws struck, incapacitating both the panda and the crab, and after falling to the ground, Shursui was sent flying by a tongue and crashed heavily against a nearby building. Then, feeling a sweetness in his throat, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. But in that moment he formulated a counterattack strategy. With his Sharingan wide open, he swiftly scanned the surroundings, capturing the fluctuations of a stone, and rapidly launched a fireball in that direction, striking the chameleon, sending it crashing against another building, and then another group of Fuzenka claws struck to eliminate the opponent. Hai Suyu Shinwei's summoning technique. As soon as it was uttered, all other summoning beasts appeared, revealing that the Uchiha clan was not solely reliant on Shursui as their only powerhouse. Instantly the Uchiha clan members behind him began launching great fireballs. The rhinoceros and centipede were caught off guard and obliterated into foam, while the ancestral bird soared in the sky, dropping an egg that quickly exploded, sending their group flying. Meanwhile, Shursui swiftly activated Susanoo to pull the splitting dog to a safe area, while the others rapidly targeted the ancestral bird in the sky with great fireball techniques. As the Hell Path and Animal Path observed the battlefield closely, readying their next moves. Fuzenka Claws. Dozens of small fireballs surged towards the animal path, while Shursui firmly restrained the splitting dog, preventing any movement, though the blood tears trickling from his eyes indicated his discomfort. Well done, I appreciate this. I will report it to him, so keep applying pressure. The wood clone of Hanyū Canaan crawled out from Shizui's body, patted his shoulder, and then as he charged out once more launched a great fireball towards the animal path. After swiftly leaping back, he saw another barrage of small fireballs coming toward him. He seized the opportunity to grab the hell path and retreated, but amidst those small fireballs Hanyū Canaan emerged with a kunai imbued with flying thunder god technique piercing through the body of the hell path. In a flash, flames erupted from his hand, utterly destroying the hell path, and with a kick he sent the animal path flying away before slamming down the kunai over the opponent's head, shattering him to pieces, and subsequently all summoning beasts vanished, leading to the destruction of Hanyū Canaan's clone. It seems my master has quite the backup plan. However, I must admit I made a slight mistake in this battle. Had I moved with full force sooner, it might have ended already. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku was dodging the missiles from the Azura path while his great fireball technique was completely absorbed by the hungry ghost path. Meanwhile, the human path quickly restrained the remaining opponents and used their soul to swiftly eliminate them. What a hassle, but it's been a long time since I've used Fusenka claws. Dozens of small fireballs surged forward, and as the hungry ghost path reached out to absorb, the kunai wrapped inside instantly pierced through his palm, pinning him in place. Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly advanced, preparing to take action. He understood better than anyone that illusions were ineffective, now only physical techniques were useful. The Azura path quickly launched missiles at Uchiha Fugaku, who while countering with a great fireball technique hurled a kunai towards the hungry ghost path. The explosive tag attached to it detonated beside him, blowing off the head of the hungry ghost path, while the human path and Azura path, seeing the situation turn dire, prepared to retreat. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku simply snapped his fingers and a wood clone of Hanyū Canaan appeared behind him. If you ever treat me as your so-called junior again, I will definitely tell him, and have him come over to deal with you. Come on, weren't you here to protect me? Just help me deal with them cleanly. The clone then threw a multitude of kunai towards the opponents, and as the Rasengan swiftly formed in his hand, he used Flying Thunder God to arrive beside the human path, pinning him down, and smashing him to death, piercing through him directly, then locked his gaze firmly on the Azura path. The Azura path, however, had no intention of fleeing, instead launching missiles at the clone. Great fireball technique. A gigantic fireball engulfed all the missiles, and then a fiery kunai flew out as that figure carrying the Rasengan struck the Azura path's face, obliterating it completely. Now it's up to Itachi, but I suspect the clone remaining by Itachi's side won't be needed anymore. From a distance he saw the four Scarlet Yang formation gradually dissipate, indicating that the battle on the main body's side was over. He bid farewell to the clone before it vanished. Meanwhile, Itachi was swiftly engaged in a battle of wits with the Deva path. The moment the Deva path's universal pull drew him in, he quickly activated Susanoo and swung a punch, but the Deva path forced him away with a Shinra Tensei. In that moment, Uchiha Itachi's great fireball technique surged forward. He aimed to seize the 5-second gap but failed to do so. Amaterasu. Black flames spread forward, appearing before the Deva path, who quickly blocked it with a Shinra Tensei. However, he knew better than anyone that their tactics had already failed. He had to find an appropriate way to retreat. As he reached out, the universal pull drew him closer while Uchiha Itachi executed his old strategy, but the Deva path quickly dodged to the side, locking eyes with him. Shinra Tensei. In an instant, the explosive force sent Uchiha flying. The ribs of the skeletons were shattered, and he found himself there, spitting blood and touching his chest, honestly stating that his body felt quite uncomfortable. Alright, well done. Truly my disciple. Leave the rest to me and go rest well. Hanyū Canaan's true self has arrived. Master, I am deeply sorry for disappointing you. Do not be so hesitant. Even in my earliest intentions, I never considered sending you to eliminate it. You possess combat strength, but it should not be squandered here. Rest well. Leave the remainder to your master. Yushin Jianan stared directly at Tiandao, seeking in his eyes the turmoil and helplessness that lingered in Chang Men's heart. Yet he found nothing, only an obsession with that steadfast gaze, a humble wish to enshroud the world in the light of Shao. Chang Men, is this how you continue Mi Yan's ideal? Tiandao froze. For an instant he could not fathom how the other knew those names, yet he had to maintain his facade, for he himself was unwilling to confront his current reflection. I am Tiandao Payan. If you wish to fight, I am ready at any moment. So you are no longer willing to face your own name. Your life was saved by Mi Yan. I know all that you have endured. If you need my aid, I will provide every assistance within my power. But ask yourself, was this not the world you once envisioned? Or have your present deeds chilled Mi Yan's heart the moment he learns of them? In that instant, Tiandao resolved to cease the conversation. He extended his hand, executing a Wanxiang Tianing to draw Yushin Jianan toward him, then unleashed a Shenluo Tianing. Yushin Jianan swiftly closed and releasing a Jinao Dian at a distance to conjure a Fei Lei Shin Kunai, then teleported away to evade the assault. So you insist on turning blades against me? You of Mai are unworthy to mention me, Yen. My parents were slain by my shinobi and Yen died at the hands of your so-called Hokage's assistant. On what grounds do you dare utter his name? In that moment Tiandao seemed to gather all his strength, a murderous gleam manifesting in his eyes. And then what else was there? His resolute gaze fixed upon Jianan, awaiting him to exert his full power to seize the four-tailed beast from his grasp. So you truly wish to wage war? Or is there no room for reconciliation between us? The only possible reconciliation is for you to surrender those four-tailed beasts along with Mingren. I will guarantee his survival, but I must obtain those beasts. Only thus can I forge the ultimate weapon, causing all to suffer pain. Amidst this hatred they will cease to contemplate war. I shall become the most fearsome entity, drawing their collective wrath upon me, and in that moment peace shall dawn. Yushin Jianan gazed at him, tears in his eyes that seemed almost counterfeit. Yet anyone familiar with Wei Ying would understand what the boy Chang Men had endured. Previously an onlooker, now a participant, he truly grasped Chang Men's intent. Perhaps he wished to become the final martyr before peace. If you persist in this line, our conversation need not continue. Indeed, there is no further need for discourse. Pain seemed to draw upon greater power, stretching his limbs before ascending into the air. Itami o Kenjiro, Itami o Kangero, Itami o Yuktor, Itami o Shire. Itami o Shiranamano and I Hanto no Haiwawa Karen. Or Wami Yen no Itami o Wajirinai. Koko Yori Sekai and I Itami o. Feel pain, contemplate pain, accept pain, know pain. Those who do not know pain cannot understand true peace. I will not forget Mian's pain. From now on let the world feel pain. Thus the Chao Shiluo Tianjing, the jutsu that once annihilated all of Mai, was unleashed. Yushin Jianan dashed forward and pressed one hand upon the surging energy. Ming done! In one motion Yushin Jianan absorbed all that power. The two locked eyes exchanging a prolonged gaze, one vacant, one resolute. No words could portray the look in their eyes. Both pairs shone brightly yet with distinct brilliance. The gleam in Yushin Jianan's eyes beneath the somber Rinnegan seemed almost ironic. But what lay beneath that Rinnegan? A solitary soul plotting to exchange its own life for a departed friend's dream. Yet both were astute, this strike had been nullified. So if you depart today, I will not intercept you. Should anyone attempt to harm you or Shao Nen, Mai shall become your staunchest ally, have no doubt. I can and will do so. Should any trouble arise, leave this Fei Lei Shin Kunai with you and I shall arrive in person to assist. What makes you believe I would trust you? Yushin Jianan swiftly dispelled his seal, and the visage of a sage crept across his face as he fixed his gaze upon Tiandao Pain. Because Zilai ye place great trust in me, granting me the knowledge of sage arts. I know not what form the prophesied child might take, but I believe that if such a child exists, it must be Mingren of our village. If you claim to be that child, then you are the one who brings chaos to the world. Do not take this as a threat or anything of the sort. I have neither the inclination nor the intent. I merely say this: if you wish to inherit Mian's mantle and lead this world toward light, we could be steadfast allies. I pledge here and now, if you choose to cooperate, I will offer all the aid I can provide. If not, then do not make things difficult for me. I must retain these tailed beasts, for only thus can the fragile peace of this world be preserved. For as you have said, once Mai becomes the most fearsome monster, the other villages will band together to vanquish us. Yet that burden would fall upon you. Therefore I hope the Shao organization can serve as an intermediate force shielding the common folk. That is the foundation of our alliance, and I trust you will not refuse. Of course, if you still desire the tailed beasts, we could convene a battle. The victor takes the beasts. Should you lose, you would cooperate with us. I am indifferent either way. Think it over and give me your reply at your leisure. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Tiandao Pain vanished. Thus everything concluded with remarkably little loss. The battle in Konoha came to an end with minimal losses, merely an arena and a few buildings destroyed. Hashirama Senju swiftly completed all his deployments, then departed without a trace, concealing his deeds and reputation. All those revived by the Impure World Reincarnation were retrieved and hidden away as if nothing had ever happened. Brother Jianan, can I train with you today? You just want to come over for a meal. Fine, go practice with my shadow clone in the yard first while I go prepare the food. Naruto then engaged in a duel with Yushin Jianan's shadow clone in the yard. However, Jianan knew Naruto's fighting style all too well. His current approach leaned heavily on overwhelming his opponents with his immense chakra, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu to suppress any counterattack. This was the advantage his Rasengan gave him, requiring no hand signs. but possessing an advantage and failing to use it was undoubtedly an unwise choice. Alright, stop out there and come in for a meal. Naruto entered the house, picked up the chopsticks, and began to eat. The training had clearly drained much of his energy. Hanyū Canaan sat beside him watching as he ate. To be honest, watching Naruto eat was strangely appetizing. Every bite seemed more delicious than several ordinary mouthfuls. Hinata quietly ate her meal, occasionally glancing at the boy before her. Truly, with Naruto here, Hinata could easily have 2 extra bowls of rice. Eat slowly, no one's going to snatch it away. There's a whole table of dishes. When you're done, he'll clean up and put everything away, so don't worry. Just as the words left his mouth, Uchiha Sasuke pushed open the door and saw Naruto eating alone. He pounced over and began grabbing food. You two settle down. Hanyū Canaan landed a punch on each of their heads and the 2 children obediently sat down. He then added a bowl of rice for Sasuke before heading back to the kitchen to continue cooking. Sasuke, want to guess what Brother Canaan made? Probably. Munch munch munch. Boiled fish and the like. Munch munch munch. Sasuke had no interest in talking to Naruto. With such a feast laid out before him, every moment spent talking meant fewer bites of food. Seeing Sasuke devouring the meal, Naruto realized he wouldn't get many dishes if he didn't hurry, so he too started wolfing down his rice. Hinata meanwhile took small measured bites, occasionally stealing a glance at Naruto, her face flushing before she buried it in her bowl and ate quietly. Come, let me add a few more dishes for you. Finish eating first, then I'll let you know in advance. This afternoon's training will be intensified. Upon hearing this, the 3 children broke out in a cold sweat. But seeing the sumptuous spread, they suppressed their apprehension and resumed eating with vigor. Whatever training awaited, they had to fill their stomachs first. Master, we're here. Well, I suppose you two haven't had lunch either. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui at the door scratched their heads and smiled sheepishly. Hanyū Canaan slapped his forehead in exasperation, then turned back to the kitchen, brought out 2 bowls of rice, set them on the table, and returned to stir-fry more dishes. Brother, why didn't you eat at home? Why didn't you eat at home? Same reason as me. In truth, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto were perfectly capable cooks, but their skills paled in comparison to Hanyū Canaan's. This led the children of both families to constantly drop by Canaan's place for meals. The parents, glad for the respite, and hoping their children could learn something from this warrior, let them be. Poor Canaan was left utterly speechless. Every time a table full of people turned up and he couldn't even get a bite for himself. Fine, after today's meal, if I don't train you until you drop, I'll count my loss. In reality, the amount of food prepared today wasn't much. After all, Canaan was also feeding a bottomless pit. Hinata had devoured 46 bowls of ramen in 30 minutes. You'll eat me out of house and home sooner or later. That was just a complaint spoken in anger. In fact, the parents often sent supplies over which could be considered tuition disguised as meal fees, only for the children to eat their way through it all. Master, 1 more bowl. Brother Canaan, me too. Same here. I want 1 too. Hinata clutched her empty bowl, hesitant. She wanted more too, but she was shy in front of Naruto. Canaan reached over, ruffled her hair, took her bowl, and brought out 5 more bowls of rice. As the children ate, he popped a military ration pill from the side and swallowed it. My lord, a letter for you. Hanyū Canaan took the envelope, which bore a paper flower revealing the sender's identity. He tore it open, read the message, and smiled. Then he fixed his gaze on the children before him. I strongly suspect you lot timed your arrival perfectly. They challenged me to a fight tomorrow evening, so I have to set off today. And you just happened to come over, eat your fill, and slip away unscathed. You really planned this well. So master, is it those people? At those words, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui immediately sat up straight, staring at Hanyū Canaan. When he nodded in confirmation, they prepared to head home and arm themselves for battle. What do you think you're doing? Always so impulsive. Sit down, both of you. Stay in Konoha and train these 3 youngsters well. That's the best help you can give me. As for those people, I need to negotiate with them, which means I have to go alone, beat them down, and win before we can talk cooperation. This trip might take 3 to 5 days. Hinata, pack your things and come with me. It rains a lot over there, so bring an umbrella and thick clothes. That's it, go get ready. In truth, Hanyū Canaan had made ample preparations for this upcoming battle. The abilities of the 6 paths of reincarnation were complex but not without weaknesses. It all came down to how he would face his opponents. Therefore, Mr. Yushing's arrival has indeed brought brilliance to our Shao organization. I'm not sure if I bring brilliance, but I believe there are certainly some among you who do not want me here. Nevertheless, I have come, and I need to have a good talk with you all. After the last defeat, Uchiha Obito had a heated argument with Nagato, and Nagato keenly sensed the turmoil in Obito's heart. Thus he left without notice, making a swift retreat while setting up a trap for Uchiha Obito. Rest assured, those who do not want you here will not appear. However, I still think we need to ensure your qualification to become our ally. Then let's do it. Let's set up a direct confrontation of troops. On a flat ground, Hanyū Canaan encountered the 6 paths of pain, and Nagato decided to carefully consider the battle before him. He only hoped that his opponent was someone strong enough to defeat him. Let's begin. As soon as the words fell, Hanyū Canaan swiftly activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. He placed the kunai with Flying Thunder God behind the opponent, then in an instant he used Flying Thunder God to arrive behind the Hell Realm, delivering a Rasengan that eliminated the Hell Realm. He then quickly returned to his original position, while the Heavenly Path shook his head and prepared to counter Hanyū Canaan with all his might as the Beast Path quickly performed hand seals and summoned a summoning beast. Then Hanyū Canaan swiftly unleashed a massive fireball. Just as the fireball was about to appear before the formation, the Hungry Ghost Path stepped forward to absorb it, only to suddenly disappear. Zinadahiko. The fireball instantly appeared behind the Hungry Ghost Path, sending him flying. When it reached Hanyū Canaan, he plunged a kunai into his neck, killing the Hungry Ghost Path. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. The fireball rapidly surged towards the opponent, and the Heavenly Path instantly jumped forward, unleashing Shinra Tensei to blow it away. Then Hanyū Canaan appeared before him with Flying Thunder God, delivering a punch that sent him crashing down to the ground. The Azura Path quickly extended his hand, releasing dozens of missiles to pursue Hanyū Canaan, while Hanyū Canaan swiftly opened his eyes, activating a shield to block all the missiles, and the rising dust concealed everything. Therefore Lord Jiraiya should have told you that ninjas cannot leave the back door wide open. In an instant Hanyū Canaan appeared behind the Azura Path. Grasping the Raikiri in his hand, he pierced through the opponent's body. When he pulled it out again, he saw that only the Beast Path and the Human Path remained, but suddenly a tail-like object struck him, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. A sweet taste filled his throat, and blood gushed out, staining his clothes. Hinata saw the injuries on Hanyū Canaan and prepared to step forward, only to be held back by a shadow clone beside her. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Hanyū Canaan straightened his back and clapped his hands, releasing a sensing ninjutsu that instantly scanned all the summoning beasts. Thus this battle has truly begun. Hanyū Canaan quickly spewed out a number of fireballs towards the sky. In the midst of dodging all attacks as dark clouds gathered, everyone remembered that Hanyū Canaan once defeated the Fourth Hokage with Lightning Release. Lightning Release, Heavenly Thunder Annihilation. At that moment lightning surged in Hanyū Canaan's hands, guiding the Heavenly Thunder from the sky, forming a massive lightning ball. Everyone saw a lightning ball as bright as the sun descending towards the ground. The Heavenly Path looked at the lightning ball in the sky, and the corners of his mouth inexplicably curled up. He quickly soared into the sky and unleashed a Super Shinra Tensei on the lightning ball, causing the surging lightning ball to shatter into streams of lightning raining down on the ground, tearing many summoning beasts to pieces. Meanwhile, as Hanyū Canaan directed the lightning in the sky, his body became immobile, allowing the Human Path to touch him from behind. However, when the Human Path reached out to grab Hanyū Canaan, Susanoo suddenly emerged around him, and with a single punch he killed the Human Path. What a grand sweep this is! Conan, guided by Nagato, observed everything and looked at Nagato, who had blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, yet he continued to manipulate the Heavenly Path pain to resist. Nagato, you are putting too much strain on your body. Conan, I need to focus, and for Yahiko's dream I would not hesitate to sacrifice this life. Back on the battlefield, Nagato withstood the heavenly punishment, and upon landing he saw that the Human Path had already fallen, leaving only the Beast Path by his side. Zinadahiko. The Flying Thunder God kunai that appeared behind the Beast Path declared everything, and with a Raikiri he pierced through the opponent's chest, extinguishing him. Therefore I am very curious as to why you would leave the Heavenly Path for last. Because now I am truly facing Yahiko. Nagato, this is the duel I really want, so come on, let me see your strength, or let's fight until we burn out. In that moment the two seemed to gaze at each other silently, sharing a smile as they truly began to engage seriously. Earth Explosion Star. The small black sphere released quickly attracted the soil on the ground, soaring into the sky. Hanyū Canaan swiftly unraveled the Een seal and entered Sage mode, quickly gathering a wind-release Raisin Shuriken and throwing it towards the small black sphere, piercing it, and turning the Earth Explosion Star into a joke. As Hanyū Canaan landed, he swiftly threw a kunai towards the Heavenly Path Pain, preparing for a Flying Thunder God Great Slash, while the Heavenly Path Pain quickly unleashed Shinra Tensei to deflect it, and used Universal Pull to draw Hanyū Canaan closer, pulling out his black rod. Preparing to pierce through Hanyū Canaan's arm, Hanyū Canaan swiftly threw a kunai behind him, and used the wire tied to it to anchor himself. During the absorption process, Hanyū Canaan heard Pain spitting out a fireball, sending Pain flying. Storm dance. The twisted flames surged towards the heavenly path Pain like a tornado, while the heavenly path Pain quickly unlocked all his remaining abilities and with one hand pushed forward activated the hungry ghost path's ability and absorbed all the flames. That's unfair. Are you planning to use all your power here? Well, you can use it too, but you must understand that you may not get the chance. Hanyū Canaan smiled, then suddenly unleashed would release, summoning a wooden figure, and Susanoo erupted, revealing a great sword that slashed towards the heavenly path Pain. The heavenly path Pain quickly prepared a Shinra Tensei to block it, and then they heard a buzzing sound. They were blocking with great effort, while Hanyū Canaan was cutting with equal force. Multiple Shadow Clone Jutsu. Wind Release Raisin Shuriken. Hundreds of clones appeared in midair, each holding a wind release Raisin Shuriken that rained down. The heavenly path Pain quickly prepared for Shinra Tensei to block it all, but the uncurled windstorm swiftly pierced through the heavenly path Pain's iron body, shredding the clothes wrapped around him. Just as he was about to be destroyed, he was caught. One could see that the wooden figure had grabbed him in its hand, enduring all the aftershocks and returning the body to Conan. So now we should be able to negotiate, right? So the Akatsuki currently only has you and Conan left, am I correct? That's right. That masked man took Kisame and we've only finalized the rest of the members. We haven't had time to recruit them yet. Hanyū Canaan glanced at all the information left on the table, then swiftly extracted the future members of the Akatsuki. To be honest, if I'd known your Akatsuki had so few members, I would have brought Itachi Uchiha and Shursui Uchiha along. If you could sponsor us with 2 such combatants, we would be immensely grateful. Hanyū Canaan smiled, then looked at the 4 figures on the table. Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Sasori, calculating how to bolster the Akatsuki's strength. We'll go back and discuss it with them. If possible, I can provide you with an Itachi Uchiha, a Shursui Uchiha, and also an Orochimaru. Adding these 3 to your ranks will make the Akatsuki stronger. Then you can recruit those 4 under your command. Meanwhile, Orochimaru has all the materials for Impure World Reincarnation from my hands. He can quickly prepare an army of reanimated shinobi for you, so your combat power won't be too weak at that time. That's indeed a splendid idea, Mr. Canaan. I'm very curious to know what we need to offer in exchange. Hanyū Canaan gazed into Nagato's eyes. In truth, he had coveted those eyes for a long time, but then he reconsidered. What if Madara Uchiha had hidden something inside them? If he were ambushed, he would have no chance to cry foul before it was too late. To be perfectly honest, from the very beginning I really wanted Nagato's pair of eyes. They can see so much more and their combat prowess is formidable. But then I thought, if you lose those eyes your strength would plummet. So I think this time you can owe me a favor. I'll let you know when I figure out what I want. Then this negotiation has been quite peaceful. Hanyū Canaan stood up, straightened his clothes, picked up Hinata, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Konoha. He then summoned Orochimaru, Itachi Uchiha, and Shursui Uchiha. I called you here today to discuss your joining the Akatsuki. The organization has now been brought under my control and they urgently need mid-tier combat power. You 3 are the most suitable candidates I can think of. The Akatsuki consists of the 6 you encountered last time plus a female member. So when you go in, if there's any recruitment activity, lend a hand. If anything unusual happens, report to me. It's not a big deal. As for the rest, if you're willing, pick a time soon and head over. I'll register it as a mission outside the village from Konoha's side. If you don't want to go, I can send some would-release clones instead. That's fine too. I'm just asking for your opinions. This seems like a new path to seek the truth, doesn't it? Orochimaru smiled slyly while Hanyū Canaan looked at him, his thoughts unknown. Those 2 children were raised by Jiraiya. They are the juniors of Lord Jiraiya. Why don't you go see where this wind will blow? Interesting. I think you'll go. As for Itachi and Shursui, upon seeing their master's benevolent smile, they shuddered and quickly nodded in acceptance of the task. I'll inform Konoha in advance. When you get there, observe and learn well. You might even encounter warriors stronger than yourselves. In that case, you can learn from their experience. Of course, help them if you can, but if you can't, don't push yourselves, just retreat. As for any worries, your master will have your back. To be honest, as long as Hanyū Canaan didn't encounter a 6 paths level warrior, he could hold his own against anyone. With the Flying Thunder God technique and his terrifying reaction speed, even against a 6 paths level opponent, he was confident he could spar and retreat unscathed. Understood, Master. Well, take care of ourselves. You 2 don't need to worry about taking care of yourselves. I've placed 6 would-release clones near you. If those 6 clones can't stop the enemy, then you're truly in danger and they'll have to step in. Everything before them felt so unreal that they even began to doubt Hanyū Canaan's identity. Yet his kindness toward them was undeniable, so they could only trust that in due time he would reveal everything. Then Master will head to the land of rain first. We'll report any situation to you promptly. Don't worry. They won't dare to cause trouble. If they do, just retreat. You'll handle the rest. Also, if you encounter any unexpected situation, don't bother reporting. Just come back immediately. No matter how serious it is, your master will cover for you. The group took their leave while Hanyū Canaan immediately began rigorous training with the 3 children under his tutelage. To be honest, he had no idea what Obito Uchiha, who had lost the Akatsuki, and all his support would do. But he was quite certain that Obito had become unhinged, and was capable of anything. So you 3 need to be mentally prepared. I won't give you much rest time. The hellish 48 hours begin now. Your only task is to survive these 48 hours without dying under my attacks. If you want to quit, you can do so now and undergo regular training. But I believe that after 48 hours you will be reborn and gain far greater power. So now decide, will you stay or leave? Sasuke Uchiha looked at Naruto Uzumaki before him, and they both smiled without moving. Hinata, seeing Naruto's resolute back, stood her ground and refused to step back. Then they would soon regret their decision. But until the final battle came, they would never lose in any great conflict. A group of 4 finished their last dinner and arrived at the Forest of Death, a place filled with venomous insects and ferocious beasts where various dangers lurked, and they had to decide how to replenish their supplies. The first phase begins. In an instant, Yushin Jian-nan unleashed his flying thunder god kunai, scattering it around, swiftly reaching the 3 children. With one kick, he sent Hinata Hyuga flying while preparing to strike the other 2 children with his Rasengan. Then he saw Naruto's Rasengan block the attack while Sasuke held his Chidori, both of them exchanging knowing glances before entering a new state simultaneously. Four-Tails Beast Cloak Form. Curse Mark Twin Serpent Form. Naruto's entire body transformed into a crimson figure, and he launched a tailed beast ball directly at Yushin Jian-nan's face. To prevent the residual impact from harming Hinata, Yushin Jian-nan had no choice but to press against the tailed beast ball and shift to the other side. Naruto forcefully suppressed his discomfort, transforming the Four-Tails Beast Cloak form into a more manageable power, while Sasuke grew yet another serpent. If he could develop it to its most perfect state, he would possess 5 long serpents to execute the 5 nature transformations. Wind Release Rasen Shuriken. Great Fire Destruction. Sasuke, accompanied by 2 serpents, unleashed a torrent of flames while Naruto rapidly formed a Wind Release Rasen Shuriken in front of him. This was his true genius on display, having observed Yushin Jian-nan perform it a few times and combining it with the experience of Minato Namikaze, he developed this ninjutsu. The side effects became negligible under the powerful regenerative ability of the Four-Tails Beast Cloak. Interesting, these kids have truly not disappointed me. Super Water Dragon Technique. A gigantic water dragon crashed down, drowning all the flames and erasing all attacks without a trace. Hinata gradually got back up, a sense of desolation creeping into her heart as she surveyed the scene. However, Naruto quickly looked at her and made a gesture to indicate an offensive move, prompting Hinata to activate her Byakugan and focus her spirit as she launched a Bagua empty wall palm. The rising mist obscured Yushin Jian-nan's vision, and by the time he reacted, he had already been sent flying by the empty wall palm. You truly have made remarkable progress, children. Now let's begin the second round. Yushin Jian-nan activated his Sharingan while Sasuke swiftly opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Hinata quickly used her Byakugan to observe their opponent's movements. The moment the flying thunder god kunai appeared behind Naruto, Yushin Jian-nan charged forward with a Rasengan in hand. Naruto turned his head and struck Yushin Jian-nan in the face with a tailed beast ball, and at the moment Yushin Jian-nan attempted to teleport away with the flying thunder god, the Rasengan collided with Sasuke, sending him flying. Afterwards, Yushin Jian-nan pivoted, launching a wind release Rasen Shuriken toward Naruto, who quickly countered with a tailed beast ball. The resulting energy blast instantly devastated the forest, leaving behind a cleared area and the 3 fleeing children. Well, to be precise, only Yushin Jian-nan remained here. This is quite interesting, but the children better run fast. Yushin Jian-nan swiftly activated his sensory ninjutsu and dashed deeper into the jungle, spotting Naruto suppressing the demon. He firmly believed in Naruto's abilities, knowing that a child raised in the light could achieve greatness. Naruto, attack again. Naruto rapidly unleashed 4-tailed beast balls, each stronger than the last. Nan activated his Susanoo, swiftly catching the tailed beast balls and throwing them away, creating a wave that swept through the entire forest, deterring anyone from approaching due to the overwhelming aura of destruction reminiscent of the Ninetales rampage. Wind Release Raisin Shuriken. Dozens of Wood Release clones appeared, pushing their Raisin Shurikens toward Naruto, who freely unleashed tailed beast balls to block all attacks. However, at the moment Nan became stiff, the sound of thunder from behind brought him back to reality, only to find Sasuke had already appeared before him. Lightning Release Chakra Mode. The swift defense left Sasuke astonished as Nan raised a hand to signal for silence. Your achievements are truly remarkable and your tactical cooperation is quite impressive. Now the third round officially begins. In Lightning Release Chakra Mode, the speed increased dramatically, and Nan kicked Sasuke flying dozens of meters away. Only when Sasuke vanished from sight did Nan turn to Naruto, who was running backward while unleashing tailed beast balls. Ultimately Nan withstood over 10 tailed beast balls, with his body only sustaining a minor scratch on his face. Chidori Stream. The lightning in his hand shot out rapidly, tearing through the surrounding environment, but when it struck Naruto he countered with a tailed beast ball, sending him flying. So where exactly is Hinata? The two children quickly positioned Hinata in a very safe spot. They initially intended to create a blind spot like before to allow Hinata to attack, but once their opponent utilized sensory ninjutsu they could no longer allow Hinata to act this way. Currently it seems Hinata cannot participate in the battle. Wait, no, she can join in. Naruto and Sasuke quickly sent out shadow clones to harass the opponent, while they rejoined Hinata. Hinata, your next combat task is this and this. Your entry timing will be this and this. The battle plan was thus formed, and Naruto rushed forward, hugging Hinata, ignoring her blushing face as he whispered in her ear, if you can accomplish this we will have passed the third phase. This will be your best outcome. I understand. I will do it, don't worry. Meanwhile Nan sensed the surroundings but felt nothing. To be honest, sensory ninjutsu falls short before sage techniques. This is troublesome. However, these children should be finishing their discussion soon. I'll wait for them here, but no, I can't let them pass without any challenge. It won't serve to train them. When Jianan discovered the three children once again, he instantly raised a thick fog, causing Jianan to enter a state of alert. Just as Jianan was preparing to perform a hand seal to release wind, released Naruto threw out Rasengan from all directions. Moreover, the firepower was abundant to the extent that Jianan didn't even have time to open his eyes and unleash Susanoo. Multiple shadow clone technique. Wind Release Raisin Shuriken. The suddenly emerging shadow clones blocked all the Rasengan, and in that very moment the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken dispelled all the surrounding smoke. Then the shuriken shot directly towards Sasuke. Sasuke quickly erected dozens of earth flow walls, forcefully blocking all the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken, and then saw another Wind Release Raisin Shuriken appear behind him, which Naruto swiftly threw out. Susanoo. The reappearing black skeleton grabbed the Wind Release Raisin Shuriken and tore it to pieces, then punched the ground, instantly fracturing the ground and disrupting the cooperation of the two. The force of that punch was quite strong, causing the fist to sink into the ground. Great Fire Destruction. Wind Release Raisin Shuriken. The sea of fire spread forward continuously while Naruto quickly condensed the Raisin Shuriken and hurled it into the sea of fire, instantly resembling a surging ocean crashing towards Jianan, and then Demonic Release. As he pressed down to absorb the flames, Jianan showed rare difficulty, as if these two children were betting all their chakra. Suddenly Hinata charged out, and Jianan thought to himself that it was bad. Just as he was about to withdraw, Naruto and Sasuke threw out two more Raisin Shuriken, transforming into humans and forcefully pinning down his arms without letting go. 8 trigrams 64 palms. The acupuncture point struck, causing Jianan to instantly lose control of all his chakra, while Naruto's two real bodies swiftly rushed forward, one Rasengan smashing against Jianan's dantian, pinning him firmly against the wall. 8 trigrams empty arm palm. After completing the acupuncture, Hinata struck out with a palm, sending Jianan flying dozens of meters away, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a deep pit. Alright, you did very well, now go and escape for your lives. As Jianan once again propped himself up, he felt several dislocations and misalignments throughout his body, followed by the painful sound of bones realigning. Sasuke, why do I feel like we have provoked a formidable existence? What's there to ask? Hurry and run. As Sasuke and Naruto turned their heads, Sasuke quickly clenched his hand, summoning Chidori, while Naruto stepped forward, grabbing Hinata's arm and pulling her back as Sasuke unleashed a burst of lightning forward. Naruto is holding my hand. Hinata's face instantly flushed red, then she fainted, while Naruto quickly covered himself with the Four Tails cloak, throwing Hinata onto his back and running out. He even used his tail to tie Hinata securely. Final round, if you manage to survive you will have surpassed Itachi and the others. In an instant the leaping lightning shattered all the blood blades that were sealed, and then he swiftly formed hand seals, pressing them against the ground. A rumbling sound followed as the two children turned around and saw a giant wooden figure towering dozens of meters high, and the raging flames quickly spread, scorching half the sky. Below, the two children quickly formed two water dragons to counter the flames, while Naruto rapidly spat out a tailed beast ball with the chakra of the tailed beast visibly draining, transforming him into the two-tails cloak. Naruto, you quickly retreat, take Hinata and run well split up. You can't run away. The two children quickly fled to the sides, and then Yushing swiftly formed hand seals, summoning another wooden figure with Yushing would release clones standing atop it, still engulfed in that towering inferno, still presenting a terrifying consumption, while Naruto and Sasuke rapidly maneuvered, searching for a way to attack. The youthful spirit compelled them to continue fighting back in the face of such terror. Everything today will become a historical relic, and the Death Forest shall be turned to dust under the ensuing attacks. The burning sky quickly erupted with thunder as Yushing swiftly extended his hand, guiding the thunder toward himself, while Sasuke, being clever, also stretched out his hand to guide the thunder towards himself. Even the slightest consumption of lightning at the beginning would make the subsequent resistance much easier. So you really think I can't deal with you? Dozens of enormous fireballs fell straight from the sky, and Sasuke had to focus on guiding the lightning without distraction. He then saw Naruto swiftly charging and using his tails to strike the fireballs, exploding them all and firmly protecting Sasuke beneath him to ensure the energy needed for guidance. Then come and try to take it. The rapidly surging chakra drew all the lightning from the sky, and it felt as if Sasuke was being pulled forward. Naruto grabbed him, using his tail to strike his hand, interrupting the chakra output. Then they saw Yushing surging lightning illuminating half the sky, followed by a buzzing sound as that lightning rapidly released its world-destroying energy. Next, just focus on surviving. The lightning release Raisin Shuriken was launched out, while Naruto and Sasuke quickly gathered chakra to form a wind release Raisin Shuriken and launched it upwards. Wind release counters lightning release, and they understood better than anyone that such an attack only provided them a bit more chance to escape. As the three shuriken collided, Naruto grabbed Sasuke's hand, quickly performing a summoning technique that brought all three of them to Myaboka Mountain. When they returned from Myaboka Mountain, they witnessed the apocalyptic scene. The forest, reduced to rubble, was ablaze with burning branches, and a terrifying war god with a blue body accompanied by a horrifying tail stood above, resembling someone from the Valley of the End. So you are the one who interfered with all my plans? The fiery red armor, spiky hair, and the swirling pattern in his eyes. His identity was clear. Since you can use wood release and also possess the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, let me, Uchiha Madara, have a go at you. That overwhelming aura made Yushing entire body tremble. Even when staring directly into the other's eyes, he felt as if he were about to fall into a genjutsu. Brother Jianan. At that cry, Yushing quickly snapped back to reality, instantly unleashing his full combat power. He pressed his hands together and began his maneuvers. If you take those children and flee, Sage Art would release true several thousand hands. The instantly rising wooden Buddha took on the form of a war god. Yushing opened eyes gushed with a torrent of blood, even spurting out directly. In return, every hand was clad in Susanu's armor as they smashed toward Uchiha Madara. Then let us dance together. The long sword, drawn in an instant, directly shredded the arm before him, and he was even closing in step by step. Yushing had to hold his ground, even if it meant death. He had to keep Uchiha Madara pinned down, because he knew better than anyone that if Madara appeared, all plans would have to be restructured. And the biggest trouble would be Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan. With Shursui and Itachi guarding Nagato, the problem there should not be big. So in Konoha, what he needed to do was to keep Uchiha Madara pinned down. Waiting for reinforcements. Great Fire Annihilation! Great Fire Annihilation! The two of them, disregarding all costs, only wanted to overpower each other in their movements. It could be said that this wave was trouble Yushing brought upon himself. He could have won by competing with Madara and would release, yet he insisted on challenging Madara in fire release. The surging seas of fire on both sides clashed heated. Then Yushing, while continuing to maintain his sage art, performed hand seals and summoned the two sages Fukasaku and Shima. He gestured and the two toads leaped onto his shoulders, coordinating to spray toad oil and wind release, barely managing to fight Uchiha Madara to a draw. Then let's try a different approach. Suddenly Uchiha Madara appeared before Yushing and kicked him down. As Yushing flew back, he did not forget to first send the two toads away. When he hit the ground, Madara's kick had already reached his face. Yushing quickly used his dojutsu to evade the attack, but when he appeared behind the opponent, and prepared to strike with a flying thunder god. Madara repelled him with a Shinra Tensei from behind, sending him flying. But you're quite interesting, really interesting. Universal pull. The instantly erupting gravitational force directly brought Hanyū to Madara's side. Then at the moment the black rods appeared, Hanyū only just managed to activate his dojutsu to dodge the attack. Finally he kicked Madara in the back and pushed him away. Impressive dojutsu. You could actually injure me. Hanyū's was after all not an eternal Mangekyo but an ordinary Mangekyo. Under such enormous consumption his eyes began to see double. By the time Madara had already reached him he finally managed to react, blocking with his knee only to have his leg torn off by Uchiha Madara. Then a hand knife struck him directly on the head. With a slight tilt Madara tore off one of his ears. Damn it! Lightning release chakra mode. Rapidly leaping lightning arcs appeared, accelerating cell regeneration. When Hanyū kicked again his leg had already recovered. He kicked Madara away and with lightning flashing in his hand he prepared to fight once more. Dust release. A milky white cube flew straight toward Uchiha Madara. Madara quickly leaped aside but the cube exploded instantly, tearing off one of his arms and one leg. Yet everyone knew he was an Impure World Reincarnation body. It would take either sealing or truth-seeking balls to stop him. Quite interesting. I want to see just how much skill you have. Great fire annihilation. The boiling sea of fire surged toward Hanyū. He quickly extended his hand and used Inferno Release to absorb all the flames, then pushed the condensed power outward. Excellent. Then come again. The moment Madara instantly appeared before Hanyū also activated Flying Thunder God at that spot. Their feet pressed against each other. As they kicked backward they both unleashed the Great Fireball technique. The collision kicked up a cloud of dust that quickly obscured their vision, but both simultaneously manifested their complete Susanoo and directly clashed swords. The blood streaming from Hanyū's eyes had stained his entire face, making him look like a demon unleashed. Uchiha Madara however looked at this junior with appreciative eyes. He was even a little excited, wanting to see how far this person could go. A wooden golem rapidly rose beneath Hanyū. The complete Susanoo collapsed quickly and what appeared on Hanyū was a wooden golem clad in armor charging forward. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily and then swiftly attacked. The two blades clashed, instantly raising a wave that dispelled all the dust around and extinguished the surrounding flames. In an instant they exchanged dozens of sword strikes. The rising wind and sand gradually buried their figures, but the frenzy between them steadily struck awe into the hearts of all onlookers. The Fourth Hokage appeared instantly and performed hand seals to raise the four red yang formation on the spot. Then Hashirama Senju finally arrived on the battlefield, raising a wooden golem to begin combat. But suddenly Obito Uchiha emerged from a vortex, gradually pulling the battlefield into an unknown scene. Mr. Madara, does this fight still need to continue? Hashirama, I finally waited for you. Obito Uchiha revealed the pair of Rinnegan in his eye sockets. At that instant Hanyū erupted in fury. Without a second thought he used Flying Thunder God to appear before Obito grabbed him by the neck and slammed him into the ground. What have you done to those two? So can you guess where my eyes came from? A single godly push sent Hanyū Canaan flying, but at that very moment Hanyū Canaan activated his Sharingan and charged once more, gripping his Chidori, aiming to pierce through Obito's body, only to be kicked in the face by Madara, sending him flying away. If this is all you are capable of, then I fear this battle has come to an end. What have you done to my disciple? Hanyū Canaan's eyes instantly burst forth with a copious amount of blood, as if his eyeballs had exploded. In that moment he awakened his complete form and flames erupted from the black armor clinging to the blade. Mountain-cutting slash of flame. The force of the instant strike ignited sparks that fell between the two combatants, while Madara swiftly executed his Susanoo, and as their blades collided he felt a hint of pressure with lightning flashing upon the blade. Mountain-cleaving slash of lightning. In an instant the heavenly thunder struck the long blade, cleaving downward, causing Madara's blade to shatter. As he saw his Susanoo collapse, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. He truly felt that his ocular power had not reached its peak, but he could see that Hanyū Canaan's eyes had turned white. Godly push. In an instant Hanyū Canaan was sent flying, and as he landed he dug out his own eyes and crushed them. Come on until they burn out. The classic Noi Susanoo re-emerged, its form now larger and even more powerful than before. Interesting, quite interesting. It seems our battle Hashirama will have to be postponed. Let's call for a ceasefire. He has gone mad, and what we need to do now is retreat. Uchiha Obito seized Madara's body and took him away, while Hanyū Canaan upon landing once more sensed the positions of the three children, and quickly began searching for his two disciples. Master, we're fine. He saw Nagato with a new pair of Sharingan, the Fortimo pattern of Uchiha Obito's Mangekyo, releasing Konan Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui, and as they appeared they fell heavily to the ground. Upon hearing his master's voice, Hanyū Canaan instantly lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground, but before he could touch the ground, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui rushed forward to support him. Under Hanyū Canaan's perception, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui utilized their Mangekyo to the fullest, barely escaping from Uchiha Obito, and brought Obito's Mangekyo with them, a significant gain. Master, we've returned. Nothing happened, nothing at all. Finally everyone returned to their duties, and the 4 Hokages quickly prepared for battle, arranging all alliance treaties and directing everyone to head towards Konoha. So this is the base you chose before. Quite nice. When Madara reappeared before the world, he had already arrived at the land of Blood Mist, where the 5th Mizukage Terumi May had already brought some of her ninjas to Konoha. Madara then activated his Susanoo, instantly decimating the entire population of a city, and seizing formal control of the Hidden Mist village. So you mean there is no longer a Hidden Mist village? Is that what you're saying? Exactly. I believe the ninjas from the Mist village that we now hold can be integrated into Konoha, leaving everything in our village. When the news reached Konoha, the forces from the other villages quickly returned to their bases. Hanyū Canaan sat in the Hokage's office looking at the report in his hands, his eyes reflecting Obito's Mangekyo, while Nagato recuperated in the hospital. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku's Sharingan was given to Uchiha Itachi, while Uchiha Shijui's Sharingan was given to Uchiha Sasuke. During this battle, Sasuke witnessed Hanyū Canaan's fall, causing his emotions to explode and awaken his Mangekyo. Now in Konoha's hands are 2 eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. So everyone, what should we do next? I will now arrange the next battle mission. Naruto, you go to Myoboku's and quickly learn Sage Art, then head to Turtle Island to prepare to subdue the Nine Tails. Sasuke, get ready to continuously refine your eternal Mangekyo to ensure it can output its utmost power. What lies ahead is Uchiha Madara. To be honest, the pace is still a bit too fast, and it has reached a point where Hanyū Canaan can hardly deal with it. This is going to be an exhilarating contest. The arms race has begun, and everyone must keep going. The entire Konoha needs to enter a state of readiness. All personnel on missions must return and summon Orochimaru to settle all civilians into safe zones for concentrated protection. The intelligence gathering on the outskirts should primarily be entrusted to the Edo Tensei army for outer reconnaissance. Under no circumstances shall anyone leave Konoha unless on special missions, and no one shall leave for matters of special importance. Mr. Canaan, I think we might have gone a bit overboard this time. The legendary 2 warriors have appeared and their combat power is formidable, which means we have to confront 2 legendary figures, the Sage of 6 Paths with the strength of our village, right? Orochimaru sauntered into the Hokage's office and saw Hanyū Canaan seated in the main position, smiling and waving him forward. You must have heard about the chakra cannon from the lightning village. We need to make 3 of them for the upcoming battle preparation, as most chunin, and even some special jonin cannot go to the battlefield, but their chakra can be utilized in this direction. If our battle escalates to a critical stage, they will become a good fire support. You are the only one who can take charge of this matter, and I can only trust you. Indeed, it seems I am highly valued by you, Mr. Canaan. But to be honest, I am very eager to see where this wind will blow, so after this war ends we can meet again, right? Hanyū Canaan stood by the window watching the swirling leaves outside, laughing heartily, yet his laughter was tinged with a sense of desolation. No one knows the outcome, and even I am unsure if I will survive this. Do your best and leave the rest to fate, pushing everything forward, betting that in this torrent the 2 of them cannot alter the course of the battle. Canaan, I believe we've encountered a grave predicament. Hokage of the 2nd generation Tobirama Senju entered the Hokage's office and found Hanyū Canaan swiftly processing documents before him. What has occurred, Lord 2nd Hokage? Tobirama Senju handed over the materials in his possession to Hanyū Canaan, who, upon glancing at them, broke into a faint smile. Either it is Uchiha Madara, whose subordinates command an exceptionally formidable intelligence network, or there exists a mole within Konoha itself. Yet I lean toward the former. After all, he is the legendary warrior. His capabilities defy conventional logic. Thus the enemy currently commands the 7 swordsmen of the Mist, several kage from neighboring nations, and even samurai from the land of iron. These are the forces openly arrayed against us, but beneath the surface their true strength remains unknown. Orochimaru is already exerting every effort to secure reanimated warriors through the Impure World Reincarnation technique, and I cannot shake an ominous premonition. Hanyū Canaan leaned back in his chair, savoring this fleeting moment of tranquility, then gently massaged the acupoints above his nose to steady his spirit. Do not doubt it. If it truly is Uchiha Madara, his power rivals, or even surpasses, ours. Indeed, were he to conjure something as extraordinary as imbuing warriors with the Susanoo at will, I would scarcely bat an eye. Truth be told, everyone understood this, yet none wished to accept that a man long dead might still eclipse them in strength. To be precise, Uchiha Madara has only been deceased for perhaps a decade or so. Yet my greatest fear lies elsewhere. What if Uchiha Obito takes desperate measures, using the Rinnegan to resurrect Uchiha Madara and restoring him to full power with that very Rinnegan? That would constitute our most perilous scenario yet. Were that to transpire, it would undoubtedly become the gravest threat confronting us. Having regained his composure, Hanyū Canaan rose and approached the window, gazing outward at the serene landscape, still silent as though nothing at all had stirred. Very well, Lord Second Hokage. I shall now conclude my duties for the day. I will assign others to oversee security across the village. Should any development arise, please come directly to our compound. As for remaining personnel, I will delegate responsibilities accordingly. Hanyū Canaan returned to his quarters, prepared a meal with swift efficiency, then performed a summoning jutsu, dispatching it instantly to Myaboka Mountain. Meanwhile, Sasuke and Hinata sat quietly in the courtyard awaiting dinner. Let us begin eating. Afterward we shall resume sparring, to ensure your combat prowess reaches its absolute zenith. Your task is straightforward. Using only 30% of my chakra, you must land the 8 trigrams 64 palms upon me before that chakra depletes, sealing all vital points. Then execute the final strike. Sasuke sat blindfolded while Hanyū Canaan stepped forward, feeding him bite by bite. When Sasuke attempted to prove his self-sufficiency, Canaan delivered a sharp chop to his temple, eliciting a sharp involuntary gasp of pain. Enough. What you must now contemplate is how to detect and defeat me, relying solely on your sensory perception and curse seal. That is your true challenge. Whether or not you eat is frankly inconsequential. Elsewhere, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito stood at odds. Madara commanded legions of reanimated shinobi, while Obito, growing increasingly uneasy about his own precarious position, had assembled his own 6 paths of pain, simultaneously controlling both the demonic statue of the outer path and positioning himself in direct opposition to Madara. What a flawless masquerade! Let the dance begin. Before the crackling fire, figures drawn from the annals of legend twirled in graceful motion, yet among them stood one whose face was utterly unfamiliar, one who had never appeared in any chronicle before. Seated beside Uchiha Madara, the stranger slowly drew forth a long sword whose blade shimmered with crimson light, a sight so unnerving it struck terror into the hearts of all who beheld it. Madara, watching him, wore an expression of unmistakable admiration. A perfect masquerade demands perfect participants. Thus you shall become an extraordinary warrior. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito surveyed his forces with growing unease. Before him lay a stark reality. Only the 6 paths of pain and 4-tailed beasts remained under his control, and he had further embedded 4 carefully selected shinobi as Jinchuriki within those beasts. By commanding these Jinchuriki, his elite combat strength rivaled Madara's. Yet cooperation demanded constant vigilance. He must guard against both Madara himself and the enigmatic black Zetsu lurking in his shadow. Thus their combined might could never be regarded as unified. 4 factions now loomed on the horizon, one comprising remnants of hidden villages, including Kirigakure, and allied foreign powers, another Konoha village, a third Uchiha Madara's masquerade, and a fourth Uchiha Obito's 6 paths of pain alongside his 4 Jinchuriki. The lanterns blaze brightly. It is indeed an auspicious hour. Sasuke, attack me now, with your utmost strength. Sasuke removed his blindfold and opened his eyes, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blazing within. Instantly black flames erupted upon Hanyū Canaan, only to be repelled by the colossal Susanoo. Kamui! A spiraling spatial distortion materialized around Sasuke's neck, but he leapt upward just in time, shielding himself with Susanoo. The strain proved overwhelming. He collapsed instantly, only to be caught mid-fall by Hanyū Canaan, who then delivered a firm chastening blow to his head. That is not how you fight, not yet. Your chakra reserves remain insufficient. Had time permitted, I might have guided you both more thoroughly, but time, alas, is no longer our ally. Even as he spoke, a spark ignited in Hanyū Canaan's gaze, an idea crystallizing, fully formed a stratagem to induce a temporary fragile truce, not among 3 but among all 4 factions, to buy these 2 young warriors precious time. All right, I am convinced this is sound counsel. You 2 shall remain indoors, nowhere else under any circumstance. I shall prepare myself. Today I embark upon a matter of great consequence. I may return late, there is no need to wait for me. Understood, Brother Canaan, we shall rest well. As Hanyū Canaan departed, Hashirama Senju appeared at the perimeter of the courtyard. Their eyes met, and without uttering a word they exchanged a quiet, knowing smile. Are you sure this is the solution you've come up with? That's right. As long as this plan is executed, they will all patiently wait for this matter to conclude and nothing will happen. During these 2 years we will have ample time to elevate everyone's combat abilities to the next level. Currently we are on the defensive while the other side is on the offensive. If I proceed with this, the balance of offense and defense will shift, granting us enough time to rest and intensify the conflicts among them. The 5 Hokages of Konoha along with Hanyū Canaan were discussing this matter in the conference room. Everyone was preparing for the upcoming plan, and even Senju Hashirama looked at Hanyū Canaan with a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. Then I hope that the first Hokage and the second Hokage will support me while the third, fourth and fifth Hokages remain on standby in Konoha ready for any counterattacks from the Understood. On that day Hanyū Canaan sent out invitations to various factions summoning them to the Valley of the End. Whoever does not come is a coward. He certainly does not disgrace his own strength, but he wonders why he thinks he can stand alongside me. Uchiha Madara instantly burned the letter, then stood up and donned his red armor. With a snap of his fingers a group of followers emerged from behind him, and he randomly selected 2 people to head towards the Valley of the End. So what exactly does he intend to do? Or rather, what does he really want to accomplish? Uchiha Obito pondered for a long time without clarity, so he snapped his fingers, summoning Pain's 6 paths to accompany him. Having prepared for battle, he glanced at his hands, his thoughts unknown to anyone else. So can we take advantage of their fierce battle to eliminate all 3 factions while they are at each other's throats? The remnants of those 3 villages along with the remnants of the Hidden Mist village quickly became animated and prepared to upend the table. Amidst the heavy rain and chaos, some wept with their heads held low while others sheltered themselves with umbrellas. Yet Konoha stood firm against the rain, preferring to sing defiantly in the downpour than to live under the eaves of others. Let's go, Canaan. I believe someone is already waiting for us at the Valley of the End. The 3 of them donned their armor, with Hanyū Canaan choosing a set of black plate armor. Upon arriving at the Valley of the End, they saw a man clad in red plate armor waiting for them. Senju Hashirama, Hanyū Canaan, I have been waiting for you here for quite a while. Let's wait a moment, I believe there are still some rats who haven't arrived yet, right? Emerging from the shadows was none other than Uchiha Obito, possessing the Rinnegan. He brought along his subordinates Pain's 6 paths, which included the hosts of the 4 tails, 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails, along with Hanzo of the Salamander, and Shimura Danzo. So you were waiting for me. But I am curious about what you plan to accomplish with just 3 of you. In an instant Hanyū Canaan's eyes erupted with the power of the Sharingan, displaying the might of his Mangekyo Sharingan before everyone. He swiftly acted and decapitated the Pain's 6 paths version of Shimura Danzo. You seek death. Uchiha Obito instantly unleashed a universal pull, attempting to draw Hanyū Canaan closer. However, Hanyū Canaan activated his Sharingan, phasing out of existence, leaving Obito grasping at nothing. Don't be hasty, the show hasn't even started yet. Hanyū Canaan activated his Sharingan again, and a bound ninja knelt before everyone. As he pressed down on the ninja's head, the chakra of the One Tail instantly appeared. What? Seeing the situation turn dire, Uchiha Madara prepared to intervene. The rapidly condensing chakra formed a complete Susanoo, while Senju Hashirama quickly summoned a wooden giant to block the attack. Uchiha Obito then unleashed the universal pull, sending Pain's 6 paths away. Senju Tobirama swiftly threw an explosive tag, completing the explosive ceiling technique to cover that battlefield. It seems you all know what I intend to do. So if you want to realize your ideas, wait until the One Tail is revived. With a firm grip, Hanyū Canaan crushed the head of the One Tail Jinchuriki, its thick blood oozing from his hand. He directed it towards the sky, creating a chilling spectacle. The death of the One Tail Jinchuriki echoed through the air, and since the One Tail's chakra was limited, it would likely take just 2 years for it to be revived. In an instant the battlefield fell silent, while Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara became engrossed in their battle, their fierce exchanges of blades igniting sparks that illuminated the entire sky. Uchiha Obito, witnessing the fate of the One Tail Jinchuriki, erupted with astonishing battle power, and charged forward, forcefully pressing Hanyū Canaan down. He unleashed the almighty push, but Hanyū Canaan, knowing the effects of the Sharingan better than anyone, activated it, and stood before Obito, pulling him into the dimension of the Sharingan. Summoning technique. Uchiha Obito felt cold sweat bead on his forehead again. He was not calm at all the moment he returned to the dimension of the Sharingan. He felt a bone-chilling dread, for he knew better than anyone that the key to opening this space lay in those eyes. Super almighty push. Pain's 6 paths vanished from the battlefield, while Uchiha Obito soared into the sky, rapidly unleashing the almighty push. Hanyū Canaan, with one eye focused on Senju Tobirama, and the other quickly activating his Sharingan to evade the attack, found that the fierce collision between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara led them to brace against the enormous force retreating rapidly. However, the remnants of the other 3 villages and the hidden mist village found themselves in trouble. Those caught in the path of the almighty push were turned into meat paste, and the other village leaders hastily retreated with their bodyguards, though their losses were still significant. So I believe there is no need for us to continue fighting here. With the one-tailed dead, your outer path ghetto statue won't be able to receive any tailed beasts. Therefore we can wait 2 years before engaging again, can't we? Or if you feel confident, you can come at us. We will respond with our lives. Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth in anger, but he had no choice but to wave his hand and retreat. Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama fought fiercely without a clear victor. After reconsideration, Uchiha Madara gathered all his strength for a decisive strike, pushing Senju Hashirama away, and then retreated. Hashirama Yushin Kanen, I admire your ideas. Let's meet again in 2 years, and we must ensure it is a grand occasion. Thus this storm concluded in a perplexing manner. Yushin Kanan's decisiveness made everyone aware that the upcoming period would be a rare opportunity for development. So who is the most dangerous person? The most dangerous individuals are undoubtedly the remnants of the 3 villages and the hidden mist village, as they are the resources for which the 3 parties are vying. As long as they are eliminated, more soldiers can be summoned through the Edo Tensei. I firmly oppose our continued expansion. Can't they become our allies? Shut up. Senju Tobirama quickly suppressed Hashirama's thoughts, and looked at Yushin Kanan with newfound admiration. If we were to proceed as you suggest, it might be feasible, but it could be difficult to explain to the higher-ups. There is nothing to explain. We simply acted in the defense of the Land of Fire. Moreover, we could also venture to Lulan to retrieve the Dragon Vein. Although it has already dried up, it still contains chakra. After bringing it back and distributing it among these children, I believe we will gain significant benefits. So you intend to go there alone? What else? Either the first Hokage, or I must remain in Konoha. With my time-space dojutsu, I can fully absorb that power, bring it back, and then find a way to elevate the 2 children's strength. Within 2 years they must reach my level to continue the fight. So adding water when there's too much flour and adding flour when there's too much water, that's the best outcome. Yushin Jianan donned his black plate armor and stepped out, while Tobirama Senju and the others swiftly constructed new defenses in Konoha. So this is the ancient capital of Lulan, though it's utterly destroyed. Sweeping yellow sand shrouded the parched earth, leaving no trace of the surrounding forest. Yushin Jianan walked toward the purest concentration of chakra, then abruptly turned and hurled a flying thunder god kunai. So you also knew there's a perfect pure chakra vein here? Uchiha Daitu instantly released the Shinra Tensei, knocking the flying thunder god kunai aside. As he looked at Yushin Jianan, his face was filled with terror. Behind him stood his 6 paths of pain, meeting formally here. Seems you've learned. You know not to use those. I despise as the 6 paths, don't you? The newly replaced puppet was a girl, the animal path from the original story. Yushin Jianan gazed at the warriors before him, feeling a moment of unease, but only a moment. Then his chakra erupted, whipping up a terrifying vortex, and with his dojutsu he instantly tore off the head of one of the paths. All of you attack! In an instant all 5 paths struck. Jianan swiftly tossed flying thunder god kunai, and with a single Rasengan killed the Lolita path, no malice intended. Now only the 4 Jinchuriki remained. The 4 tails Jinchuriki quickly unleashed lava toward Yushin Jianan, while the 5 tails Jinchuriki's body steamed with vapor. The 6 tails Jinchuriki spat out foam covering the area, and the 7 tails Jinchuriki released shimmering powder from the sky to blind Jianan's eyes. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. The great wind raised in his hand swept away the powder in the sky and burst all the bubbles. But when those bubbles exploded, Yushin Jianan was caught in the midst. The rising dust swallowed his figure, and when he reappeared, the shuriken had already been hurled at the 4 tails Jinchuriki. The moment the 4 tails Jinchuriki reached out, his identity was revealed: Hungry Ghost Path. But the 5 tails Jinchuriki, appearing instantly before Yushin Jianan, dealt him a heavy punch. The immense steam-powered body granted him tremendous strength, causing Jianan to suffer a rare defeat. Lightning-style chakra mode. The power that erupted instantly made him charge like a cannonball straight ahead. With a single lightning-hot blade he pierced through the 4 tails Jinchuriki, and slammed him heavily to the ground. Kamui! A vortex emerged again, this time aimed at the 6 tails Jinchuriki's head. But the 6 tails Jinchuriki instantly reached out, and Yushin Jianan's body inexplicably flew forward. Deva Path. When Yushin Jianan reached him, the opponent instantly extended his hand for a Shinra Tensei to blast him away. But the instant Kamui's intangibility allowed Jianan to stand before him, calmly watching his move. Your turn's over, now it's mine. Yushin Jianan pressed his hand on the opponent's head, and as soon as Shinra Tensei ended, crushed his skull. Now there's only the 2 of you left, right? Yushin Jianan quickly raised his hand, forming a Chidori. The lightning arcs dancing over his body did not cease. He instantly dashed to the Five Tails Jinchuriki, slashed his chest with the Chidori, then kicked and shattered his body. Then in a single motion he raised his hand. Chidori's sharp spear instantly pierced the Seven Tails Jinchuriki's body, and then slid downward, tearing him apart. Impure World Reincarnation. Instantly he released several living people with Kamui and completed the Impure World Reincarnation, pulling those Jinchuriki back from the other side. All of you return to Konoha now. You'll handle the rest. Because Yushin Jianan didn't need to search for the dragon vein, he knew where it was. He swiftly arrived at its location, and with a single finger a bolt of lightning slashed through the seal. Kamui. The swiftly absorbed dragon vein chakra surged toward Yushin Jianan's eyes. It was visible that blood tears had begun to flow from his eyes, even staining his plate armor red. What? When Daitu arrived, he saw Yushin Jianan absorbing the dragon vein's power. As he moved to stop him, over a dozen clones materialized behind Jianan, blocking his path. Apologies, but our master doesn't wish for you to approach. You'd better not challenge him. Instantly several 5 or 6 Maturto wooden figures rose and lunged forward. Uchiha Daito, maneuvering between them, unleashed a massive Shinra Tensei. Yushin Jianan's clones swiftly erected earth-style walls in front, and used wood-style to protect the original body. Chibaku Tensei. The black sphere instantly thrown into the sky began attracting all objects on the ground upward. Yushin Jianan's clones raised their hands and hurled wind-style Raisin Shuriken toward the sphere. Did the sphere stop? It seemed not, because Nagato's chakra was no match for Datus. In the end the attraction completed, but Yushin Jianan had already absorbed all the dragon vein's chakra into his eyes. The rocks tightened, relentlessly compressing Yushin Jianan's living space until he could hear the sound of his own bones breaking inch by inch. Kamui. Passing instantly through the rock, when he reached the ground the Chibaku Tensei exploded. The falling rocks devastated the surroundings, but Yushin Jianan swiftly launched an attack. Lightning-style chakra mode. As he charged forward, Uchiha Daitu pulled him in with a Bansho Tenon, then tried to push him away with Shinra Tensei. But Daitu knew better than anyone that this tactic was useless. His Kamui ignored the attack. Likewise, he knew better than anyone that this attack would reach a limit where his Kamui would fail. Let me see if you can truly wield that eye. However, a sudden disturbance caused both of them to cease their battle, and then Yushin Jianan was swept into the storm, disappearing without a trace. What exactly happened? It was Yushin Jianan who had the same question. Looking at the bustling city before him, he already calculated that this must be the past of Lulan City. That means he would encounter the Fourth Hokage here, and might even meet the real Naruto Uzumaki. Excuse me, do you know someone named Baizu? A boy with blonde hair suddenly appeared behind Yushin Jianan. When he turned around, he recognized this as Naruto. Then a square-faced man walked out from a distance, and there was no doubt this was Yamato, the man who used wood release for greening. Who are you? So you two are ninjas from Konoha. You are Naruto Uzumaki, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. You are Yamato, a member of the Root organization who later became a member of the Anbu, and then the squad leader of Team 9. You can use wood release, right? The instant identity verification made both of them quickly raise their guard, and Naruto prepared to strike. However, Yushin Jianan merely shot him a glare, and his Sharingan instantly pulled him into the illusion space. I am a ninja from Konoha named Yushin Jianan, but there is no ninja named Yushin Jianan in your place. We both do not belong to this world, and the Baizu you are looking for should be the present-day Lushan of the Luan Kingdom. I believe our goals are the same: to eliminate it, and return to our respective places. Let's start now. With a snap of his fingers he woke the boy up, and the three of them entered the ancient city of Lolan, where they encountered ninjas from Konoha as well, Minato Namake's Kakashi Hatake, and another Anbu ninja. Who are you? Ugh. Here we go again. You. Before he could finish, Kakashi quickly gathered his resolve and charged at Yushin Jianan, who kicked him away and threw a kunai, teleporting next to Kakashi, and kicking him hard into the ground. Minato quickly threw a kunai for Flying Thunder God, preparing to appear in front of Jianan and deal with him, but Yushin Jianan swiftly gathered a Rasengan and sent him flying. Alright, can you listen to me now? You are the Fourth Hokage, Minato Namake's Jiraiya's disciple, adept at Flying Thunder God. You, Kakashi Hatake, were classmates with Rin Noura and Obito Uchiha. One died under the Kanabi Bridge and the other died at your hands. I believe I'm not mistaken, so both of you stand still. The two were taken aback, then simultaneously halted their movements. Yushin Jianan pointed to the two behind him. He is Naruto Uzumaki, the son of Minato Namake's, and this is Yamato, your junior. Brother Jianan, that joke is not funny at all. Yushin Jianan walked beside Naruto Uzumaki and lifted his shirt, revealing the sealing technique underneath. Minato looked at the sealing technique and his expression darkened. He is a child, he deserves to know who his parents are. After all the hardships and challenges he has faced, he should be entitled to the light of these days. Yushin Jianan considered what might happen and how far this could go, but he hoped that when Naruto learned that Minato Namikaze was his father they could sit down and talk nothing more. So even if a flood were to come next, Yushin Jianan was prepared to remain calm. So I will handle the Lulan issue next while you two can have a good chat. Everything is within my control, you can talk freely but you cannot leave Lulan. There is plenty of time, enjoy the light Naruto. Yushin Jianan patted his shoulder and injected a large amount of chakra into Naruto's body. Naruto felt particularly comfortable in all his limbs and looked at the man resembling his father, feeling an overwhelming warmth. Having had enough of the disdain from others, Naruto's perception of kindness was quite evident. He nodded and walked towards his father. Minato looked at the man standing before him, identical in appearance, and was frantically calculating everything in his mind. However, he felt no trace of malice from him. Yushin Jianan walked beside Minato Namikaze, patted his shoulder, and flooded chakra into his body. Minato instinctively prepared to refuse, but then he saw how clear and bright the other man's eyes were. Strangely trusting him, Minato accepted the chakra. Alright, you two arrange to bring him back. I will go deal with Baizu and be ready to retreat at any time. Now let's talk about Yushin Jianan. He faced the one referred to as the puppet master Baizu, who quickly noticed him, but had no chance to act. The girl rushed forward, cut his robe and grasped his mechanical heart, holding it in her hand ready to detonate and kill him at any moment. Quite hasty, isn't it? However, when Yushin Jianan focused all his energy against him, only Uchiha Madara and Obito Uchiha with 2 Rinnegan could be qualified to confront him. So take a look for yourself, this is all his evidence of wrongdoing, so this is all over. If you think this isn't enough trouble, then let me be your opponent. But this also showcased the protagonist's recklessness, as he was unaware that An Lushan had a good reputation in Lulan. However, in the eyes of the Queen of Lulan, he was a power-hungry minister who should be executed. Alright, next is the chat between the father and son. I will go over and see how to resolve everything. Yushin Jianan quickly tidied everything up and returned to the inn where he saw the two chatting. Everything was so peaceful, and he quietly approached Yamato from behind to give him a hint. With a thud, Yamato punched Kakashi on the head, instantly lifting his spirits and clearing his thoughts. Awesome. The scene shifts to Naruto and Minato, where Naruto listens to everything and then steps forward to punch Minato directly. Why did you seal the 9 tails inside your own son? Do you have any idea how many disdainful looks I've endured and how much unfairness I've suffered? Why must all of this be forced upon me? What exactly did I do wrong to deserve such calamity? Shouldn't I have a... Minato tightly held his son in his arms, holding him as tightly as possible, knowing he would have to do this. But what did the child do wrong? Or rather, wasn't all of this imposed upon the child by him? Naruto clung tightly to his father, tears streaming down his face as he neared a breaking point. What else was there? Suddenly it seemed he came to a realization and grabbed his father's arm. Dad, can you contact the pervy sage? Minato snapped back to reality. He was referring to Jiraiya. Although unsure why he needed to find him, Minato quickly formed hand seals and arranged for a summoning frog to search for Jiraiya. After a few more minutes, Jiraiya's shadow clone arrived here. Pervy sage. With his long white hair and the eyeshadow drawn on, he still wore that familiar lecherous look. But when he became serious, everyone knew he would never lose. For a ninja, how one lives is inconsequential, what matters is how one dies. The value of a ninja's life is not determined by how they live, but by what they accomplish before death. Reflecting on my life, it has been nothing but failures, continuously rejected by Tsunade, failing to prevent my friends from going astray, and not protecting my master and disciples. Compared to the great deeds of past Hokages, my actions are trivial and utterly boring. I had hoped to die like the Hokages of old, betting the success of my story on its conclusion. Failure is also a form of amusement. The protagonist firmly believes that suffering is a test, striving to survive and ultimately achieving glorious feats that erase all failures, dying as a great ninja. The great sage Fugaku prophesied that I am the one to guide change. The stability or destruction of the ninja world hinges on my thoughts. I chose to defeat pain and stop Akatsuki, yet I failed. What a shame! Is this truly the end of Jiraiya's hero's story? What a dull tale. Jiraiya's hero's story. Ending like this is still not so bad. A frog at the bottom of a well ultimately returning to the sea. Is that how this chapter ends? Haha, that's quite grand. It's about time to close the pen. Alright, what should the sequel be titled? Right. The tale of Uzumaki Naruto. Sounds good. Such a hero died in the dark of dawn using his life to bring back information for Naruto. Yet when Naruto reaches the age to drink, he never shared that drink with his master. Naruto, you are just like the protagonist of my novel, inheriting the unwavering perseverance. You are the child of prophecy. Never give up, that is the true choice I must make. When a dying man passes his dream to a newly born life, that dream becomes so clear that everyone can see it, as if everyone could touch it. So this child must be the offspring of you and Kushina, with that head of blonde hair and the chakra of the 9 tails. That's right, and this time he really wants to meet you. Naruto stepped forward and gently embraced Jiraiya, afraid that if he exerted too much force he might ruin the old man who had given him so much love. However, warm tears gradually soaked Jiraiya's sage robe. Everything has been arranged perfectly, hasn't it? Seeing you, I think I have already found that child of prophecy, haven't I? But... Jiraiya gently placed his hand over Naruto's mouth, lightly tapping it. Naruto was ready to resist but dared not use force, fearing that the shadow clone before him would dissipate like a dream. If I were to write my life as a novel, I don't need it to be particularly spectacular. However, I would not want to know what the ending looks like. All I need to know is that I have a wonderful disciple like you, a great child like you, and an incredible adventure. That's enough. As for the process in between, I think only I can slowly comprehend it. Isn't that right? Jiraiya gently removed his hand and wiped away the tears from the child's eyes, then walked over to a nearby ice cream stand to buy a two-unknown popsicle, opening it and handing it to the child. Come on, it's on me. This popsicle is a gift for you, and at the same time it made me clearly understand that the path I will walk in the future will undoubtedly be very exciting, right? Jiraiya and Naruto slowly enjoyed their popsicles. The cold sensation almost made Naruto want to cry again. However, remembering the meaning of his name, he swallowed his tears back. You're still a child. If you want to cry, let's cry it out, and stand up again. We are still men, right? I'm no longer a child, pervy sage. Jiraiya laughed heartily, his laughter bright and cheerful, gently flicking Naruto's forehead before tenderly ruffling his hair, which then transformed into a puff of white smoke. The stick of the popsicle fell to the ground, landing softly, while Naruto swallowed his tears and finished that popsicle. Isn't pervy sage being a bit excessive? He's lewd and unreliable, often leaving me behind during training to go gather material, when in reality he sneaks off to watch beautiful ladies bathe. It sounded like a junior was accusing his elder of these alleged misdeeds, but the tears welling up as he spoke revealed his inner turmoil. So you are my child. Kushina Uzumaki stepped out from the shadows, but this time in her physical form, and Naruto rushed forward to embrace his mother tightly, yet not a single tear fell. He appeared exceptionally calm. You've suffered. I know everything. A mother's words are always gentle, but never doubt the power of a child comforted by their mother. Because at that moment he was facing everyone in a fully charged state. It's all behind me. I'm doing well, I have many friends, and I pay attention to my diet. I'm not picky, the people of Konoha treat me well, and Uncle Irika's ramen is delicious. And also I miss you both. In that instant tears almost fell, but in front of his mother he couldn't let a single drop fall. Because the moment he shed a tear would only worry his mother. Everything will be alright. I'm doing great, you don't have to worry. Never doubt a mother's observational skills. The dark skin and countless scars, looking at the calluses on her hands, brought tears to her eyes. Naruto didn't know how to comfort his mother, so he could only gently hold her just like that. Nothing has happened, I'm doing fine. And then Naruto, Minato, and Kushina strolled through the ruins over and over again. It's not that this place was so wonderful, nor that they didn't remember everything, they just wanted to slowly walk this path because Minato understood that this reunion was a farewell. I have to go. A resolute statement, isn't it? Because he is the child of prophecy, he will bring new life to the entire ninja world. Safe travels. Minato and Kushina's farewell was just a sentence while Hanyū Canaan walked over to Naruto and patted him on the shoulder. Safe travels. As life and death intertwine, everyone returned to their original places while Hanyū Canaan returned to the ruins of the city, looking at the now silent battlefield, and after checking the time he realized he had been gone for 3 days. So these are the samurai of this generation. Pathetically weak. Why hasn't your leader shown up yet? The man standing calmly beside Uchiha Madara charged into the land of iron, cutting down samurai one by one, who then lay on the ground slowly turning into dried husks. This is so boring, it makes me want to die. Looking more closely at this man, one could see his body wrapped in thick bandages with only 2 eyes exposed. His muscular physique radiated power, and the blade in his hand glowed with an eerie red light. No, you are Kaioshisaru. Sanchuan, who had rushed over, felt his heart tremble at the sight of the terrifying demon blade, for Kaioshisulu had always been a legend in the history of the Land of Iron. However, his two blades were real, one called Giki, the other Zizuki. When he was young, he had gone to Shuiying Ridge in the Land of Iron where Zizuki was sealed. So you are the leader of this generation of the Land of Iron. If your subordinates are only this capable, then I think you are not much of a leader either. Sanchuan, after all, was a man who had weathered many storms. He quickly suppressed the fear in his heart, drew his blade, and charged forward. But in front of Kaioshisulu, this fight seemed like mere warm-up before the real battle. Don't be ridiculous, child. You don't even have the right to draw your sword against me. In an instant, a flash of red light severed Sanchuan's head. His spurting blood flowed like a stream toward Kaioshisulu's long blade. Delicious heart blood, but not enough. Then Kaioshisulu strode openly onto the path of the Land of Iron. All who tried to stop him fell to his demon blade. The blade had its own pride. Along the way, he did not trouble any samurai who did not draw their swords against him, merely passing by quietly. Yet that instant of intimidation left them drenched in cold sweat. Send a distress call to Konoha. Only Konoha can help now. Konoha quickly made arrangements, and Yushin Jianan set out for the Land of Iron. Shuiying Ridge and back. Once Kaioshisulu had learned all his swordsmanship here, eventually becoming the strongest of his time. Now returning to this familiar place, he couldn't help but sigh. The Zizuki blade was sealed by him. This time he came back to retrieve his long sword and face his partner at full strength. Or rather, he wanted to use his own power to defeat Uchiha Madara Hiden. Master, was I wrong? Eternal life brought endless contemplation. Over the years he had encountered countless warriors, all of whom died by his hand. He then slowly learned various fighting styles. But when he finally faced Uchiha Madara, he realized that his strongest asset was always the sword in his hand. The moment he decided to cultivate others' power, he had lost his ambition. So he picked up his long sword again, honing his swordsmanship step by step until he reached the pinnacle. So it's time to go in and search properly. Are you joking with me? Yushin Jianan looked at the intelligence in his hand, lost in thought. An old man over 350 years old, whose combat power surpassed that of the current leader of the Land of Iron, Sanchuan, wielding the demon blade Giki, and his body was an indescribable entity. No one knew what his true form was. And he's also immortal. According to the legends passed down in the Land of Iron, Kaioshisulu was the only immortal swordsman. All other warriors who were also immortal swordsmen were killed by him alone, leaving only him. But the legends of the Land of Iron do not record how this warrior was able to kill those other immortals. I'm going to fight, not listen to stories. However, when Yushin Jianan arrived in the Land of Iron, he noticed something wrong along the way. The dried-up corpses beside him were blown by the wind, forming mounds. When one mound rolled to his feet, he examined it closely, cutting a slit with his small knife. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. So what kind of battle was this? Yushin Jianan walked forward step by step, collecting the long swords of the fallen samurai along the way. Then he picked up the famous blade Tongziki Anang from the hands of the three legendary swordsmen of the Land of Iron. Sir Yushin, if you can help us stop Kaioshisulu, then this famous blade should belong to you. The samurai's faith was so simple. The moment Yushin Jianan accepted that famous blade, it meant he would see this through. Then the women and children stepped out one by one, drawing the long swords that had belonged to their husbands, fathers, or sons. Yushin Jianan headed toward Shuiying Ridge. The smell of blood grew stronger along the way, becoming pungent. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. If I fight this man Hiden, my Kamui might be useless. Yushin Jianan's instincts immediately sensed danger. For the first time he felt he had put himself in a dangerous situation. A wooden bird flew toward Konoha. Yushin Jianan patted his armor and walked into the forest. So you are carrying the Tongziki Anang. In an instant, cold sweat broke out on Yushin Jianan's forehead. The other had come behind him without his noticing, a feeling he hadn't had in a long time. But a warrior's instinct made him quickly suppress his unease and prepare for battle. So you are the savior the Land of Iron has summoned. Well, I do hope you can show me just how strong you are. The wind slowly swept by, lifting a few leaves that gently floated between the two men. In an instant it split into two halves of a lifetime, and a blade was swiftly drawn, striking directly forward. Kyosusuru unleashed all his might to counter the attack, and the two steel blades clashed heavily together. In that moment Kyosusuru realized that this enemy seemed rather intriguing. I truly hope you can hold on a little longer. One blade style, ultimate blood stain. In an instant the steel blade carved a shape in the air, and 3 strikes landed on the Boichian gang. The sparks ignited a blazing fire that rapidly spread. Hanyū Canaan quickly infused his blade with fire attribute chakra and with a swift swing sent Kyosu's Suru flying. You are insulting the steel blade in your hand. You should give it the respect it deserves. My task is to eliminate you here, and to defeat you all means are justifiable. The flames of the steel blade were instantly flung out, expanding the attack range of the long knife. Kyosu's Suru quickly gripped his steel blade, leaping backward in search of a moment's opportunity to attack. Hanyū Canaan understood that if he stopped attacking he would be instantly crushed before him. One blade style ultimate blood flash. He sheathed his blade and in a lightning-fast motion charged forward while drawing his steel blade. Hanyū Canaan quickly responded by infusing his blade with wind attribute chakra. With a turn, a whirlwind surged up, directly sweeping Kyosu's Suru away. Receive my strike. Hanyū Canaan gripped the steel blade tightly as dancing lightning flickered at the tip of the blade. Then at the moment of the next swing, the leaping lightning extended the blade by several meters while Kyosu's Suru swiftly retreated and launched a counterattack. One blade style ultimate blood battle frenzy. The warrior who arrived before him swung his steel blade wildly. Hanyū Canaan quickly infused fire attribute chakra onto the blade, resisting the splashing flames that fell onto Kyosu's Suru's bandages, slowly igniting them. Yet amidst the fierce flames, Kyosu's Suru appeared even more frenzied and obsessed. His only goal was to slay the enemy before him. In an instant, Hanyū Canaan's new strength surged. With a single swing he unleashed a fierce wind, sending Kyosu's Suru flying while igniting all the sparks on him. The burning flames consumed all the bandages on Kyosu's Suru, revealing a body clad in red armor and a skull-like head beneath. That's quite interesting, but you're still lacking a bit. Kyosu's Suru swiftly assumed a new stance, raising his long knife above his head, yet nothing happened. Hanyū Canaan's instincts as a warrior were frantically warning him that if he didn't evade he would truly die. One blade style ultimate blood sword kill. In an instant the downward slash raised a cloud of dust enveloping the entire forest. However, when the smoke cleared, deep marks were left on the ground, confirming Hanyū Canaan's instincts. If he had decided to withstand it with Susanoo, he would have been cut in half. Susanoo. Instantly blue armor appeared, enveloping Hanyū Canaan's entire body and covering his long knife, which soon ignited with raging flames, charging towards Kyosu's Suru. The steel blades clashed rapidly, bringing both combatants into a fierce state. The swiftly moving steel blades were accompanied by howling cold winds constantly brushing against their faces. But was that truly just cold wind? It seemed not quite so. Hanyū Canaan's face began to crack, slowly dripping a drop of blood, and it was that single drop of blood that gave Kyosu's Suru a new advantage. No blade style blood soul. That drop of blood ignited instantly, sending Hanyū Canaan flying. Before Hanyū Canaan could turn around, Kyosu's Suru had already closed in. Hanyū Canaan quickly unsealed his Yin seal and entered Sage mode, raising his knife to meet the attack. Only by activating my recovery ability to its maximum can I ensure that no more blood will flow from me. Give it to me. Hanyū Canaan's steel blade instantly raised a sandstorm, launching it towards Kyosu's Suru. Kyosu's Suru was swiftly sent flying like a torn newspaper amidst the raging wind and gently descended. The moment he opened his eyes, Hanyū Canaan had already reached him, the lightning dancing on his body indicating he had entered lightning release chakra mode. With a single strike against Kyosu's Suru, the blade shattered the armor on him. Yet when he swung his blade again, he found that the red armor had returned to normal. What? Yet regardless of what occurred, the force in his hand did not change at all. It merely altered the attack method, from preparing to slay to directly pushing him away. The armor gradually shattered and then returned to normal as if nothing had happened, yet he had clearly landed a hit just moments ago. So you should have realized that this armor has already fused into my very organs, and I believe you are quite aware that you have no chance left. In an instant, Hanyū Canaan charged forward once more, raising his steel blade to strike Kyosu's Suru's ghostly cut. The sparks ignited, illuminating both men's eyes, one filled with madness and mockery, the other with unwavering determination and despair. Even if I must leave my life here today, I must cut down your wings of Uchiha Madara. Kyosu's Suru instantly realized why Hanyū Canaan would unleash his full power to contend with him. It was simply because he recognized him as a subordinate of Uchiha Madara. You don't actually think I would submit to him, do you? All along my sword has only swung for the strongest. No one can enslave me, not even the Heavenly Emperor. From the beginning, Uchiha Madara and Kyosu's Suru were allies, or rather they shared an equal friendship. Their separation now was merely Kyosu's Suru wanting to unleash his most formidable power to defeat Uchiha Madara. So you should decide how to strike this time. Return the spider cut. 2 Heaven 1 Flow. A steel blade flew out from the darkness and landed in Kyosu's Suru's hand, unleashing a shockwave that sent Hanyū Canaan flying with unprecedented force. The moment Kyusura retrieved his dual swords, an overwhelming aura erupted, directly pressing down on Hanyū Canaan's bones. He could distinctly hear the tremors in his bones, warning him to flee immediately. Dual sword style secret technique, bloodshed glare. The blood light coiling around the blades spread upward step by step, and as it gathered all its power, the ground trembled, prompting Hanyū Canaan to activate all his enhancement effects and clash with his sword. With a crack, Hanyū Canaan's right hand flew into the air. Everyone could see the blood explode in an instant, and Hanyū Canaan was thrown back. It seems it's not over yet. Hanyū Canaan concentrated all his strength, instantly his right hand recovering while emitting white smoke, making him appear even paler, as such recovery came at a cost. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and then dashed towards his severed right hand, turning to pick up the child cutter sword and charge at Kyusura. Come at me. With both swords aligned, he executed a horizontal slash while Hanyū Canaan struck down instantly. At that moment, Kyusura chuckled lightly, for he knew better than anyone that Hanyū Canaan had made an error. Oh no. Hanyū Canaan could clearly feel that the power in his wrist did not direct towards the sword strike, but rather a significant portion of it dispersed, and when he looked at Kyusura, he saw those mocking eyes. If you had 3 more years, you might be able to exchange 2 blows with me. With a sudden burst of power, Hanyū Canaan was propelled into the air, and he saw Kyusura sheath his sword and instantly shoot out like a cannonball. Dual sword style sword draw slash. In an instant, both swords were drawn, the erupting blood light illuminating Hanyū Canaan's face as he quickly adjusted his stance, compressing Susanoo into a suit of armor, unleashing all his power, while the child cutter sword began to tremble. In an instant, the 2 swords slashed towards him, and the child cutter sword emitted a sharp explosive sound. Yet, as Hanyū Canaan gritted his teeth to endure, Kyusura quickly exerted his strength, and directly severed the child cutter sword. What? With both hands protecting his chest, the 2 steel blades slashed down, instantly shredding his arms and opening a cross-shaped wound on his chest. No sword-style blood break. The splattering blood exploded, directly flipping Hanyū Canaan away. It was visible that the flying flesh was slowly writhing together, trying to reunite, but the burning blood was suppressing his recovery ability. It could be seen that Hanyū Canaan was spitting out blood, and even as he attempted to reinstate his Bodhis chakra, he discovered he seemed to have lost control of his body. You are not a perfect warrior, but I believe you will become one, yet you have no time left. Like a cat toying with a mouse, Hanyū Canaan was gradually regaining control of his body, yet the burning blood seemed to make his organs resist this control. What a joke. Out of nowhere, Hanyū Canaan found a surge of strength, white smoke emanating from his arm as it rapidly regrew. Meanwhile, the muscles that had been flailing quickly converged, making him appear as if he crawled out of red paint, yet the fatigue at the corner of his eye and his now trembling body illustrated the toll of that recovery. The last time he consumed this much energy was during his first serious battle with Uchiha Madara. Let's do this again. Hanyū Canaan swiftly enhanced himself with the light heavy rock technique, floated into the air and bombarded the ground with a flurry of skills. However, such high-density, high-intensity attacks appeared particularly ridiculous in front of Kyusura. Dual sword style secret technique, Sea of Blood. All attacks dissipated silently like pebbles cast into the sea, and Hanyū Canaan looked on in horror, realizing that every attack from his opponent could reach him, and every gap in their skills allowed him to neutralize each strike with minimal cost. How did Uchiha Madara manage to defeat this madman? It's time to end this. This battle has been quite entertaining. With both swords drawn, a torrent of blood surged forward. In an instant, it pierced through his body. No sword-style blood break. After the explosion, Hanyū Canaan had already lost consciousness, his bloody form crashing back to the ground. A disembowelment could not even describe the horror of this scene. Simply put, one could see the scenery through Hanyū Canaan's body. Transcription seal Kamui. Hanyū Canaan's eyes formed a perfect vortex that pulled him into the Kamui space. This is truly fascinating. Kyusura ascended high. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara had arrived in the land of iron. Utilizing the local living beings, he swiftly revived a group of warriors. He returned the weapons of the fallen, forming a coalition of reanimated warriors. On the other side, Senju Hashirama looked at the summoning scroll in his hand, which displayed a crisis symbol, and clapped his hands to summon rapidly. Hanyū Canaan returned to Konoha in such a state that he was barely holding together. Everyone step aside. Tsunade laid Hanyū Canaan on the sickbed and began to use the healing technique. The cells of Hashirama could no longer recover. Completely seal the information. Concentrate forces and prepare for battle. Senju Tobarama quickly issued orders, and the entire Konoha entered a state of readiness. So you mean Hanyū Canaan has lost his combat capability? Of course, the wound left by my demon blade will further erode his power. His recovery ability is indeed astonishing, but it's still not enough. Kyosura left while Uchiha Madara showed no concealment of his disdain for him. How could a body that felt no pain experience the thrill of battle? However, he was unaware that Kyosura had not found this battle easy. In fact, he had nearly lost his life during it. If you knew you almost won, would it drive you mad? At Uchiha Obito's location, upon completing the creation of the 6 paths of pain again, he received this news: the chaos-causing figure Black Zetsu ordered Uchiha Obito to attack Konoha. If that's the case, attacking Konoha is indeed necessary. As long as I can obtain Hanyū Canaan's body, I can acquire 4-tailed beasts, 2 tails, 3 tails, 8 tails, 9 tails. This is your first crushing defeat in this world, isn't it? Hanyū Canaan woke up in a pure white space, looked around the environment, and then laid down on the ground staring upward. If you've come to say these discouraging words, I think you'd better let me wake up and continue the fight. Hanyū Canaan slowly sat up, hesitated for a long time, pondered there for an eternity, and then clenched his molars, truly making a decision. I want to load that save file of Rurouni Kenshin. Bring it out for me. A true sword fanatic, if he wanted to defeat his opponent, the best way was to wield even greater swordsmanship. If you think you have a chance to win with the Hiten Mitsurujiri, and now, I think you're being a bit naive. The system seemed to be stopping him, but Hanyū Canaan had made up his mind. His clenched steel teeth showed his determination this time, but was everything really that simple? So I intend to directly extract that memory, and then stake my life on resolving it. If he doesn't die, we can't proceed with any further actions. The system paused for 2 seconds, then handed over the file. As a partner, it still wanted to speak up to stop him. You know better than I do. That save file almost cost you your life back then. If you want to load it, I personally advise you to cultivate on your own instead of relying on that memory. Hanyū Canaan halted, his eyes widening, the muscles on his face trembling. Whether it was fear or pain, he couldn't tell. I just want to finish the mission as quickly as possible and go back to rest early. As for all this, I don't care anymore. Hanyū Canaan looked in the direction of the system and smiled, a smile so desolate even though he knew better than anyone what all this truly meant. If I succeed this time, can I finally break free from all this? The system did not reply. Perhaps it was also shocked by Hanyū Canaan's state. He was laughing wildly, clutching his head, an abnormal state, as if he had been driven to madness. Let's begin. Let this be the last time. In an instant, the surging memory tore his mind apart, making him feel as if he were dying. In the space of consciousness, he stood up again, rubbed his head that bore no wounds, and the moment he opened his eyes, killing intent burst forth. Shishio Makoto has been loaded. The final boss from Rurouni Kenshin slowly walked out, his terrifying murderous aura instantly surging toward Hanyū Canaan. Hanyū Canaan's hand trembled as the blade Dejizuri Yasatsuna appeared in his grasp once more. Then let's go again. In an instant, Hanyū Canaan charged forward, executing in one motion what was known as the ultimate technique, the 9-headed dragon flash. The attack from 9 directions simultaneously forced Shishio to quickly assume a stance and block them all. So you are the Qinglian who once beheaded me. That long buried name tore open Hanyū Canaan's deepest scar, for it was this name that had witnessed the death of every swordsman in Rurouni Kenshin. So this time I can still behead you. The previous 9-headed dragon flash was not executed correctly. It was even riddled with flaws. Yet in that moment both were testing each other. When that name was uttered, Hanyū Canaan recalled the muscle memory of his past, and his aura suddenly shifted. Sheathing his blade, Hanyū Canaan instantly lowered his stance, then with a flick of his body unleashed the ultimate technique, the heavenly soaring dragon flash. The speed was so astonishing that Shishio had no time to react before being struck by the blade. In that instant, Hanyū Canaan realized he had lost control of some muscles. They did not follow his intended force pattern. You've grown weak. Or perhaps those past events are still tormenting you. What are you thinking? Or do you think I don't deserve your strongest skill? Shishio, while using words to strike at Hanyū Canaan, stepped forward and slammed his steel blade down upon him. Hanyū Canaan gradually adapted to the muscle force of his body, his eyes filled with both determination and nostalgia. Now strike immediately. Cut him down. As if a voice sounded in his ear, Hanyū Canaan slowly reached out his hand, wanting to touch it, but was slashed back by Shishio. His hand was almost severed. What the hell are you thinking? Shishio, as if provoked, continued his assault while flames burst out from above. His steel blade gradually entered a more powerful state. How dare you meet my battle with that expression of someone about to die? Hanyū Canaan blocked with all his might, but he still couldn't find the correct point of power. Or rather, he hoped to regain that familiar feeling. Use your shoulder to strike. Cut down! The blade fell and Hanyū Canaan, as if just waking up, finally regained that power and blocked the attack. Dragon Hammer Flash! He leaped into the air and slashed downward. Shishio blocked and revealed a ferocious grin. This is the real you! Come again! Hanyū Canaan quickly leaped back, sheathing his blade. What are you doing? Shishio attacked in earnest, and Hanyū Canaan drew his blade with a chest-forward stance. The heavenly soaring dragon flash, instantly reclaiming the initiative, the first move that belonged to him. In an instant the steel blade was pressed against Shishio's neck, then twisted in the air, sending his head flying. This is the real you! Keep going! After all, you are the man who once killed me! Hanyū Canaan collapsed to his knees, gasping for air, his face pale as death. He lay on his back, exhaling heavy breaths. This time I will definitely defeat you. Kayasisi Lu, wait to die. I think you need to rest now. Hanyū Canaan turned his bloodshot eyes toward the direction of the system's voice, then drew the steel blade and slit his own throat. Yes, after this mission there will be no more ties between us. You deserve a perfect exit. At the moment when the two parties arrived at Konoha, Hashirama quickly leaped out and used the wood clone technique to directly pin Uchiha Madara down, while the second, third, and fourth Hokage swiftly landed to redirect Kyuubi. So is it our turn to step in now? Naruto watched as Sasuke walked over slowly while Itachi moved behind and lightly struck Naruto with a chop. Sasuke and I will hold off Uchiha Obito, and you take care of his minions. Clad in a dark robe adorned with red clouds, his entire being shrouded in darkness, he bore a gigantic Rinnegan eye on his face. Naruto landed and activated Sage Mode, contemplating the combat strength of the incoming pain from a distance. Rasengan. The rapidly thrown Rasengan appeared, and as the hungry ghost path absorbed it, Naruto suddenly appeared and kicked the opponent's head, causing it to explode. Then he threw a kunai with a flying thunder technique backward, disappearing instantly to avoid the distance, and saw a man emerge grasping the corpse and tossing it into the mouth of the King of Hell, only to pull it back out. The Hell Path and Hungry Ghost Path have already come out, so the rest doesn't matter. In an instant he hammered his fist down, and immediately the chakra cloak of the Four Tails enveloped Naruto's body. In that moment he thought about many things, and even if he looked around surrounded by hell, he would no longer fear. At the moment he looked up, the tailed beast bombs surged forth, roaring towards the opponent. As the Hungry Ghost Path blocked again, the tail of the tailed beast cloak shot straight out, piercing through the body of the Hell Path, while the Deva Path raised his hand for Shinra Tensei, pushing all four tails away. Universal Pull. In an instant it pulled Naruto towards him, and the black rod in his hand stabbed forward. In that moment Naruto grabbed the tail, and the black rod, feeling his chakra being disturbed, and forcefully twisted it off. He then formed a Rasengan in his hand and pressed it towards the Deva Path. As the Hungry Ghost Path came to absorb chakra, Naruto directly seized its hand, pouring his new chakra into its body, instantly petrifying it, and then struck out with a palm that shattered it. However, the moment of rigidity gave the animal path an opportunity, and a summoned chameleon flicked its tongue, flinging it away. It crashed heavily to the ground and slowly got back up. Super Shinra Tensei. But at the moment he activated Super Shinra Tensei, Naruto swiftly ascended with four tails, wrapping it up. Even as his shadow clones engaged in combat, he did not split his focus at all, for he knew that if Shinra Tensei was activated this time, Cannon in the hospital would definitely suffer a heavy blow. Die for me! He forcefully withstood Shinra Tensei, crushing it, and the Deva Path became the most miserable warrior. If today's battle here harms him, I guarantee I will crush you all. Naruto released all his killing intent, swiftly reached out and crushed the invisible chameleon, exploding. Then the four tails swiftly wrapped around and directly pierced through the four bodies. So all of this will not end. The six bodies turned into a pool of ink lying on the ground, then merging into a gigantic body, coiling and twisting, forming a massive warrior with 6 Rinnegan eyes on its face. Rasengan. As he launched another attack, the opponent manifested 3 additional arms, swiftly capturing the incoming Rasengan and absorbing it, while Naruto instantly sprouted skeletal structures and released 6 tails. I will kill you! His fist shot straight forward, slamming down the giant, pouring out the attack, while the Deva Path quickly unleashed Super Shinra Tensei, crashing down towards the ground. Then Naruto pressed his face close and bombarded him with several tailed beast bombs, forcing the opponent to stop Shinra Tensei and attempt to hinder. The sounds in his ears grew increasingly chaotic. Although Naruto had already conquered the Six Tails cloak form, he could still hear the words influencing his judgment. Those words pierced through his heart, but when he regained his senses he could still see that person who had once made him delicious chicken soup, prepared a table full of dishes for him to savor slowly, and had arranged everything for him to be a normal child before he even understood. If you dare to move against him, I will definitely kill you. He once again transformed into the eight-tails beast form, his bloodied and fleshy form emerging, and he was about to lose control. But in that instant he saw a wooden dragon emerge, tightly coiling around his body. Enough, it's enough, and back. So Hanyū Canaan, has your body ultimately led to this dead end? Uchiha Obito appeared beside Hanyū Canaan, and just as he was about to reach for the eyes that belonged to him, Sasuke suddenly lunged out from the side, his lightning strike sending Obito flying while he gently covered Hanyū Canaan with a blanket, and then the two brothers charged out together. No need to talk to him, just kill him directly. What Uchiha Itachi intended to do from the very beginning was to defeat Uchiha Obito and reclaim the Rinnegan, but when he saw Obito preparing to attack Hanyū Canaan, he decided that he deserved nothing less than hell, condemned to endure endless flames. Summoning technique Outer Path Golem. The two Uchiha warriors quickly opened their eyes, unleashing the terrifying Susanoo, one purple and one red, then simultaneously drew out their steel blades and charged at Uchiha Obito. In just a few strikes, the Outer Path Golem quickly retreated and milky white conduits instantly pierced into Uchiha Obito's body, drawing enough chakra from him. Did it hurt? It hurt a lot. He felt the sensation of his tendons being pulled and his marrow being stripped. He could feel his body being torn apart as if the Outer Path Golem was devouring his will, sinking him deeper into this endless power. Impossible, even if I have to destroy everything I want, hesitate. In an instant the heavenly thunder seemed to be guided by him, striking out in all directions while Sasuke swiftly took Hanyū Canaan's sickbed into his arms and dodged all attacks. Stop right there. Uchiha Itachi rapidly drew the 10,000 sword, stabbing it into the body of the Outer Path Golem, piercing through its chest, forcibly pulling out a large portion of chakra from it. Uchiha Obito's hair suddenly turned white as snow, and his entire body was covered in wrinkles, lying there despondently. Yet one could see that as the Outer Path Golem surged into his body, everything was coming to an end. He was not the body of the Sage of Six Paths, but after absorbing the entire Outer Path Golem, he possessed even greater power, and opened his eyes once more. The gigantic Susanoo appeared above Konoha, and several shurikens instantly materialized in its hands, charging towards the two Susanoos. Sasuke and Itachi's Susanoos were shredded to pieces, but Sasuke held Hanyū Canaan tightly in his arms. Then he leaped outward, quickly releasing his full strength. The Susanoo transformed into the black flames of Amaterasu directed towards Uchiha Obito's body, but Obito merely waved his hand, extinguishing Amaterasu as if nothing had happened. So does that mean this is the only way to hit you now? Sasuke activated all the curse seals on his body, and 5 snakes appeared before everyone. Then amidst the twists and turns, dozens of various energy balls surged towards the opponent with extremely high density. Shinra Tensei. The explosive chakra shattered all incoming attacks, extending his hand to pull Hanyū Canaan closer, while Sasuke grabbed Hanyū Canaan and hurled a kunai tied with an iron chain to anchor himself. Uchiha Itachi then swiftly struck with a sword towards Uchiha Obito. Realizing it was the 10,000 sword, Obito dodged sideways, preparing to eliminate Uchiha Itachi first. Come on until it burns out. Perhaps it was Hanyū Canaan's existence that allowed these two children to experience a perfect childhood. The two appeared somewhat juvenile, with Sasuke charging towards Uchiha Obito wielding his 10,000 sword, while Uchiha Obito activated his Susanoo to meet him. After a few strikes, sparks flew. The two giants clashed hundreds of times in just a few seconds. Then Itachi suddenly vanished, compressing the giant into armor and stabbing upward, directly piercing through Obito's body. However, just as the 10,000 sword was about to seal him, Obito yanked it away and surged forward with a universal pull, dragging Uchiha Itachi towards him, then unleashed a Shinra Tensei, sending Uchiha Itachi flying. At the moment he crashed heavily to the ground, Uchiha Obito had already charged forward, ready to kill Uchiha Itachi directly with the power of the human path, but he forgot that his brother was standing there. In an instant the 5 long snakes flew out, biting down hard on Obito, initiating the 5 snakes coiling technique, which was also created by Uchiha Itachi. The 5 snakes twisted together, tearing off Obito's limbs, but this attack proved to be ineffective. It merely delayed Obito's formula, allowing Uchiha Itachi to evade this attack. He lost those 5 assists. If he wanted to recover, it would take at least an hour. If you only have this level of power, then Hanyū Canaan is doomed to die today. Is that so? I didn't know you had such abilities. Hanyū Canaan awakened once more, and the black Susanoo adorned his body, gripping the steel blade firmly. Tenshiraizan. In an instant he struck Uchiha. Obito could clearly see the determination in Hanyū Canaan's eyes. As that blade descended, the power of the divine might shattered his body. At that moment Obito thought about retreating, realizing the situation was wrong, and quickly began to withdraw, while the other half of Pain's 6 paths had already been resolved. It seems Naruto is in trouble. The wooden dragon that crashed to the ground flew over swiftly, controlling the nearly uncontrollable Naruto. "Sasuke, help me out, I need to take a nap." Without waiting for Sasuke's response, he collapsed to the ground, falling asleep, or rather he fainted. That previous moment was akin to a moment of revival. His injuries had not healed, and due to quickly channeling the Flying Thunder God technique, his mental state was also compromised. Consequently, when both factors accumulated, his body could only muster that one final strike before it could no longer endure. Meanwhile, when Uchiha Madara realized Hanyū Canaan had awakened, he understood that he should distance himself from this place. But as he struck down with his sword against the wooden figure, and retreated, there was a hint of reluctance in his heart. Thus he swung his sword towards Konoha, executing a mountain-slicing strike. In a bid to vent his frustrations, he personally blocked the attack, completing his retreat, and then there was nothing more. The news of Hanyū Canaan's awakening flew like wings to every corner, and the chaos instigator Black Zetsu repeatedly contemplated the situation, devising a plan. Obito is unreliable. "Brother Jianan, don't you need more rest in this physical state?" "There's no more time for rest. After all, facing what's before us, even the 3 Hokage couldn't defeat Kaisusalu, and his immortality remains unbreakable. I must make a trip to the Tai country even if it has turned into ruins. I think that is far better than us working in isolation like this." Yushin Jianan, pale-faced, nonetheless donned his red plate armor and set off for the Tai country. This time, as always, he took no one with him. This time the Tai country may well have become an empty city. Yushin Jianan gazed at the empty city before him. Along the way he saw not a single soul. As he pressed forward, his heart grew colder, and colder, more and more fearful with each step. Because this time Uchiha Madara struck with extreme brutality, not sparing even the elderly, children, or anyone unarmed. But in truth, Uchiha Madara resolved them in a way that respected them as warriors. Why? Because those children took up long swords from their father's hands and charged at Uchiha Madara. If they had not taken up weapons, Uchiha Madara would have only destroyed that one vital location. But the moment they attacked with weapons, he regarded them as equal warriors. So the most heavily damaged place will have the clues. Yushin Jianan formed hand seals and instantly summoned over 1,000 shadow clones, covering every corner of the Tai country to search for clues, while he himself headed to the Kangdage of the Tai country. "I have come this time to resolve the problems of the Tai country and avenge it. So I will borrow a sword from here. I will bring back Kaisusalu's 2 swords, so please grant me the convenience." As soon as he finished speaking, a sound came from within the Kangdage. He walked in and saw a sword knocked down by a rat falling to the ground. What a sharp blade! It was the Tongziki Anang. Every leader of the Tai country's longsword was called Tongziki Anang. And this longsword was the weapon of the Tai country's first leader. "I will accomplish all of this. Thank you for lending me the sword." Yushin Jianan left with the sword in hand. Suddenly the disappearance of one shadow clone led him to the place he wanted. He arrived at a canyon that was entirely in ruins. The towering peaks on both sides had been smashed to pieces. Then the ground was covered with rubble. He stepped forward and gradually pieced them together, completing a rock painting. So this should be the source of Kaisusalu's power. What was the content of the mural? A group of warriors gathered around a bonfire. In a series of 3 murals, each mural showed one person falling until only the last one remained. Then a group of such selected warriors gathered together, and used their swords to kill the rest. The last survivor would then participate in the 3rd round, where weapons were forbidden. They had to use their teeth to bite, their hands to claw, and their feet to kick, gradually killing the others. The bodies were piled up, and then their blood was drained using weapons. Then the blood was poured into a place called the Lake of Blood. The person would submerge himself in it for 14 days. After that, he would use a long sword to perform seppuku on himself, so that together with his sword he would transform into a demon sword. Or simply put, it was like the state of a vampire. So where is the solution? A group of shadow clones shook their heads. Yushin Jianan tapped his head and reviewed all the processes. He thought for a long time but couldn't figure out where the opponent's vital point was. "Send the mural's content back to Konoha. The rest of you continue searching around." Yushin Jianan carefully studied the entire mural, trying to find something unusual. He couldn't help cursing inwardly. This guy had smashed everything too cleanly. Suddenly the hairs on Yushin Jianan's body stood on end, and an icy chill ran down his spine. When he turned around, he saw Kaisusalu standing before him, holding the 2 steel swords in his hands. "If you have found all this, I suppose you have your own deductions. But I cannot let you take this mural out, so you must die here today. Then let me see if I can defeat you this time." Yushin Jianan instantly drew his sword and executed the heavenly dragon flash, lunging at Kaisusalu's neck. Kai Sisulu raised his swords to defend, then slashed one toward Yushing Jianan's abdomen. Yushing Jianan quickly sidestepped to avoid the blow, and used his shoulder to elbow him away. You see, he has learned new attack methods. Then I no longer need to hold back. Instantly Kai Sisulu's entire body erupted with blood energy, and he swung his swords wildly, forcing Yushing Jianan to struggle defensively. But this time Yushing Jianan's eyes were filled with tenacity and resilience. In every block he sought an opportunity to counterattack and find the vital point, but he could not. If standard defense was useless, he would gamble his life for a chance. Yushing Jianan charged in with his whole body, using one arm to lift Kai Sisulu's arm, and then slashed at his waist. At that slash, Kai Sisulu abandoned all attacks, kicked Yushing Jianan away, and retreated several steps. At the same time, Kai Sisulu brought his sword down in a chopping strike. As Yushing Jianan blocked it with his blade, he suddenly realized where the opponent's vital point was. The mural said you gained this immortality through seppuku. That means your vital point is to perform a seppuku on you to release all that evil chi. As soon as Yushing Jianan finished speaking, he executed a spinning kick, sending Kai Sisulu stumbling back. Then he landed a few meters away, assuming a stance ready to attack again. It seems this time you are truly fighting on equal terms with me. This time Kai Sisulu finally regained the feeling of being on the run. In his immortal years he had faced countless battles, and everyone had fallen before him because he needed no defense, only relentless offense. But now he had finally found the one who had unlocked the secret to his immortality. Yushing Jianan swiftly drew his blade and charged forward to test his opponent. Long Chao flashed him with a sudden attack, and the rapid slashing forced Kai Sisulu to gradually adapt to his opponent's attack patterns. Then with a swift motion of his blade he unleashed the Earth Dragon Flash, sending fragments of stone flying, while simultaneously pushing forward with a kick that forced his opponent to stagger back. Following that, the Dragon Hammer Flash came crashing down, vertically striking against the dual blades before he pursued with the sword sheath, sending his opponent flying. Your skills have improved remarkably, but now it's my turn. Kai Sisulu instantly drew his sword and charged forward. As Yushing Jianan saw him draw his blade, he immediately unleashed the sky-soaring Dragon Flash, executing a swift draw that struck against the dual blades. What's happening? Yushing Jianan leaped back in an instant, sheathing his sword before charging forward once more. The nine-headed Dragon Flash erupted, slashing rapidly in 9 directions with such speed that it was beyond defense or evasion. Kai Sisulu, however, did not plan to defend. He simply raised one blade to guard his abdomen, while the other struck directly at Yushing Jianan's head. In that moment, Yushing Jianan reacted swiftly, executing another sky-soaring Dragon Flash to suppress his opponent's long blade before delivering a kick to Kai Sisulu's face, knocking him down. You're really fast. This is becoming more and more interesting. Kai Sisulu placed one hand on his neck with a blade while the other charged at Yushing Jianan. In response, Yushing Jianan swiftly returned his blade and executed the twin Dragon Flash, tossing the sword sheath to strike his opponent, then shifting his long blade towards his abdomen. Kai Sisulu quickly slashed his own throat, the blood spraying onto Yushing Jianan as he whispered softly, "No blade style, blood soul." In an instant it exploded on Yushing Jianan's face. He was sent flying, enveloped in dark smoke, while Kai Sisulu charged forward. The cursed blade, stained with his blood, swung directly at Yushing Jianan, igniting the blood on him and sending him crashing away. However, the steel blade was already at Yushing Jianan's throat, but he once again activated the sky-soaring Dragon Flash, sending the blade flying. What? Yushing Jianan quickly unleashed a wave from the Dragon's Roar Flash, pushing Kai Sisulu away, then swiftly drew his blade once more. Another sky-soaring Dragon Flash was unleashed, which Kai Sisulu quickly blocked. As Yushing Jianan pushed him away, Kai Sisulu retrieved his long blade and struck against another blade, completing the impact while Yushing Jianan pushed back with his blade, but Kai Sisulu's long blade was already at his face. In an instant he raised his blade and executed the Dragon Soaring Flash, a powerful upward slash that sent the long blade flying, then charged forward to kick Kai Sisulu away. It seems you haven't defended at all, have you? If I don't want to defend, then I won't. Kai Sisulu sheathed his blade, staring intently at his opponent, calculating his next attack, while Yushing Jianan also sheathed his blade, watching for his opponent's movements. Suddenly Kai Sisulu drew a short blade and plunged it into his chest, charging forward at the same time. Yushing Jianan instantly understood his opponent's intent and prepared to retreat, but then saw Kai Sisulu throwing a long blade at him, forcing him to raise his own blade to deflect it just as Kai Sisulu appeared in front of him. No blade style, hell blood burst. Kai Sisulu swiftly withdrew the short blade from his chest and slid it towards Yushing Jianan's neck. Just as Yu Xingjian tilted his head back, he was splattered with blood, and in that instant he was sent flying away. As Yu Xingjian recovered, he saw Kai Cc Lu charging at him, once more dual blades in hand, unleashing a whirlwind slash. Yu Xingjian swiftly raised his blade to block the strike while simultaneously unleashing a fireball. The fireball rushed towards Kai Cc Lu, who instinctively drew his blade and cleaved it in half. But just as he was recovering his strength, he saw Yu Xingjian charging at him with the steel blade. However, Kai Cc Lu looked up just in time to be splattered with blood on Yu Xingjian's face, sending him flying away. "I will definitely kill you!" He charged forward, unleashing the nine-headed dragon flash, while Kai Cc Lu protected his abdomen with one hand and swiftly blocked with the other, searching for a moment to strike. "Here it comes!" The long blade charged towards Yu Xingjian's neck, and he finally made his first defense, executing the tornado flash to dodge the attack, then counterattacked using centrifugal force, slicing through Kai Cc Lu's armor. Kai Cc Lu instantly jumped back and slashed downwards, while Yu Xingjian once again drew his blade, blocking the attack and seeking an opportunity to break through. "This is my best chance." The thrown sword sheath flew straight at Kai Cc Lu, who had just raised his hand to block. Yu Xingjian executed the sky-soaring dragon flash, striking down on his shoulder, and pulling down, forcefully severing one of Kai Cc Lu's arms. At the same time, he kicked away the other blade and prepared to finish off his opponent, but Kai Cc Lu slammed his head into Yu Xingjian's forehead, knocking him back a few steps. Yu Xingjian took a few steps back, quickly raised his sword sheath and struck Kai Cc Lu's face, then turned his head to open his eyes wide, using his divine might to seize his cursed blade. The moment Kai Cc Lu lost the cursed blade, he began to decline. Yu Xingjian relentlessly pressured him, causing Kai Cc Lu to be forced to retreat step by step, evading attacks. "Can you still block this?" Yu Xingjian unleashed the nine-headed dragon flash, but in that instant he felt a chill on his back. A blue-armored warrior appeared, punching him away, causing him to roll on the ground several times before finally coming to a stop. "So this is your warrior's path? Or should I be grateful to face the combined assault of Uchiha Madara and Kai Cc Lu?" Uchiha brushed the dust off his armor, then grabbed Kai Cc Lu and walked away, while Yu Xingjian stood there in a daze, doing nothing. What could he do? Should he take on the two main forces alone? "So you mean you are already confident you can take down Chiao Cc Lu, right?" "Indeed. His vital point lies in forcing him to commit seppuku, but to be honest, even without a blade his fighting prowess would not be greatly diminished. If war breaks out, the ideal plan is for me to challenge him unknown, while Zhu Jian engages and you hold back Yujibo Ban. Yujibo Yu and Yujibo's Wuzhu should stall Yujibo Dai 2 together, occupying the high-tier fighters. Below them we must assign more personnel skilled in sealing techniques. 2 to 3 men should be paired with a sealing specialist, for the bulk of the enemy forces will be composed of Huitu Zhuanxing reanimations. I propose reorganizing every Mu Yi shinobi into trios: a lightning release ninja, a taijutsu specialist, and a sealing ninja. These 3-person teams will sweep and constrict them step by step, expanding our advantage while minimizing our casualties until their strength is eroded. All of Mu Yi accelerated its preparations and began targeted training, while Yujibo Ben led Chiao Cc Lu to strike at the garrison of Yujibo Dai 2. When we break in, you take out all the Pei and Lu Dao and ill deal with Yujibo Dai 2 directly. Then the two of them, unstoppable, surged into the heart of Yuin village. Pei and Lu Dao move. Yujibo Dai 2 mustered his forces and met Yujibo Ban head-on. Now, he declared, I think it is time I reclaim what is mine. Try and take it then. Yujibo Dai 2 answered with imperious resolve. All the years of restraint and striving, the steps that had led him toward the abyss, he no longer cared what he had become. Shenluo Tianjing. 2 titanic forces collided, humming with power. The 2 great warlords stared at one another in silence, each measuring the other. Wanxiang Tianin. Yujibo Ben reached out and pulled Yujibo Dai 2 close, then spun and prepared to kick him. Dai 2 countered, deploying Shenluo Tianjing to shove him away. Su Saninghu. In an instant, 2 colossal warriors manifested on the battlefield. Their clashing blows whipped up a storm that swept across Yuin village. Yujibo Ban was calculating within his mind, wondering what trials had forged this boy who dared oppose him. The facts were glaring. The contingency within his Rinnegan had been disrupted, and even the talisman over his heart had been shattered. Having lost control for the first time, he felt he had underestimated the youth. From the outset, he had treated him as a mere pawn to be manipulated at will, but now he realized the other was far more cunning than he had supposed. Yujibo Ben raised his blade and struck the blue Su Saninghu, tearing a vast rift through it. He then slammed a fist into the crystal housing Yujibo Dai 2, sending him hurtling away. A cry of Hanyū Canaan rang out as Dai Tu flew back at Ban. Dai Tu gathered every scrap of chakra and unleashed an overwhelming Shinluo Tianjing. Ban staggered back dozens of paces before halting, and the entire Yunin village was leveled. Halhuan Yeshur, great flames surged toward one another, a blazing sea of devastation that wrought the most terrible destruction. Unlike everyone else who recoiled from the carnage, the combatants only grew more exhilarated. Dai Tu seized the moment, used Hanyū Canaan to pull Yuji Ben before a mirror and drove a boot into his face. Yuji Ben, taken aback by the maneuver, was hurled away. "You are truly daring," Ban thought, and charged. His wood release erupted as branches bore down on Dai Tu. In response, Dai Tu tore off one of his arms and drove it into the ground. A curtain of thorns burst forth, shrapnel of wood exploding outward. Ban gathered chakra in his mouth and unleashed a furious storm of blades. The burning wings seemed poised to carry Dai Tu toward that world where Lin stood. But in the present moment both men were immovably resolute. Neither could be persuaded. The only language they understood was battle, and the only way to convince the other was to fight until one was utterly broken. Yuji Luan. Dai Tu had Quan Lian clinging to him, then charged at Yuji Ben, thrusting his wooden pillar straight ahead. Ben immediately summoned Su Sa Ninghu and pressed in. The two grappled until an unforeseen mutation occurred. What was that? A black substance suddenly oozed from Ban's hand and clung to Dai Tu. As Dai Tu tried to pull away, Yuji Ben seized both his arms and began mercilessly battering him, pounding his body with furious blows. "Dai Tu, let me help you," the voice came as Hanyū crawled onto his frame, attempting to seize control. Dai Tu drew on staggering willpower and fought back with tenacity, watching in horror as his own efforts were slowly twisted into dominate. Must it end here? Dai Tu struggled on, and Quan Lian erupted in a wood technique that pierced Hanyū's form, yet Hanyū was but a mass of chakra without a true corporeal body. Elsewhere, the Pei and Lu Dao were slaughtered by Chiao Cc Lu, who was mounting a full counteroffensive against his reanimated troops. "So never forget, you cannot refuse me, you are only a child," Yuji Ben hissed as he forced himself and tore Quan Lian away. In the same instant he twisted his arm and drove a wood release spike through Dai Tu's flesh. Dai Tu could only stare as his blood fell to the earth, each drop like a snowflake heralding death. Hanyū crept through his mind, consuming his consciousness bit by bit. The world dimmed into blackness, and it was as if Lin stood before him, her smile close enough to touch. At last Hanyū seized full control of Dai Tu's body, and sealed an imprint that would alter the world. Why Dao Luan Hui Tian Xing Ji Shu, the outer path samsara of heavenly life technique, was invoked. Having restored his body, Yuji Ben swiftly reclaimed his rin, extracted the outer path golem from Yuji Dai Tu's corpse, and slew Yuji Dai Tu, thereby completing the Impure World Reincarnation. But those are tales for another time. The perspective returned to Muyi protagonists Yuxing Jian Nan and Qian Shou Zhu Jian. On a vacant plot in Muyi village they finished forming hand seals, and an 18-story wooden tower rose before them, soaring into the clouds. At the tower's center stood an empty locking dragon pillar, and Yuxing Jian released the dragon vein there. Chakra surged forth, coalescing into the likeness of a dragon that shot straight toward the 18th level, only to be gripped and subdued by the wooden dragons that controlled each floor. "From now on you will train here. I have placed worthy opponents on every floor, not overwhelmingly strong nor to be called weak. You will fight your way upward, and after clearing each level you will receive a portion of the dragon vein's energy to absorb, slowly using combat itself to metabolize this chakra. When you reach the 18th floor you will face a most unexpected adversary." Yuji Bo's was Zhu and Xian Mingren exchanged a smile and entered the wooden tower. The others busied themselves with their own affairs and left the two children be. If anything went wrong with them in Muyi, it would be an utter embarrassment. "So then we should prepare for battle, right?" "Indeed. These two children can be trained as our main force. I will personally instruct Yuji Yu." The two children entered the tower and shared a glance. Mingren then gathered a Rasengan and slammed it against the inner wall, recovering almost instantly. "Feel free to unleash everything around you." Suizhu nodded, and the two advanced together until they saw two coffins standing in the arena. Suizhu's expression darkened and he dropped into a defensive stance. With a thunderous crash the coffins were shattered, and out stepped the very foes they had faced on their first mission, Tao Di Zai Bujan and Bai. "It is an honor to be your opening opponents. You have truly grown, and do not you look well?" The two children nodded and immediately entered combat, yet neither had awakened the eternal Mangekyo nor had either donned his sage mode or the tailed beast cloak form. "Come at us just like in your old battles." Tao Di Zai Bujan drew his great beheading blade and charged, while Zhu and Mingren answered with their signatures Chidori and Rasengan. Bai slipped into form, flicked his hand, and the arena became a world of ice mirrors. Bai melted into that glass and unleashed razor-sharp ice needles from every blind corner. A sharp detonation rang from the great blade as Tao Di Zai Bujan drove his strength and sent the two children flying. Bai concentrated chakra in his hand and hurled an icicle like a spear, but the two reacted in an instant, and with a single rushing palm shattered the frozen projectile. If that is so, then we must answer with all our strength. Eternal Mangekyo Curse Seal, Suizhu declares himself. Sage Mode 6 Tailed Beast Cloak Form, Mingren answers. The tailed beast ball began to rain down, but Tao Di Zai Bujan, tempered by years of combat, reacted with lightning speed and slipped into the ice realm. The ice realm absorbed the tailed beast ball and hurled it back at them from another direction. Don't move! Suizhu raised his hand and unleashed a storm of lightning, detonating the tailed beast ball and halting Ming Ren's subsequent barrage. The two exchanged a glance and in that instant conceived a mischievous plan. Suizhu swiftly unfolded Su Saninghu's Susanoo, enveloping them both, while Mingren faced a mirror and released a tailed beast ball wreathed in scorching flame. The conflagration burst forth, its destructive might sweeping the entire arena. Tao Di Zai Bujan and Bai watched in puzzlement, until a crack finally spidered across one of the mirrors. Bad, they intend a saturation attack. Indeed, when technique falters, one makes up for it with overwhelming firepower. Ming Ren's chakra reserves amount to thousands of times that of a normal person. The tailed beast ball pounded the mirrors relentlessly. The sizzling fracture sounds tore their defenses bit by bit. Tao Di Zai Bujan and Bai struck at Susanoo, but as was well known, Susanoo in the Shippuden era was tantamount to absolute defense. At last, with a crack, all the mirrors shattered, their ineffable energies scattering into splinters. Zai Bujan and Bai were swept into an explosive vortex and pulverized. The two children sprang up and, seeing their foes regenerate, surged forward to press the attack. Come on! Zai Bujan swung his blade in a swift arc, while Bai leapt forward to take both strikes on his body and held the attackers tight. The great blade descended and came to a dead stop mere inches before Bai. This is the proper course of action. Sealing technique, eightfold seal. 8 chains shot forth and sealed the two within that threshold, welding them shut, truly welded. The pair then approached the central pillar and struck it with a punch. A torrent of chakra flowed into their bodies. Mingren felt the surge, and to adapt more swiftly layered a 4 symbols seal within himself. He sealed all that chakra within the 4 symbols seal. They absorbed it little by little. Suizhu quickly manifested a small Susanoo armor about himself, storing the chakra within that shell before gradually compressing it back into his body. Only when both had fully absorbed the pillar's chakra did the pillar return to its original state. The two children exhaled in unison, sending forth a cloud of white breath like winter vapor. Only they knew in that instant what new strength they had gained. I find myself increasingly eager to meet the enemies to come. Indeed, and I am most curious who awaits on the final 18th floor. It cannot possibly be Big Brother Yushinkan. Ming Ren's words made the two shudder. They would never forget the day Yuxing Jianan had hunted them with every ounce of his power. Though the hellish 48 hours had not been endured to the last breath, they understood all too well that those 48 hours would remain a nightmare for the rest of their lives. Let us first speak of the outside world. Yuxing Jianan Senju Shijian and the others swiftly arranged defensive measures, organizing all shinobi into squads according to their formations. Furthermore, before each mission they would carry Yuxing Jiangnan's Flying Thunder God Kanai, enabling them to immediately retreat should they encounter any assault from the 4 forces of Uchiha Bankai Sicily, Uchiha Daitu, or Peian Lu Dao. Simultaneously, they could infuse chakra into the Kanai to summon Yuxing Jianan. We must have them continue undertaking missions, otherwise we will exhaust ourselves before we even defeat the enemy. Returning to the dragon subduing tower, the two youngsters stepped into the second level. An old monk with palms pressed together waited there, exuding extraordinary serenity. At that moment Mingren felt a resonance emanating from within himself, a resonance with the man before him. If this old monk is not mistaken, you must be the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, are you not? I am. And which tailed beast Jinchuriki are you? The old monk rose and bowed, and Mingren returned the gesture, though his hand never strayed from his ninja tool pouch. This old monk is the Jinchuriki of Shoha by the name of Anbu. But you may simply call me Shoha, for I doubt you have heard that name before. This old monk was no ordinary figure. He had truly tamed a tailed beast with love, endured ages in the pitch-black hell without forsaking his benevolent nature, and succeeded in pacifying the beast. Yet after the great battle of Yuxing Jianan, the sand village thrust him forward to maintain balance among the major ninja villages, offering up the one tail. But the old monk held no grudge against anyone. As he pressed his palms together, love flowed within him. He hoped his homeland would know eternal peace, even if that peace came at the cost of his own life. If this old monk's guess is correct, I am likely to be your opponent here. So you may act as you wish. Suddenly tailed beast chakra surged from Finfu's body, wrapping him in a shroud of chakra. Then, employing the feigned sleep technique, he surrendered himself entirely to destruction. Uchiha Suiju and Xuanwen Mingren swiftly mustered their full power, entering their enhanced forms. Mingren struck first, launching a tailed beast ball at the opponent, who retaliated with a tailed beast ball of his own. The ensuing explosion destabilized Suiju, who then activated his complete Susanoo. The tower seemed to stretch, accommodating the colossal being. Yet Suiju had not fully mastered this power. After deflecting the tailed beast ball's roar, his Susanoo dissipated and transformed into its third form, the armored archer form. Multiple shadow clone technique. Raisin Shuriken. Clones erupted instantly, and surging chakra blasted forward. The one-tail swiftly dodged to the side, then slammed a hand downward. In an instant, a deluge of sand rose beneath Mingren, binding his limbs and forming a towering pyramid. It compressed violently. Mingren seemed to struggle painfully within, but a sudden eruption of chakra shattered the sand structure, rendering it futile. A crimson pillar of chakra burst from the apex of the pyramid, and a colossal chakra hand shot forth, seizing the one-tail and hurling it against the adjacent wall. Once the chakra supply waned, the sand collapsed, revealing Mingren now cloaked in the four-tail's chakra shroud. Mingren, get ready to strike. Suiju instantly drew his bow and loosed an arrow, piercing the one-tail's body. Meanwhile, Mingren bombarded the beast with tailed beast balls. The one-tail, uncertain where to evade, channeled all its chakra into the ground, raising immense sand barriers. The ensuing flames erupted skyward, then gradually dissipated, leaving a plume of white smoke. Then came nothing, as if it had vanished. The sand spread steadily, but Mingren did not sense the opponent's chakra fading. He turned to Suiju and saw the sand surge, engulfing his ally. Before Mingren could reach out, Suiju unleashed his power once more, blood tears streaming down his cheeks. A giant arose, pushing the sand aside. The sand churned violently, taking the form of Shoha the One-Tail. Yet lacking ample chakra, it was but a shell. It crashed downward, but Suiju and Mingren dodged, swiftly clasped hands, and channeled the Nine-Tails chakra cloak over the Susanoo, forging a mightier entity. The combined form swung its blade with terrifying speed. In one stroke it severed the sand-formed head, which fell and reformed over and over. Neither youth knew how to break this cycle, yet this assault also prevented the enemy from mounting an effective offensive. Suiju, I have an idea. It must be a good one. Suiju immediately activated Amaterasu, then chanted the Great Fire Annihilation. Mingren simultaneously manifested shadow clones and executed a wind-style Raisin Shuriken, hurling it into the sea of flames. The searing heat swept across the entire area, growing fiercer and fiercer until an ominous sound arose. What? The intense fire steadily consumed the surrounding air, and since the one-tail's body was composed of sand, it gradually turned crystalline and translucent. Without question, the enemy had become glass. Suiju and Mingren held their breath and struck with a blade. A crisp shatter rang out as the glass burst into powder, revealing Finfu's clone within. In an instant, Mingren released 56 chains, lashing out to shatter the remaining glass and bind the opponent. Simultaneously, the fully formed chains gradually siphoned away the Jinchuriki's tailed beast chakra step by step, stripping the one-tailed Jinchuriki of his combat capability. You should have passed my trial. Xiaoyao, I do not know the exact nature of your relationship with the Nine-Tails, but I know that tailed beasts are living beings. They have life, thought, and even the ability to discern right from wrong, good from evil. So if you truly need its power, then use your love to transform it. Let it willingly become your partner. Mingren nodded. Finfu pressed his palms together, and was sealed away. It seems it will take me a long time to fully surpass you. Then I will strive to ensure you never do. Are those two children really fighting fiercely in there? In the original work, the only potentially questionable one is the Six-Tails Jinchuriki Yugao. Changes are made here. Returning to the Dragon Town Tower after resting for a day, Naruto and Sasuke began to climb up once more, where they encountered a blonde woman who was polishing her nails. Be careful, she is also a Jinchuriki. Which tailed beast are you? In an instant, with a flick of her hand, several blue flame mai started out, while Naruto and Sasuke quickly dodged to the side, observing the opponent's attack and realizing that the power was not as great as they had feared. Blue flames, this is the Two-Tails Nikomata. Sasuke quickly processed the information in his mind and deduced the opponent's name, then looked at Naruto, who seemed eager to try. This opponent is not as easy to deal with as the previous One-Tail, as she can freely use the abilities of her tailed beast, and isn't employing any deceptive techniques. I know, and the amount of chakra on her side is greater than that of the One-Tail, but she has one fatal weakness: she cannot use ninjutsu. Over the years, Naruto has not been idle. He remembers all the information released by Hanyū Canaan. He recalled that all tailed beasts except the One-Tail, and the 8-tail only used the tailed beast bomb as their attack. In an instant the 2-tails Jinchuriki waved her hand and a torrent of sparks rained down, while Sasuke quickly opened his eyes applying Amaterasu to each spark incinerating them completely. Naruto then instantly threw a kunai, and used Flying Thunder God to appear behind her delivering a Rasengan. The piercing body made the opponent seriously regard the enemies before her. To be honest, this proud woman believed she had only lost to Yushenkan and no other Konoha ninja was worthy to be her enemy. Quickly escaping the attack zone, Sasuke analyzed their battle strategy, and the 2-tails Jinchuriki revealed her true form, a blazing chakra forming the true body of the Nikomata, although it appeared very ephemeral. It was evident this was a side effect of insufficient chakra. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, quickly utilizing Sasuke's Susanoo to create a scene as high as their opponents, and charged forward. The blue flames collided directly with the Susanoo. The two children were solely pursuing power while forgetting stability, and the impact nearly caused it to dissipate. Naruto quickly released a large amount of chakra to stabilize their form, while Sasuke swiftly drew his blade, striking the opponent away. Water Dragon Jutsu. Yellow Spring Swamp. Sasuke slammed his hands down onto the ground, instantly forming a swamp that tightly ensnared the Nikomata, and then unleashed a water dragon that crashed directly into her. It sent her flying away. How was that? As she fell to the ground, a large cloud of dust was kicked up. The two children maintained their combat stance, and around them flames ignited, encircling them just as the opponent rose and prepared to charge forward again. Not good. In the raging fire, the opponent received infinite replenishment, and the attacks became increasingly fierce, resembling a true leopard cat charging forward. Meanwhile, Sasuke desperately parried with sparks flying around, while Naruto below quickly formed hand seals, completing the difficult jutsu. Ugly shinin zi hayu ugly wu zi in suin si ugly wei si hai wei zi shin yu chin yu ugly wu wei in si zi shin mao hai chen wei zi ugly shin yu zi hayu. Super Water Dragon Jutsu. In an instant, a water dragon as tall as Susanoo was born, rapidly sweeping through the area, the rising white smoke enveloping their figures, yet the attack continued. After devouring all the flames, the water dragon crashed into the tailed beast, sending it flying against the wall, though this strike also drained nearly 20% of Naruto's chakra. Sweat adorned his weakened form, but when he looked at Sasuke, his eyes were filled with pride. Now's the time. Sasuke instantly charged forward, beheading the opponent, while quickly releasing a sealing technique, preparing to capture her. Are you too naive? At the moment of unconsciousness, Mingren and Zuizhu seemed to sense a warm power. As they slowly opened their eyes, they discovered Hanyū Canaan crouching beside them, employing medical ninjutsu. Well done, but you've pushed yourselves a bit too hard. You just finished fighting at the 1-tail and then came straight to the 2-tail here. In this training you don't need to push yourselves so hard. In one day the two of them had fought 3 battles in intensity that even Hanyū Canaan couldn't achieve. Alright, since you've regained consciousness, come and eat. We'll give you an extra meal today. The two children slowly climbed up while Hanyū Canaan quickly laid out all the dishes, still piping hot. The two children ate slowly, so exhausted that they didn't even have the strength to lift their arms. Take your time and rest. Shadow Clone Technique. Hanyū Canaan left 2 shadow clones to personally feed the children, while he himself watched them eat, and kept adding dishes to their plates. I've watched the entire process of your fights. Frankly, Ming Ren's combat style leans toward overwhelming with chakra, while Zuizhu's style focuses on defeating the enemy in one move. This is a good phenomenon because you've developed your own fighting styles. But at the same time, you should also seek out your own weaknesses, because the people you'll face next are extraordinary, so you must prepare mentally. So does that mean we might become main fighters next? Hanyū Canaan nodded, then patted the 2 children on the head. After watching them regain their combat strength, he prepared to leave. Brother Canaan, we will complete the mission as soon as possible. Alright, I'll wait for you to finish. Hanyū Canaan silently vanished. In fact, the 2 children carried Hanyū Canaan's Flying Thunder God mark on them. Moreover, the entire Jinlong Tower was filled with Hanyū Canaan's chakra. In essence, it allowed them to experience dangerous scenarios without actual danger, enabling them to continuously strengthen themselves. So still a Jinchuriki. Ming Ren and Zuizhu arrived here, and as they looked at the boy in front of them, instant warrior instincts told them that he was very dangerous. So you'd better come first, otherwise you won't even have a chance to strike. Ming Ren and Zuizhu exchanged a glance, then instantly unleashed their signature ninjutsu, and charged forward. Their opponent, the 3-tails Jinchuriki Goji Shirtsung, moved his iron hook and cast water mirror technique. 2 identical figures met them, heat, and then exploded into mist. What a troublesome opponent! Zuizhu said this, then activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the fullest. Susanoo slowly took shape and then compressed onto his body, forming armor. Meanwhile, Mingren quickly released Tailed Beast Chakra, forming a Six Tails Chakra cloak, and stood ready. What an exhilarating battle! The opponent quickly released Tailed Beast Chakra and transformed into a Tailed Beast cloak form. Suizhu immediately unleashed Amaterasu and pressed forward. The raging black flames were shaken off as the opponent shed that part of the cloak. Thus Amaterasu was neutralized. The inextinguishable flame could never burn a person to death. The two exchanged a glance and swiftly attacked. Mingren used his Tailed Beast cloak to grab the opponent tightly, while Suizhu immediately summoned a bolt of heavenly lightning, aiming to pierce through the opponent's body. The burst of chakra sent the two children flying back, while the opponent quickly prepared to strike at Mingren. Mingren quickly wrapped his tails together and whipped up a storm, sending the opponent flying. However, as the opponent was in midair, they only noticed that he seemed to flick his hand. Suddenly raging waters surged around them, instantly flooding the entire tower. Suizhu and Mingren quickly stood on the water's surface, but their expressions were graver than ever. If the environment is right, then the opponent must be the Three Tails Jinchuriki. As if to confirm Mingren's guess, a giant hand suddenly reached out and slammed down. Then a turtle-like body materialized as a phantom and crashed down with tremendous force. The two quickly dodged backward, then saw a dark shadow beneath their feet as a tailed beast ball shot up. Suizhu quickly drew his sword and slashed, but the resulting blast sent the two children flying. Then suddenly one of them came up with a good idea and grabbed Suizhu's arm. Suizhu quickly accepted this goodwill and gradually expanded his Susanoo, enveloping both of them in its protection. Great Fire Annihilation! Raisin Shuriken! The terrifying flames instantly evaporated the water on the ground, sending steam billowing upward. Meanwhile, the Raisin Shuriken in his hand rapidly accelerated the process. By the time the sky was covered with dark clouds, the two had steadied their minds and prepared to defend. Kirin descends. The giant beast that crashed down instantly plunged straight into the water. Using the water as a conductor, leaping arcs of electricity spread like blooming flowers on the surface, firmly suppressing the Three Tails. Yet everyone knew that the opponent had immense vitality. Then a giant hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the two. But Mingren smirked, and in an instant Suizhu took that chakra and detonated himself together with it. Then the two leaves floating in the sky revealed their true forms, exactly the figures of the two children. They laughed heartily and then swiftly launched an attack. The opponent's consumption increased bit by bit, reflected in the fact that the water level beneath their feet was gradually decreasing. When they finally touched the ground again, it meant the opponent could no longer sustain his advantageous environment. Now, Mingren quickly fired a tailed beast ball, while Suizhu raised his hand and delivered a mountain-splitting slash, charging straight ahead and overturning the opponent. Then he quickly released chains to bind him. Are you mocking me? The outburst of tailed beast chakra sent the chains flying. However, the shuriken that Mingren quickly threw was dodged, only to transform into another Mingren, who rapidly formed chains behind the opponent and pierced through him. We never mock any opponent. Thank you for your guidance, and now please take a good rest. The quickly completed seal allowed the two children to pass this level. Then they sat for a while and prepared to go to the next floor. So if we count in order, this individual before us should be the four-tailed Jinchuriki. The opponent stepped forward once again, and in that instant a torrent of magma erupted from his body, launching towards the sky like a meteor, crashing down upon the two. Sasuke and Naruto quickly dodged, and with a swift water dragon bullet technique they mounted a direct counterattack. I bet this is another perfect Jinchuriki. Naruto and Sasuke had truly found the blind spot. Naruto skillfully utilized wind-released chakra, while Sasuke adeptly wielded fire and lightning-released chakra. Both of them were not proficient in water-released chakra. Naruto, you handle the support and release the jutsu, and I'll hold him off. Sasuke charged forward rapidly, while Naruto swiftly created multiple shadow clones, frantically forming hand seals. The Susanoo attached to Sasuke charged forward, slashing ahead, while the opponent quickly enveloped himself with his magma chakra, rushing forward with great ferocity. At the moment when the two clashed, it was a true feast. The rapidly swinging steel blades created shadowy afterimages, while the opponent's fists encased in magma advanced step by step, causing sparks to fly and gradually melting the surrounding environment into a fiery sea that began to engulf them. Super Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Dozens of Narutos erupted in a symphony of ninjutsu, unleashing multiple water dragons simultaneously. The swirling white mist quickly enveloped the battlefield, but everyone could tell that this attack had indeed taken effect, as they could see the opponent flying away like a kite with a severed string. So it's that simple. The opponent landed once more, cloaked in the form of a tailed beast, and with a wave of his hand a meteor shower of magma rained down. Even more magma fireballs surged towards Naruto. Be careful. Sasuke instantly unleashed all his chakra, forming a gigantic Susanoo to shield Naruto beneath it, while Naruto rapidly began forming hand seals, this time faster and more spectacular than ever. For this water dragon bullet technique, he only formed a single serpent seal. In an instant, a terrifying flying dragon crashed heavily onto the opponent, and as they created a moment of space, Naruto swiftly completed the transformation into the tailed beast, using its tail to bring Sasuke back under its protection. I think we should do it this way. Your method is quite perfect. When the tail released again, at that moment a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique was swiftly thrown from Naruto's hand, encircling him as he prepared to unleash chains to seal the opponent. Did you underestimate me? In an instant the released magma spread, gradually swiftly melting the kunai of the flying thunder god, but when that force struck the Narutos, the opponent merely smiled calmly before exploding into a cloud of white smoke. What? Standing there, Sasuke dispelled his transformation jutsu, turning into Naruto, and once again threw a kunai imbued with the flying thunder god technique. The opponent erupted with astonishing chakra, charging in once more, but that kunai transformed back into Naruto, who then conjured a water dragon bullet directly crashing forward, creating a cloud of white smoke that concealed his body while also shielding the incoming chains. Lava explosion. In an instant the body that was sent flying was submerged in magma, transforming into white smoke. While standing there, Sasuke smiled calmly, transforming into Naruto once again, and released the chains. Sasuke then saw Naruto swiftly beckon with a finger, throwing a kunai that transformed into Sasuke, who then swung down with a blade to sever the opponent's head. You guys are really something. Just then another figure emerged from the magma, although looking somewhat disheveled, and Naruto and Sasuke prepared to rush in for the kill. Next, I believe I know how to fight you. The magma erupted and he charged forward, while Sasuke swiftly raised his blade, shattering the molten projectiles, but was subsequently knocked back by the opponent's charge. Meanwhile, Naruto rapidly formed hand seals, releasing a water dragon bullet in an instant. However, this time the opponent did not remain calm, instead unleashing more chakra from his arms, summoning a gigantic lava dragon which dissolved the water dragon bullet into white smoke while charging towards Naruto. What? Before Naruto could react, the lava was already upon him. He could only quickly mobilize the tailed beast chakra, using his tail to block the attack, but the intense heat caused him to scream in pain and roll away. However, just as Naruto rolled away, the opponent lifted his hand and charged forward, and this time he truly had no chance to counterattack. Get away from me. Sasuke also went all out as the Susanoo surged with lightning, directly thrusting the opponent away with great force. The searing lava melted half of the armor, revealing a severely burned arm. Naruto attack. Sasuke swiftly withdrew his blade, pinning the opponent down with his left hand as the lava gradually consumed his armor. Blood tears began to trickle down from his eyes and his red pupils slowly turned white, while Naruto, bearing the heavy weight in his heart, quickly unleashed chains that pierced through the opponent's body, preparing to drag him into the vortex of sealing. You don't think you can kill me? The surging magma erupted once more, even more violently than before, but he failed to notice that in Sasuke's eyes a sense of resignation was already taking form. Then let's see if one life can be exchanged for another. Sasuke's eyes turned pale, his drained vision pulling him deeper into the abyss, but the armor on his body became more massive, even sprouting a third arm to firmly grasp the opponent. Meanwhile, Naruto swiftly released chakra, even pushing the tailed beast chakra to the seventh tail, instantly piercing through the opponent's body, and injecting a large amount of his sealing chakra into the opponent's body. Sealing technique: 18 layers of sealing. In an instant the erupting chains bound the opponent, swiftly stripping him of his chakra, while Sasuke collapsed onto the ground unconscious. So did I lose again? In the end the opponent was tightly bound by Naruto's chains, gradually condensing into a seal, but this time the expenditure caused Naruto to collapse to the ground, fainting. These two children are truly exhausted this time. Hanyū Canaan stepped forward to treat the two children while preparing to provide them with more nourishment, but the trials would not stop, and both Sasuke and Naruto would never allow this training to cease. So now you both must rest. At least until tomorrow. I will not open the next level for you, so take a good rest, and if you're hungry I can prepare some food for you. The two children gently climbed up, enjoyed a hearty dinner, and then collapsed onto the ground, falling back into a deep sleep. As for Hanyū Canaan, he scratched his head and simply found a blanket to cover their bellies. Was it not simple? What troublesome matters do these two children face day by day? In reality, Hanyū Canaan only wanted them to have enough resources to protect themselves. In this world he could handle everything else. But now, step by step, the enemies are growing stronger, increasing their risks. First there was the unexpected Chaos Tsuru, who never existed in the original work, and now there are Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito with the double Rinnegan. The obvious situation is that the villains have stronger combat power, and during this window of time he must become stronger, for he definitely needs to. So now you can go up. After a lazy nap, the two children regained their usual vitality, now possessing a stronger mentality, and once again stood on the battlefield. The next level, as you should be able to guess, is the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails Han. Naruto quickly reviewed the opponent's abilities in his mind, then nodded to Sasuke, and they walked towards the next level. At the moment they reached the next level, white smoke rose around them. The intense heat wave forced both of them into a defensive posture, and then they saw a figure with a red hat and white cloak slowly emerge from the darkness like a ghost. Prepare for battle, just kill him. The two erupted into action, rushing forward. The white smoke emanating from the opponent indicated that he had already entered a combat state. At the moment Naruto threw a punch, he was instantly sent flying and crashed hard against the wall. Sasuke swiftly drew his sword and struck at the opponent's waist, severing him in half, but Sasuke did not know sealing techniques. It all depends on what these two children will do, or rather what Naruto will do. To add some difficulty for these two children, he set a condition for all subsequent opponents to attack the blonde boy with full force because he knows sealing techniques. During the previous attack, Naruto realized that the opponent had given up all struggle just to knock him away first. This was a new situation for Naruto because most of the opponents he had faced before knew his information, while he did not know theirs. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances and then quickly unleashed a combined attack, one using fire release and the other using water release, instantly creating a white mist. Although the boiling opponent would be stronger, this move still provided Naruto and Sasuke with an opportunity to attack. In that white mist they quickly exchanged information. Naruto then hurled a kunai forward, a simple attack, wasn't it? The opponent kicked the kunai away. Before even using the flying thunder god technique, he was kicked away again. However, the moment the white mist erupted, it revealed to everyone that the opponent was a clone. After all, the momentum from years of battle was instantly restored. He quickly raised his leg and kicked directly behind him. The kunai that had just been kicked away used the flying thunder god technique. Since it had just been taken out, there was no reason to waste it. Dodging and attacking again, when he attacked from behind, he was detected by the opponent. The resulting wave of energy accelerated the opponent's speed and sent Naruto flying. But again a wave of energy erupted. Then from the white mist a hand attacked his face. The moment he quickly raised his hand to grab that hand, he saw the red-tailed beast chakra, which instantly enveloped him. What should he do? He thought of a way and punched the opponent's arm, causing it to explode into white smoke. So what were they doing? They were searching for two individuals. The opponent quickly turned around, clearing all the white smoke, and saw an empty tower staring blankly for a while. Then instantly a piece of debris that had just fallen on the floor transformed into Sasuke, who quickly grabbed the opponent's arm, pulled out his steel blade, and prepared to chop down. But the opponent kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. In that moment of stiffness, Naruto quickly reached out and grabbed the opponent's arm. And then the opponent was ruthless enough to tear off his own arm. Because Naruto had firmly grasped that arm, the opponent simply twisted to the side, tearing his own arm off, and when he dodged, he kicked Naruto in the face. Both of them flew out and crashed into the wall. Thanks to the body from the Edo Tensei technique being able to regenerate infinitely, when Han regained his power, he prepared to charge again. But when Naruto charged at him again, the shadow under Naruto's eyes told everyone that he had entered Sage mode. When Han kicked out, he aimed to defeat the opponent with the smallest contact area. However, Naruto reacted quickly wrapped his arms around Han's legs and swiftly injected Sage Chakra. Han's body began to petrify. When he finally managed to break free from the petrification, he was immediately bound by Naruto's chain. He then entered a death loop. Either he would let the chain seal him, or he would be fully petrified. Then he saw the opponent shatter his own body while petrified, and when he reappeared, he was perfectly intact. This time I must be quicker. The previous set of attacks proved to be very successful, or rather this method worked well. Sasuke quickly charged out, and the steel blade in his hand slashed straight towards the opponent. As sparks flew, Naruto dashed forward and a black snake emerged from Sasuke's body, biting the opponent and marking him with his curse seal. Then he infused Sage Chakra into him. The curse seal is a low-quality Sage mode. You could see the sweat forming all over Han's body, which then started to mutate. He quickly swatted away the mutated body, grabbed it, and hurled it at Naruto, who flipped over to dodge. In a swift motion, he gripped the kunai with the Flying Thunder God technique and thrust it deep into the opponent's body, quickly injecting a massive amount of chakra, instantly completing the petrification, while simultaneously releasing the sealing chains, directly piercing through the body, and sealing him before the opponent could complete his recovery. In the sealed training ground beneath the dragon sealing pagoda, the pale violet haze of Hanyū Reincarnation slowly dissipated. The six-tails Jinchuriki Yugao stood motionless in the arena, a teal robe draping his frame, a bamboo flute clutched in his hand, his hollow amber eyes devoid of any emotion. Fissures along his impure surface wept faint acidic chakra that dripped to the earth with a subtle hiss of corrosion. This was Ming Ren and Zhu's first clash with Yugao in his Hanyū incarnation. But after days of hellish training they had shed their inexperience, their gazes were steady, their breathing even, and the chakra that flowed around them had congealed like forged iron. Ming Ren clenched his fists, the nine tails chakra surging with calm intensity. It has finally begun. Mr. Yugao. Zhu stood at his side, the three-demo Sharingan opening with quiet composure, as lightning coiled at his fingertips. His tone was detached but razor-sharp. Whether he is a Hanyū or not, winning is enough. There was no needless exchange. The instincts honed by their crucible of training told them, this opponent would strike with a killing blow on the first move. Yugao slowly raised the bamboo flute, his fingertips trembling. No warning, no prelude. Water release bubble technique. A humming roar. Crystalline bubbles erupted across the sky, though delicate in appearance, each harbored the corrosive force of dissolution release capable of devouring stone and dissolving chakra. The bubbles detonated on impact, acid shockwaves sweeping the field as dust exploded outward. Here we go. Ming Ren planted his feet, and the four-tails cloak snapped into place, his movements crisp and economical. Multiple shadow clone technique. Giant Rasengan. Hundreds of shadow clones surged at once, roaring chakric spheres laid down to suppress the front. Yugao merely snapped his fingers. Bubble rapid barrage. Chain explosions detonated, vaporizing swathes of shadow clones, acidic droplets hissed against the tailed beast cloak, sending up thin white smoke. Ming Ren was hurled by the blast, yet in midair he forced his posture with his tail and landed firmly without losing composure. Zhu used the dust as cover to surge forward, his Sharingan dissected the bubble movements and chakra trajectories at lightning speed, his motions as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Chidori piercing spear. Lightning stabbed forward, but the instant it reached Yugao it was halted by a translucent shield of dissolution release bubbles. The lightning was swiftly corroded and dissipated with a shrieking hiss. Clang. Zhu was driven back several paces, his toes carving grooves in the earth, yet he remained as steady as a mountain. They split left and right and exchanged a passing glance. No words needed, the tactic was set. Yugao rose into the air as his partial-tailed beast transformation fully unleashed. 6 milky slug-like tails whipped behind him as tailed beast chakra poured outward. Bubble chaos wave. Acidic bubbles dense as a torrential downpour rained from the sky and blanketed the training ground, turning the air into a sour haze. Ming Ren snapped into sage mode, frog-like eyelid markings appeared as Senjutsu chakra coalesced. Sage art wind release. Raisin shuriken. The colossal wind blade spun at high speed, shredding great swathes of bubbles, yet it could not stem the endless rain of dissolution release projectiles. Zhu leapt onto Ming Ren's shoulders and the Mangekyo Sharingan flared open. Kagetsuchi black flame shield. Black fire erupted into a burning bulwark. Bubbles that struck the black flame were incinerated to ash. The clash of acid and black fire produced a pall of thick smoke that cloaked the battlefield. A roar. Yugao shattered through the smoke and spewed a thick torrent of pale green corrosive acid. Shi Lang Xiao. Wherever the flood passed, rock melted and the air itself warped. Ming Ren's eyes narrowed as tailed beast chakra compressed within his mouth. Tailed beast ball. Boom. The tailed beast ball collided heat-in with the acidic torrent. A chakra storm tore outward, gouging deep furrows in the earth as the training ground's barriers trembled violently. Both were blasted aside, yet they bounced the instant they hit the ground, breathing steady in rhythm, unbroken. Dissolution release can neutralize most attribute attacks. Troublesome, Ming Ren murmured. He spoke in a low voice. Hanyū cannot truly die, brute force is futile, break his rhythm. Zhu replied calmly. Before the words finished, Yugao had already flashed closed bubbles on his fingertips, congealing into razor edges. Bubble slash. Zhu pivoted, absorbed the force, and countered in one fluid motion. Though it was their first real encounter, his reactions were instinctively flawless. He shoved Ming Ren away, but a smear of bubble grazed his left shoulder, instantaneously melting his clothing and searing a shallow crimson wound. Zhu. Ming Ren's eyes flared. Tailed beast chakra surged violently as his 6 tails form unfurled, not in wild chaos but as an exquisitely precise eruption of strength. Sage Art Super Great Ball Rasengan. A gigantic chakra sphere braided in green and red light thundered forth. Boom. Yugao's upper body was torn apart. Yet, in the next instant, purple Hanyū mist swelled and his body reconstituted itself. Ming Ren had expected as much, an undying form. They met each other's eyes again. The ultimate synergy forged by countless grueling drills now burst forth in full force. Mingren charged headlong, the tailed beast ball and Rasengan pouring out in a relentless torrent. They'll pin him down. Yugao was forced to defend with everything, layers of bubble shield stacking as his chakra concentrated to the front. At the instant his defense solidified, Suizhu struck from the right blind spot, the Mangekyo burning at full power as Amaterasu's black flames coiled around his Chidori. Amaterasu Chidori. The black flame thunder blade drove toward Yugao's back. Mingren closed and instantly Senjutsu chakra poured into his palm. Sage Art Rasengan. One from behind, one from the front, a lethal pincer strike. Boom. Yugao's body detonated again. Purple mist surge, signs of regeneration already began to show. Now, Suizhu formed the seals with the speed of an afterimage. Kagetsuchi black flame restraint. The black flames became chains, instantly binding Yugao's entire body and brutally suppressing Hui to regeneration. Mingren sword fusing wind release Senjutsu, and tailed beast chakra into a single form. Sage Art tailed beast Raisen Shuriken. The colossal blade of light, heavy with the breath of destruction, slammed down. The shockwave leveled the training ground and sent dust roiling into the sky. As the dust slowly cleared, Yugao lay pinned to the scorched earth, black fire chains tightening around him. He writhed violently between collapse and regeneration, but no resistance remained in him. A faint, clear, approving flicker crossed the hollow depths of his eyes. Well done! With that utterance, the Huitu body dissolved into motes of purple light, leaving only a bamboo flute that drifted gently to the ground. Mingren slumped to the ground, gasping, yet smiled brightly and brazenly. Phew! My first fight with Mr. Yugao, and we actually won. Suizhu withdrew his Sharingan, breathing steady, offering a slight nod with cool certainty. The special training was not in vain. The two sat shoulder to shoulder upon the ruins, gazing toward where the motes had dispersed. They realized with crystalline clarity that the boy who had once needed protection had long since grown into a partner capable of standing alone, the perfect comrade of unparalleled rapport. The training ground beneath the dragon-suppressing tower remained unrepaired, scorch marks and corrosive scars spreading across the earth. As they descended to the next level, pale purple impure world resurrection mist rose once more. This time a petite lithe figure clad in azure appeared in the arena. The Seven-Tails Jinchuriki Fu. Her short emerald hair danced playfully, her azure clothes-fitting attire hugged her frame, and two pairs of translucent butterfly wings quivered gently behind her. Her hollow pupils held no emotion, yet exuded a suffocating aura of high-speed lethality. This was the first encounter between Mingren and Suizhu against the impure world form of Fu. But after the baptism of Yugao's foam hell in the previous round, the two emanated a steady, sharp demeanor. A single glance sufficed to decipher their opponent's tactics: high-speed sudden strikes, widespread insect powder interference, and maximized mobility. Mingren rotated his palm, letting the Nine-Tails chakra flow steadily. The Seven-Tails Fu. A speed type. Suizhu stood to the side, his three-tomo Sharingan slowly opening with lightning sparks crackling at his fingertips. Don't let her speed drain you. No probing. A flick of fuss wings. The air left no trace of sound as her figure vanished. Seven-Tails full-speed aerial dash. Behind us. Suizhu's Sharingan instantly caught the afterimage as Chidori's sharp spear swept out. Clang! A piercing metallic clash erupted as Fu used her butterfly wings to block the lightning blade. In the instant she was knocked back, she flicked a cloud of phosphorescent powder from her wingtips. Seven Styles Disruptive Scale Powder. Silver-pink powder scattered through the air, inhaling it would disrupt one's chakra and blur vision. Sage Art Wind Style. Mingren instantly activated Sage Mode, sweeping his hand to raise a gale. Spiral Sphere. The wind blade dispersed the powder while dozens of spiral spheres bombarded the space where Fu had vanished. Boom. 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 Explosions tore through the smoke and dust, but not a shred of cloth was touched. The next second, Fuss figure appeared above Mingren's left shoulder, her butterfly wings transforming into sharp blades and slashing downward. Seven-Tails Sky-Cutting Blade. Mingren. Suizhu blurred in with a body flicker, unleashing Chidori Stream as a lightning barrier around him. Clang. The blade struck the lightning shield, sparks flying. Fu flipped back, using the recoil, firing countless tiny wind blades from her wingtips, raining across the entire arena. Seven Styles Wind Butterfly Barrage. Sage Art Tailed Beast Shield. Mingren expanded his Four-Tails Tailed Beast coat, whipping his tail to block the wind blades as they clattered against the coat. The two were pushed back step by step from the left and right, yet they never lost their composure. The positioning and cover, honed through days of intense training, had become instinct. She's circling behind, Suizhu said coldly. I know. Mingren charged forward, drawing all of Fu's attention. Come on! Fu indeed swooped down, her butterfly wings whipping up a cyclone, her form turning into a streak of azure light aiming straight for Mingren's heart. Just as she closed in. Shadow clone substitution. Mingren's true body vanished instantly, leaving only an exploding shadow clone. Boom. The explosion billowed smoke, forcing Fu to halt midair. Now. Suiju struck from the right blind spot, his Mangekyo Sharingan fully activated. Blaze released black flame net. Black fire wove into a colossal net in the sky, sealing all escape routes. Yet Fu showed no panic, vibrating her wings to the limit, splitting her form into 7 afterimages. 7 tails butterfly clone. They're afterimages. Mingren growled. Suiju's Sharingan spun at high speed, instantaneously locking onto the soul real body. The middle one. Chidori lightning spear. Suiju's form turned into a lightning bolt, thrusting straight at the true body. Fu was forced to turn and block, her butterfly wings clashing with the lightning spear once more. Sage Art double spiral sphere. Mingren had body flickered point blank, a spiral sphere in each hand, slamming them simultaneously from both sides. Thud. Thud. The double heavy blows struck Fu, her impure world body instantly dented and shattered. But the purple mist churned and she stood intact once more, her hollow face devoid of any pain. Another immortal body. Mingren gasped but showed no fear. Same method, seal the rhythm. Suiju nodded. Their eyes met, and a tactic instantly took shape. Mingren launched a frontal assault, bombarding with tailed beast balls, spiral spheres, and wind style in rotation, using overwhelming chakra to forcibly suppress Fu's dodging space. Meanwhile, Suiju prowled the side, constantly sealing retreats, with black flames, his Sharingan locked onto Fu's high-speed trajectory. 7 tails complete form, giant butterfly wind formation. A raging gale swept through, mixing phosphorescent powder and wind blades into a devastating storm, bearing down. 7 tails complete form, giant butterfly wind formation. A raging gale swept through, mixing phosphorescent powder and wind blades into a devastating storm, bearing down on the 2. Suiju. Coming. Mingren activated Sage Mode plus 4 tails tailed beast coat to the max, lifting a giant Sage Art spiral shuriken with both hands. Sage Art wind style spiral shuriken. Suiju's Mangekyo blazed to its peak, black flames enveloping his body as he leaped onto Mingren's shoulder. Blaze release lightning flame union. Wind style Sage Art tailed beast, black flames lightning. 5 powers erupted in one instant. Boom. The colossal wind blade wreathed in black fire and lightning pierced the storm, crushed the powder, and struck Fu's full-form butterfly wings. Heaten. Crack. The butterfly wings shattered instantly. The impure world body was engulfed by the storm, blasted into countless fragments. Don't stop. Suiju formed hand signs. Blaze release black flame prison. Black fire condensed into a sealed cage, trapping all fragments in the center, forcibly suppressing impure world regeneration. Mingren soared into the air, gathering chakra to its peak. Sage Art tailed beast spiral sphere. The final blow descended from the sky, smashing fiercely into the heart of the black flame cage. Boom. As the smoke cleared, Fu was pinned to the ground, her impure world regeneration completely suppressed by the black flames, unable to move. Within her hollow pupils a faint trace of acknowledgement flickered. A beautiful coordination. As the words faded, her impure world body dissolved into purple light particles, leaving only a fragment of emerald butterfly wing drifting softly down. Mingren collapsed onto the rubble, grinning widely. Ha, another one down. That girl was way too fast. Suiju lowered his Mangekyo, his breath steady, and spoke softly. The coordination was flawless. Sunlight streamed through the battered training ground, falling upon the 2 youths. One after another, impure world death match, breakthrough after breakthrough in the face of despair. Their growth was visible to the naked eye. The training ground beneath the Jinlong Tower had long since turned into scorched earth, with shattered stones and cracks littering the ground and remnants of molten and black flames lingering in the air. As he stepped into the next level, a mist of pale purple filthy soil surged upwards once again. At the moment the airflow exploded, a robust and wild figure burst forth, shattering the light mist. The 8 tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. With deep blue skin etched with menacing patterns, dark sunglasses obscuring his hollow eyes, and a ninja blade slung over his shoulder, the 8 tails octopus tail swayed slowly behind him, each muscle quaking with the ferocious chakra of a tailed beast capable of shattering the earth. Upon landing, the ground slightly caved in around him. This was the first battle between Naruto and Sasuke against the filthy form of Killer Bee. Both of them maintained steady breaths and clear gazes, their chakra solidifying like iron, instantly discerning the nature of their opponent. Extreme power, brute force in close quarters, tailed beast hardening, and an unadorned crushing assault. Naruto clenched his palm knuckles, turning white as the Nine-Tails chakra surged steadily yet violently throughout his body. The Eight-Tails uncle. This chakra is deadly for sure. Sasuke took a half step sideways to position himself defensively, his three-tomo Sharingan slowly opening, the crimson pupils locking onto the opponent, fingertips sparking with lightning. A power-type peak fatal upon close contact, don't give him a chance to get too close. There was no opening move, no probing. The filthy Killer Bee stomped down heavily, causing the ground to explode with spiderweb-like cracks, his figure transforming into a deep blue projectile barreling straight ahead, the tailed beast chakra enveloping his iron fist as he launched a direct hit at Naruto's face. Eight-Tails Iron Fist Barrage. Here it comes. Naruto reacted swiftly, the chakra cloak of the Four Tails instantly enveloping him, the oranger tail whipping horizontally to block in front of him. Clang. The sound of clashing metal erupted. Naruto felt a sharp pain in his arm as the entire tailed beast cloak was crushed inward, his body flying backward like a kite with a severed string crashing hard against the shattered base of a stone tower, debris raining down around him. Sasuke did not linger in battle, using the smoke as cover to advance swiftly, his Sharingan accurately capturing the openings and Killer Bee's punches twisting his wrist as lightning crackled. Chidori Sharp Spear. The lightning spear lunged directly at Killer Bee's vital point. However, Killer Bee did not dodge or evade at all, allowing the lightning spear to strike his body. Both the filthy body and the tailed beast hardening activated simultaneously, taking the blow and retaliating with a heavy fist infused with tailed beast chakra. Tailed beast hardening fist. The punch tore through the air, Sasuke's pupils constricting as he leaned back sharply, narrowly avoiding the devastating blow. The shockwave struck the ground, instantly creating a half-meter deep crater with debris flying and cutting across Sasuke's cheek. This guy. He just takes hits with pure strength. Naruto shook his numb arm and stood up from the pile of rubble. His tactic is to break through with force, using the Eight-Tails chakra to withstand everything. Sasuke analyzed calmly, gathering lightning at his fingertips again. Distant control forced him to expose a flaw: we can't engage in close combat. Killer Bee threw his head back and roared. The Eight-Tails fully unleashed, the massive octopus tail sweeping across the battlefield, its tip carrying the power to annihilate everything as it swung towards the two. Eight-Tails tailed beast heavy swing. Sage Art Wind Release Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto instantly activated Sage Mode, the frog-like shadows appearing as a gigantic wind blade chakra orb shot out, the rapidly spinning blade slicing through the air and striking hard against the octopus tail. Boom! The shockwave swept the surroundings, the wind blade carving deep grooves into the tail, but the purple filthy mist merely flickered and the wound was instantly healed. With an indestructible body and tailed beast regeneration. This is troublesome. Killer Bee, emboldened by his advantage, advanced with great strides, his right fist condensing concentrated tailed beast chakra, the center of his fist glowing with a purple-black radiance. Tailed beast ball fist. Sasuke leaped up, his Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly fully open, clapping his hands together as black flames materialized in midair. Kagetsuchi Black Flame Shield. A barrier engulfed in Amaterasu's black flames thundered in front of him. Bang! The heavy fist struck down, instantly cracking the black flame barrier, and Sasuke was jolted, his palms splitting, the lightning dissipating as he staggered back several steps before stabilizing his form. Sasuke. Seeing this, Naruto charged forward, the cloak of the Six Tails faintly appearing, Sage Chakra intertwining with tailed beast chakra in his palm as a massive chakra orb expanded and formed. Sage Art Supermassive Rasengan. The Rasengan collided directly with the heavy fist. Buzz. A violent chakra storm erupted at the center of the two, the ground plowed into a deep trench and both Naruto and Killer Bee were simultaneously blasted away. Naruto landed and slid back several meters, his knee deeply embedded in the ground. Roar. Killer Bee completely lost control, the full-tailed beast chakra shooting skyward, his octopus tail dancing wildly behind him, the air around him compressed and distorted, destructive tailed beast chakra rapidly coalescing between his palms, forming a black-purple energy sphere. Eight-Tails Complete Form Heavy Flow Burst. This is a tailed beast level ultimate move. Naruto growled. The two locked eyes, no words needed, as the ultimate combined attack forged through 3 battles was instantly activated. Naruto braced himself, heated, unleashing all his tailed beast chakra, his arms spreading out to form a thick chakra barrier. It'll take the hit. You find an opportunity. Boom. The heavy flow burst struck heavily against the barrier, forcing Naruto to kneel, his bones creaking under the immense pressure, yet he gritted his teeth and held firm, not retreating an inch. Now's the time. Sasuke sees the opening bursting out from the right side blind spot, his Mangekyo Sharingan burning at its peak as Amaterasu's black flames entwined with Chidori lightning merging with black flames. Amaterasu Chidori. The black fire lightning blade pierced fiercely into Killer Bee's back. Bang. The filthy body erupted in an instant, chunks of flesh flying. But the next second the purple mist surged violently, the flesh rapidly reassembling, and Killer Bee stood unharmed in place, his hollow body feeling no pain at all. As expected, regeneration. Naruto panted heavily, but his gaze burned even brighter. The old way, control first then seal. Sasuke nodded, hands forming seals at breakneck speed as the black flames of Amaterasu transformed into several thick chains in midair. Kagetsuchi black flame binding. The black flame chains darted out like ethereal serpents, instantly wrapping tightly around Killer Bee, squeezing fiercely, as the black flames burned the filthy chakra, suppressing regeneration. Killer Bee roared furiously, struggling desperately as one chain snapped, two more immediately entwined, tightening more and more. The opportunity has come. Naruto leaped into the air, looking down from above, perfectly fusing wind release Sage Art and Tailed Beast chakra as a gigantic spiraling shuriken erupted in his palms, sucking in chakra from the entire world. Sage Art, Tailed Beast, spiraling shuriken. The world-destroying blade of light descended with a howling sound, accurately smashing down on the bound Killer Bee. Boom. The entire training ground was utterly flattened, dust soaring into the sky and fierce winds sweeping around with debris and dust flying everywhere. After a long time the dust slowly settled. Killer Bee was pinned to the scorched earth, the black flame chains tightly constricting his body as the filthy form struggled violently between collapse and regeneration, but could no longer move an inch. Beneath the hollow sunglasses a glimmer of clear appreciation and recognition flickered. Not a bad combination, even stronger than me, you fool, Naruto. As the words fell, the filthy body transformed into countless purple light spots, slowly dissipating, leaving only a pair of black sunglasses gently landing on the ground, producing a crisp sound. Naruto lay back directly on the ground, gasping, heavily drenched in sweat, yet grinning with an incredibly bright smile. Ha, got it done. Killer Bee's punches really can smash people to pieces. Sasuke retracted his Mangekyo Sharingan, his arm hanging by his side, felt slightly numb, his expression still cold, yet his tone softened a bit. The flaw was very obvious, just too much power. The two lay side by side on the ruins, exchanging glances and unintentionally laughing together. The once youthful boys had already grown into the most harmonious and powerful partners in the ninja world through the trials of blood and fire. The earth beneath the dragon's suppression tower had long been reduced to scorched soil, with shattered stones and cracks crisscrossing everywhere, and the air was filled with the acrid scent of Tailed Beast chakra dissolution, acid mist, and Amaterasu's black flames. The next layer of pale purple impure reincarnation mist began to swell once more, and at the moment the airwaves exploded, a small figure exuding an oppressive aura at the peak of the shadow level slowly stepped out. The second Mizukage Karatachi. His fluffy explosive hair stood upright with sharp lines etched on his face like a knife, his hollow eyes devoid of emotion, and a thick cold oil mist continuously wrapped around him, instantly saturating the rocks beneath his feet, giving them a sinister glossy sheen. He is the creator within the blood mist, a trinity of oil, water, and spirit techniques, with the technique Steam Danger Bomb being a true bloodline elimination technique capable of phasing, devouring, and exploding, nearly unsolvable. This is the first direct confrontation between Naruto and Sasuke against the reincarnated second Mizukage. However, after undergoing intense training against numerous reincarnated Jinchuriki, the two had already honed an unspoken ultimate synergy, breathing steadily and evenly, their positions balanced between offense and defense, having fully recognized the formidable opponent before them with just a moment's exchange of glances. An all-round powerhouse with no blind spots and almost no weaknesses. Naruto clenched his palm tightly, the Ninetales chakra flowing steadily yet fiercely through his veins, his expression revealing no hint of fear. Second Mizukage Karatachi. This chakra is colder than all the Jinchurikis combined. Sasuke stepped back half a step to create a standard distance for offense and defense, slowly opening his 3-Demo Sharingan, his crimson pupils locking onto the opponent, fingertips crackling with lightning. Oil techniques interfere with perception, spirit techniques devour chakra, and his body can phase and become oily. We cannot engage in close combat. With no opening remarks and not a hint of testing the waters, the reincarnated Yagura made a light sweep with his arm, and the entire training ground was instantly engulfed by thick ink-like oil mist, completely depriving them of visibility, while the chakra flow in the air was hindered and distorted, making even perception techniques become vague. Oil release mist phantom. We've lost our sight. Naruto exclaimed, but remained composed. Sage Mo, the frog-shaped shadow, instantly climbed over his eyelids, natural energy swirling around him, barely catching a glimpse of a blurred high-speed figure in the thick mist. Don't move, he's using the oil mist to lock onto our positions. Sasuke's voice came from the left, calm and unwavering. His speed is no less than that of a feather. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sound of breaking air suddenly erupted. Dozens of oil-formed water blades shot out from the mist as thin as hair, fast as lightning, aimed precisely at the limbs and vital points of both of them. Water release, water break, wave. Incoming. Naruto's body surged with red light, the chakra of the four-tailed beast erupting as he donned the beast's outer cloak, swinging his four crimson tails forward to form a solid barrier. Sage Art Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The raging winds blew away the nearby oil mist, but the water blades easily pierced through the beast's chakra's defenses, leaving numerous bloody scratches on Naruto's arm, and shoulder pain shooting through him instantly. Damn it! It can penetrate the beast's cloak. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, rapidly analyzing the trajectory of the water blades and the flow of the oil mist, his feet moving in a blur as he sprang forward. Chidori's Sharp Spear. The lightning spear shot straight towards the core figure hidden within the mist. However, just as the lightning reached Yagura's body, his form instantly transformed into a translucent oil liquid, effortlessly allowing the lightning spear to pass through, rendering both physical and ninjutsu attacks ineffective. Spirit Technique, Oil Phasing. Useless little brats. Yagura's voice echoed from all directions within the oil mist, hollow and frigid. Any physical attack is meaningless to me. Sasuke landed and quickly retreated, his palms slightly tingling, his expression growing graver. He can phase freely. More agile than Obito's Kamui with no cooldown. Yagura gave no opportunity for the two to adjust their breathing, his hands swiftly forming seals, the oil mist and moisture in the air frantically merging and compressing as countless fist-sized oil bubbles condensed in the mist floating around them. Oil Release, Explosive Thunder Bubble. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous sound of explosions erupted as the oil bubbles burst, spewing forth high-temperature oil and shockwaves, turning the entire training ground into a burning sea of oil, the flames spreading wildly with the oil, the ground sizzling as it softened. Sage Art Tailed Beast Shield. Naruto crossed his arms, the tailed beast chakra erupting, forming a thick circular barrier that firmly blocked the explosions and flaming oil outside. The explosions continued unabated, the barriers shook violently, and Naruto was gradually forced back, gritting his teeth. This guy's jutsu is all about large-scale suppression. Using the barrier as cover, Sasuke maneuvered through the fire and explosions, locking onto Yagura's true form with his Sharingan, finally seizing an opening to dart in from the right side blind spot. Addictive Earth Technique. The black Amaterasu flames gathered at his fingertips, transforming into a slender black fire knife slicing down from above. Yagura chose to phase into oil once again, allowing the black fire knife to pass through his body while he struck back with a palm against Sasuke's left shoulder, a strange absorption pattern glowing on his palm. Spirit Technique, Absorption. The lightning chakra within Sasuke was violently devoured and extracted, the Chidori in his palm instantly extinguished, his entire body feeling numb and weak, being blasted away by a tremendous force, rolling in the air for several circles before barely landing, his left shoulder stinging with numbness. Sasuke. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm. Fine. Sasuke forced himself to stabilize, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He can directly devour chakra. Ordinary ninjutsu is ineffective against him. Oh. You've got some resilience. Yagura's tone remained flat as he quickly formed seals again, the oil mist suddenly contracting, gathering in front of him to form a massive wave of oil. Let's see how this technique fares. Water Release, Water Form Bullet Dance. Countless high-pressure water bullets shot out like a torrential rain from the wave of oil, covering the entire field with no blind spots. Naruto whipped his tails, wildly protecting Sasuke behind him, the beast's outer cloak swelling to its maximum. I'll block it. The water bullets struck against the tailed beast's cloak, producing a rapid-fire sound like drumbeats. Although they did not penetrate the defense, they forced Naruto to stagger back, his chakra consumption surging sharply. If this goes on, we'll be exhausted. Naruto thought urgently. I have to force him to reveal a flaw. Naruto use a large-scale attack to push him into defense. Sasuke's voice came calmly. Though he can phase, continuous phasing must have its costs, even for a reincarnated body. The two locked eyes, and unspoken understanding reached in an instant. Sage Art Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. Naruto leaped into the air, forming a massive wind blade chakra sphere in his palm, throwing it with a momentum that could cut through the heavens, stirring up the entire oil mist. Spirit Technique, Devour. Yagura raised his hand, directly devouring the wind release technique, though the chakra fluctuations momentarily halt. Now's the time, Sasuke urged. Addictive Earth Technique, Black Flame Net. The black Amaterasu flames expanded in the air, forming a massive net that sealed off all escape routes, not attacking the core body but blocking the flow of oil mist and the space around it. Interesting. Yagura finally ceased to be passively phasing, oiling his body as he swiftly darted away from the black flames, raising both hands above his head, unleashing all his oil release chakra explosively. The air twisted violently, temperature soared, and a colossal oil-based doppelganger the size of dozens of meters coalesced behind him, hovering in midair, emanating a destructive aura that could change the color of the sky. The true annihilation. Steam danger bomb. This is bad. It's a large-scale self-destruct technique. Naruto's face changed drastically. We can't evade, the whole training ground is locked down. Sasuke warned sharply. The giant oil doppelganger rapidly shrank and compressed, the internal high temperature and pressure reaching a critical point. Once it exploded, its power would rival that of a complete tailed beast bomb, enough to obliterate the entire Dragon Suppression Tower ruins. Yagura's hollow eyes finally revealed a glimmer of deadly intent. Hold on. Naruto unleashed his chakra to the limit, the six-tailed beast outer cloak fully unfurled, six massive tails weaving together in front of him to form the strongest barrier, combining Sage Chakra and Tailed Beast Chakra. Tailed Beast Absolute Defense. Boom! The steam danger bomb erupted violently. The flames, shockwaves, high temperature, and explosive chakra instantly devoured everything. The ground lifted several meters and smoke and dust climbed into the sky. Naruto was forced to kneel on the ground, his bones creaking under the unbearable pressure, sweat and blood soaking his clothes, yet he gritted his teeth and did not take a step back. It's not over yet. Yagura's body oiled up, darting swiftly through the explosive smoke, aiming to strike Naruto in the back, intending to end the battle with one blow. Sasuke's pupils constricted, disregarding everything as he dashed in front of Naruto, his Mangekyo Sharingan burning at its peak. Don't you dare touch him! Chidori and black flames erupted simultaneously, but were once again pierced through by Yagura's, phasing his palm, pressing against Sasuke once more, the spirit technique greedily devouring chakra. Ugh! Sasuke groaned as his body weakened. Sasuke! Naruto laughed with rage, his tailed beast chakra surging wildly, yet he forced himself to stay conscious, natural energy flooding into his palm. You dare hurt him! Sage Art Super Large Tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. Naruto charged forward without dodging, delivering a punch with the Rasen Shuriken filled with lethal determination, striking towards Yagura. Yagura sneered, choosing once again to phase through, yet at that moment Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes, his Mangekyo spinning to its limit. Addictive Earth Technique, Black Flame Seal. A faint trace of Amaterasu black flames quietly adhered to the surface of Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, branding Yagura's reincarnated soul in the instant he phased through. What? Yagura displayed astonishment for the first time. Phasing could dodge physical attacks but could not escape the burning of the Amaterasu black flames on his soul. I hit him! Naruto roared. No. Sasuke exhausted his remaining chakra, forming seals with both hands. Black flames binding. The black flames erupted from the spiritual level, instantly transforming into chains that tightly bound Yagura's body, forcibly interrupting his oil phasing. For the first time, the reincarnated body was truly imprisoned. Impossible! It's over! Naruto soared into the air, looking down the wind. Release Sage techniques and Tailed Beast Chakra perfectly fused, the Rasen Shuriken in his palm radiating an exceedingly bright light, drawing in all the energy in the world. Sage Art Tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. The world-shattering light blade accompanied by a howl crashed down upon the bound Yagura. Boom! The entire Dragon Suppression Tower ruins were completely flattened, shockwaves sweeping miles away, dust and airwaves shooting into the sky, lingering for a long time. The fierce wind gradually calmed, the dust slowly dissipating. Yagura was pinned in the center of the scorched earth, the Amaterasu black flame chains tightening around his body, his soul being burned, and the reincarnation regeneration was completely suppressed, unable to move no matter how he struggled. He looked at the two boys in front of him, panting yet with steadfast eyes, as a trace of clear astonishment, appreciation, and recognition finally flickered across his hollow gaze. The Konoha brats actually managed to break my phasing and spirit techniques. Not bad. A very good cooperation and resilience. As he spoke, Yagura's reincarnated body gradually relaxed, eventually transforming into countless pale purple light spots, slowly dissipating in the air, leaving only a puddle of evaporated water slowly drying under the sunlight. Naruto's legs buckled, collapsing directly onto the scorched ground, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, yet grinning with a brilliant smile. Huff. Finally. Took him down. This guy is tough. Sasuke extinguished his Mangekyo Sharingan, staggering a step to steady himself, his left shoulder still numb, chakra nearly depleted, yet he straightened his back, speaking softly with a barely perceptible sigh of relief. Continuous phasing, devouring techniques, large-scale explosions. The only flaw he has can only be caught by Amaterasu. The two sat side by side in the ravaged training ground, exchanging glances, both seeing the fatigue in each other's eyes as well as the unwavering determination that grew stronger with each battle. One battle after another of reincarnated death fights, each opponent stronger than the last. They were visibly growing into the pillars of the ninja world. The destruction on the first level of the Jinlong Tower has not yet fully dissipated as ancient runes began to shimmer on the surrounding stone walls. Rubble flowed back, cracks healed, and the entire space was automatically restored at a visible speed, quickly resetting into a brand new closed trial arena. One strong enemy per level, the space self-repairs. This is the iron law of the Jinlong Tower. A pale purple figure of reincarnation mist slowly surged in the center of the restored arena, materializing silently into a slender, almost translucent silhouette. The second Hokage Mu. The invisible man of ninja world legends. He masters the bloodline elimination technique known as dust release, capable of decomposing any material into atoms, and can completely conceal his presence, phasing and teleporting, representing the pinnacle of assassination and instant kill. This is Naruto and Sasuke's first confrontation with the reincarnated second Hokage. However, after enduring numerous death battles against the reincarnated Jinchuri and strong enemies beneath the Jinlong Tower, the two have forged a steel-like tacit understanding and beast-like battlefield instincts. Breathing steadily, their gazes clear, instantly entering a state of high alert amidst the humming of the tower's self-repair. The space here will repair itself. Dragging this out won't be in our favor. Naruto looked around, the chakra of the Nine Tails flowing steadily. This guy can't sense chakra at all. Sasuke shifted his position to the farthest attack distance, his Sharingan fully opened, the scarlet pupils locking tightly onto that transparent figure. He can conceal his presence, and form dust release can decompose everything. If touched, it will vanish into nothingness. This layer must not fail. Without any warning, the figure of Moose slightly faded, the space barely distorting. Dust release, original world separation technique. An invisible colorless cube shot through the air, decomposing the air and creating voids in the ground as it slammed into Naruto's chest. Dodge! Sasuke shouted sharply. Naruto's reflexes reached their limit, the Four Tails cloak exploding outwards, his tail sharply pulling him sideways. Bang! The cube grazed Naruto's side and crashed into the ground, instantly transforming the rock into nothingness, while the resulting crater was illuminated by the tower's runes and rapidly repaired. It was directly erased. And this place will continue to repair itself. Naruto felt cold sweat trickle down his back. The figure of Mu vanished once more, merging with the air, blending into the repairing stone walls. With perception ineffective and visibility compromised, even Sasuke's Sharingan could only detect the almost imperceptible fluctuations in space. Above us. Sasuke suddenly looked up. In midair, invisible chakra momentarily solidified. Dust release, boundary separation. The entire space was enveloped in white light, a multitude of cubes raining down, indiscriminately decomposing everything. Senjutsu, wind release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto hurled a giant wind blade, attempting to forcibly dispel the dust release attack. However, the moment the wind blade made contact with the white light, it was decomposed and vanished, not lasting even a second. Useless. Dust release can decompose all ninjutsu. Sasuke suddenly tackled Naruto, both rolling and evading. The ground behind them was flattened, rocks and debris turned to nothingness, while the destroyed surface rapidly healed under the tower's power. The figure of Mu slowly materialized, hovering in midair, his tone indifferent. No matter how many times you dodge, there will be a limit. The Jinlong Tower will continuously repair itself. Your consumption will only be faster than mine. With his words falling, he clapped his hands. Earth release, Earth spike core. The ground erupted violently, countless sharp rock spikes shooting up from all directions, their tips entwined with deadly dust release power. Sasuke. You'll block it. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly activated, and he slammed his hands onto the ground. Additive Earth Command, Black Flame Wall. The Amaterasu black flames swiftly constructed a high wall. The rock spikes collided with the black flames, igniting instantly, yet the dust release at the tips was still wildly decomposing the black flame barrier, thinning it visibly. Meanwhile, the shattered stone wall behind them continued to self-repair. He wants to use dust release to exhaust the black flames. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Seizing the opening, Naruto fully activated Sage Mode, dashing into the air, directly approaching Mu. Senjutsu's super big ball spiraling sphere. However, Mu did not dodge, his body directly became transparent and phasing. Naruto's fist passed through him as if striking at emptiness. Phasing can still stack with dust release. Naruto's pupils constricted. Dust release, original world separation technique. Mu in a phasing state launched dust release at close range, the cube hurtling towards Naruto's face. Naruto tilted his head back just in time to avoid it, his forehead hair instantly decomposed. Sasuke landed and formed hand seals, his gaze as sharp as a blade. He cannot maintain his physical form for long while phasing. He can only instantaneously launch dust release with extremely short attack intervals. Then we will use continuous strong attacks to break his rhythm. Naruto shouted. The two moved left and right, needing no further words. Their strategy was set. Naruto unleashed a barrage of attacks, the chakra of the tailed beast pouring forth. Spiraling shuriken barrage. Tailed beast bomb rapid fire. Chakra projectiles fell like rain, forcing Mu to constantly phase teleport and evade. Sasuke on the side moved rapidly, the Sharingan tightly capturing the spatial fluctuations. Additive Earth Command Black Flame Chains. The black flames transformed into chains, frantically wrapping around Mu's position. Without phasing away, the black flame chains struck the ground, directly scorching the rock into a black hole, yet the damaged area was still rapidly repairing. Such fast phasing. Cold sweat trickled down Sasuke's forehead. Mu pressed for a moment, finally got serious. He clasped his hands together, unleashing chakra to its utmost limits. In midair, 3 clones appeared, each one remarkably real, all capable of using dust release. Shadow Clone Dust Release 3-stage strike. 3 beams of white light shot towards Naruto and Sasuke from 3 angles, sealing off all escape routes. Naruto activated his Six-Tails cloak, swinging his tail into a shield, taking on the dust release from the right. Ugh! The tailed beast cloak was torn open with a large hole. Intense pain surged through his mind. Sasuke dashed to the left, black flames wrapping around him as he forcefully charged into the central dust release. Black flame charge. Bang. Dust and smoke exploded. Both were thrown back simultaneously, their bodies battered, yet they still did not fall. They can still stand. There was finally a hint of fluctuation in Mu's tone. Naruto pushed himself up from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with increasing intensity. We are going to become Hokage. Sasuke wiped the blood from his cheek, his Mangekyo Sharingan burning at its peak. One of his clones is real. The two exchanged a glance. Their ultimate combined attack, forged through countless deadly battles, had fully formed. Naruto charged into the sky, drawing all attention. Senjutsu Tailed Beast Spiraling Shuriken. The massive light blade imbued with a destructive aura hurtled toward the 3 clones. The 3 clones simultaneously launched dust release in retaliation. Just as the dust release collided with the spiraling shuriken, Sasuke vanished from the ground, instantly closing in. His Sharingan saw through the faintest flow of chakra, directly targeting the true body. Amaterasu Chidori. Black flames and lightning merged into one, ignoring dust release and phasing, stabbing directly at Mu's back. PSHH. A true hit. Mu's hollow eyes first revealed shock. Dust release instantly dissipated. Naruto seized the opportunity, diving down from the air, pouring all remaining chakra into his palm. Senjutsu Tailed Beast Spiraling Shuriken. The final strike came crashing down. Boom. White light and black flames engulfed the entire world. The decomposing power of dust released the burning power of Amaterasu, the raging power of the tailed beast, and the suppressive power of Sage Art converged. The stone walls of the Jinlong Tower exploded violently, then frantically repaired, the runes flickering erratically. As the smoke cleared, Mu was pinned to the ground, black flames tightly binding his soul and reincarnated body, unable to condense dust release, phasing completely failing. He looked at the 2 scarred yet still standing youths before him, slowly nodding. To see through my true form and catch my dust release. Konoha's little brats, you have qualified. As his voice fell, the second Tsuchikage, Mu's body transformed into pale purple light dots, slowly dissipating. Naruto's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground, breathing heavily. Ha! This guy is too troublesome. Sasuke extinguished his Mangekyo, staggering to his feet, his voice calm yet resolute. Invisibility, teleportation, dust release. But he still has traces to follow. The two sat shoulder to shoulder on the continually repairing trial ground, exchanging a glance, fatigue revealing the most tacit smile. Even the bloodline elimination could not stop their advance. The space of the Jinlong Tower once again automatically repaired itself, the shattered stones returned to their places and the cracks sealed, restoring the previously devastated area to its original smoothness. The ancient runes on the stone walls glimmered faintly, as if no battle had ever occurred. A mist of pale purple dirt reincarnation rose again, and a towering figure clad in thunder armor surrounded by raging arcs of lightning slowly stepped into the arena. The Third Hokage. The strongest spear and shield recognized by the ninja world, single-handedly challenging tens of thousands of ninjas in a blood battle for 3 days and nights, mastering lightning release chakra mode to perfection with a body so formidable that even tailed beast Jinchuriki struggled to penetrate it. A single strike of Hell Spike 1 penetration could pierce through anything. This was the first time Naruto and Sasuke faced the reincarnated Third Hokage. However, after a series of intense battles against formidable foes in the Jinlong Tower, the two had developed an innate understanding of each other, their breaths steady and their gazes sharp. In the dim light of the tower's repair, they instantly assumed the most rigorous combat stance. This guy's lightning release is heavier than the Fourth Hokage's. Naruto's muscles were taut, and the chakra of the Nine Tails flowed steadily. Just his aura is suffocating. Sasuke took half a step back, his 3-mode Sharingan locking onto the opponent tightly, his fingertips trembling with lightning. His body is the ultimate ninja physique, the Thunder Armor's defense is invincible, and the one penetration attack is unrivaled. In a heated clash we have no chance of winning. Without any prelude, the Third Hokage stepped forward. The ground trembled violently as it cracked. The lightning release chakra mode fully activated, his body enveloped in pitch black thunder armor, transforming into a golden flash of lightning charging straight at them. Lightning release, lightning punishment, horizontal. So fast. Naruto instantly activated his four-tailed beast cloak, swinging his tail to block. The lightning fist slammed into the tail of the beast with a deafening crash. Naruto was sent flying, crashing hard against the stone wall, which instantly cracked with a web-like pattern, only to be forcibly repaired in the next moment. Taking the opportunity, Sasuke charged in from the side, his Sharingan capturing the trajectory of the fist. The Chidori's sharp spear aimed at the opening. Chidori's sharp spear. The lightning struck towards the Hokage's shoulder and neck. Ding. Sparks erupted, but the Chidori was deflected directly by the thunder armor, leaving no mark behind. The defense. Is that exaggerated? Sasuke's pupils constricted. The Third Hokage retaliated with a punch, the thunder arcs exploding. Lightning release, heavy flow storm. Sasuke leaned back sharply, narrowly dodging as the force of the punch struck the ground, creating a deep pit which quickly healed. Regular attacks are completely ineffective. Naruto leaped up from the rubble, the light of his beast cloak surging. Sage Art, wind release, spiraling shuriken. A massive wind blade whistled through the air, slicing through the heavens. The Third Hokage did not dodge, allowing the wind blade to strike against the thunder armor. Sizzle. The wind blade crazily cut, yet only sparked against the surface of the thunder armor, dissipating under the onslaught of lightning release in mere seconds. The strongest shield. Truly lives up to its name. Sasuke spoke coldly. The Third Hokage steps moved again, transforming into a golden flash, his fists raining down like a torrential storm. Wherever his lightning fist struck, the air exploded and the ground shattered, while the devastated area continuously repaired itself under the power of the Jinlong Tower. Lightning release, continuous heavy lightning strike. Naruto, hold him off. Understood. Naruto charged Hiden, unleashing his six-tailed beast cloak, wildly swinging his tail to block the attacks. Fists and tails, lightning and chakra collided violently, the roar echoing endlessly. It hurts. This guy's fists are harder than iron. Naruto gritted his teeth and held on. Sasuke from behind rapidly formed hand seals his Mangekyo Sharingan, suddenly activating. Kagetsuchi, black flame net. Black flames wove into a vast net in midair, descending to ensnare the Hokage. The Third Hokage suddenly looked up, the lightning release, exploding lightning arcs surging around him, directly batting away the black flames. The thunder armor can even isolate black flames. Sasuke's expression changed. This ends here. The Third Hokage pushed off the ground, leaning forward, his right fingertip gathering an extremely sharp bolt of lightning, warping the entire space with its penetrating force. The strongest killing move. Hell Spike, one penetration. Dodge! Sasuke shouted. Naruto leaned sideways to the limit, the one penetration grazed his waist and slammed into the stone wall, instantly penetrating a large hole through it, which began to rapidly repair. If it touches me, it'll be pierced. Cold sweat trickled down Naruto's back. The Hokage turned around to charge again, the one penetration aimed directly at Naruto's heart. Sasuke instantly positioned himself in front of Naruto, black flames enveloping his body. Kagetsuchi, black flame shield. Boom. The one penetration struck hard against the black flame shield, lightning and black flames clashed violently, the shield cracking inch by inch. Sasuke was forced onto his knees, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Sasuke! Naruto shouted angrily, entering Sage mode, his body merging Sage Chakra with Beast Chakra, the giant Rasengan expanding in his palm. Sage Art, super large Rasengan. Naruto did not dodge or evade, directly clashing with the Hokage. Bang. The Rasengan collided with the one penetration, a chakra storm engulfing the area. Both were thrown back. You can still stand. A trace of ripple finally appeared in the hollow eyes of the Third Hokage. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, the ultimate combined attack refined through countless deaths, unfolding without reservation in this moment. Naruto focused on a strong attack, using the chakra of the tailed beast to draw all of the Hokage's attention, launching spiraling shuriken and tailed beast bombs in a frenzied barrage. Sasuke maneuvered to the side, locking onto the Hokage's movements with his Sharingan, not letting any subtle openings slip by. The Hokage was thoroughly enraged, pushing his lightning release to the limit, transforming into a golden meteor, both fists and spikes launching simultaneously. Lightning release, lightning plow, hot blade dance. The battlefield was completely covered in lightning arcs. Naruto's beast cloak shattered layer by layer. Sasuke was also caught in the aftershock, his clothes torn apart. Yet the two never lost their composure. They were waiting for the moment the Hokage unleashed the one penetration. Finally, the third Hokage lowered his stance, concentrating lightning at his fingertips to the extreme, unleashing his strongest strike once more. Hell Spike, one penetration. Now's the time. Naruto's entire body exploded with the chakra of the tailed beast taking the hit with his shoulder. His beast cloak instantly pierced, blood splattering. Naruto. It was this second of stalemate. Sasuke burst forth from a blind spot, his Mangekyo Sharingan ignited to its limit. Amaterasu's black flames no longer defensive but wrapping around the lightning chakra like a vine. Kagetsuchi, black flame entwined lightning. The black flames crazily spread along the lightning arcs, directly ensnaring the Hokage's arm. No matter how tough the thunder armor, it could not isolate the black flames attached to the chakra. We did it! Naruto grit his teeth through the intense pain, channeling Sage Chakra into his palm and forcefully pressing it against the Hokage's chest. Sage Art-tailed beast spiraling shuriken. Simultaneously Sasuke rose, the black flames entwined around Chidori, stabbing directly from behind. Amaterasu Chidori. A pincer attack, a sure kill strike. Boom. Lightning release, exploded, black flames burned, Sage Chakra and tailed beast power completely erupted. The stone walls of the Jinlong Tower erupted violently, and then rapidly repaired themselves, the runes flickering erratically, and the entire space trembled. The dust settled. The third Hokage was pinned to the ground, his thunder armor shattered, black flames scorching his soul. The reincarnation of dirt was thoroughly suppressed, unable to move. He gazed at the two young boys before him, battered yet standing tall, slowly nodding, revealing a sense of acknowledgement. To take my one penetration, Hiden. And even break my thunder armor. The little brats from Konoha. You are strong. As the words fell, the reincarnated body transformed into pale purple light spots, slowly dissipating. Naruto directly slumped onto the continuously repairing ground, gasping for breath, and clutching his bleeding shoulder, yet smiling brilliantly. Phew. It's done. This guy really is a monster. Sasuke extinguished his Mangekyo, leaning against the wall to steady himself, his left shoulder scorched by lightning, his clothes in tatters, yet still speaking calmly. The strongest shield also has its flaws. The two sat side by side on the restored trial ground, exchanging glances, fatigue mingled with determination. The next floor of the Jinlong Tower was quietly waiting for them in the soft glow of automatic repair. The space of the Jinlong Tower once again repaired itself, debris flowing back, stone walls closing in. The crater and cracks created by the lightning escape were instantly smoothed over, and the entire trial ground returned to its solid, flat state. A faint purple mist of impure earth slowly unfurled, revealing a short yet imposing elder standing in midair. The third Tsuchikage Inoki. The direct disciple of the second Tsuchikage, he is the most proficient ninja in the ninja world at utilizing dust release. Mastering the techniques of light and heavy rock and original world separation, he can both fly to suppress his enemies and unleash deadly strikes in an instant, with battle experience honed to perfection. This is Naruto and Sasuke's first direct confrontation with Inoki, reanimated by Impure World Reincarnation. However, after enduring countless brutal battles within the layers of the Jinlong Tower, the two had long developed a tacit understanding, their gazes steady and breaths calm. With just a glance, they recognized their foe before them, possessing aerial superiority, deadly dust release, strong control from light and heavy rock, and seasoned tactics. He was a king of protracted battles, more troublesome than the second Tsuchikage. Naruto looked up at Inoki, floating in midair, the chakra of the 9 tails flowing steadily. He can fly and use dust release. He's more difficult to handle than the previous one. Sasuke retreated to the optimal position for offense and defense, his Sharingan locked onto Inoki's hands, fingertips sparking with lightning. He can change gravity at will. The power of dust release is no less than that of the previous one. Don't give him a chance to create distance. Inoki's hollow eyes lifted without a word, his hands already forming seals. Dust release, original world separation. A cube of white light shot through the air, directly targeting Naruto. Here it comes. Naruto's four-tailed beast cloak exploded outwards, suddenly rolling to the side. The white light grazed his shoulder and crashed into the ground, instantly reducing the rock to nothingness, only to be swiftly restored by the tower. The aerial advantage is just too disgusting. Sasuke leaped into the air, his Sharingan tracking the floating trajectory. Chidori sharp spear. Lightning pierced straight for Inoki's chest. Inoki snorted coldly, raising one hand, heavy rock technique. The lightning suddenly became several times heavier, crashing down to the ground and creating a crater. He can actually increase the weight of my jutsu. Sasuke retreated quickly after landing. Inoki clasped his palms together, and a rain of stone blades fell from the sky, each one enveloped in the light of dust release. Earth release rock fist technique airstrike. Sage art wind release great breakthrough. Naruto unleashed a gust of wind dispersing some of the stone blades, but the remaining ones still fell like a dense rain. Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Kagetsuchi black flame shield. The black fire wall blocked the stone blades but was slowly disintegrated and dissolved by the dust release. The black fire is being gnawed away, Sasuke gritted his teeth. Inoki floated high in the air, completely controlling the battlefield, moving his hands again. Dust release limit separation technique. A torrent of white light tilted down from the air, covering the entire trial ground. Scatter. Naruto roared, pulling Sasuke as they rolled to dodge. Where the white light passed, the ground was leveled layer by layer, only to be restored by the Jinlong Tower. If this continues, we'll only be passively beaten, Naruto said anxiously. They'll hold him off. You look for an opportunity to get close, Sasuke replied calmly. Sasuke soared into the sky, black flames wrapping around his arms. Kagetsuchi black flame slash. Inoki lightly sidestepped light and heavy rock technique. Sasuke's body suddenly felt lighter, his movements slowed. Dust release. The white light forced Sasuke into a rapid descent, landing unsteadily. Now's the time. Naruto seized the moment, entering Sage mode, fully leaping onto the tail of the beast and launching into the air with a massive Rasengan Sage Art Super Giant Rasengan. Inoki remained unperturbed, pressing his hands down. Heavy rock explosion. The Rasengan instantly became heavy and uncontrollable, crashing down to the ground and exploding. Naruto was also pulled down by the gravity, plummeting. It's over. Inoki clasped his hands together, condensing the dust release to its peak. Dust release original world separation. A beam of white light plummeted down, aiming to obliterate Naruto in one strike. Sasuke abruptly looked up, his Mangekyo blazing at its brightest. Kagetsuchi black flame wings. The black fire transformed into short wings and Sasuke dashed with all his might, forcefully colliding with Naruto. The white light grazed their bodies and crashed into the ground, erasing a large portion of it before rapidly restoring. That was close. Naruto panted heavily. Inoki hovered in the air, coldly stating, no matter how fast you fly, you can't escape dust release. Upon finishing, he raised his hands, lifting the rocks of the entire trial ground, transforming them into massive rock blades. Earth release earth flow great formation. The tsunami of rock crashed down, the tips glowing with dust release light. Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back, their gazes sharpened at the same time. The tacit understanding honed through years of training needed no words at this moment. Naruto. Leave it to me. Naruto soared into the sky, facing the torrent of rock blades. He'd in his six-tailed beast cloak fully unfurled, Sage Art-tailed beast Raisen Shuriken. The massive light blade swept across, forcefully tearing a gap. Inoki immediately raised his hand, heavy rock. Naruto's body sank. In that instant, Sasuke emerged from beneath the gap, his Sharingan seeing through all dust release trajectories, merging black fire with Chidori Amaterasu Chidori. Ridiculous. Dust release. Inoki was about to activate his defense when he suddenly realized Sasuke's target was not him. The black fire lightning blade struck fiercely at the floating chakra node beneath Inoki's feet. What? The floating power instantly became chaotic. Inoki's body tilted, losing balance and plummeting from the air. The aerial advantage is gone, Sasuke said coldly. Opportunity. Naruto dove down, pouring all his chakra into his palms. Sage Art-tailed beast Raisen Shuriken. Inoki forcefully formed seals in midair. Dust release original world separation. The white light collided heat-in with the massive light blade. Boom. Dust release decomposed. Sage techniques tore apart. The tailed beast rampaged and black fire spread, four forces clashing wildly. The stone walls of the Jinlong Tower exploded and repaired and exploded, repeating this multiple times. Dust settled. Inoki was pinned to the ground, black fire engulfing his body, unable to condense dust release any longer, and the floating power was completely broken. He looked up at the two boys, his hollow eyes showing clear astonishment and admiration. To see through my floating nodes, to break my rhythm, the little brats from Konoha, you've won. As his voice fell, the impure body transformed into purple light points, slowly dissipating. Naruto slumped directly onto the automatically repairing ground, gasping heavily. He can fly and use dust release. This old man is even more exhausting than the Third Hokage. Sasuke extinguished his Mangekyo, his shoulders trembling slightly, yet he still stood tall. His greatest strength isn't dust release but air superiority. The two exchanged glances and smiled wearily. The space of the Jinlong Tower once again settled into silence, quietly waiting for the next battle. The space within the dragon-suppressing tower automatically restored itself, debris flowed back, fissures mended, and the pits and scars left by the fierce battle healed at a visible speed. The entire training ground became flat and hard once more, with the ancient runes on the stone walls faintly glowing as if nothing had ever happened. The pale purple mist of the impure world slowly dispersed, revealing a figure with golden hair shining like the sun and a tall upright posture standing quietly in the center of the arena. Fourth Hokage Namake's Minato. In this world, Minato had long been stabilized in the form of Impure World Reincarnation, and remained in Konoha accompanying Naruto throughout his entire childhood from beginning to end. There was no loneliness or ostracism, no cold stares or injustice. Naruto grew up happily under his father's company and care, treated kindly by the villagers of Konoha. Bathed in warmth and love, he blossomed into a sunny and cheerful youth, enjoying the most complete childhood. This father-son bond had never been absent. But at this moment in this level of the dragon-suppressing tower's trial, his father, who should have been by his side, appeared as an opponent he had to defeat. Naruto's pupils abruptly constricted, his face filled with unexpected shock, and his steps unconsciously halted. "Dad? Why are you in this trial?" He had never imagined facing his father in such a confrontation. Since childhood, Minato had taught him to control chakra, trained him in the Rasengan, and guided him step by step. All their sparring was warm instruction, never a decisive battle to determine victory or defeat. But looking at his father before him, Naruto quickly regained his composure. The shock in his eyes gradually turned into acceptance and determination. This seemingly sword-pointed duel was a unique training between him and his father, a game of chess where battle was the move and growth was the stake. The combat instincts honed through layers of life and death struggles merged with the deep respect he held for his father. Naruto no longer felt any hesitation, instead he calmed his mind. He understood that this was not enmity, but his father's way of helping him break through his limits and complete his transformation. It was the final and most important training on his path of growth. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the Nine-Tails chakra gradually simmer steadily around him. Settling his mind, he entered a state of combat readiness, his gaze clear and resolute. Sasuke didn't say a word, he only silently retreated half a step to create a safe distance for offense and defense. His three-tomo Sharingan slowly opened its crimson pupils, locking onto Minato's every movement. He understood the meaning of this battle. It was not a fight to the death, but a game of growth between Naruto and his father. Silently he prepared to provide support. The impure world Minato, bound by the trial's laws, had a calm and emotionless gaze, yet the aura around him was still the familiar warmth that Naruto had engraved into his bones. Without hesitation or delay, his figure trembled slightly and a faint, barely perceptible ripple appeared in the space. Flying Thunder God body flicker. His silhouette vanished into thin air. "Naruto! Watch your back!" Sasuke shouted sharply, his voice piercing the stagnant air in an instant. Naruto tensed all over, completely shedding the distractions in his heart. He threw himself entirely into this father-son duel. The four-tailed beast cloak exploded outward and four crimson tails swung horizontally to block. Clang! A kunai gleaming with silver light and sharp force struck the tail beast's tail with a harsh, piercing metallic clash that echoed through the entire training ground. The immense force traveled through the tail, sending Naruto staggering back several steps. His shoes left deep grooves on the ground, yet he steadied himself firmly without a trace of panic. He was no longer passively reacting. Instead, he treated every attack and defense as a training exercise, focusing on sensing his father's Flying Thunder God trajectory and mastering the ultimate control of speed and chakra. Sage mode activated simultaneously, with frog-like eye markings spreading across his eyelids. Natural energy enveloped him, and his mind achieved unprecedented peace and focus. Minato's assault showed no pause. The peerless speed that once dominated the shinobi world was now fully displayed. With a flick of his wrist, three Flying Thunder God kunai flew out, forming a triangular pattern as they embedded into the ground, instantly setting up an encirclement formation. Flying Thunder God formation. Golden light flashed continuously as Minato's figure teleported between the kunai, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. The sharp, dense sound of kunai splitting the air with blades like rain sealed off all escape routes. Clang, 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 clang. Sasuke leaped forward to provide support, his Chidori stream forming a barrier of lightning around him. Blades and lightning clashed incessantly, sending sparks flying. Even with the Sharingan, he could barely keep up with the opponent's speed, being forced back step by step. His teleportation has no trajectory. Calm your mind and go with the flow of this training, Sasuke warned in a low voice. Naruto took a deep breath, completely immersing himself in this game of training with his father. He no longer thought about winning or losing, only focused on improving himself and deciphering each of his father's attacks. Sage Art Wind Release Raisin Shuriken. The giant wind blade hurtled forward with a howl that tore through the air. It was no longer a mere attack but a probe through technique and a perception through spirit as he tried to catch up with his father's footsteps in this training. But no sooner had the wind blade flown halfway than Minato had already teleported to a kunai on the side. He dodged casually and countered with a thrust aimed straight at Naruto's vital point. Flying Thunder God's second stage. Naruto barely rolled to the side, his movements more steady and fluid than before. The kunai grazed his shoulder and plunged into the ground, blasting a small crater of debris. The crater from the flying debris was instantly erased by the dragon-suppressing tower's self-repairing power. This battle held no smoke or hostility, only the inheritance and tempering between father and son. Minato lightly formed hand seals and dozens of rapidly spinning Rasengan materialized around him. With the teleportation of the Flying Thunder God, they rained down simultaneously from all directions. Rasengan Super Flash Dance 3 styles. Boom 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 boom. Continuous explosions rang out one after another, leaving the training ground pockmarked with craters and shrouded in dust. Naruto unleashed a tailed beast chakra barrier to withstand the impact. With every parry and every dodge, he was constantly refining himself, growing rapidly in this exclusive training. The fierce battle continued for a long time. Finally, through his father's techniques, Naruto discerned the subtle trajectory of the Flying Thunder God and completed the transformation of this training. He looked up at Minato, his eyes filled with the clarity and resolve that came from growth. The sage art and tailed beast chakra within him merged perfectly, reaching a brand new realm. Sasuke instantly understood. His Mangekyo Sharingan blazed to its peak and the black flames of Amaterasu precisely wrapped around, locking onto a momentary opening. Naruto leaped into the air, carrying all the power he had gained from this training. The Rasen Shuriken in his palm shone brilliantly, both a response to his father and a testament to his growth. Sage Art-tailed Beast Rasen Shuriken. Boom. The shockwaves swept across the entire arena. The dragon-suppressing tower trembled violently, with stone walls repeatedly shattering and healing before finally settling after a long time. Minato's eyes were filled with relief. He said softly, "Naruto, you have completed this training." At the same time, he stepped aside and made a gesture of invitation. Naruto stood still, his aura more steady than ever. This father-son training duel had truly allowed him to complete the transformation of standing on his own. Sasuke retracted his Sharingan and said flatly, "The training is over. Let's go." The dragon-suppressing tower returned to calm. This special father-son duel became the most precious imprint on Naruto's path of growth. Inside the Jinlong Tower lies a vast and boundless exclusive combat space with stone walls and floors inscribed with ancient self-healing runes. Regardless of the ferocity of any ninjutsu impact, these runes will self-repair in an instant, restoring everything to its original state. This is the ultimate practical training ground designed by Hanyū Canaan specifically for the new generation of Konoha, allowing them to push their limits without any risk. The faint golden light of Edo Tensei slowly coalesced, and the figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen appeared steadily. The Hokage's ceremonial robe draped over his shoulders, his expression still calm and gentle, with the green chakra of the undying body circulating around him, devoid of any murderous intent. He is a training partner summoned specifically by Hanyū Canaan, showcasing his peak strength to test the true combat power honed by the two during their life-and-death battles in the Jinlong Tower. "Naruto, Sasuke here, I will not hold back. Feel free to unleash your full strength against me. There is no need for hesitation, no need for mercy. Break me, restrict me, seal me with the most powerful methods you excel at. This is today's training." Naruto's body surged with golden chakra, almost filling the entire space. The young man grinned, exuding sharpness. "Rest assured, Third Hokage, we won't hold back at all." Sasuke stood quietly beside him, his crimson Three-Tomo Sharingan slowly opening, the tomos spinning rapidly in his pupils. His aura was cold, focused, and devoid of distractions as he calmly uttered two words: "Begin." Before his words could finish, Naruto had already taken the initiative. Chakra erupted with a roar, and hundreds of golden shadow clones simultaneously stepped forward, spreading out like a tide of gold, their fists roaring, footsteps synchronized, completely sealing off all escape routes for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and forcing him to defend early, seizing the initiative. This was not a reckless charge, but rather an instinct honed through countless life-and-death battles in the Jinlong Tower, using the sense of oppression to control the battlefield. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth and spewed forth a torrent of flames, instantly engulfing the front row of shadow clones in a sea of fire smoke billowing up. Yet at the moment the flames erupted, Sasuke's figure had already vanished from the side. With the Sharingan fully activated, he accurately pierced through the gaps in the enemy's defenses. He concentrated lightning chakra to its peak, his body transforming into a nearly invisible bolt of lightning, with his palm crackling with Chidori tearing through the air and aiming for the unguarded opening beneath Sarutobi Hiruzen's ribs. Quick, precise, and ruthless, he struck and withdrew in one motion, never lingering in battle. This was the assassin style honed from slaying powerful foes in the Jinlong Tower. Good reaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen lightly turned his wrist, blocking with his indestructible staff, the metal clashing with the lightning release, producing a sharp, ear-piercing sound, the powerful impact forcing Sasuke back. Sasuke's toes barely touched the ground as he spun away, retreating smoothly to Naruto's side, regaining his stance. One attacked while the other retreated, one was wild while the other was steady. Without a word exchange, they formed the most tacit rhythm. Naruto no longer charged blindly. A crimson chakra of the Nine Tails slowly enveloped him, the low-level tailed beast cloak expanding steadily, wild yet controllable. He did not rush to kill, but rather sank his chakra into the ground, suddenly shaking both arms. Tailed beast chakra hand. Several giant red hands erupted from the ground, carrying a turbulent airflow towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's landing spot, not to cause harm but to lock down his movement path and seal his escape route, creating the perfect window for Sasuke's attack. Earth-style earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen erected a wall to block, forcing his body to halt in place. It was in this moment of stagnation Sasuke's eyes narrowed, his curse mark activating instantly, purple-black patterns crawling up his cheeks and arms, his speed and strength surging again. He pushed off the ground with his toes, his figure like a ghost circling behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, his hands forming seals so fast they left after images. Fire-style Phoenix Fire technique. Dozens of fiery shuriken erupted in a chain reaction, scorching the air and forcing Sarutobi Hiruzen to turn and defend. In that fleeting moment of his turn, Sasuke's fingertips suddenly extended with lightning. Chidori Sharp Spear. A slender blade of lightning shot out, directly targeting the opponent's gap. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no choice but to block horizontally, again being forced back step by step. Naruto pressed from the front, controlling the battlefield. Sasuke attacked from the sides, slicing through defenses. One defended while the other attacked, one steady while the other sharp. This was the flawless dual combat method they had honed in the dire straits of the Jinlong Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze narrowed slightly. He finally stopped holding back. His hands formed seals, fluidly completing the 5 elemental techniques in an instant. 5 elements great multi-shadow clone technique. Fire surged, wind roared, thunder rumbled, earth shattered and water surged. 5 elemental ninjutsu erupted simultaneously, a tidal wave of 5-colored energy sweeping through the entire space, powerful enough to instantly engulf a regular jonin. Naruto did not retreat, instead he moved forward, taking a deep breath as his chakra suddenly transformed. Sage mode activate. A frog-like shadow appeared, perfectly melding natural energy with Ninetales chakra, his momentum skyrocketing several times. He clapped his hands together, a massive blue chakra sphere forming explosively in his palms, the oppressive weight causing the air to tremble. Sage Art Super Giant Rasen Shuriken. No dodging, no circling back. Naruto stepped forward, boldly smashing the Rasen Shuriken directly into the torrent of 5 elements. The blue light collided with the 5-colored ninjutsu, shockwaves spreading wildly. Large sections of the ground were lifted, yet they quickly repaired themselves under the glow of the self-healing runes. Naruto's feet were planted firmly on the ground, enduring the full force of the impact without budging. He stabilized the front line in the most brutal, direct manner, absorbing all damage solely to create an uninterrupted opportunity for Sasuke to strike. No! Sasuke's eyes transformed suddenly, the 3 tomo consolidating into a pitch-black Mangekyo Sharingan, terrifying power sweeping across the scene. Amaterasu. Black indestructible flames ignited out of nowhere, accurately wrapping around Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet, instantly sealing off all his movement. Before the opponent could break free, Sasuke leaped into the air, the Mangekyo light swelling, a black skeletal frame unfurling behind him. Susanoo skeletal form. The skeletal arms gripped an invisible blade, crashing down with destructive force, not to kill but to thoroughly suppress. Sarutobi Hiruzen was trapped in the corner by Amaterasu, and Susanoo, his Edo Tensei body slightly swaying. Even with the ability to self-repair, he could not break free from the double pressure instantly. Naruto dashed forward in an instant, pressing both hands heavily on Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulders, the Ninetales chakra flooding in like a torrent, forcibly suppressing the Edo Tensei's healing and escape. Sasuke followed closely, pinching a prepared sealing tag between his fingers, accurately placing it on the opponent's forehead, his hand seals freezing. Sealing technique Tiger Vision Bullet. Golden light erupted violently. Just as the sealing was about to be completed, a faint green glow shimmered around Sarutobi Hiruzen, and with his strong will he forcibly interrupted the sealing technique's forming. The golden light slowly receded, Amaterasu's black flames extinguished, and Susanoo dispersed accordingly. Sarutobi Hiruzen straightened his body, looking at the two who were panting yet resolute, a sincere recognition and approval appearing on his face, his gaze filled with the expectations of the elder Hokage for the new generation. He gently raised his hand, brushing away the sealing tag from his forehead, crumpling it, then slightly turned to Naruto and Sasuke, extending his right arm in a clean and smooth gesture, signaling them to attack again with all their strength to continue this special training. Inside the Jinlong Tower, the ground that had been overturned and the shattered walls rapidly repaired under the soft glow of the self-healing runes, returning to a flat and intact state in a moment, as if the intense battle that had just taken place had never happened. In the distance, Hanyū Canaan stood by the railing, watching the two standing shoulder to shoulder below, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Everything was just as he had hoped it would be, perfect. The self-healing runes of the dragon sealing tower shimmered softly, restoring all traces of the fierce battle just moments ago. Though the space still thrummed with residual energy, a new trial had already begun. The pale golden light of the Impure World Reincarnation coalesced once more, and this time the figure that emerged was Senju Tobirama, cold as a blade, sharp as winter frost. His silver-white hair drifted in the chakra currents, his face stern, his eyes piercing like steel. An aura of icy intensity woven from the flying thunder god and water release surrounded him. As the Grand Master of Ninjutsu, creator of the Flying Thunder God and founder of countless forbidden techniques and strategies, his mere presence caused the pressure within the entire space to surge. Tobirama cast a glance at Naruto and Sasuke, his tone calm yet laced with unyielding severity. I will not hold back, nor will I leave you any unnecessary openings. Using the methods you employed just now to overcome me, if you succeed you will be deemed worthy. Naruto's chakra tightened instantly. The remnants of sage mode still lingered as his expression grew grave. Yes, second Hokage-sama. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan remained fully active, locking on to Tobirama's form without a hint of slack. He's far more troublesome than the third Hokage. Before the words faded, Senju Tobirama moved. No hand seals, no warning. The Flying Thunder God activated in an instant. His figure vanished from where he stood. Sasuke's pupils contracted, his Mangekyo spinning wildly, and from instinct forged in life or death battles he roared. Behind! Naruto reacted with utmost speed. The massive chakra arm of the Ninetales swung back in defense, but Tobirama's Flying Thunder God Kunai had already struck like the Reaper's blade, driving straight for the heart. In that split second, Sasuke lunged forward, his Chidori sharp spear slashing horizontally, forcing Tobirama to shift his attack into a block. The sharp clash of metal rang across the arena. So fast! Naruto exclaimed in shock. But Tobirama gave him no respite. He flickered again, instantly unleashing the second stage of Flying Thunder God, a relentless barrage of kunai strikes, each tipped with water-released chakra aimed at vital points, clean, precise, without a wasted motion. Naruto immediately activated multiple shadow clones, hundreds upon hundreds of copies flooding the space, not for offense but to fill every possible landing point of the Flying Thunder God, forcibly compressing Tobirama's teleportation zone. This was the most practical tactic he had honed through brutal battles in the Dragon Sealing Tower, using sheer numbers to choke out ultimate speed. Not bad, Tobirama said coldly. But the next second his hands blurred through hand seals so fast they left afterimages: water release, water dragon bite, explosion. A colossal water dragon materialized, biting through a vast swath of shadow clones, then exploding into countless razor-sharp water blades that swept across the field. The floor of the Dragon Sealing Tower shattered under the impact, only to rapidly regenerate under the influence of runic power. Sasuke seized the brief opening as Tobirama cast the technique, fully unleashing his curse-marked body, turning into a bolt of lightning as he charged. Chidori. His Sharingan locked onto the trajectory of the kunai. He meant to pit lightning release speed against the Flying Thunder God. Naive! Tobirama's form flickered again, appearing directly at Sasuke's blind side kunai aimed at his flank. Naruto lunged forward, his Ninetales cloak expanding, using his body as a shield to take the blow. The chakra barrier shattered, yet he endured. Sasuke. Change tactics. You'll restrict his movement, you seal his landing points. Naruto took a deep breath, pushing Sage Mode to its limit. He abandoned bloodline limits, using only Sage Chakra to vibrate the ground, creating a wide area chakra disturbance to interfere with the Flying Thunder God's spatial positioning. Sage Arc Great Wave Space Disturbance. Invisible ripples spread and Tobirama's teleportation trajectory noticeably faltered. The Flying Thunder God had for the first time been delayed. In that instant, Sasuke's Mangekyo erupted with its ultimate dojutsu Amaterasu Zone Seal. Black flames formed a ring around the area, trapping Tobirama in a fixed zone, cutting off his teleportation escape. Next, the skeletal Susanoo expanded, a black bone arm clenching its fists, prepared to crush. Trying to trap me in a zone. Tobirama's eyes sharpened, hands forming seals. water release water severing wave. The high-pressure water blade swept out, tearing through the Susanoo skeleton. Even the black flames of Amaterasu were forced aside. He whipped 3 flying thunder god kunai in a triangular formation, embedding them into the ground. The flying thunder god matrix was complete, restoring his teleportation ability. Naruto and Sasuke were instantly cornered. Not fast enough, unable to seal the space, outmatched in ninjutsu. This was the absolute suppression of the second Hokage. Yet they did not retreat. Naruto burned his Sage mode to the limits, fully merging Ninetales chakra with Sage chakra. "They'll tank it." Sasuke found a flaw in his technique. He charged straight at Tobirama, unleashing Sage Art's Super Giant Rasengan with all his might, a kamikaze attack forcing Tobirama into defense. Tobirama raised his kunai to parry, and in the moment of collision Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan caught a transient fluctuation in the Flying Thunder God's technique. No. Sasuke's body flickered behind Naruto, using the chaotic chakra flow from their clash, pressing both hands on Naruto's back, injecting lightning release and dojutsu power. "Naruto, lend me your chakra." "Got it." Naruto erupted with full chakra. Leveraging that force, Sasuke with his Sharingan's perfect mimicry of the Flying Thunder God's teleportation rhythm forcibly closed in on Tobirama. Chidori, laced with Sage chakra, drove straight at Tobirama's heart. For the first time Tobirama showed a hint of surprise. This strike he could not evade. The Chidori struck true, causing the Impure World body to slightly cave. Naruto followed, pressing both hands on Tobirama's shoulders, applying dual suppression of Ninetales and Sage chakra, completely locking his chakra flow. Sasuke pressed the sealing tag onto his fingertip, and the sealing technique Tiger's Gaze bullet burst into activation. Golden light exploded. This time Senju Tobirama did not break free. He looked at Naruto and Sasuke, and for the first time a clear recognition and approval appeared on his stern face. Yet the next second, just like Sarutobi Hiruzen before him, he gently released the seal of his own while a faint green glimmer flickered, lifting the suppression. The golden light faded, the kunai fell, the water release aura receded. Senju Tobirama stood upright, looking at the two, giving a slight nod. His eyes were sharp yet holding affirmation. Then he took a step back, extended his right hand, and with a delicate point of his fingertip made a cool and solemn gesture of invitation toward them. Again, the self-healing light of the Dragon Sealing Tower flared once more, as if quietly warming up for the next even more brutal round of training. The self-healing runes of the Jinlong Tower shimmered faintly, smoothing out the traces of the previous fierce battle. The air had yet to settle completely when the third golden light of the Filthy Soil Rebirth rose high. When the light dissipated, standing in the center of the arena was the towering figure of Senju Hashirama, radiating an overwhelming presence, surrounded by a vast chakra of wood release. There was no chilling murderous intent, no oppressive coldness, yet the rich aura that seemed to coexist with the earth, capable of soothing all or suppressing everything, weighed heavily upon the entire space. The god of the ninja world, the legendary strongest ninja, had now descended upon the trial ground as a sparring partner. Hashirama's gaze was gentle yet heavy as it fell upon Naruto and Sasuke, his voice steady like the rumble of the earth. "You two little ones have done well to pass the tests of Tobirama and Hizashi. However, I will not hold back from here on. If you wish to win against me, muster the resolve to fight to the death." Naruto swallowed hard, his frog-like eyes narrowing slightly in Sage mode as he could distinctly feel the unfathomable amount of chakra. "This aura is more terrifying than all previous opponents combined." Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun into action, focusing intently on Hashirama's every movement, refusing to let his guard down. "There can be no mistakes." Without any prelude, Senju Hashirama took the first step. With just that one step, the ground trembled violently and countless chakra roots erupted from the earth, not as an attack but as pure momentum suppression. Would release chakra suppression. Invisible pressure descended from above, causing Naruto's Ninetales chakra to momentarily stall, and Sasuke's Cursed Mark aura to suddenly thicken. Both felt their limbs grow heavy, the flow of chakra slowing down. What a strong sense of oppression. Naruto gritted his teeth and growled. Yet Hashirama gave no chance to adapt, forming hand seals with ease, his movements simple yet containing the power of heaven and earth. Would release wooden shield. A massive wooden wall rose instantly, forming an impenetrable defense. Sasuke seized the initiative, transforming into a streak of lightning, thrusting his Chidori sharply against the wooden wall. The screeching sound of friction erupted as the lightning only left a shallow mark on the wooden wall before being forcibly smoothed over by the overwhelming wood release chakra. "I can't even break through the defense." Sasuke's heart sank. Naruto quickly followed up, fully activating Sage mode, clapping his hands together as a massive chakra sphere roared into existence. "Sage Art Super Large Rasen Shuriken." The blue light smashed into the wooden shield, the explosion echoing throughout the space. The wooden wall shook violently but did not collapse, it merely cracked open and healed in an instant. The self-healing runes of the Jinlong Tower resonated with Hashirama's wood release, making the defense nearly unsolvable. "It's my turn now," Hashirama softly spoke, clapping his hands together as countless wooden vines erupted from the ground, dancing like a giant python. Wood release, wood barrage. The wooden vines swept in their power enough to shatter rocks. Naruto immediately unleashed multiple shadow clones to shield himself, but the mass of clones was instantly shredded into white smoke. Sasuke jumped high, his curse mark wings unfurling, barely avoiding the sweeping attack, but the residual force caused his blood to surge. The two were on the brink of collapse, completely suppressed. "We can't just passively take the hits," Naruto roared, the Ninetales chakra surging forth. Although he had yet to fully tame the Ninetales, he could already draw upon the raging tailed beast chakra as armor. "Sasuke, I'll charge and heat and you flank from behind." "Understood." Naruto pressed forward, braving the onslaught of wooden vines, forcing his way to Hashirama's front, unleashing the Sage Art super large Rasen Shuriken, once more risking his life to restrain Hashirama's movements. Hashirama raised his hand to block lightly, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. This moment of stalemate. Sasuke dove from above, his Mangekyo Sharingan igniting with black flames wrapping around the Susanu's skeletal arms. "Amaterasu Susanoo slash." The blade of black flames came crashing down, striking Hashirama's shoulder. Yet as soon as the black flames attached, they were forcibly suppressed and extinguished by the overwhelming life chakra surging from within Hashirama. "The chakra of the god of the ninja world can suppress all things," Hashirama stated calmly. Naruto and Sasuke both felt a tightening in their hearts. Unable to break the defense seal or burn through, this was an absolute gap in strength. Hashirama no longer held back, bringing his hands together, his momentum rising to its peak. Would release birth of the tree world. In an instant the entire space was engulfed by endless giant trees, thick branches wildly entwining, roots piercing and vines strangling. Each strike carried the power to crush everything. Naruto shielded Sasuke with his body, his Ninetales armor shredded, blood seeping out, yet he stood firm. Sasuke exerted all his strength to unleash Chidori to sever the branches, but the giant tree's regeneration speed far outpaced his cutting speed, pushing them into a dire situation, battered and bruised. This was not training, it was a blood battle. "Naruto." Sasuke coughed up blood, his Mangekyo nearly shattered. "Use Sage Art to clash Hiden. They'll create an opening." "Okay." Naruto ignited Sage mode, gathering all chakra to his palms, ignoring the agony in his meridians, unleashing a full-force strike. Sage Art super large Rasen Shuriken. At the same time Sasuke activated Amaterasu, black flames enveloping the surface of the Rasen Shuriken, forming a killing blow that would burn everything. Both pushed all in, charging towards Hashirama. Finally facing them, Hashirama struck with one hand, transforming wood release into a giant palm to receive the attack. Boom! The shockwave overturned the entire tree world. The Jinlong Tower's rock face exploded, then rapidly healed. Naruto and Sasuke were blasted away, crashing heavily to the ground, battered and nearly depleted of chakra. Hashirama approached slowly, his aura still steady, as if he had merely been stretching. The two struggled to rise, swaying yet still assuming fighting stances. "Can you still fight?" Hashirama asked. Both nodded simultaneously, their gazes resolute as iron. Hashirama's eyes softened, revealing true recognition. Just as Sasuke lunged to place the sealing tag, Hashirama shook slightly with his will, releasing the binding but not retreating, allowing the sealing tag to glow with golden light. In the next moment he gently interrupted the sealing, the green light flickering as he fully restored himself. Senju Hashirama looked at the bloodied yet unyielding two children, a hearty yet pained smile spreading across his face, filled with admiration and expectation. He stepped back slightly, stretching out his broad palm, making a stable and solemn gesture of invitation. The self-healing light of the Jinlong Tower slowly enveloped the two, healing their wounds while quietly brewing for the next even more brutal blood battle. The faint healing light of the Jinlong Tower gently wavered, smoothing away all traces of the previous bloody battle. Before the air had fully settled, a presence so gentle it seemed almost transparent quietly enveloped the entire arena. Yushin Jianan stepped out slowly, his white robes draping gently, his countenance as warm and refined as ever. He was clad in a complete crisp Anbu combat uniform, complete with ninja tool pouch, headband, and tactical straps. At his waist hung not the famed blade Tongzuki Engang, but a simple unadorned wooden sword slung diagonally. The blade was matte, blunted, and devoid of any edge. Yet the moment they saw this wooden sword, Mingren and Zuozu's hearts both clenched violently. They knew better than anyone. Even if the weapon in his hand was a wooden sword, this man was still the monster who back then wielded Tongzuki Anlang to slay Qiao Cixi Lu, split a lightning release armor with a single sword stroke, shattered a tailed beast ball with one slash, and cut a river across, intimidating countless nations. The wooden sword had no edge, yet its killing intent was hidden beneath gentleness. It was the most tender, and the most terrifying weapon in the entire ninja world. Mingren's legs trembled slightly, and he unconsciously moved half an inch closer to Zwishu. He was not afraid of battle, not afraid of pain. He was afraid of this person in front of him. This was the brother Jianan who had held him since infancy, shielded him from all darkness, gently lulled him to sleep when he cried, yet could decide the fate of Mu Yi with a single word. It was a fear etched into his childhood, kneaded into his dependence, and soaked in his worship. It was the soft terror of being protected by the best in the world, yet never daring to act presumptuously in his presence, of knowing he cherished him the most, yet not even daring to speak loudly. Zuozu's face turned slightly pale and his kaleidoscope Sharingan trembled uncontrollably. He had witnessed it since childhood, seen Yuxing Jianan tear through powerful enemies with the soaring celestial sword, suppress the Yuzhibo clan rebellion with a single slash, and overwhelm the allied forces of the four great nations with his ninjutsu. That man was his master, his faith, the light he had chased throughout his childhood. The more he looked up, the more awe he felt. The closer he grew, the more timid he became. Standing before him now, he had to muster all his strength just to summon the courage to raise his hand. It was not fear of death, but fear of appearing insignificant, clumsy, and utterly vulnerable in front of the person he admired most. Brother Jianan. Mingren's voice was as light as a feather, carrying the awkwardness of a child facing the most respected elder. This round. Is it you? Yuxing Jianan lifted his eyes slightly, his gaze as gentle as spring water falling softly upon the two without a trace of sharpness. It is I. He raised his hand lightly, his fingertips resting on the wooden sword's hilt at his waist, the movement calm and quiet. He did not draw the blade, nor did he unleash any aura, yet that mere gesture made Mingren and Zuozu's breath catch simultaneously. It was the opening stance of the soaring celestial sword style. A speed so fast that even the Sharingan could not track it, a speed that transcended space, a divine swiftness capable of cutting through anything. You have braved the 3 trials of the Third Hokage, the Second Hokage, and the First Hokage, fighting fiercely without retreat. I am very gratified. His tone was tender, as if soothing 2 wounded little beasts. But the true battlefield will not leave you any escape route. Zwishu bit his lower lip, forcing himself to look up and meet that gaze, so gentle it made his heart flutter. He wanted to grow stronger, to catch up to that figure, to let him see his growth. But deep in his heart that tangled emotion, admiration, fear, longing to approach yet not daring to lift his head, clutched his limbs tightly. Mingren's nose tingled slightly. He was not afraid of pain, not afraid of exhaustion, not afraid of fighting any enemy to the death. Yet he was afraid of disappointing brother Jianan, afraid that even after giving his all he would only appear as a child's foolishness in the other's eyes, afraid that he did not even have the qualification to make him draw his blade seriously. Yuxing Jianan watched the 2 children, their bodies tense with fear yet stubbornly refusing to retreat, and his voice grew even softer, even gentler. The final lesson I give you has only one requirement. He paused, a gentle smile flickering in his eyes, carrying memories of the hellish training from years past. Back then I forced you to fight a bloody battle for 48 hours, but I did not accompany you until the end. This time let me make up for the regret of not having fought for those 48 hours. 48 hours. 2 days and 2 nights. Mingren's eyes flew wide open and his body trembled uncontrollably. Fighting for 2 full days and nights against brother Jianan, who was fully equipped, mastered the soaring celestial sword style, and was both gentle and invincible. The mere thought of raising his fist against him made his heart clench. The thought of being gently knocked away by a single sword strike brought all the dependence and timidity of his childhood flooding back. He was afraid yet did not want to disappoint him, afraid yet wanted him to see his growth, afraid yet wanted to become someone he could trust and entrust. Zwishu closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his gaze churned with the most complex emotions: admiration, awe, dependence, timidity, stubbornness, unwillingness. All twisted into a knot. He was not afraid of pain, not afraid of hard battles, but he was afraid of being humiliated before Yuxing Jianan, afraid of failing to catch up to that light, afraid of disappointing the one who had always protected them. Within 48 hours the Jinlong Tower will heal your bodies. I will not let you truly be injured. Yuxing Jianan's voice was calm and resolute. But the pain will be real. I will not hold back either. You will be knocked down again and again, you will become exhausted, you will tremble, you will cry, and you will feel insignificant and powerless. But I want you, even if you tremble with fear, never lay down your weapons. Mingren bit his lip, his eyes burning slightly. Fear, it was real fear. But admiration was also real admiration. Zuozu's hand hanging by his side trembled slightly, his voice low and hoarse yet utterly resolute. We will not run. Yushin Jianan looked at the two, a faint warmth stirring in his gentle eyes. Without stirring his aura or releasing any pressure, he simply grasped the wooden sword at his waist and gave it a light shake. A low hum, a soft chirp like wind passing through leaves. There was no killing intent, yet it silenced the entire space. Then, the 48-hour blood battle training begins now. Mingren and Zhuju tensed simultaneously as fear and admiration surged to their peak within them. They feared him. But they wanted to catch up to him even more. The moment the words fell, Yushin Jianan moved. There was no savage roar of chakra, no overwhelming pressure, nor even a single aggressive stance. Clad in his neat Anbu combat uniform, he simply took a single unhurried step forward. Yet with that step, the air around him was instantly torn by an invisible blade, producing a crisp, sharp whistle. The next instant his figure vanished completely, leaving behind only a faint, barely perceptible ripple in the air, a speed that utterly defied the limits of visual perception. Flying heaven sword style divine speed. Behind you. Sasuke's Mangekyo Sharingan spun wildly, its tomo rotating at breakneck speed, yet he could only catch a fleeting translucent afterimage, unable to lock onto the full trajectory of the attack. Fear surged to its peak within him. Naruto's hair stood on end. The Nine Tails chakra erupted through his meridians, instantly cloaking his body in a crimson chakra coat. His arms flailed back in a desperate defense, but against this extreme speed his movements were as sluggish as a turtle's crawl. The next second his abdomen was met by a gentle yet utterly penetrating force, the impact of a wooden sword wrapped in blinding speed. It struck with no brutality, yet carried an irresistible inertia and blade force that pierced straight through the Ninetales chakra's defense. Thud. A dull impact echoed. Naruto and Sasuke, like kites torn from their strings by a gale, were hurled backward uncontrollably. They smashed through the stagnant air, slamming violently into the rock wall of the Jinlong Tower, which was inscribed with self-healing runes. Debris cascaded down, and the runes across the entire space flickered violently from the shock. A single slash. One stroke shattered both their defenses and sent them both crashing to the ground. From start to finish, the two couldn't even fully perceive the wooden sword's swing or Yushin Jianan's form. They only felt a chill breeze sweep past before they were defeated. So this is the flying heaven sword style. Sasuke struggled to rise, pushing himself off the ground with trembling arms, pain radiating from the marrow of his bones. His voice was thick with undisguised shock and wariness. Before they could stabilize themselves or catch a breath, Yushin Jianan's figure vanished once more. This time not even an air ripple remained. His speed had surpassed the previous strike. Flying heaven sword style flying swallow. His form halted midair. The wooden sword at his waist had not yet fully drawn, revealing only an inch of dull blade. With a masterful arc of his wrist he slashed horizontally. No howling blade wind, yet the air was instantly torn apart, coalescing into two crescent-shaped invisible vacuum blades. They hurtled toward the pair with a sharp screech, leaving faint ripples in the space where they passed. At that moment Naruto was gathering sage chakra in his palm, his sage art massive Rasengan just taking form, while Sasuke's Chidori erupted with brilliant lightning. But the two vacuum blades arrived in an instant, slamming without resistance into the core of their jutsu. Two crisp cracks rang out. The Rasengan and Chidori's chakra were torn apart and shattered by the blade force. A violent surge of chakra rebounded, slamming into the two and sending them flying once more, tracing clumsy arcs through the air. Too fast. I can't react at all. Naruto crashed heavily to the ground, his pupils trembling. A wave of helplessness washed over him. The jutsu he had poured his heart into was utterly useless against a single casual strike. This time they dared not waste a second. The instant they landed, they forced themselves to stabilize, one left and one right, gritting their teeth to launch a full counterattack. Naruto's sage mode fully erupted, his toad eyes opening as natural energy swirled around him. He charged straight ahead, attempting to pin down the enemy with a frontal assault. Meanwhile Sasuke activated his cursed seal, completely purple-black patterns crawling across his face and neck. His cursed seal wings unfurled as he turned into a bolt of lightning, circling behind Yushin Jianan, seeking an opening to strike. Facing their coordinated pincer attack, Yushin Jianan remained expressionless. He lightly tapped the ground, his body rising like a weightless feather hovering in midair without any chakra support, a feat achieved solely through the Flying Heaven Sword style's footwork. Flying Heaven Sword style Skyfang. Hovering in the air, he slowly pressed his wrist down. The wooden sword at his waist finally left its sheath, fully its dull blade tracing a flawlessly smooth arc as it slashed diagonally downward from above. No overwhelming blade aura, yet a heavy world-crushing sword force descended. The air within the entire Jinlong Tower collapsed under the pressure, surging toward the blade with a low hum. Before the sword even reached them, its terrifying pressure had already enveloped the two. Sasuke's face contorted in shock. He held nothing back. His Mangekyo Sharingan blazed and the black skeletal Susanoo expanded behind him in an instant. Its arms crossed in front bracing to withstand the blow. Clang. The moment the wooden sword collided with the Susanoo's skeleton, a deafening metallic clash echoed through the space. The heavy blade force exploded, instantly cracking the black Susanoo bones. The fissures spread rapidly. Sasuke couldn't withstand the immense force. His body shot down like a cannonball, slamming into the ground and creating a shallow crater. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Seizing the moment, Naruto was stunned and rushing to his aid. Hanyū Canaan lightly turned in midair, the tip of his wooden sword lifting with a gentle yet precise motion. Flying Heaven Sword style blade bind. A finely condensed hair-thin invisible blade force burst from his sword tip. It made no sound yet struck with pinpoint accuracy straight into the core of the Rasengan in Naruto's palm. The blade force pierced through the Sage Chakra's defense like a blade through cotton, disrupting the Rasengan's chakra flow. The Rasengan in Naruto's palm collapsed instantly. The wild Sage Chakra out of control surged back through his meridians, forcing a painful scream from him. His entire arm went numb and powerless from the chakra backlash, rendering him combat incapable. He staggered and fell backward. A mere dozen seconds of combat. Divine speed Flying Swallow Sky Fang Blade Bind. These four supreme techniques of the Flying Heaven Sword style were executed by Hanyū Canaan with a single wooden sword, each move delivered with effortless grace and precision. Not a single motion was wasted, yet every strike suppressed the two with no room for retaliation. Both Naruto and Sasuke lay on the ground racked with pain, barely able to move. They hadn't even managed to touch the hem of Hanyū Canaan's robe, let alone land a single effective hit. Hanyū Canaan landed softly, sheathing the wooden sword with a fluid, natural motion. His white robes remained spotless without a single wrinkle. His expression was still gentle, as if he had merely performed the most ordinary task. He looked down at the two children gasping in pain, struggling to rise, and spoke in a calm, gentle tone, yet with an undeniable authority. Your strength and teamwork are already sufficient. Among your peers you are truly top tier. But when faced with the extreme speed and precise blade of the Flying Heaven Sword style, if you cannot touch your enemy, all your power and tactics are futile. He lifted his gaze, his eyes resting softly on them, warm yet resolute. The 48 hours I mentioned have only just begun. Get up. Continue. The self-healing light of the Jinlong Tower immediately enveloped the two, its gentle power rapidly mending their injuries and severed meridians. Yet the bone-deep pain, the crushing sense of helplessness from fighting with all their might, and still failing, and the complex mix of fear and admiration for the man before them swirled madly in their hearts, showing no sign of fading. The self-healing aura of the Jinlong Tower gradually faded from the surface of his body, yet the dull pain penetrating deep into his bones continued to surge wildly through his nerves, every inch of muscle aching and trembling. Naruto and Sasuke gritted their teeth, struggling to support their nearly unconscious legs, once again stubbornly standing firm in the center of the arena. The fear in his heart towards Hanyū Canaan had not diminished in the slightest as he gazed at the figure in white. His eyes were still woven with a complex mix of admiration and fear from his childhood. But at this moment, deep within their gazes, a fierce determination to fight back had ignited. They no longer charged recklessly as before, but held their breath, their eyes fixed firmly on each other's wrists, blade handles, and the center of gravity of their steps, their muscles taut like bows, trying to catch even the slightest opening amidst the nearly miraculous sword shadows of the Flying Sword style. Naruto reigned in the natural energy of Sage Mode, and the chakra of the Nine Tails no longer recklessly spreading shadow clones. The violent power was compressed layer by layer within his meridians, waiting for the moment to explode with full force. Sasuke's Sharingan trembled rapidly, the three tomo almost merging into a halo, the ceiling patterns lying still in wait, the lightning chakra swirling slowly in his palm without erupting, every nerve pulled to its limit just to keep pace with that speed beyond the naked eye. Cannon! We will not fall so easily again! Naruto growled, taking the lead with a steady step forward. Chakra hummed ominously between his fists. He deliberately revealed a clear offensive stance, using himself as bait to draw attention and create a chance for Sasuke to launch a deadly ambush. Sasuke instantly understood, his figure lowered, transforming into a sharp bolt of lightning, not moving in a straight line but skimming the ground in a bizarre arc, silently circling towards Hanyū Canaan's blind spot. The Chidori's sharp spear slowly condensed in the palm the lightning contained and unlaunched, waiting for the best moment to strike decisively. One bright, one dark, one solid, one swift. The two maximized the synergy honed through their bloody battle surrounding him from both sides, their movements echoing each other, almost sealing off all conventional evasion and movement spaces for Hanyū Canaan. Hanyū Canaan watched as the two closed in, step by step, a trace of barely perceptible approval flickering in his gentle gaze. He did not retreat, nor did he shift his fingertips, finally lightly grasped the handle of the wooden sword at his waist, his aura suddenly condensing as if he had transformed into a blade poised to be drawn. This was the flying sword style, the ominous prelude before a lethal strike. Naruto and Sasuke's hearts tightened simultaneously, abandoning all reservations, their chakra erupting like a storm. Naruto's fists enveloped in condensed sage mode chakra smashed towards Hanyū Canaan's front, the wind from his punch creating a muffled roar. Sasuke's figure suddenly accelerated, the Chidori sharp spear bursting forth with blinding lightning aimed directly at Canaan's side. The two attacks reached their target, almost simultaneously, unyielding and leaving no room for retreat. Just as the strikes were about to touch his clothing, Hanyū Canaan moved. There was no leap into the air, no teleportation, not even a single step taken. He remained standing in place, his wrist exploding with a speed that surpassed human limits, drawing his blade, striking, sheathing, and drawing again, completing 9 consecutive actions in the same instant. The wooden sword tore through the air, producing a sound like a torrential downpour, with 9 sword shadows that perfectly synchronized and were indistinguishable in sequence, suddenly exploding instantly, enveloping all directions, up, down, left, right, front, and back. Flying sword style 9-headed dragon flashed, the ultimate close-range lethal technique of the true samurai heart lineage. With extreme speed, 9 sword energies were simultaneously slashed towards 9 vital points, sealing off all escape routes in a comprehensive and flawless manner, leaving no chance to evade or block. This was an unbeatable technique, the pinnacle of speed and swordsmanship. The 9 sword shadows descended like an iron cage, precisely locking onto the vital points of Naruto and Sasuke, the wind of the blades sharp as edges, yet always restraining their killing intent, employing only the backs of the blades and their force for suppression. Naruto hastily crossed his arms, raising a chakra shield of the 9 tails, but the 9-headed dragon flash's force descended like a torrential storm, shattering the shield. The back of the wooden sword struck repeatedly against his shoulder, chest, forearm, and abdomen, each blow precisely landing on the nodes of chakra circulation, violently disrupting the tailed beast chakra, sending waves of sharp pain through his meridians. Sasuke abruptly halted, trying to forcibly change direction and retreat, only to be horrified to discover that every possible angle for evasion was sealed off by the sword shadows. The Chidori sharp spear had barely extended half its length before being shattered by the sword force. The backlash of lightning chakra surged back, numbing his entire arm. Several strikes from the backs of the blades landed simultaneously on his shoulder, knee, and wrist, the force heavy yet precise, instantly destroying his center of gravity. In the blink of an eye, all 9 blades fell into place. Boom, boom, boom. The dense and muffled sounds of impact merged into one, indistinguishable in order. Naruto and Sasuke had no room left for blocking, evading, or reacting, not even managing to fully capture the trajectory of any single blade, as they were both violently thrust away, their bodies tracing awkward arcs in the air before crashing heavily against the rock wall of the Jinlong Tower. Debris tumbled down as both of them were racked with excruciating pain, their strength utterly drained, their legs giving way as they could only collapse awkwardly to the ground. 9-headed dragon flash. Comprehensive with no blind spots. Once the blade is drawn, all directions are sealed, ultimately leaving nowhere to escape. The dust slowly settled. Hanyū Canaan lightly flicked his wrist, the wooden sword sheathing itself with a gentle clang, the movement as fluid as water, still maintaining that gentle and calm demeanor, as if the nearly divine speed of the previous sword was merely a trivial act of brushing off dust. He walked slowly towards the two who were kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, his tone calm and clear, devoid of any mockery, only containing the most straightforward truth of swordsmanship. The speed of the flying sword style is precisely to render the opponent unable to evade. The 9-headed dragon flash is an absolute suppression in close combat. Naruto trembled uncontrollably, his knees pressed tightly against the ground just to barely keep from collapsing. Each breath was laced with pain, the feeling of helplessness in his heart nearly drowning him. Sasuke hung his head, cold sweat dripping steadily from his chin, his Sharingan slightly trembling. The despair that left no room for even the thought of resistance shocked him to the extreme and terrified him to the core. They had poured everything into tactic, synergy, strength, and yet before this 9-headed dragon flash they remained utterly fragile. Hanyū Canaan looked at them, his voice still gentle yet imbued with unwavering conviction. "If you can still stand, then continue." The self-healing aura of the Jinlong Tower gently glowed again, slowly enveloping the aching bodies of the two. And this trial, wielding the flying sword style as its blade limited to 48 hours, had only just begun its true brutality. A gentle healing light enveloped their bodies, gradually soothing the shattered bones and turbulent chakra, yet the overwhelming ache and the numbing exhaustion from the 9-headed dragon strike still tightly bound Naruto and Sasuke. The two leaned against the rock wall, their knees trembling, finally managing to stand upright again. In their gazes directed at Hanyū Canaan, fear still gripped their hearts, An instinctive dread in the face of absolute power, a fear that left them unable to resist. Deeper still was an ingrained reverence for this gentle yet powerful elder brother etched into their child. However, this fear could no longer suppress the stubbornness surging from within. They were unwilling to yield, unwilling to let even their opponent's blade touch them, unwilling to be easily defeated despite giving their all, and even more unwilling to disappoint the person they had devoted their lives to pursuing and admiring. Again, Sasuke's hoarse voice shattered the silence in the arena. His Mangekyo Sharingan remained taut. This time he focused not just on the blade's shadow but meticulously locked onto every slight movement of Hanyū Canaan's wrist, and each build-up of energy in his shoulders, attempting to predict the trajectory of the flying sword technique's strikes. The curse seal patterns slowly crawled up their necks while the lightning chakra flowed steadily within their bodies, no longer eager to explode but patiently waiting for the right moment. Naruto clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, the pain sharpening his senses. With Sage Mode fully activated, natural energy gradually flowed into his body through his pores while the Nine-Tails chakra adhered closely to him, forming a thin yet refined defensive. He no longer recklessly charged forward but moved with a steady pace, coordinating with Sasuke, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Hanyū Canaan observed the two, trembling yet still unwilling to lower their fighting spirit, a deeper sense of approval growing in his gentle gaze. He did not take the initiative to strike but stood quietly, his fingertips lightly resting on the hilt of his wooden sword, his aura calm yet still commanding respect. This time the two did not rush to advance. Naruto stepped forward slowly, each step heavy and deliberate, deliberately slowing his movements, constantly changing positions to disrupt Hanyū Canaan's rhythm. Sasuke lowered his stance, hidden behind Naruto, his presence concealed to the utmost, like a crouching leopard waiting for the moment his opponent would reveal a gap. After a moment of stalemate, Naruto made the first move. Instead of throwing a punch, he abruptly activated his Sage Chakra, stomping heavily, causing the ground to crack loudly. Propelled by the force, he surged forward, chakra gathering in his palms without releasing it, aiming to fully restrain. The moment Hanyū Canaan shifted slightly, Sasuke moved. His form transformed into a streak of lightning, faster than before, the Chidori's sharp spear no longer thrusting directly but arcing towards Hanyū Canaan's wrist, aiming to preemptively seal off his strike. The two's cooperation grew increasingly seamless, one feinting and one solid, precisely targeting the core of the flying sword technique's strikes. Even while still at a disadvantage, they found a semblance of strategy. Hanyū Canaan's eyes softened, no longer merely brushing off their attacks. He stepped forward with his left foot sinking his waist, his entire being coalescing energy, as he assumed the stance of the flying sword technique's draw technique. Flying sword technique, dragon soaring flash. The wooden sword swept upward like a dragon, soaring into the sky, unleashing a crisp, clean upward blade wind that sent Sasuke's Chidori sharp spear flying, the lightning chakra dissipating on the spot. Sasuke's form was abruptly thrown into the air. Before he could retreat, Hanyū Canaan had already spun to follow up, twisting his wrist. Flying sword technique, tornado flash. The blade spun close to his body, creating a circular blade storm. The invisible blade force sent the approaching Naruto and his chakra retreating together, easily tearing through even the Sage Mode's defenses. Naruto stumbled back and Sasuke immediately attacked from the side, the Susanu's skeletal form faintly emerging, attempting to physically withstand the blade's force. Hanyū Canaan slid his foot along the ground, increasing his speed further. Flying sword technique, tooth thrust. The wooden sword shot forward straight as an arrow aimed directly at Sasuke's wrist, holding the sword. There was no killing intent, yet the speed was such that the Sharingan could barely keep up, forcing Sasuke to hastily evade his arm, swept by the blade wind, leaving it numb. The two launched a concerted attack, fighting with all their might, yet they were still thoroughly dismantled by this continuous fast sword technique, unable to even get close. Despair surged once more in their hearts. Could they truly never catch up to this person's footsteps? At the moment their spirits wavered, Hanyū Canaan stepped into the air, his form suddenly rising, his aura completely condensing, the wooden sword drawn to his waist as he assumed the starting position of the ultimate secret technique of the flying sword technique. This was the ultimate secret of the flying sword technique they had only heard of in legends, never having seen with their own eyes. Naruto and Sasuke's pupils instantly constricted, forgetting the pain and fear their Mangekyo Sharingan, and Sage Frog eyes opened to the fullest, fixating on the figure in midair, their breaths suspended. In the next moment the blade light pierced through the air. Flying sword technique, sky soaring dragon flash. The ultra-high-speed drawing technique perfectly merged with the momentum of the downward fall, the wooden sword drawing a nearly transparent resplendent blade light like a blue dragon descending upon the world. The blade wind pressed down on the entire space, causing it to hum, devoid of violent destructive force, yet showcasing the ultimate essence of the flying sword technique. The blade light was both elegant and shocking, gently landing on the ground before the two. Boom. The ground was cleaved open, leaving a long, deep yet even crack. Naruto and Sasuke were not struck yet. The blade wind forced them to kneel on one knee, but at that moment despair was absent from their hearts, replaced instead by a blazing hope. They had finally witnessed the ultimate secret of the flying sword technique. They had finally seen the pinnacle blade light they had pursued for countless days and nights. The countless failures and deeply ingrained fears they had experienced before transformed into burning fighting spirit at the moment they beheld the sky-soaring dragon flash. So this was the light they sought, so this was the ultimate form of the flying sword technique. Even if it was still out of reach, they had finally seen it clearly, and had touched upon the outline of hope. Hanyū Canaan gently sheathed his sword, his aura calm and still warm, gazing at the rekindled light, and their eyes softly speaking. This is the ultimate of the flying sword technique, the sky-soaring dragon flash. If you can see its trajectory, you have already surpassed your former selves. Naruto clenched his fist, his trembling now not from fear but from excitement. Sasuke's hand hung at his side, tightly clenched, the Mangekyo Sharingan still reflecting that stunning blade light. The reverence remained, but hope and determination had already overshadowed all fear. They had finally witnessed the legendary sky-soaring dragon flash. It turned out that all those countless falls were never in vain. They had finally seen the hope of catching up to that figure. The 48-hour trial continued, yet at this moment they would no longer be consumed by despair. The atmosphere within the dragon-suppressing tower remained taut, yet the despair that had shrouded Mingren and Zuozu's hearts was now fiercely torn open by the dazzling blade of the heavenly dragon flash, revealing a scorching tangible hope. The two slowly pushed themselves up, their knees still aching from days of relentless battle. As they looked at Jian, awe and fear lingered, but deeper still a blazing determination and obsession ignited by the sword light surged within them. They had finally witnessed the ultimate secret of the flying heaven sword style. Even if it was merely a fleeting glimpse, even if it remained far beyond their reach, they truly realized that figure they once thought forever unreachable, that sword art akin to a miracle, was not entirely formless, not forever beyond their grasp. I saw part of the trajectory of that blade light, Suju said in a low voice, his Mangekyo Sharingan trembling slightly as his mind endlessly replayed the scene, the crouching stance, the gathering of power, the leap into the air, the instant of drawing the sword, the blade cutting through the void. Every minute detail was etched into his eyes. Mingren clenched his fists, his sage mode frog eyes blazing brightly. The immortal arts and Nine-Tails chakra flowed steadily within him, devoid of any panic or agitation. Brother Jianan, we won't just try to dodge anymore. This time we will move with your blade. No longer passive suffering, no longer blind counterattacks. They would chase that sword light, charging toward the once unattainable goal with a true offensive. Jianan looked at the completely transformed light in their eyes, his gentle brows curving slightly. With a soft, almost indulgent yet serious tone, he said slowly. Since you've seen it clearly, then it'll really go all out. A light, airy sentence. No killing intent, no oppressive aura. Yet it made the air freeze for a moment. As if gently announcing what follows is the true trial. His fingers firmly grasped the wooden sword handle and his aura suddenly receded. From his previous casual ease he instantly transformed into a dormant blade. Not an outward sharpness but an unfathomable stillness. Mingren and Zuozu exchanged a glance, reading tension in each other's eyes, but no trace of retreat. This time Mingren did not charge straight ahead. Instead he constantly shifted his stance, fully activating sage mode, sensing the flow of air and changes in center of gravity, attempting to anticipate the godlike speed of the flying heaven sword style. Zuozu guarded the flank, his Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Jianan's sword handle and wrist, immersing himself entirely in the rhythm of the heavenly dragon flash, every nerve stretched to its limit. One still, one moving, one sensing, one prepared. Their mindsets were now worlds apart. Suddenly Mingren halted, his steps chakra surging slightly. He feigned a frontal assault, then abruptly shifted sideways, deliberately exposing an opening. Zuozu instantly understood, unleashing a thunderous explosion of lightning, released chakra, his form transforming into an unstoppable bolt of lightning. But instead of blindly stabbing, he charged toward the customary position where Jianan would leap and gather power, attempting to interrupt the ultimate technique's initiation. But the next moment Jianan moved. The true full-powered flying heaven sword style was finally revealed. Flying heaven sword style Godspeed. His figure vanished directly from the spot, the ripple in the air so faint it was almost invisible. Zuozu's Mangekyo Sharingan operated at its limit, barely catching a near-transparent afterimage, his heart clenching suddenly. Behind you. Mingren spun around, hastily throwing up a chakra shield, but the wooden sword had already arrived. Jianan flicked his wrist, the blade lightly lifting. A seemingly gentle blow, yet it directly cracked the shield's surface. Flying heaven sword style dragon rising flash. Sword momentum rose from below like a dragon lifting its head, a violent gale of blade wind erupting instantly. Mingren was lifted into the air by the force of the wind, unable to stabilize himself. Suizhu immediately followed with a Chidori sharp spear thrust aiming at a gap in Yushin Jianan's side. But the latter turned his blade tracing a circular arc of wind around his waist. Flying Heaven Sword style tornado flash. A circular vacuum of blade waves exploded outward. Zuozu's Chidori sharp spear upon touching the blade wind was violently repelled, the lightning chakra flickering chaotically, and he was forced back repeatedly. Before the two could catch their breath, a straight arrow-like blade light incredibly fast shot toward them. Flying Heaven Sword style Fang thrust. The wooden sword aimed at the gap between them, its force precise and steady, simultaneously knocking back Mingren's arm and Zuozu's attack. The entire swordplay flowed like water, one move interlocking with the next, leaving no moment to breathe. Even though he held back his killing intent throughout, using only the back of the blade and sword force to suppress them, Mingren and Zuozhu had to exert every ounce of their strength just to barely keep up, avoiding an instant collapse. After another fierce barrage, the two managed to steady themselves in a brief pause, panting heavily yet refusing to retreat a single step. Just as they prepared to encircle and counterattack again, Yushin Jianan lightly stepped forward and leaped into the air. The familiar starting posture. Lowering the waist, sheathing the sword, gathering chi. Heavenly Dragon Flash. Since you've seen the trajectory, his gentle voice fell softly from above, then tried to dodge it once. In the instant before the blade light shattered the void, Mingren and Zuozhu shuddered, devoid of fear or hesitation. Following the countless times they had etched the sword path into their minds, they simultaneously lunged to both sides. This time carrying the hope of truly seeing the blade light, they faced the ultimate secret of the Flying Heaven Sword style at full power. In the instant before the blade light shattered the void, Mingren and Zuozhu shuddered, devoid of fear or hesitation. Following the countless times they had etched the sword path into their minds, they simultaneously lunged to both sides. This time they truly saw the trajectory. Zuozhu, relying on his Mangekyo Sharingan, locked onto the faint tremor at the moment of drawing the sword. Mingren, with his sage mode perception, predicted the landing point of the blade force a step ahead. The two moved left and right almost simultaneously, their actions synchronized like never before. Yet, this strike from Yushin Jianan was a full-powered Heavenly Dragon Flash. Speed, sword momentum, and rhythm were all several times stronger than the demonstration just now. The eyes could see, but the body could not keep up. Too slow. A casual remark fell and the blade light suddenly accelerated. Mingren and Zuozu's expressions changed drastically, unable to dodge completely in time. At the critical moment, both instinctively twisted to defend. Mingren crossed his arms, Ninetail's sage chakra erupting into a thick shield. Zuozhu instantly expanded, a half Susanoo skeleton blocking firmly in front. Boom. The blade force of the Heavenly Dragon Flash slammed into the double defense. The air exploded, runes flashed. The Susanoo skeleton emitted a piercing crack. Mingren's arms ached as if broken, and the chakra shield shattered layer by layer. But the ordinary wooden sword in Yushin Jianan's hand was after all not the Kagura Samura. In the clash between the ultimate technique and the double defense. Crack. A clear sound of breaking rang out. The wooden sword snapped in two. The upper half flew diagonally with residual force deeply embedding into the rock wall. The lower half remained in Yushin Jianan's hand, to break rough splinters flying. The blade force abruptly ceased. Yushin Jianan, having unleashed his full power, also faltered slightly, caught in a momentary gap between the old force fading and the new force not yet forming. A gap. The first one they had seen after countless days and nights of pursuit. Yushin Jianan was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting the wooden sword to break at this moment. Mingren, driven by instinct and a surging obsession, endured the sharp pain, and threw a punch wrapped in residual sage chakra at the figure he had never been able to reach before. Zuozhu reacted at the same instant, condensing lightning released chakra at his fingertips and following up with a strike at the flank. This time it was no longer passive evasion, but a true counterattack. Boom. Mingren's solid punch landed on Yushin Jianan's shoulder. It dealt no damage, yet clearly conveyed the sensation of flesh contact. Yushin Jianan was forced back half a step by this punch. The entire place fell into dead silence. Mingren and Zuozhu stood frozen, gasping for air, their arms still in the punching posture, utterly stunned. They had hit him. They had not only withstood the full-powered Heavenly Dragon Flash and broken the wooden sword, but even landed a punch on Yushin Jianan. Fear had not yet dissipated, but an overwhelming incredible joy and hope surged into their minds like a flame. Yushin Jianan held the broken sword, looked down at his shoulder, then slowly raised his head to gaze at the two children, their faces full of shock and excitement. After a moment he let out a soft laugh, his tone still gentle yet carrying a hint of rare surprise. "It seems I underestimated you this time." He casually tossed the broken half of the sword to the ground, the crisp sound breaking the silence. To force me to break my sword and land a hit on me, you have passed the sword art trial. Hanyū Canaan slowly raised his hands, his aura no longer purely the sword intent of the flying heaven sword style, but a calm restrained chakra fluctuation. His gentle eyes now held a serious combativeness. From now on, don't hold back. I will use ninjutsu and have a proper exchange with you. The oppressive force almost brushed against their noses, leaving Naruto and Sasuke no time to steady their breaths. In an instant they pressed back to back, their bodies tense to the utmost. Before them, Hanyū Canaan had completely concealed the traces of chakra surging within him. With the barely perceptible tremor of his lips, he could unleash ninjutsu instantaneously, leaving no gap for preparation or connection, denying them even the slightest opportunity to anticipate. Naruto fully activated Sage mode with Sage Arts and Ninetales chakra rapidly circulating, while his water and earth attribute chakra stood ready for an extreme switch. Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly, fixated on the subtle movements of his opponent's lips as his lightning chakra coalesced but did not release. Any delay could mean a fatal crisis. In the next moment, without any prior indication, the unmarked fire release, great fire destruction suddenly unfolded. Crimson flames surged forth, the searing heat instantly scalding their skin, blocking all paths for the two, the assault coming as a complete surprise. Water overcomes fire. Naruto reacted faster than thought, instantly channeling water attribute chakra, a thick water wall rapidly forming to force down the raging flames, with white smoke barely rising in the air. Hanyū Canaan chuckled lightly, his tone calm yet laced with a hint of mockery. Your reaction is quite quick, but I wonder if you can keep up with the upcoming rhythm. Before his words fell, the ground suddenly erupted and the unmarked earth release earth flow's spear shot forth. Sharp earth spikes erupted synchronously from beneath their feet, and sides seamlessly connecting with the fire release attack, the previous move's residual power not yet dissipated before the next struck. Lightning overcomes earth. Sasuke's fingertips erupted with lightning light sweeping across the ground, shattering all the earth spikes, the lightning energy not yet fully dissipated. Hanyū Canaan's lips continued to tremble, his tones still soft. Don't get distracted, the next move is coming. A gale suddenly surged and the unmarked wind release vacuum blade struck down. Several wind blades came slicing through the air, the fierce wind pressure aimed directly at their faces, tightly interlocking with the earth release attack, showing no signs of pause. The two dared not hesitate for a moment. Sasuke formed a lightning shield to block the onslaught, while Naruto synchronously released power from his Sage Arts chakra. In the moment when the wind blade shattered, a chill swept over them. You must stand firm for this final wave. Hanyū Canaan's eyes held a faint smile, and as he spoke, the unmarked water release water arrow rain shot forth instantly. Countless water arrows came rushing from all directions without any gaps, a torrent of ninjutsu pouring down like a relentless storm, pressing in layers, leaving no opportunity for the two to catch their breath or adjust their chakra. Earth overcomes water. Naruto switched to earth attribute chakra at his limit, and an earth shield enveloped the two, firmly blocking the barrage of water arrows. In just a few breaths, Hanyū Canaan remained standing in place, his white clothing not moving an inch, never raising a hand or forming seals, his lips steadily trembling. The fire, earth, wind, and water ninjutsu unleashed seamlessly, one wave after another crashing down upon them without respite. Naruto and Sasuke had no time to blink, relying solely on instinct and their bond to respond at their limits, chakra rapidly depleting, breaths coming in gasps, their arms trembling incessantly, fine blood streaks carved by the residual waves of ninjutsu. Yet they could only grit their teeth and hold firm back to back, maintaining their defense, relying on elemental countering to withstand this frenzied barrage of unmarked ninjutsu. Inside the Dragon Town Tower, the booming sound of ninjutsu merged into one, with white smoke, dust, and water vapor swirling together. The self-repairing runes on the tower walls flickered wildly, unable to fully restore the devastation of the battlefield. Hanyū Canaan watched as the two, despite their disheveled state, remained stubbornly unyielding, a deeper smile forming on his lips, his tone carrying a hint of playful provocation. Oh. You can still hold on, it seems I need to take this a bit more seriously. As his words fell, the rhythm of his moving lips subtly changed, a new denser wave of unmarked ninjutsu was already gathering force once more. Continue. Hanyū Canaan's rhythm of lip movements suddenly accelerated, the teasing tone from earlier completely vanishing, his demeanor shifting from calm to sharp intensity. Without raising his fingertips or forming seals, the next ninjutsu was no longer a sequential single attribute, but two attributes synchronously unleashed, seamlessly locking down any escape routes. Unmarked wind release vacuum gale, unmarked fire release great fire dragon bullet. The howling wind surged upwards, the raging flames swelling with the wind, fire, and wind violently merged in midair, transforming into a destructive fire tornado. The scorching air waves instantly whipped their hair, wildly their skin seared with pain, the ground beneath their feet torn apart by the gale, debris and flames swirling together, engulfing the entire battlefield in this frenzied assault, leaving no room for retreat or evasion. The wind assisted the fire, and the fire borrowed the might of the wind. The power of this combination technique far surpassed that of single ninjutsu. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply, his sage arts chakra surging crazily, no longer hesitating. He let out a roar, merging the last remnants of his water attribute chakra with all his sage arts. Sage art water release ocean gale wall. A massive curved water wall rapidly formed, suppressing the fire with the attribute of water overcoming fire, firmly blocking the forefront of the fire tornado. But the wind release cut through the water wall like a blade, the water flow tearing apart into mist. The fire tongues surged and continuing their advance. Sasuke! Naruto shouted, his voice hoarse from the extreme exertion. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke's Sharingan glowed fiercely, his lightning chakra bursting forth like a purple-blue lightning bolt spreading through Naruto's water mist. Lightning release, lightning armor merged with water. Lightning entwined with the water mist, transmitting power through the water and completely enveloping the entire fire tornado. Wind release was forcefully pierced by the lightning attribute, and fire release was layered and suppressed by the water attribute. The two attribute ninjutsu collapsed explosively in midair, transforming into a shower of sparks and mist cascading down. This was their first time on the brink of chakra depletion and physical exhaustion, abandoning their individual battles, forcibly merging water and lightning sage arts and lightning release, achieving true joint techniques together. At the moment of breaking through, both felt a heavy pressure in their chests, pain and fatigue crashing over them like a tide, yet they gritted their teeth and refused to fall. Decent cooperation. Hanyū Canaan lightly commented, his tone still carrying a calm nonchalance. But to rely on this amount of chakra to withstand my full onslaught is still far from enough. Before his words fell, his lips did not stop moving. The unmarked earth release, earth flow wall, multiple seals, unmarked water release, water prison, water chain lock synchronously descended. Heavy earth walls rapidly converged from all sides, forming a sealed earth prison. Countless water blades transformed into chains, shooting out from the cracks of the earth walls, aiming for their limbs and bodies, the earth trapping them, the water locking their movements, a double confinement that completely trapped them in a confined space. Earth overcomes water, water overcomes earth, with attributes countering each other. They could not break free relying on a single attribute. Naruto and Sasuke's expressions darkened simultaneously. Their chakra was almost depleted, but the light in their eyes grew ever brighter. Naruto pressed his hands to the ground, pouring his remaining sage earth attribute chakra frantically into the soil. Don't let the earth walls close. Sasuke's lightning chakra swept through like a net, first shattering several water-binding chains, then penetrating the earth walls with his lightning power, gradually fracturing the chakra structure of the earth prison. One guarded against the earth walls, the other broke the water locks. One person held the defense while the other shattered the deadlock. They pressed back to back, tightly bonded, their chakras mutually attracting and supplementing each other. Even as their bodies ached and wounds tore, they did not retreat an inch. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as the earth walls were completely shattered by the lightning release, and the water-binding chains were also dispersed by the sage arts chakra. The two staggered back 3 steps before barely regaining their footing. Their clothes were already soaked with sweat and dirt, their skin covered in fine blood marks left by the residual waves of ninjutsu, breathing heavily, as if pulling a bellows, chakra nearly exhausted, yet they still stood firmly before Hanyū Canaan, not falling. The smoke and dust in the Dragon Town Tower gradually dispersed the residual power of the fire tornado, and the impact of the earth-water confinement slowly subsiding, leaving only the heavy breaths of the 3 echoing in the vast tower walls. Hanyū Canaan's moving lips finally came to a stop, the fierce chakra pressure around him slowly receding, and the playful glint in his eyes now replaced with recognition and satisfaction. He had originally thought that such seamless dual-attribute ninjutsu would be enough to completely overwhelm the two. However, he did not expect that they could unleash such a harmonious cooperation under the conditions of chakra depletion and extreme fatigue, truly achieving the merging of attributes and chakra to break through. Naruto leaned on his knee, slightly raising his head, his chest heaving violently, the light of determination still burning in his eyes. Sasuke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, lowering his gaze to stabilize the chaotic chakra within, while the faint lightning glow still flickered at his fingertips. Hanyū Canaan stepped forward, his tone shifting from sharp to gentle, sincerely praising them. Very good. To hold on until your chakra runs out under my barrage of unmarked ninjutsu, and to work together to break through. You both have passed this ninjutsu trial. Within the dragon-suppressing tower, the lingering heat of clashing ninjutsu had yet to dissipate. Dust mingled with gravel fell in a rustling cascade, while the air carried the acrid scent of scorched earth and a faint trace of blood. Naruto braced his knees, his chest seared as if scorched by a raging inferno. Each breath he drew came with a tearing pain that lanced through his lungs. Blood and sweat traced rivulets down his battered frame, his soaked garments clinging to his skin. His legs trembled uncontrollably, yet he gritted his teeth and forced his spine straight, refusing to betray even a hint of weakness. Sasuke propped himself against the rock wall beside him, steadying his stance. The crimson of his Mangekyo Sharingan had not yet faded, and waves of dizziness from chakra depletion crashed against his skull. Still his jaw remained clenched, his gaze as cold and unyielding as forged steel, revealing no trace of surrender. Hanyū Canaan strode slowly to a halt 3 paces from the two youths. The chakra pressure that had roiled around him subsided, and the earlier playful mockery in his expression vanished, entirely replaced by the uncompromising severity of a mentor. He looked at the 2 battered boys who still refused to bow their heads, then spoke calmly, each word falling with crystalline clarity in the empty tower. Since you have passed the trials of swordsmanship and ninjutsu, the next step is endurance training. Naruto jerked his head up, his voice hoarse and raw, but a fire that refused to be extinguished burned in his eyes. Endurance training. More fighting. State the rules directly. Sasuke lifted his gaze to him, his tone frigid, wasting not a single word. Hanyū Canaan's gaze lingered on them for a moment, his voice flat yet carrying an undeniable weight. For the next 48 hours I will not stop. I will unleash seerless ninjutsu without pause, without holding back, and without granting you even a single second to catch your breath, recover, or rest. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. He clenched his fists, instinctively his knuckles turning white. 48 hours. Just endure. No chance to even breathe. Correct. Hanyū Canaan nodded, his tone unyielding. You do not need to counterattack or think of defeating me. Your only task is to defend yourselves and survive these 48 hours intact. Sasuke's brow furrowed deeply, instantly grasping the cruelty of this trial. He spoke coldly, his voice carrying the pride etched into his very bones. The runes in the dragon-suppressing tower only protect the heart meridian. The pain of chakra depletion and the agony of torn muscles and sinews, we have to bear it all ourselves, right? Exactly. A trace of barely perceptible expectation flickered in Hanyū Canaan's eyes. This is a purgatory that pushes you to the absolute limits of body and will. If you endure your will, your body and your control over chakra will be completely reborn. If you fail, your meridians will be destroyed and all your previous efforts will be rendered null. I can handle it. Naruto suddenly straightened up, wiped the blood from his lips with his hand, and shouted so loudly that the tower walls echoed. 48 hours. Even 4 days and 4 nights I will never fall. Sasuke's fingertips sparked with fine violet blue lightning. He straightened his back even more and dropped only a curt, hard sentence. Let's talk. Begin. Meanwhile, on the suspended observation platform outside the dragon-suppressing tower, the wind carried the scent of treetops from the woods. The entire area fell silent, leaving only the suppressed breaths of the gathered crowd. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama, the second Hokage Senju Tobirama, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato stood shoulder to shoulder at the front. Tsunade and Kakashi flanked them. Not far away, Naruto's parents, Uzumaki Kushina and Namikaze Minato, and Sasuke's parents, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto, fixed their gazes unwaveringly on the water mirror before the tower. In it, every scene inside the tower was clearly reflected. Every face was a tapestry of worry, anguish, hope, and conviction. The heavy emotions weighed down the observation platform, and even the wind seemed to slow. Uzumaki Kushina's hands were clasped together so tightly that her nails dug deep into her palms. Her eyes were redrimmed, her voice trembling uncontrollably, her whole body quivering. How could this be? He just finished 2 brutal battles, barely had a moment to catch his breath, and now he has to endure 2 days and nights of relentless assault. Minato, what if Naruto can't hold on? Namikaze Minato immediately wrapped an arm around his wife's shoulder, gently patting her back to soothe her. His golden eyes were filled with concern for his son, but his voice was steady and reassuring. Kushina, don't be afraid. That is our son. He has never known what it means to give up. We must believe in him. Uchiha Mikoto's fingertips gently traced the edge of the water mirror, unable to tear her gaze away from Sasuke's stubborn figure. Her voice was soft and trembling, all a mother's hidden anguish. This child has always been too stubborn. When he was little, he broke his arm and wouldn't even cry. How much pain will he have to endure like this? Uchiha Fugaku stood beside his wife, his face still wearing its usual stern mask, but his hand at his side was clenched so tightly that his knuckles were white. He stared at his son, who refused to yield in the water mirror, and spoke in a heavy voice, hiding expectations only he understood. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. If he cannot bear this much pain, how can he talk about bearing the future of the clan? He will make it through. Sarutobi Hiruzen held the pipe he never seemed to part with, but didn't take a single puff. He sighed slowly, his gaze deep and somber. Hanyū Canaan is pushing these 2 children to the brink. But only this way can the hidden potential deep within their bones be fully wrung out bit by bit. This is transformation and also a trial. To bear the future of the ninja world, one must endure hardships that others cannot. Senju Hashirama crossed his arms, his brows slightly furrowed, but his voice carried full recognition of the two youths. If you never push yourself to the brink, you'll never know how far you can go. These two children have that tenacity. Senju Tobirama's sharp eyes focused on the fluctuating chakra in the water mirror. His voice was calm but held a trace of barely concealed tension. The runes of the dragon-suppressing tower can save their lives, but the exhaustion of the body and the erosion of will, no one can bear those for them. Whether they can endure depends entirely on the depth of their own obsession. I have all medical plans ready. Tsunade, surrounded by a faint aura of healing chakra, had her emergency medical kit at her feet. Her brows were furrowed, her gaze never leaving the water mirror. The moment their bodies are on the verge of collapse, I will intervene immediately. I cannot allow them to suffer permanent damage to their meridians. Kakashi stood aside, watching the two figures supporting each other in the water mirror, his eyes full of conviction. Everyone rest assured. Naruto has never understood what it means to give up, and Sasuke will never be content with defeat. They will grit their teeth and survive these 48 hours. Senju Hashirama nodded slowly at this, then spoke in a deep voice with unwavering certainty. All we can do now is stay here, wait quietly, and trust that these two children will complete this transformation. Inside the tower, Hanyū said no more. His hand hanging at his side did not rise, his fingers did not form any seals, only his lips moved slightly at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. The next instant, chakra of the 5 elements, fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning, exploded within the tower. Sealless ninjutsu like an unending torrential downpour crashed madly toward the two youths. Sasuke back to back. Naruto roared, ignoring the tearing pain in his meridians as he forcibly activated Sage Mode. A golden chakra barrier instantly rose before him. Focus, don't get distracted. Sasuke instantly manifested a semi-transparent Susanoo skeleton. Violet-blue lightning chakra coiled around him, firmly protecting their flanks. He pressed his back against Naruto's, forming an unbreakable defense. The violent ninjutsu crashed against their defenses with a deafening roar that shook the entire dragon-suppressing tower. The self-healing runes on the walls flickered frantically, blazing with a dazzling light. Time flowed silently amidst the roar of ninjutsu as the light and shadow within the dragon suppression tower were torn apart by the continuous onslaught of fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning techniques. 12 hours had passed the full 24 hours. Naruto and Sasuke had long lost their initial sharpness. They were pressed back to back like two withered trees clinging to each other in a raging storm, relying on one another to remain upright. Naruto's clothes were tattered, soaked in blood and sweat, the golden aura of Sage Mode flickering on and off each flare, consuming all of his remaining strength. It felt as if countless small blades were slicing through his meridians, each breath tainted with the taste of rust. Sasuke's Susanoo had shrunk from a complete skeletal form to a thin shell that could barely protect his vital points. His Sharingan was bloodshot and swollen, his vision blurred, yet the lightning chakra at his fingertips never extinguished. Even a faint glimmer could accurately dismantle the approaching water blades and earth spikes. Hanyū Canaan stood resolutely in the center of the torrent of ninjutsu, his white robes untouched by a speck of dust, his lips moving steadily, the offensive of his non-hand-seal ninjutsu showing no signs of weakening, but rather becoming increasingly dense and fierce. From the initial bombardment of 5 elemental techniques to the present dual and tri-tribute composite ninjutsu, wind aided the flames, water entwined the lightning, and earth trapped the water. Each move pinpointed the weakest points of the two, forcing their bodies and wills deeper into despair. The chakra is almost depleted. A metallic sweetness surged in Naruto's throat, his voice so hoarse it was barely audible. He gritted his teeth, desperately drawing upon the thin natural energy around him, but his body had already reached its limit, and the transformation speed of Sage Chakra could not keep up with the rate of consumption. Sasuke pressed his back firmly against him, his body trembling slightly, yet he steadied Naruto's mind with a cold voice. Don't get distracted. His attacks had gaps that was enough to defend their vital points. As soon as the words fell, 3 vacuum wind blades accompanied by a fireball struck Hiden. Sasuke's lightning shield instantly sprang up while Naruto simultaneously formed a thin and dense water wall. The fusion of lightning and water firmly blocked the composite fire-wind ninjutsu before them. Yet the residual shock still caused both to stagger back a step, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths. At that moment, the observation platform outside the dragon's suppression tower had long lost its initial silence. The continuous 24 hours of watching the battle had left everyone with bloodshot eyes, yet not a single person was willing to look away for even a moment. Kushina Uzumaki had already cried, her eyes red, leaning against Minato Namake's, gripping her husband's sleeve tightly, yet she no longer uttered a single word of "Make him stop," instead biting her lip and repeatedly whispering, "Naruto, you can do it." Makoto Uchiha leaned against Fugaku, tightly clutching a handkerchief that was already soaked with tears, watching her son in the water mirror, who could barely stand but still refused to bow his head, her eyes filled with heartache yet also an undeniable pride. It's been a full day with uninterrupted ninjutsu bombardment, and they're still holding on. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his voice filled with shock. Even we at this age would never have been able to reach such a level. These two children have already surpassed the physical limits we know. Hashirama Senju's brows had already relaxed, his eyes revealing unhidden admiration. When chakra is depleted, they rely on willpower to hold on. When their bodies reach their limits, they lean on each other's bonds to endure. This resilience in the entire ninja world cannot be found in another. Tobirama Senju stared intently at the fluctuations of chakra in the water mirror, his previously tense expression now showing a bit of recognition. They are no longer just enduring. Naruto's compression of sage chakra had become increasingly precise, and Sasuke's control over Susanoo and lightning had been refined to the utmost, with not a single trace of chakra wasted. This hellish trial had already begun to transform them. Tsunade remained tense, her healing chakra always at the ready, but as she watched the two in the water mirror, her tight jawline relaxed slightly. The boat's self-healing speed has already caught up with the rate of damage. The meridians are not only undamaged but have also become more resilient through repeated tearing and repairing. Hanyū Canaan's actions, seemingly cruel, were in fact genuinely helping them be reborn. Inside the tower, another 12 hours had passed. 36 hours. This was already an unimaginable ordeal for an ordinary person. Naruto's consciousness had begun to blur, the scenes before him overlapping several times. He almost collapsed, relying entirely on Sasuke's arm to keep him standing. Sasuke's Sharingan was nearly unable to open his vision, severely impaired, relying on Naruto's sage mode perception to alert him of attacks coming from the side. They no longer had the strength to call out the names of their techniques nor to make any unnecessary movements. Even their conversations were reduced to a few scant words. All relying on the tacit understanding ingrained in their bones. You cover my weaknesses, I guard your blind spots, like two tightly fitting boulders firmly maintaining their ground amidst the unending storm of ninjutsu. Can you still hold on? Sasuke's voice was hoarse like sandpaper. One of his legs had gone slightly numb from overexertion, relying on the other leg to support their weight. Naruto closed his eyes, forcibly pulling his scattered consciousness back, using all his strength to nod, his voice as light as a breeze yet still carrying an unyielding stubbornness. I can. There are still 12 hours. I absolutely will not fall. Very good. Hanyū Canaan's voice suddenly resonated amidst the roar, finally ceasing the movement of his lips, the sky full of ninjutsu suddenly pausing for a moment. This was the first time in the entire 36 hours that he stopped his offensive. The tower fell into a deathly silence, only the heavy breathing of the two could be heard. He slowly walked in front of them, looking at the two blood-soaked boys who could barely stand yet still stared at him unwaveringly, the harshness in his eyes finally softening into a measure of approval. 36 hours, you have surpassed the limits most ninjas can never reach in a lifetime. Now if you give up, I will consider it a pass for you. No. Naruto suddenly raised his head, even though his vision was blurred. The light in his eyes remained astonishingly bright. We will not give up. There are still 12 hours, we can hold on until the end. Sasuke straightened his slightly hunched back. Even though his whole body was trembling, he still spoke coldly. Stop talking nonsense, continue. We haven't reached our limit yet. Hanyū Canaan looked at them and suddenly chuckled, his eyes filled with even more approval. In the next second he moved his lips again. This time the might of his non-Hanseal ninjutsu was more violent than any previous attempt. 5 elemental composite ninjutsu surged towards the two like a tsunami. This was his truly unreserved offensive, and also their final test. Naruto let out a roar, forcibly drawing all the natural energy from within him, the golden light of sage mode shining brighter than ever. Sasuke also completely unleashed all restraints. Susanoo unfolded once more, the lightning chakra and Susanoo merging perfectly, a purple-blue lightning enveloping the light blue skeleton, constructing the final line of defense. They remained back-to-back, completely entrusting their backs to each other. Time flowed second by second. The last 12 hours felt as long as a century. The crowd outside the tower had already transformed from initial worry to complete admiration and shock. No one spoke anymore, just quietly watching the two figures in the water mirror who refused to fall, their breaths synchronized with their rhythm ever so light. When the first ray of morning sunlight crossed the Hokage rock of Konoha, filtering through the windows of the dragon's suppression tower and landing on the ground inside the tower, a full 48 hours had passed. Hanyū Canaan suddenly stopped all offensive maneuvers, the sky full of ninjutsu instantly dissipating, and the tower finally returned to calm. In the moment the assault ceased, the nerves that had been tense for 2 days and nights suddenly relaxed, and they could no longer hold on, both collapsing towards the ground. Yet before falling they still used their last bit of strength to support each other's shoulders, ensuring that neither of them knelt alone. They were blood-soaked, their clothes ragged, their consciousness nearly scattered, but even at the last moment they upheld their promise. Having survived these 48 hours, they did not fall. Hanyū Canaan walked slowly to them, looking down at these two boys who had exhausted all their strength yet still refused to bow, his tone carrying unprecedented warmth and recognition, every word clearly resonating in their ears. 48 hours, you made it through. This endurance trial you have passed. Outside the dragon's suppression tower, the observation platform erupted with cheers that had been suppressed for 2 days and nights. Kushina could no longer contain herself, covering her face as she cried out, yet laughing and repeatedly saying, "My son did it." Makoto leaned and Fugaku embraced, tears streaming down her face, yet her eyes were filled with pride. The past Hokages exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with certainty about the future of the ninja world. This 2-day and 2-night trial of hell ultimately allowed the two boys in their moments of despair to complete their most thorough metamorphosis. In the top-level special ward of Konoha Hospital, the only sound left was the rhythmic ticking of medical instruments. The morning sunlight poured through the frosted glass windows, gently illuminating the two hospital beds side by side, yet it could not disperse the pallor on the faces of the two patients. Naruto lay on his back, his body wrapped in breathable medical bandages with fine scars from the remnants of ninjutsu still visible on his exposed forearm. His usually bright blue eyes were tightly closed, and his brow occasionally furrowed, revealing a hint of the excruciating pain he was enduring even in his sleep. Sasuke lay on the neighboring bed, his jawline still tense, the redness at the corners of his eyes had yet to fade. The strain from the excessive use of his Sharingan had caused him to unconsciously clench his fists, his knuckles turning white even in slumber. A relentless trial lasting 48 hours had drained the last remnants of strength from their bodies and placed an unprecedented burden on their meridians. When they were brought into the hospital, both had already slipped into a deep coma. Even Tsunade, after personally examining them, frowned and remarked, "These two children have truly pushed themselves to the brink." The only person awake in the ward was Hanyū Canaan. He sat in the chair between the two hospital beds, having changed out of the combat outfit he wore during the trial into a simple white robe, the hem stained faintly with disinfectant and herbal scents. A faint, gentle golden chakra swirled around his fingertips as he precisely delved into the meridians of Naruto's wrist, meticulously untangling the spasming and slightly torn channels caused by excessive strain. His movements were as light as a feather, with his chakra control reaching an extraordinary level, neither stimulating the fragile and damaged meridians nor causing any further injury, while allowing him to permeate every point of damage with soothing chakra to nurture and repair the injured cells, gradually smoothing out the stagnation within the channels. This was already the 3rd day and night he had kept vigil in the ward. From the moment the two were brought to the hospital, he had not left this room for a single moment. Tsunade and the medical team devised a treatment plan, but the most critical repair of the meridians was something he insisted on doing himself. No one in all of Konoha understood the extent of the burden these two children had borne better than him, nor was anyone as precise in chakra control capable of repairing their bodies as swiftly as possible without causing secondary damage. With a soft hum, Hanyū Canaan withdrew his fingertips from Naruto's wrist, watching as the furrowed brow of the youth slowly relaxed, and his breathing became steadier, allowing him to let out a slight sigh of relief. He stood up and took a warm towel from the basin beside him, gently wiping away the thin sweat beading at Naruto's forehead, and tucked the blanket around him, being careful to avoid the bandaged wounds. As he turned, he caught sight of Sasuke stirring restlessly in his sleep, a faint red stain seeping from the bandages. He must have pulled at the wound on his back while turning. Hanyū Canaan approached quietly, gently pressing down on Sasuke's shoulder, soothing him in a low voice. "Don't move, you've pulled at your wound," as chakra oozed from his fingertips, first stabilizing the bleeding before cautiously unwrapping the loosened bandages to disinfect, medicate, and rebandage. His movements were both skillful and gentle, even the tension of the bandages was perfectly controlled, neither too loose nor too tight. After bandaging, he looked at Sasuke's still tightly knitted brow, hesitating for a moment before extending his fingertip to gently smooth out the furrow in the center of his forehead. Just then the ward door was gently pushed open and Tsunade entered, holding a medical record book. She softened her steps, looking at Hanyū Canaan by the bedside, lowering her voice. "How are they doing?" "Much more stable than yesterday." Hanyū Canaan returned to his seat, his fingertips still surrounded by a faint chakra ready to respond to any sudden changes. "The stagnation in Naruto's meridians has cleared by 70%, and Sasuke's optic nerve damage has almost healed as well, but their bodies have been overexerted and still need time to recover." Tsunade walked to the bedside, quickly checking the vital signs of both, revealing a hint of approval in her eyes. "Your chakra control is even more precise than that of our medical team's elite jonin. If it were anyone else, even if they could repair the meridians, they would inevitably leave some side effects. Only you could achieve this level." After all, I was the one who pushed them to this point, so I must take responsibility to heal them completely. Hanyū Canaan replied with a slight smile, his tone carrying a touch of unnoticeable guilt. You were doing it for their own good. Tsunade waved her hand dismissively, letting out a sigh. These two children have truly undergone a transformation through this ordeal. I've instructed the medical team to be on standby 24 hours a day. If anything happens, notify me immediately. You shouldn't push yourself either. You haven't closed your eyes for 3 days and nights. Go rest in the lounge next door. I'll keep watch here. No need. Hanyū Canaan shook his head, his gaze fixed on the two youths. They are about to wake up. It's safer for me to stay here. Tsunade looked at him and did not press further. She left the newly prepared medication behind and quietly exited the ward. Silence returned to the room. Hanyū Canaan picked up the warm water on the table, warmed it to a suitable temperature with chakra, and added some nutritional supplement, carefully mixing it in. He had prepared this based on the time, knowing that the two had been in a coma for 3 days, and needed to replenish fluids and nutrition immediately upon waking. Just as he finished preparing everything, a faint groan escaped from the hospital bed. Hanyū Canaan looked up to see Naruto's long eyelashes fluttering and slowly opening his eyes. Naruto, just awakened, was still slightly dazed, his blue eyes misty, as he stared blankly at the ceiling. After several seconds, he slowly turned his gaze towards Hanyū Canaan, who was sitting by the bed. Memory surged back in an instant. 48 hours of ninjutsu bombardment, the tearing pain throughout his body, the moment of back-to-back defense with Sasuke, and his final words, "You both have passed." Canaan. Naruto's voice was hoarse, and as soon as he spoke it tugged painfully at his throat. Instinctively he tried to prop himself up, but as he moved, a wave of soreness shot through his meridians, causing him to hiss in pain. Don't move. Hanyū Canaan immediately pressed down on his shoulder, his touch gentle yet firm, forcing him back onto the bed. Your meridians are severely damaged. They've just been mostly repaired and cannot be moved. As he spoke, he picked up the warm water he had prepared and brought it to Naruto's lips, supporting his head and gradually feeding it to him. The warm water slid down his dry throat, making Naruto feel much more comfortable. After a while, he shyly scratched his head and looked at Hanyū Canaan, whose eyes had faint red blood vessels, murmuring, "Thanks, bro, for always watching over us." "It's nothing." Hanyū Canaan smiled, setting down the cup and checking Naruto's temperature to ensure he did not have a fever. Feeling relieved. "How do you feel? Is there anywhere that hurts badly?" "Just my whole body feels sore and weak. Everything else is fine." Naruto grinned, still his usual carefree self, turning to look at the neighboring bed, suddenly getting anxious. "What about Sasuke? Is he okay? Is he still not awake?" Just as he finished speaking, a faint icy response came from the neighboring bed. "Awake." Both turned their heads simultaneously to see Sasuke had opened his eyes at some point, his dark gaze fixed on them. Although his complexion remained pale, his expression had regained its usual coolness. It was evident that he had been awake for a while but had remained silent, quietly listening to their conversation. "Sasuke, are you okay?" Naruto leaned closer, his face full of concern. "I'm not dead." Sasuke glanced at him, his tone still cold but lacking their usual sharpness. He turned to Hanyū Canaan, meeting his gaze by accident. He instinctively averted his eyes, his ears turning slightly red. After a few seconds of silence, he awkwardly spoke in a soft yet clear voice. "Thanks for your help, bro." Hanyū Canaan's eyes sparkled with a brighter smile. He moved closer, sitting at the edge of Sasuke's bed, and gestured, "Let me check your wound. You must have pulled it while turning." Sasuke didn't speak but obediently turned to the side, showing no resistance, as Hanyū Canaan inspected the bandages on his back. "It's bleeding a little, but there's nothing serious. No need to rebandage." After checking, Hanyū Canaan tucked the blanket around him, his chakra gently probing into Sasuke's eyes to confirm that the optic nerve damage had completely healed, finally putting his mind at ease. "Your eyes are fine, but for the next half-month you cannot overuse your Sharingan." Sasuke nodded, still silent, but silently took note of his words. In the following days, Hanyū Canaan remained steadfastly at the bedside. Every day before dawn, he would first check the two's bodies using chakra to comb through their meridians, then take the herbal soup prepared by the hospital, warming it with chakra to an appropriate temperature, watching as they drank it. Naruto always complained about the bitterness of the soup, so he would prepare some candied fruits in advance, handing them to Naruto right after he finished his medicine. Sasuke, who disliked taking medicine, wouldn't fuss like Naruto, but would frown and gulp it down after he finished. Hanyū Canaan would hand him a cup of warm water to help him breathe easier. During the day, he would sit by the window, teaching the two the techniques of precise chakra control, reviewing their shortcomings during the trial and discussing advanced sword techniques. Naruto was always enthusiastic, occasionally chiming in and announcing that once he was discharged he wanted to challenge his brother to a sword duel again. Although Sasuke rarely spoke, he listened intently, not even furrowing his brow, and occasionally would unexpectedly ask a critical question. At night after Naruto fell asleep, he would repeatedly get up to tuck him in, as he loved to kick off the blankets. Occasionally Sasuke would wake up from nightmares of the trial, and Hanyū Canaan would sit by his bed using gentle chakra to soothe his tense nerves until he fell asleep again. During this time, Kushina and Mikoto visited almost daily, bringing homemade nutritious meals and watching the two children improve day by day, thanking Hanyū Canaan countless times. The previous Hokages also came to visit a few times. Hashirama patted Hanyū Canaan's shoulder and laughed. "You as a brother care more than us old folks." Hanyū Canaan always just smiled and shook his head. "It's not that I taught them well, it's that they are willing to fight and endure." A week later, Naruto and Sasuke were already able to get out of bed and walk. That afternoon the sun was just right, and Hanyū Canaan accompanied the two in the hospital courtyard for a walk. Naruto was bouncing around in front, eagerly exclaiming that once he was discharged he would drag his brother back to the Dragon Tower to test his current strength. Sasuke walked beside him, still wearing a cold expression, but occasionally reminding Naruto, "Walk slowly, don't strain your wounds." Hanyū Canaan followed behind, watching the vibrant figures of the two use, his eyes filled with warmth and a smile. He knew that this purgatorial trial had not only sharpened their blades and tempered their ninjutsu, but had also hardened their bones and solidified their bonds. These two youths who emerged from the depths of despair would one day become the brightest light in the entire ninja world. Hanyū Canaan chose Turtle Island adjacent to Myaboka Mountain as the training ground to help Naruto fully tame the Nine Tails. This place is far from Konoha, with pure chakra and a natural sea that can isolate the rampaging tailed beasts, making it the most suitable location for a Jinchuriki to reconcile with their beast. Upon arriving at Turtle Island, Canaan raised his hand to form seals, and the wood-released chakra spread like green vines. He laid down a three-layer circular barrier. The outer layer isolated external, probing the middle layer stabilized the tailed beast chakra fluctuations, and the inner layer became a soft wood-release shield, suppressing the risk of the tailed beast going berserk, while safeguarding Naruto's spiritual resonance. The Fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki stood guard at the center of Turtle Island, using Canaan's flying thunder god mark, their chakra always connected with Naruto, ready to enter the spiritual world at any moment to resolve the Nine Tails' inner turmoil. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on a rock surrounded by Myaboka Mountain's Senjutsu chakra, prepared to stabilize the uncontrollable chakra torrent. In this life, Naruto grew up in light and love, recognized as the hero's son by Konoha. He had long shed loneliness and prejudice, capable of stabilizing the Four Tails chakra cloak, mastering Myaboka Mountain's Senjutsu, and controlling tailed beast chakra far beyond his peers, with only a pure intention in his heart to become partners with the Nine Tails. However, the Nine Tails Kurama sealed within him still harbored deep-rooted wariness and rage towards the Jinchuriki due to its past experiences of being controlled by Obito Uchiha and viewed as a weapon by the ninja world. Naruto sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, his consciousness sinking like a wisp of smoke into the spiritual world. Before him lay an endless sea of crimson chakra, thick with malice and loneliness. The colossal fox form of the Nine Tails coiled in the center of the ocean, its 9 thick tails sweeping wildly, stirring the crimson chakra into a relentless surge. Its blood-red vertical eyes fixated firmly on the tiny Naruto, a deafening roar echoed throughout the spiritual world. "Brat. Don't think that just because you live in the light you can change this grandpa's fate of being sealed. Minato sealed me within you as a weapon for Konoha, and you are no different from those who despise me." Without finishing its words, the Nine Tails suddenly swung its left 3 tails, coalescing the crimson-tailed beast chakra into a pitch-black giant whip, striking towards Naruto with the force to tear space apart. Naruto lightly tapped his feet, dodging sideways like a swift wind. The giant whip crashed down upon the chakra ocean, creating a tremendous wave, with crimson chakra transforming into countless sharp spikes shooting towards him. A faint green Senjutsu chakra enveloped Naruto, forming a thin defensive shield. The spikes collided with the shield, producing ringing sounds, all deflected. He did not resort to offensive ninjutsu, but merely raised his gaze to meet the Nine Tails, his tone calm and resolute. "Kurama, I'm not here to suppress you, nor will I treat you as a weapon. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a man who will become Hokage, and you are my most important partner." "Partner? Ridiculous." The Nine Tails was thoroughly enraged, its crimson chakra surging wildly, distorting the space of the spiritual world, a terrifying pressure bearing down on Naruto like a mountain, making his legs tremble slightly. The Nine Tails opened its massive mouth, rapidly gathering pitch-black tailed beast chakra within a tailed beast ball several meters in diameter, slowly taking shape, a destructive aura enveloping the entire spiritual world. "I know better than anyone what it's like to be used and imprisoned. Today let me show you the consequences of resisting me." The tailed beast ball, carrying the power to annihilate the world, shot straight towards Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth, channeling Senjutsu chakra as his hands rapidly formed seals. The Senjutsu spiraling sphere coalesced in his palm, a faint green chakra sphere spinning with a humming sound. He chose not to collide directly but to control the spiraling sphere to spin rapidly around the tailed beast ball, the Senjutsu chakra continuously peeling away the violent energy from it, attempting to soothe this destructive force. The turmoil in the spiritual world instantly reflected in reality, Naruto's physical body shaking violently, crimson four-tailed beast chakra uncontrollably surging, the ground of Turtle Island being scorched with countless cracks, and the sea water steamed into white mist by the tailed beast chakra. Hanyū Canaan's footsteps moved slightly, appearing instantaneously behind Naruto, gently placing his left hand on Naruto's head. The gentle wood-released chakra flowed in like water, firmly supporting the rampaging tailed beast chakra, not forcibly suppressing it but merely buying time for Naruto's resonance. His deep voice entered Naruto's ears. Naruto, the hatred of the tailed beast stems from millennia of loneliness. Use your sincerity, not your strength, to shatter its barriers. Naruto's spirit surged, no longer fixating on resisting the Nine Tails' attacks. Instead, he raised his hand to project his memories into the spiritual world. On the night of the Nine Tails rampage, Canaan fought desperately against the Anbu and Danzo while holding the infant Naruto. As a child, he was embraced by his parents, feeling their gentle protection. Konoha villagers smiled and handed him food and toys, no longer looking at him with coldness or disdain. Training side by side with Sasuke and Hinata in the training grounds, supporting each other's growth. One warm scene after another burst forth, glowing with golden light in the crimson chakra ocean, dispelling the surrounding malice and loneliness. The Nine Tails watched the scenes before it, its violent aura slightly loosening, its massive fox body quivering. For the first time in 1,000 years of pride, cracks began to appear. It had never thought that this little brat's life was so starkly different from those Jinchuriki it regarded merely as vessels. Just as the Nine Tails' heart wavered, two brilliant lights emerged from the depths of Naruto's spirit, the figures of Minato and Kushina slowly descending as the classic scene unfolded as expected. Kushina stepped forward, her red hair from the Uzumaki clan gently swaying in the spiritual world, her gentle gaze directed at the Nine Tails, showing no fear. Kurama, when Minato and I sealed you, it was never to treat you as a weapon. We did it to protect Konoha, but more so to protect you, preventing you from being manipulated by the likes of Uchiha, Obito, and Madara, becoming a victim of war. Minato stepped forward, golden chakra swirling around him, dispelling the greatest misunderstanding in the Nine Tails' heart. His tone sincere and solemn. The dead demon-consuming seal was my sacrifice of half my soul to seal you, while the other half of my soul has always protected Naruto, never leaving. We have never held hatred towards you. We only hope that you can join Naruto and protect the peace we fought for with our lives. As the truth was fully unveiled, the massive body of the Nine Tails trembled uncontrollably. The accumulated misunderstandings, hatred, and loneliness of 1,000 years began to slowly dissipate at that moment. However, the pride ingrained in its bones made it unwilling to lower its head easily. It abruptly raised its head, all nine tails spreading wide, crazily gathering chakra, forming an even larger tailed beast ball in its mouth. The pitch-black chakra surged, nearly bursting the entire spiritual world as it spoke in a deep voice. Even so, I will not easily submit. If you want me to acknowledge you, then show me your true abilities. The enormous tailed beast ball, carrying the power to destroy everything, thundered down upon Naruto. Naruto did not retreat, his Senjutsu chakra erupting fully, naturally merging with the gentle Nine Tails chakra within him. The faint green Senjutsu chakra enveloped the light crimson, not forcibly activating the high-level-tailed beast cloak, but merely condensing the Senjutsu spiraling sphere to its utmost limit, the spinning chakra ball emitting a piercing hum. He did not attack the Nine Tails, but instead charged directly towards the enormous tailed beast ball. The spiraling sphere gently pressed against the surface of the tailed beast ball, the Senjutsu chakra flowing like gentle tides, continuously soothing the violent energy within the tailed beast ball. I do not wish to defeat you. I only want you to know that from today onwards you are no longer the lonely tailed beast. I will stand with you at the top of the ninja world. Let everyone acknowledge us. The destructive power of the tailed beast ball swept over him. Naruto, relying on Senjutsu chakra and the sealing power of his parents, endured the damage, his clothes torn by chakra, his skin showing faint red marks, yet he maintained a gentle smile, not retreating a single step. The protection of his parents, Kanaan's blessing, and the bonds with his friends transformed into countless golden lights flowing into the tailed beast ball through the spiraling sphere, and then penetrating deeply into the Nine Tails' spirit, completely shattering its pride and defenses. The Nine Tails looked at Naruto, who was injured yet still resolute, gazing at that pure light, finally letting go of all wariness and stubbornness. It slowly closed its massive mouth, and the enormous tailed beast ball instantly dissipated in the spiritual world. The huge fox body gradually lowered its head, its 9 fluffy tails gently resting on Naruto's shoulder, its blood-red vertical pupils losing their violence, leaving only pride and acknowledgement. A low voice echoed in Naruto's mind, "You really are an incorrigible fool. Fine, this grandpa will accompany you for a while to see what this Hokage path you speak of is really like." The submission in the spiritual world instantly reflected in reality, as Naruto's rampaging crimson chakra completely faded away and the pale golden Ninetales chakra wrapped around him like flowing light, fully activating the Ninetales mode. The golden chakra materialized the ethereal fox form of the Ninetales circling behind Naruto. Speed, strength, and chakra levels all instantly broke their limits as Senjutsu and tailed beast chakra perfectly fused, exuding a gentle yet powerful aura. Hanyū Canaan slowly withdrew his hand, the wood release barrier retracting into his body like green vines. Jiraiya, Minato, and Kushina all surrounded Naruto, who had completely tamed the Ninetales, their faces filled with relief. Naruto clenched his fists, feeling the surging Ninetales chakra within him. He looked towards Konoha, his voice resounding powerfully, echoing throughout Turtle Island. Kurama, let's strive together. I will definitely become Hokage and protect Konoha, safeguarding everyone I cherish. The voice of the Ninetales echoed within Naruto, carrying its unique pride. And just don't hold this grandpa back. If you don't become Hokage, this grandpa won't let you off. On Turtle Island, the sea breeze gently brushed by, sealing the bond between the boy and the tailed beast. Hanyū Canaan watched this scene, a relieved smile gracing his lips, finally fulfilling the promise made on the night of the Ninetales rampage, allowing Naruto to emerge from the light, harnessing the power of the Ninetales to become the sun illuminating the ninja world. After 2 years of gathering chakra in the Shajigwa, Shoha appeared once again. The moment it emerged, a scene of yellow sand filling the sky hung over the entire Shajigwa. Suddenly 2 powerful gusts of wind directly swept away all the swirling sand. Do you wish to dance as well? Dressed in that crimson armor, Yuzhibo Ben appeared on the battlefield. Then he saw Shoha kneeling as if struck by something. Yūshing Jianan slowly emerged from the other side with the Tongzi Chiaomong blade hanging at his waist. He sneered at Ban, and the killing intent in his eyes was fully unleashed. If you were in your complete state now, wielding both Rinnegan, then the only outcome would be that Yuzhibo Daitu is already dead. As the words fell, Yuzhibo Daitu stepped out from behind Yuzhibo Ben, his Rinnegan wide open, half of his body covered by Heijue. He was but a puppet used for attack, a mere marionette. So what about that little brat you trained? Aren't you going to let them come out and meet us? As the words fell, a golden nine-tailed fox head appeared to one side, quickly covered by purple shoes. Wenlinghu. 2 children stepped forward. Yuzhibo's Wuju Xuanwa Mingren present. Then a complete green shoes Wenlinghu and a complete red shoes Wenlinghu were gradually compressed into human forms, standing behind Yūshing Jianan. Yuzhibo Jishui Yuzhibo Yu present. The remnants of the old era had better not show their faces and embarrass themselves. Yuzhibo's Wuju was as arrogant as ever while Ban stared at him intently. From behind Ban, another warrior stepped out, Xiaoxi Silu. If this child truly knows not how to respect the elderly, I will use your head as a wine cup. The taste of wine from it will surely be exquisite. Though he spoke thus, the other party's eyes were fixed on the Tongzi Chiaang at Yūshing Jianan's waist. The humiliation of that past defeat surged once more into his mind. So can we start fighting now? With his sage art, Qianshou, Zhu Jian instantly appeared on the battlefield. This improved version of Edo Tensei allowed him to exert 100 of his power. He looked at his old friend, 1,000 emotions churning in his heart, and clasped his hands together. So you only brought these people? Of course. After all, too many people make fighting messy. Because you are Yuzhibo Ban, numbers have never been anything but a number to you. Yuzhibo Ban laughed heartily. Still laughing, he drew the Yuzhibo war fan from behind his back, and a violet light suddenly blazed in his eyes. He prepared to use Wanxiang Tianyin to pull Yūshing Jianan closer. But Yūshing Jianan did not retreat. Instead, he advanced swiftly to Ban's side, seized Xiaoxi Silu, and dragged both of them into the Shui space. This sounded the horn for the battle over the one-tailed beast. Battlefield A, Shui space, Yūshing Jianan vs. Xiaoxi Silu. Battlefield B, Shajigua, Qianshou Shijian Yuzhibo Jishui Yuzhibo Yu vs. Yuzhibo Ban. Battlefield C, Shajigua, Yuzhibo's Wuju Xuanwa Mingren vs. Yuzhibo Daitu Heijue. So from now on, everything will come to an end. On the other side, the group of people stared at Yuzhibo Ban. The aura emanating from him made everyone understand that at this moment he had ascended to another dimension entirely. After a swirl, the two began with a series of mutual kicks, entering the divine might space. Yūshing Canaan rolled backward, drew his long blade, and unleashed a strike with the heavenly soaring dragon flash. Meanwhile, Kaisusula erupted with blood chi, his demon blade rapidly expanding, entwined with 2 strands of black energy, and swiftly struck against Yūshing Canaan's long blade. A buzzing sound resonated as either could gain an inch of ground. No blade-style shock. In an instant, Kaisusula reached out to the side as if grasping a mass of air and smashed forward. The space shattered like glass, and the exploding airbag sent Yūshing Canaan flying. Upon landing, he quickly checked his injuries and realized the dire situation. 2 of his ribs were broken and his internal organs were ruptured. 100 Treasures Technique open. The unlocked 100 Treasures technique rapidly restored Hanyū Canaan to peak condition, revealing a cross scar on his face left by the technique's patterns. 1 Blade Style Blood Soul. This time a blood-red air mass suddenly emerged from Kaisusula's long blade, swirling with the wind and rain. As he swung forward, the space before him shattered, unleashing a terrifying wave of blood. Hanyū Canaan swiftly drew his blade and executed a heavenly soaring dragon flash, slicing through the blood mist. However, at that moment he found Kaisusula charging at him, severing his arm in an instant. Hanyū Canaan recoiled in pain, then swung his blade towards his opponent's head. But Kaisusula quickly adjusted his stance and slashed back, cleaving Hanyū Canaan open while extending his hand. Blood break. In an instant, the blood gushing from Hanyū Canaan's wound exploded, launching him into the air before crashing heavily onto the ground. He quickly focused his chakra, regenerating his arm and readjusting his breath. I don't know what you've been through, but I know that I need to unleash some ninja techniques now. As the lightning flickered, Hanyū Canaan entered the lightning release chakra mode and in a flash lunged forward with his blade. The incredible speed left Kaisusula with no chance to react, and half of his body was cleaved off. Blood break. However, as he sliced through his opponent, he was met with blood left on Kaisusula's body. Using that small blood droplet, a chi mass quickly formed, shattering that portion of space. Hanyū Canaan felt excruciating pain, as if his arm were being crushed and torn away piece by piece. What do you think? You should be unable to replicate these techniques developed by a warrior. As the smoke cleared, Hanyū Canaan lay flat on the ground, hearing his bones crack as they healed. However, his opponent would not grant him ample time to rest. In just a moment of respite, Kaisusula charged forward, stabbing downwards. Hanyū Canaan quickly dodged to the side, kicked at his opponent, and swiftly leaped up, turning to slice off Kaisusula's head, while simultaneously launching a fireball. Blood break. The newly unleashed air wave consumed the fireball before the wind, sharp as knives, opened a gash in Hanyū Canaan's already rock-solid abdomen. Don't you find it pathetic? A warrior like you using our ninjutsu. The way of the warrior is about winning beautifully enough. Your bloodline limit is quite useful. But it's time to end this. Hanyū Canaan swiftly healed his wound with one hand, stood up, exhaled a breath of murky air, and spoke mockingly. Yes, my super brain tells me it's time to use super strength to subdue you, freak. Suddenly Hanyū Canaan's eyes glowed red, shaking the entire divine might space. The myriad cubes began to move in sync with his thoughts. Welcome to my world. In an instant, sensing danger, Kaisusula took a step forward, only to find his foot sinking into the depths. What was happening? It was as if he had tripped, and in that moment of stiffness Hanyū Canaan had already reached him. Despite not making a sound, he stood quietly before Kaisusula, then kicked his chin, sending him flying into the air. Hanyū Canaan sprang up and unleashed a series of strikes, using the power of divine might to send him crashing down with a punch. Instantly Kaisusula fell to the ground like a kite, with its string cut, coughing up blood. Hanyū Canaan quickly landed, drew his blade and charged forward again. Just as Kaisusula pulled out his blade and prepared to defend, he stumbled back, exposing a large opening. The heavenly soaring dragon flash had already formed, and Kaisusula swiftly switched from defense to offense, launching a strike forward. He saw Hanyū Canaan was not even thinking of defending, and with one slash he opened a bloody flower on Hanyū Canaan's chest. Just as he prepared to deliver a decisive blow, Kaisusula unleashed a blood explosion, creating distance between them. However, Hanyū Canaan was not without injury. That blow had carved a large chunk of flesh from his shoulder. The problem was that flesh had not regrown, but was instead suppressed in a state of granulation, unable to fully heal. So this is your so-called new toy, the zombie. Kaisusula rose from the ground, a terrifying smile on his face as he anticipated all of Hanyū Canaan's forthcoming expressions. Yet he never expected that Hanyū Canaan would show no expression at all. So your ability is either to prevent my recovery or to use my blood for an explosion, right? This single oversight had revealed a flaw in his opponent's ability, which stemmed from the massive blood loss that had not been restored, yet he had not executed a blood break. Indeed, with conventional methods I can no longer eliminate you. So I think I can outlast you as long as I make you bleed to death. Won't you lose to me as well? Indeed, your plan is perfect, but on one hand I never intended to lay down my life here. Likewise, if I die you won't escape the divine might space. Then the best outcome is that I use these 2 eyes to ensure you can never escape this space. Wouldn't you also be trapped here until death? So Kaisusula attacked once more, knowing better than anyone the nature of space-type techniques. To resolve the issue he must seize those eyes before Hanyū Canaan could destroy them. Don't worry, given this level of blood loss I should still last for another 10 minutes. But that's more than enough time for me to eliminate you. Yushin Canon's clothes were already stained red and his chakra was forcefully suppressing the viral intrusion into his body. On the surface he had to use the steel blade in his hand to finish off his opponent. Once again he charged with the heavenly soaring dragon flash. As the two blades collided, Yushin Canon's face began to pale. Yet his gaze remained steadfast, so resolute that Kyasusela momentarily lost focus, allowing Yushin Canon to kick him away. As Yushin Canon advanced once more, he prepared to unleash a nine-headed dragon flash. Your blood loss will accelerate due to your movements. Then let's race against time. Instantly 9 slashes raced towards Kyasusela, who swiftly turned to block all the attacks while simultaneously preparing to counterattack. However, his blade struck true, carving a deep gash from Yushin Canon's right shoulder to his left waist, blood splattering like molten lava onto him. But at that moment, when he saw the look in Yushin Canon's eyes, he was burned back a few steps. Flaw. In an instant, Yushin Canon withdrew his blade, disarming his opponent, and kicking the demon blade away, sending his long sword into the void with the power of divine might. Blood break. Instantly Yushin Canon was blasted away, his wounds reopening to reveal bright red flesh and pale bone beneath. Then rapidly the wounds began to close, and as Yushin Canon stood once more, Kyasusela understood that he had already lost. With a deep exhale, Yushin Canon revealed an unprecedented sense of relief and drew a short blade from his waist, kicking it forward. End it yourself as a warrior. In that moment he seemed to see many people, those he challenged during his immortal years, each warrior using their lives to launch that so-called exchange of injuries for kills. However, when he was beheaded, maimed, and swiftly restored from various wounds, his opponent's astonishment was palpable, and they continually retreated. Yet there was a spirit driving them to grip their steel blades and charge at him, even as they perished like moths to a flame at his hands. But what was that spirit truly? Or rather, what was compelling them to keep attacking? Yes, this is the spirit I have forsaken. Kyasusela picked up the short blade, gazing at this formidable enemy before him, injured yet determined, leaning heavily on his steel blade like a staff. If I stab you with this short blade, what are the chances you'll survive? If you do that, I guarantee I will die a gruesome death, but I'm tenfold sure you'll take your own life with that knife, for you can never forget the taunts of the warriors you have slain. In that moment he finally pierced the heart of this ancient monster, and as he plunged the dagger into his own abdomen, he truly felt that thrill of living life on the edge, the rush of life and death. Help me, will you? He swiftly slashed his abdomen, and Yushin Canon stepped closer, witnessing the blood chi dissipating from his opponent until he became an ordinary person before swiftly drawing his blade to behead him. This is the ritual of Kaishaku in Japanese Bushido. Rest in peace. The battlefield, Yushin Canon emerges victorious. Amidst the swirling yellow sands, Uchiha Madara stood gazing at his lifelong rival before him, scratching his head in frustration. He truly had run out of patience. If he couldn't accomplish this in this lifetime, he feared he might never have the chance again. Kashima Shrine. Kashima Shrine ability suppresses the earth veins, captures the unseen seismic catfish underground space earth vein wave fluctuations. Capture a giant stone is driven deep into the ground, firmly locking the formless earthquake deity earth vein waves underground, preventing space from collapsing. Uchiha Shursui utilized his new eye technique, instantly locking onto all unusual elements within this space. What could there be? I don't know, but surely there must be Uchiha Madara's Wheel of Time boundary prison. I've found it, so let us engage in a fair battle next. At that moment the three of them simultaneously raised their hands to form a tiger seal. The technique of shared vision. Instantly the three shared this perspective, and Hashirama quickly initiated the divine gate to suppress the Wheel of Time. It seems you have acquired new power, so I can finally enjoy a proper match. Uchiha Madara raised a hand, instantly pulling Uchiha Shursui closer. The black rod in his hand was unleashed, and then he saw Uchiha Shursui smirk disdainfully. In an instant a skeletal form emerged, delivering a punch to his body. The slight pain felt like a mosquito bite, but it had been long since he felt anything. Then let us flatten this place. In an instant the sky darkened, and a meteor from beyond the heavens was guided down. Uchiha Itachi quickly opened his eyes and unleashed his Susanoo, soaring upward, drawing his blade and swiftly slicing it into pieces. Meanwhile Shursui quickly turned back to engage Uchiha Madara in close combat, but it seemed Madara was merely toying with him, effortlessly blocking all of Shijui's attacks. Alright Hashirama, I believe the younger generation doesn't need to linger here any longer. Planetary devastation. In an instant 2 small black orbs entered Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shijui's bodies, rapidly attracting stones to form 2 meteors in the sky, controlling them within. Hashirama quickly clapped his hands, unleashing would release true 1,000 hands. The moment the 1,000-handed guanyin appeared, Hashirama assessed his current condition and prepared for battle. Now this is interesting. Don't let me down. Uchiha Madaro's eyes opened wide, releasing an even more terrifying pressure than before. Susanoo rose from the ground, drawing its steel blade to attack. Hashirama concentrated all his strength to slap down, but he could see that Uchiha Madara was gradually closing in on him. The pressure made Hashirama feel fear for the first time, and he instinctively unleashed a wood dragon to attach to them, absorbing the opponent's chakra to exert pressure. Shinra Tensei. The explosive gust of air shattered the wood dragon into pieces, revealing Uchiha Madara, who gazed upon his rival. He raised a hand and another meteor fell from above. Hashirama quickly formed seals, releasing a wooden golem to block the meteor while he charged towards Uchiha Madara to engage in close combat. As expected, only you can make me feel this way. Don't let the battle stop. Hashirama swiftly drew his steel blade and charged forward. His sword struck Uchiha Madara's armor, leaving a white mark, but he was then kicked away by Madara. In an instant, Madara drew his long knife and attacked, and amidst their exchanges they clashed over 30 times, sparks flying as they awaited a turning point. If their assumptions were correct, the battle within the Kamui dimension should soon conclude. If the person emerging from that space was their ally, then this battle would have already ended. Not a chance. No one can stop the clash between us. Hashirama was momentarily stunned as Madara kicked him in the chest. Just as Hashirama retreated a couple of steps, he raised his blade to block Madara's thrust. Then the two blades clashed aside. Madara hurled a fireball upward while Hashirama quickly jumped back, slapping a water dragon upward, causing water mist to fill the entire area. Madara then swiftly approached him, delivering a punch to Hashirama's face. A turning point also occurred at that moment. As that punch landed, Senju Hashirama began to step back while Uchiha Madara entered his rhythm of attack. During their combat, both steel blades were inexplicably knocked away and the two began to engage in hand-to-hand combat. With the support of the Rinnegan, Uchiha Madara could swiftly capture Senju Hashirama's movements and respond. However, Hashirama never anticipated that Madara was also putting in tremendous effort to win. Madara raised a hand, and just as Hashirama had retreated a few steps, he charged at him again, the black rod appearing in his hand, directly piercing through Hashirama's body. With his other hand, he swiftly grabbed Senju Hashirama's neck, rapidly absorbing his Sage Chakra. Simultaneously, due to the loss of Sage Chakra, the Divine Gate lost its effectiveness, and in the end all of Madara's shadows were destroyed. You have already been dismantled. Surrender. Perhaps I cannot defeat you, but the warriors of the new era will crush us remnants of the old era one by one. As if to echo Senju Hashirama's reply, a swirling vortex appeared and a demonic blade fell to the ground. Madara stared intently at the blade, knowing better than anyone. Kaiō Susurū lost. It seems the warriors of the new era are rising. Then a vortex appeared and suddenly a figure flew out the steel blade, striking Uchiha Madara, sending him flying. So this battle is not over yet, Lord Uchiha Madara, you must face me again. Fresh from a battle, Hanyū Canaan stood before Uchiha Madara, looking at him, while Uchiha Madara quickly shifted states, using a universal pull to draw Canaan closer. However, Canaan did not retreat. Instead, he raised his steel blade and slashed down. Uchiha Madara instantly thrust a black rod toward Canaan, only to see it cut in half, almost losing his arm to Hanyū Canaan. Quickly stepping back 2 paces, he unleashed a Shinra Tensei, pushing Hanyū Canaan away. Canaan used the momentum to leap into the air, launching a Thunder Thousand Birds sharp spear that sliced through the 2 meteors, freeing Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Teacher, I'm sorry for this time. No need to apologize. If you two can gain the upper hand in the battle against Lord Uchiha Madara, then there is only one possibility: you both have fallen into an illusion. It is more realistic that you two are being suppressed like this. As Hanyū Canaan charged forward once more, Uchiha Madara quickly retreated, rapidly summoning Susanoo and compressing it into armor. He swung down with his blade, but in that instant he read a resolute spirit in Hanyū Canaan's eyes. Then he saw the child cutting and steel gradually shred his long sword and cleave through his Susanoo. It seems I should unleash all my strength against you, shouldn't I? Super Shinra Tensei. The endless yellow sand surged toward the deadly region, and there stood Hanyū Canaan on the battlefield, raising a hand to unleash the infernal technique. It could be seen that the spherical area was compressed inch by inch to the point where it could no longer advance. Uchiha Madara quickly captured this information, and after the Shinra Tensei was released, quickly jumped back as a heavenly obstruction star crashed down. However, Hanyū Canaan swiftly raised his hand, releasing all the chakra he had absorbed, directly shattering the meteor. But once the dust settled, he could no longer capture Uchiha Madara's figure. Madara had made his escape. So do we consider this a win? We can only consider this a tie, for as long as Uchiha Madara lives, we must exert full effort to deal with him. Wait, how many Rinnegan's outer paths did we seal just now? It seems like 3. Speaking of Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto, when Uchiha Obito walked out from the darkness, the black mud covering his body revealed his current puppet identity. The two exchanged glances and quickly entered battle mode. Golden patterns spread over Naruto's entire body while Sasuke instantly activated his Eternal Mangekyo, preparing to strike hard. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Amaterasu Kagetsuchi. The pure white spiral shuriken coated with black flames flew toward Uchiha Obito, causing the endless sandstorm to dance. Then Obito raised his hand, instantly activating the Preta Pad's ability to absorb all that power. So he only has the Rinnegan but not its special techniques. Then it's easy from here. At that instant the two kids decided to treat this Obito like the 6 paths of pain. As they charged forward, Naruto quickly pulled out a kunai and threw it behind Obito, while Sasuke held a Chidori and charged straight ahead. Just as Obito raised his hand to absorb, he saw the flying Thunder God seal on that kunai. In an instant Naruto appeared behind him with yellow sage markings around his eyes and a Rasengan in his hand, slamming it onto Obito's back. But as he pushed forward, his body was pierced by the Chidori, creating a large hole. Just as Naruto prepared to inject sealing chakra into him, Black Zetsu made his move. The black sludge crawled onto Naruto's hand, and with a crack it twisted his wrist. Then it manipulated Obito to kick Naruto away, and quickly used Shinra Tensei to blast Sasuke away. Indeed, you are the descendants of those two remnants. But no matter who you are, you will die today. With a flick of his wrist, a black rod appeared. He raised his hand and used Bansho Tenon to pull Sasuke close, intending to stab him with the rod. But then Sasuke's eyes flashed. Yomi Millstone. A dojutsu from Uchiha Fugaku, instantly pulling both of them into an alternate space. Here Sasuke was the god of this space. Run! Don't let it grind your soul. But in an instant Uchiha Obito, or rather Black Zetsu, burst out and shattered this environment. However, that moment of stun gave Naruto an opportunity to slam a Rasengan onto his back. You two brats are such a nuisance. Black Zetsu slowly got up and dusted off his hands. But when Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, it meant the next phase of battle was their turn. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. Chidori Kagetsuchi. But the two of them launched their attacks simultaneously. As they got closer, suddenly appearing behind Obito, they left a kunai in place, then teleported again, sandwiching Obito between them. The two attacks struck instantly. Millions of tiny needles pierced into every pore of his body, expanding inside, and the inextinguishable flames followed the needle holes, invading his organs. The fire rapidly spread over his entire body. Then both of them kicked him away. Naruto, finish him off, or it will be troublesome later. Yeah, I understand. So we can finish them now. In an instant 8 chains flew out from Naruto's back, directly entangling Black Zetsu, who was still struggling with Amaterasu, and continuously pulling him away from Obito's body. Meanwhile, Sasuke charged forward with a Chidori lance, piercing through the enemy's body and preparing to cut him in half. Go down and apologize to all those you've harmed. But when that attack was nullified by an unknown force, the two kids instantly panicked and quickly distanced themselves. Sasuke, can your eyes see? I can't see. Naruto, can you sense it? Naruto nodded because he could sense where that deep malice was. But when he grabbed Sasuke's hand, he could clearly feel the others trembling. So he must be the shadow of that class teacher mentioned, right? Soul resonance technique. They merged their spirits into one. But this technique was extremely dangerous, requiring the kind of tacit understanding forged through life and death battles. Great Fireball Arrow. Wind-style Raisin Shuriken. In an instant, Sasuke spewed a massive fireball, engulfing the yellow sand in front. Naruto quickly spotted a gap in the flames and threw a kunai there. It was like a time bomb raising a mushroom cloud. When the explosion cleared, Naruto had just landed but was kicked away. Sasuke turned around and was slapped across the face, then slammed hard onto the ground. Naruto quickly used Flying Thunder God to appear beside Sasuke, kicked the enemy away, then grabbed Sasuke's hand to flee. But in an instant, amid the swirling sand, Uchiha Madara, the warrior that made them despair, appeared. So where do you plan to take that beast, Kurama? Uchiha Madara was always a man of clear goals. He wanted the tailed beast to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki and cast the infinite Tsukuyomi. So any means were justified. Shikaku had already been absorbed by Madara and he was about to capture Kurama. Sasuke quickly moved to attack but was instantly frozen, as if his throat was being crushed. Naruto's newly formed chakra arm was shattered by Madara's punch. Then Madara appeared before him and a black rod pierced through his body. Come quietly with me. Then Madara kicked Naruto in the head, knocking him out. Then he turned, grabbed Sasuke's head, and squeezed hard, knocking him unconscious. Black Zetsu, bring Sasuke. Let's go. The group disappeared into the vast desert, signaling the imminent final battle. Alright everyone, since it has already happened, don't dwell on it too much. The only solution is to eliminate it, simple as that. And if my guess is correct, the decisive battle is imminent. Therefore every arrangement must be made meticulously. Lord Second Hokage and Lord First Hokage shall send out invitations to their former Iron Country site for the 5 Kage Summit. Either they cooperate with us or they remain silent. If anyone dares to cause trouble while Konoha is in such danger, annihilate them. You can convey this message directly to them. We have no time to waste on these entanglements. Next I will arrange to deliver the 8 tails to Uchiha Ban's location and use the remaining tailed beasts to exchange for those 2 children. I oppose this. Qianshofeijian, ever composed, sat there weighing all pros and cons before voicing this opinion. Based on all the intelligence you've provided us, his ultimate goal is to obtain all 9 tailed beasts. Currently we hold the 2 tails, 3 tails and 8 tails, which gives us some leverage to restrain them. Moreover, you yourself said that if Ban elevates the Geto statue to its peak, he will create a legendary level warrior Rikudo Ban. That means if he acquires these, no one will be able to stop him from that point onward. Yushin Jianan remained silent, but the determination in his eyes was noticed by all. The 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato stood behind him, and on the other side Uchiha Fugaku of the Uchiha clan also took his place behind him. For no other reason, because they were fathers. This matter requires no further discussion. The tailed beasts are in my hands, and I will use them to exchange for my 2 disciples. At the same time, I believe that such children will become pillars on the battlefield. It's that simple. Then the only thing we need to consider is how to win the upcoming war. Still the same unyielding style, still the same reckless behavior. In the eyes of anyone, sacrificing these 2 children to eradicate a 6 pads level threat would be far more practical. But regardless of whether these 2 children are reincarnations of Ashura or Indra, in Yushin Jianan's eyes they are merely children. No sacrifice should ever involve children. As expected, I still prefer your way of doing things. Yushin Jianan swiftly assigned tasks. Tsunade organized the village's resources to establish specialized units, intelligence unit including information gathering and transmission command unit formulating battle plans based on intelligence, stealing unit countering Edo Tensei opponent's combat unit, and Edo Tensei unit resources supplied by Orochimaru. Information was disclosed to everyone, and each combat squad centered around 4 members was equipped with Yushin Jianan's Flying Thunder God Kunai. When encountering dangerous figures like Uchiha Ban or Uchiha Obito, they could call for reinforcements. The graduation schedule of the Ninja Academy remained unchanged, yet the Chunin exams and Jonin selection were to be held promptly. Simultaneously, a group of experienced veteran Chunin were promoted to special Jonin to assume command roles accordingly. To counter white sexist disguises, everyone was branded with Flying Thunder God seals. But each seal was distinct: Yushin Jianan's Flying Thunder God seal, Qianshou Fujian's Flying Thunder God seal, and Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God seal. Within each combat squad, every member had to recognize one another's Flying Thunder God seal pattern. Additionally, there was a method to verify the seal's authenticity: infused chakra. If no luminescence or similar reaction occurred, it proved the person was an imposter. Against Edo Tensei, each combat squad was assigned a sealing ninja along with energy storage cells supplied by Orochimaru for defense. Meanwhile, the 2 tails, 3 tails, and 8 tails were sealed with technical support from Uzumaki Kushina, escorted by Yushin Jianan 2 tails, Namikaze Minato 3 tails, and Uchiha Fugaku 8 tails. Negotiate the exchange with Uchiha Ban. After all arrangements were made, Yushin Jianan ascended to the rooftop above the Hokage's office. The bone-deep exhaustion was overwhelming him, for the story had completely deviated. All he could do was continue moving forward along the current path. Master, all arrangements are underway. Is there anything else I should pay attention to? Just sit with me for a while. Uchiha Itachi sat down right beside Yushin Jianan. Yushin Jianan closed his eyes tightly, his brows deeply furrowed, because even he did not know what to do next. Every step taken thus far had been like treading on thin ice. In the coming days, as we, the stronger combatants, will be away on missions, most of the village's defense will fall on you and sure sway. 6 wood clone units will be left with you too. Also, both of you must be mindful of your own condition, as fierce battles and hard-fought wars lie ahead. I understand, Master. Yushin Jianan waved his hand. How could he explain to a child just how weary he was? He was the pillar upon which everyone relied. If he fell, it would be a calamity of immense proportions. Why has everything come to this? But he chose not to escape, nor did he have the right to, for all this chaos was triggered by his own arrival. To pass this mess onto the children was something he could never bring himself to do. Moreover, as a time traveler, he carried a certain pride when the curtain falls on this drama, Whether his performance was brilliant or terrible, the protagonist must be present to face it all. Since that was the case, let it all end. At worst, a new empire could be built upon these ruins. Yushin Jianan gazed at the brightly lit Konoha before him, his eyes blazing with murderous intent and rage. Since Uchiha-ban showed no mercy, he would not hesitate to be unforgiving in return. As Yushin Canaan was deep in thought on the terrace, he suddenly reached back and caught the head of a white setsu that had sprung out from who knows where. Don't be anxious, sir. My master has instructed me to ask you to come to the Valley of the End in 2 days to exchange for those 2 children with 2 tails, 3 tails, and 8 tails. Alright, I got it. Tell your master that if anything happens to the 2 children, I can assure you he won't get a single-tailed beast. When the white setsu left, Yushin Canaan gathered everyone together, and then he, along with the ninjutsu masters Senju Hashirama and Namikaze Minato, swiftly began to sweep through the entire Konoha. And then in the midst of it all, there was indeed a white setsu who kept his promise. Even so, Uchiha Madara is still willing to attack Hiden. Yushin Canaan rubbed his eyes and summoned his shadow clone to search for Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Fugaku. He was more aware than anyone else of what Uchiha Fugaku could do with that so-called Dark Mangekyo Sharingan, and he also knew better than anyone what Uchiha Fugaku intended to do when he possessed those eyes. The group arrived at the Valley of the End, the very place where Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara had their final confrontation all those years ago. It was also a place Yushin Canaan frequently visited, sometimes sitting on the statue of Senju Hashirama contemplating the deep sorrows and helplessness hidden beneath those so-called conspiracies, and then sitting on the statue of Uchiha Madara to think about him. What should he do when facing Uchiha Madara? So Uchiha Madara, come out. If you don't show yourself, I'll have to decide to fight you to the death. Uchiha Madara appeared standing on his statue with a fan in hand, and beside him Black Setsu was holding the 2 children as Madara glared straight at him. I can give you what you want, but you must let me see that nothing has happened to the 2 children. Uchiha Madara laughed heartily, then turned his head and slapped Naruto awake, swiftly extracting the chakra of the 9 tails from him. Alright, here's what you wanted. Uchiha Madara raised his hand and pointed forward, then Black Setsu manipulated Obito Uchiha to grab the 2 children by their collars and walk over, while Yushin Canaan quickly readied himself for battle, sensing that the Flying Thunder God's seal on the opponent was still there, indicating that this was the true body. Give me the children and I'll take them. Yushin Canaan approached the 2 children, Sasuke and Naruto, who had already awakened, but the seals on them left them unable to muster any strength. Hand them over to them. Obito Uchiha in his Black Setsu form received the 3 jars, bringing the 3-tailed beasts back to the formation. When Yushin Canaan turned to look at Uchiha Madara, Madara merely shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. You 2 take the children back. Uchiha Madara waved his hand as if had heard a joke. Black Setsu, you take these 3-tailed beasts back. Black Setsu slowly retreated, and the 2 faced each other's eyes, not knowing what the other was thinking, only listening to the sound of flowing water, and at the moment a splash occurred, they disappeared in an instant. With a loud thud, the 2 rushed forward, their feet colliding in an instant, creating a shockwave that cut the waterfall, and as they turned, another kick was prepared to strike Uchiha Madara's face, but Madara caught Yushin Canaan's face and slammed him downwards. With a resounding thud, Yushin Canaan fell into the river, and Uchiha Madara quickly raised his hand to prepare to launch a fireball downward. Yushin Canaan instantly sprang up, kicking downwards, propelling himself into the air, and his Rasengan was ready to strike Madara's face. Super Shinra Tensei. The explosive shockwave surged toward Yushin Canaan. How terrifying was that force! It swiftly destroyed the statues on both sides, and Yushin Canaan extended a hand, unleashing a powerful force of dark release. In an instant he transformed that energy into the purest chakra, slowly approaching Uchiha Madara. At that moment Madara saw the version of himself from long ago, that crazed self. Come on, come on! Uchiha Madara simply retracted all his might, clenching his fist, and struck at Yushin Canaan's face. Yushin Canaan did not dodge, but instead slammed the Rasengan into Madara's face, instantly sending Yushin Canaan crashing to the ground like a cannonball. He spun in midair and plunged directly into the riverbed. Uchiha Madara was sent flying high, but with a wave of his hand he hovered in midair, gazing down at his opponent. Where's your long sword? That's someone else's sword, I won't use their weapon. Then Yushin Canaan grasped the air, forming a long water blade and swiftly soaring upwards. Take this. In an instant he appeared before Uchiha Madara, who evidently was caught off guard, showcasing a speed even he could not observe before the leader of the Uchiha clan. Tenshiraisen. With a single sweep he sent Uchiha Madara flying, crashing heavily into his statue, which deeply embedded him within it. So you still hold a grudge? The stone was instantly shattered, and Uchiha Madara unleashed all his pressure, his Susanoo fully formed, while Yushin Canaan quickly opened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and unleashed a blue Susanoo. Kamui Shuriken. The shuriken flew out swiftly, tearing off the wings behind Uchiha Madara, and Hanyū Canaan quickly drew his steel blade, executing another Tenshirayuzen towards Madara. This time Madara quickly adjusted his stance and managed to deflect it, but he still didn't react in time. He poured all his strength into following his instincts honed over years of battles, which undoubtedly proved to be Hanyū Canaan's greatest flaw. In this world he lacked extensive combat experience, so he needed to react to his tactics as quickly as possible. His strategy of winning through speed was already ineffective. Doton. Hanyū Canaan unleashed all his might, and suddenly a milky white sphere of light appeared in the hand of his Susanoo, which he hurled towards Uchiha Madara. Madara quickly twisted his body to evade. The milky white sphere instantly expanded, tearing off half of Susanoo's body. Before he could react, Hanyū Canaan swung his blade, cleaving Susanoo in half, and prepared to strike Uchiha Madara down, when Madara quickly unleashed Shinra Tensei to block the long blade. Then Uchiha Madara raised his hand ready to pull Hanyū Canaan over, while Hanyū Canaan swiftly took advantage of the momentum to kick at Uchiha Madara. Madara quickly stood up, kicking back, and their feet collided instantly, creating a gust that devastated the area. I am looking forward to our decisive battle. Let me be clear, I possess the chakra of the Nine Tails, but it will take a long time for me to truly use it. So starting today we are in a state of war. I admire you, I admire your martial arts, your determination, and your strength, but from the beginning to the end I have always regarded you as an enemy. It is said that Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama sent letters to various countries and then arrived at the ruins of the Iron Country, where they set up a wooden house and awaited the arrival of the remaining 4 shadows on the battlefield to discuss matters with them. Indeed, he is a domineering man, so we must go, otherwise the first to be killed when he is free will be us. Terumi May wiped her mouth and recalled the first time she met Hanyū Canaan, quickly going through it in her mind and realizing that if they did not go, it seemed Hanyū Canaan could easily destroy them at any time. We must take a trip. On the other side, the remnants of Yanin village assisted Darui, becoming the new generation of Raikage. However, when Darui saw these letters, the solemnity in his eyes turned palpable. We must leave. We need to choose a side to bet on between the two factions. The only viable option is Hanyū Canaan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kuratsuchi sensed something amiss from these letters. Hanyū Canaan seemed to show signs of weakness, but thinking back to the moment he had sent her grandfather to his death, a raging fire of vengeance ignited within her heart. Yet, as she looked down from the window at the villagers who were barely surviving, that fierce fire was deeply suppressed. She now understood that if she did not cooperate with Hanyū Canaan, then Uchiha Madara would surely succeed, and if he did, it would spell disaster for her. At least now Hanyū Canaan was willing to negotiate, so even selling the entire village could lead to a good deal. Let's go. We must cooperate with him. The final party, Gaara discussed their next plans with his sister Temari and brother Kankuro, and when Gaara looked at the letter there was no reaction in his eyes. Perhaps he did not resent his father, but he understood better than anyone that he could have become the next Jinchuriki of One Tail, and it was precisely because of Hanyū Canaan's existence that he had not lived such a life. So if we do not cooperate with him, we will surely perish. Let's be straightforward and discuss conditions with them, like after the great battle we want to return to regroup, and we want command over our own troops. Thus, as the 4 shadows, each harboring thoughts of cooperation, arrived in the Iron Country, they encountered Senju Tobirama and his brother Senju Hashirama, and in that moment they felt even less certain about the upcoming negotiations. Since you all are here, please take a seat. If anyone needs to settle in with their bodyguards, feel free. Senju Tobirama remained calm. They were the dominant force, and the weaker side had no right to set conditions. As for Hanyū Canaan's earlier request for them not to interfere, in Senju Tobirama's eyes these people were undoubtedly the best cannon fodder for the upcoming battle. It would be a pity not to use them. So as everyone sat down, Senju Tobirama unleashed an overwhelming aura, instantly shattering the negotiation table before the 4 children in relation to Senju Tobirama quickly entered a battle-ready state. However, Senju Tobirama did not continue further. Since you are all here, let us talk again. Now I present you with 2 options. First, bring all your villagers to join us, and we will form an alliance to defeat Uchiha Madara, or the other option is to let Hanyū Canaan annihilate your village, and use your heads for the Impure World Reincarnation to create a larger village. Can we not? Suddenly a kunai struck right between Daru's legs. You have no right to negotiate with us. Moreover, I am not planning to negotiate with you now. The price we can offer is that after the battle you all return to your homes and families, and during the battle you must submit to our control. So please make your choice now, because if you continue to dawdle I will have my brother kill you all, and then Hanyū Canaan will come and destroy your village. Weak nations have no diplomacy. They chose to surrender, and Senju Hashirama quietly crept to Senju Tobirama's ear. Can't we be a little gentler? Shut up. After everything was settled, Senju Tobarama allowed them to leave. We do not have that much time to negotiate with them about their so-called interests. What lies before us is the imminent decisive battle. The opponent now possesses 8-tailed beasts, and we do not know the situation regarding the 9 tails they hold. Therefore we must quickly rendezvous with Hanyū Canaan to discuss the upcoming campaign against Uchiha Madara. Thus using the strongest means to subdue them is key. Senju Tobarama took Senju Hashirama, and swiftly headed toward Konoha, where they encountered Hanyū Canaan, who had just finished a battle and was in a state of excitement. Uchiha Madara should have someone who can provide 9 tails chakra, and that person has 2 options. The first is the Impure World Reincarnation of Kin and Jin, or it could be Ku. This is also a common issue for traversers. Unless there are special circumstances, they find it difficult to recall specific events. Although Ku is an original character from the anime, Hanyū Canaan discovered that there indeed existed such a person in her investigation of the 9 tails. Moreover, the other side truly has a portion of 9 tails chakra, and Kin and Jin are now in Hanyū Canaan's hands, so the only source of chakra available is Ku. So what should we do next? Assemble all forces to engage in battle against Uchiha Madara, and during the battle I need to protect Naruto and Sasuke, as they will be the key in our upcoming decisive battle. Senju Tobarama looked into Hanyū Canaan's eyes, trying to discern something from them. He himself did not know, but he felt an inexplicable trust towards these 2 children. I am very curious as to why you trust those 2 children so much. The story is long and quite boring. In short, the main source of this battle is the black substance attached to Uchiha Obito. That thing called Kurojutsu is the chakra will form of Kagaya Otsutsuki, not Uchiha Madara's. Kagaya Otsutsuki's 2 sons sealed her, and Kurojutsu wanted to use the reincarnations of the 2 sons of Sage of 6 Paths, Ashura and Indra, to release Kagaya Otsutsuki. The last reincarnations were Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, and this time the reincarnations are Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. After explaining the background, Hanyū Canaan went to prepare, and after hearing this, Senju Tobarama felt no doubt, but rather a sense of understanding. In the rain-hidden village, countless wars have ignited and concluded, and it was here that a powerful leader once emerged. The demigod Hanzo led the entire cloud-hidden village, seemingly on the verge of reaching the pinnacle, only to experience a swift decline. Now the ruler here is Uchiha Madara from history, watching the 9 tails Jinchuriki undergoing transformation before him, with a hint of irritation flickering in his eyes, breaking through the limits of patience. Order all the white setsus to activate and find a way to seize the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Black Setsu manipulated Uchiha Obito, gradually becoming invisible, and then awakened the 100000 white setsus. What a waste, but they must be dealt with. The next morning, Hanyū Canaan suddenly sensed an unusual chakra and swiftly arrived outside Konoha village. He saw the white setsus emerging from every direction, and as they plunged their hands into the ground, a forest surged towards them. Hanyū Canaan swiftly hand-sealed a great fire destruction technique, unleashing a torrent of flames that engulfed the forest as the raging inferno charged towards the white setsus. This commotion also alerted Konoha's guards, and everyone entered battle mode. Lightning release Kirin. In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky as Hanyū Canaan raised his hand to summon a bolt of lightning, striking down upon the white setsus. The trees ignited, and the Konoha warriors, fully armed and ready, signaled the beginning of this fierce battle. Attack! A horde of white setsus charged towards Konoha village, while the villagers quickly armed themselves and advanced forward. Hanyū Canaan rushed towards Uchiha Obito, and upon colliding they both kicked away from each other. Hanyū Canaan then unleashed a great fireball aimed at Obito's face. Black setsus swiftly manipulated Uchiha Obito to absorb the fireball, but just as the fireball was absorbed, Hanyū Canaan's fist crashed into his face. Black setsus staggered back several steps, feeling the flying thunder god seal already imprinted on his face. Hanyū Canaan quickly formed a spiral shuriken in his hand, entering sage mode, and executed a flying thunder god that slammed the skill right into Obito's face, sending him flying. In an instant, another flying thunder god appeared beside him, delivering a kick to Obito's face and sending him flying. However, just as Hanyū Canaan prepared to execute the same trick again, a strong arm gripped his leg tightly, flinging him away. Hanyū Canaan quickly flipped and landed, only to see Uchiha Madara with his blue Susanoo descending with a massive punch. Crossing his arms, Hanyū Canaan swiftly blocked the strike. After the heavy blow, he took off again, swiftly launching a fireball at Uchiha Madara. As the smoke from the explosion settled, Hanyū Canaan landed, steadied himself, and grasped his steel blade, charging at Madara. The arcs of electricity dancing across him indicated Hanyū Canaan's current state. He swung his blade, shattering Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, while Madara gazed down at the man before him, raising his hand to unleash the universal pull, sending Hanyū Canaan flying. So should you call your people out next? Hanyū Canaan raised his hand and Senju Hashirama descended onto the battlefield. The murderous intent in his eyes was evident, and the sage mask on his face had already formed. The two quickly prepared for battle. Hanyū Canaan swiftly threw a kunai, then approached Uchiha Madara, grabbing him and pulling him into the kami space. Once they entered the kami space, Hanyū Canaan and Uchiha Madara pushed off each other, quickly distancing themselves, and summoned their Susanu's massive fists to strike together with tremendous force. Hanyū Canaan quickly opened his arms wide. "Welcome to my world." In this kami space, all the cubes seemed to dance, leaving Uchiha Madara with no solid ground to stand on. As they continuously maneuvered, Hanyū Canaan felt as if he had entered a sea of his own, repeatedly attacking Uchiha Madara. However, whenever Madara struck back, the cubes blocked his attacks time and again. Hanyū Canaan swiftly landed, drew out his steel blade, and charged towards Uchiha Madara. Madara meanwhile erupted with chakra, destroying everything around him as he walked through the void. "So this is your true power. It's just that this is your world and I can't use my forces here. But I believe that regardless of whether this is your world, you won't have that many advantages anymore, will you?" Hanyū Canaan formed hand seals and entered the lightweight rock technique, swiftly levitating into the air to confront Uchiha Madara. "I don't like looking up at others, so you must look me in the eye, or even allow me to look down on you." Uchiha Madara coldly smirked and quickly unleashed his chakra. In an instant he appeared before Hanyū Canaan, delivering a kick to his chest and forcefully pressing down. Hanyū Canaan quickly raised his hand and slapped Uchiha Madara's face, erupting with chakra to push him away. Next, the two godlike warriors simultaneously extended their left hands, clasping each other's hands, and then threw punches at each other's faces, transforming what should have been a spectacular battle into a brutal melee. Then the two warriors' fists left afterimages as if 1,000 fists were striking towards their faces. It was only when a drop of blood dripped from Hanyū Canaan's mouth that it signified that his recovery ability was not as strong as before. Hanyū Canaan realized his current state, and quickly grabbed Uchiha Madara's right hand, lunging forward to deliver a headbutt to Madara's head. With that headbutt, a trickle of blood flowed from Uchiha Madara's nose, and he immediately retaliated with a spray of blood from the other side, recovering his spirit, while Hanyū Canaan clenched his jaw and pushed upward, having dislocated his jaw from the earlier brawl. The two exchanged glances before transforming into two beams of light, attacking within the kami space. In just a few seconds they collided over 100 times. To be continued. Back on the desert, Hashirama Senju swiftly grasped Black Setsu, struck him away with a palm, and was about to form hand seals to summon the Myojin Gate, when he suddenly felt a fierce pulling force yanking him right beside Black Setsu. Before he could kick, Black Setsu sent him flying once more with an almighty push. Would release wood human technique. A 20-meter turtle wooden giant rose from the ground, its massive hand swatting toward Black Setsu, who promptly activated Obito's body, clasped his hands together, and summoned an identical wooden giant to throw a punch. The two colossi collided heated, but Black Setsu had not expected that his opponent was the founder of Wood Release, the invincible war god who was the first to possess this ability. All later users were merely imitations. Hashirama Senju's wooden giant shattered the others inch by inch with overwhelming force, then slapped the enemy construct aside, sending it crashing down. Black Setsu dismounted, rolled to dodge, and raised his hand, unleashing a horde of white Setsu. He thrust his hands into the ground, summoning a forest of trees that surged toward Hashirama. The first Hokage stomped hard, cracking the earth to bury the white Setsu, then spat out a stream of fire. The nascent forest was incinerated in an instant. But just as Hashirama straightened his back, he was struck by an unseen force flung off the wooden giant, and smashed heavily into the ground. As he raised his head, a fist slammed into his face. He staggered back, a kick landed on his waist, another struck his side, sending him flying once more. At that moment Hashirama quickly regained his footing, snapped his fingers, and Shursui Uchiha appeared, activating his dojutsu. Kashima Shrine. Swiftly entering a state of synchronization, they joined hands and forming seals. Heavenly Eye Shared Vision Technique. 4 limbo clones materialized before them. The two stood back to back, then charged. Hashirama rapidly formed hand seals, bringing down the Myojin Gate to seal 2 clones, while he used a wooden branch to immobilize another, and impale it into the ground. The last clone, sensing danger, lunged at Shursui. But Shursui swiftly formed seals, creating several illusory clones, and entered the state of illusionary duplicates. Among the 6 figures, any could be either illusion or reality. When attacked they were always phantoms, when striking they were always the real body. Simply put, it was a rapid exchange of positions at the highest speed. Unable to counter this technique, the clone was quickly subdued by Hashirama's wood release. When Hashirama turned to look at Black Setsu, he found the villain watching him with a sardonic expression. Since it's come to this, I have no need to hold back. Almighty push, Super Shima Tensei. Black Zetsu controlling Obito Uchiha slowly rose into the air, arms outstretched. A violent gale swept the entire battlefield. He intended to annihilate everything, be it White Zetsu or the Leaf Ninjas. You madman! Hashirama clapped his hands and the immense wooden giant stood before the Leaf Ninjas as a shield. Wood chips flew and the giant was pushed back step by step. Sensing the danger, the ninjas retreated hastily. Hashirama pressed forward with a smile, resisting until the giant had carved a deep trench across dozens of meters before finally stabilizing. The damage was catastrophic. A deep crater remained and the Leaf Ninjas who fell there left not even a trace of their bodies. The veins bulging on Hashirama's forehead betrayed his fury. Would release true several thousand hands. The 1,000-armed cannon rose instantly, his rage crystallized into stone. It surged forward while Black Zetsu landed, replenishing his chakra, bracing for the onslaught. Top of the world Buddha. A barrage of fists rained down, fueled by overwhelming wrath. Sure Sway even draped a layer of Susanoo over the construct. Black Zetsu fled backward while firing back with Super Shinra Tensei, destroying one hand after another, but more always followed. Hundreds of fists hammered toward him as Hashirama poured in chakra without restraint. Damn it! Damn it! Black Zetsu increased his chakra output, momentarily pushing the battle toward Hashirama. But the first Hokage brought his hands together, and the wooden Buddha beneath his feet was pierced through. The effect was immediate, the disadvantage was reversed, and step by step he closed in on Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu could sense that Obito's chakra reserves were no longer keeping pace with the fight. He swiftly withdrew, attempting to flee. But Hashirama would not give him another chance. Dozens of fists crashed into his back, toppling him, then a storm of blows rained down until Black Zetsu was forced to abandon Obito's body, slithering away as a puddle of mud. Though seething with rage, Hashirama maintained his composure. He retracted his combat form, then brought down the Myojin Gate to seal Obito's body. Don't worry, he won't retreat. At least not yet. Suddenly a samurai-like figure emerged, possessed by Black Zetsu. The samurai drew his blade, sliced through the Myojin Gate in 2 strikes, freeing Obito. Then Black Zetsu repossessed Obito's body, clapped his hands and activated the Impure World Reincarnation. Hundreds of coffins appeared on the battlefield, spilling forth samurai after samurai. Hashirama raised a hand and 2 children, Sasuke Uchiha and Naruto Uzumaki, rushed forward from the ranks wielding the long swords Kusanagi and Spider Cutter. Eliminate them. As if they were never summoned. The 2 children charged into battle. Hashirama dashed forward, intending to suppress Black Zetsu with the Myojin Gate, but Black Zetsu vanished into the earth without a trace. That wretched bastard, I will kill him! Hashirama rarely cursed, but this time he could no longer contain his rage. They have been dealt with. Naruto quickly stepped back and then swiftly dodged out of the way, the golden flash slicing through the heads of all his adversaries. When he halted, the arcs of electricity still danced above, yet the resurrected warriors could not revert to their original forms for a moment, while Sasuke watched his brother showcase his skills and clicked his tongue in response. Suddenly a figure burst forth and a sword slashed at Naruto's blade with pleading eyes. I beg you, kill me! Naruto parried the long sword and quickly formed a golden chakra arm, grasping his opponent and swinging him away. Sasuke swiftly pressed down with his sword, thrusting it forward to pierce through the figure's body, then withdrew his blade and slapped a sealing symbol onto his face. Be careful. Continuing his assault with the steel blade, which pierced through all adversaries like sharp thorns, Naruto laughed heartily as he sliced through the heads of his foes, sending their souls back to their rightful homeland. 2 demonic blades were continuously absorbing the chakra of the 2 children, yet the long sword, which should have emanated purple demonic light, shimmered with golden holy light instead. The 2 blades truly lived up to their names, slaying evil spirits. So this is our power. Suddenly a coffin rose, and as it shattered, a familiar enemy, Chaos, emerged. Black Zetsu crawled onto the body, where he saw Chaos' eyes pleadingly streaming, please send me to hell. Black Zetsu quickly stood up, grabbed 2 steel blades and rushed forward. As the blood splattered in AZ pattern, Naruto and Sasuke momentarily failed to react, but instinctive defense made them raise their steel blades. In that instant they thought their opponent was merely a puppet controlling a once powerful enemy, but this strike shattered all their illusions. This was clearly the fully powered Chaos, and he had to be sealed. In an instant he flew backward, and when Naruto and Sasuke turned around, they saw him clutching a leaf village ninja, crushing his skull, blood spilling from his hand. He approached them, pressing his palm against Sasuke's face for a blood explosion. After a cloud of smoke, Sasuke was blasted away. Thankfully, in that moment he activated Susanoo to block some attacks. Naruto swiftly struck Chaos' arm with his sword, but Chaos dodged to the side, trapping Naruto's blade in his other arm. Withdrawing the sword, he lunged at Naruto, who released golden chakra, seized the long sword and forcefully snapped it, then rose to kick Chaos' chin. At the moment his opponent leaned back, he threw the blade. Naruto couldn't dodge in time, receiving a cut on his shoulder. Just as a drop of blood emerged, Chaos' hand transformed into a snow leopard, explosively destroying Naruto's entire arm. As Naruto rolled to the ground, it was quite the spectacle. "Naruto, if this is all you can do, then I've truly misjudged you." The Ninetales taunted him while Naruto regained his footing and expelled a mouthful of foul energy. The chakra that surged forth rapidly restored his arm, appearing as if a new arm had instantaneously emerged, emitting white smoke. As he picked up the demonic blade again, the murderous intent in his eyes was palpable. Flying Heaven Sword style Celestial Dragon Flash. In that moment it seemed as if the shadow of a winged angel appeared upon Naruto. He raised the steel blade, striking directly at Chaos, forcing him back several steps, while Sasuke quickly sprang up to thrust his sword at Chaos' arm. How precise was this thrust? This blade directly struck Chaos' arm, pinning the hand that held the sword in place, unable to exert force. Meanwhile Naruto struck that arm with his sword, severing it, and when Chaos lost his weapon, Naruto swiftly lifted him up and sent him flying. No blade style air shock. Chaos instantly grasped a mass of air and smashed it downward. The pierced space shattered like glass, causing a shockwave that sent the two children flying. When Black Zetsu rose again, he immediately focused on Naruto, swiftly closing in and unleashing a punch that generated a shockwave cutting through Naruto's waist before delivering another blood explosion that sent him flying. "The opponent's attack is strange, be careful, leave it to me." Naruto, bold as ever, instantly relinquished control of his body to the Ninetales. His eyes turned crimson as the Rinnegan activated, and he quickly advanced, slashing at Chaos' arm. Chaos gripped his sword in one hand while gathering air with the other to strike forward, but the Ninetales rapidly released chakra, using his golden fist to smash forward. The buzzing sound echoed as if space itself wailed in despair. The two fists never made contact, yet the piercing scream rang as if right beside them. "I know who you are." In an instant the Ninetales opened his mouth and a mass of black chakra formed within, which he then expelled, crashing against Chaos' face and ripping apart half of his body. The Ninetales flew away, quickly turning in midair to land, drawing his sword to charge forward while also holding a sealing symbol ready to affix to Chaos' forehead. "You think I would lose?" Clenching his fists at his chest, he rapidly smashed them outward. On the other side, Sasuke's sword, which had just thrust forward, struck the space that had been pierced, exploding with a sharp bang. However, Sasuke swiftly activated his Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, rapidly attaching chakra to pierce forward, while Naruto similarly infused chakra to thrust ahead. The two children vied for that moment, knowing that if their attack exposed even the slightest flaw, they would win. But at that moment two warriors suddenly emerged, striking their blades, and the sudden release of force left the two children with no chance to change tactics, sending them tumbling to the ground. "Naruto!" Sasuke shouted as Naruto quickly moved to his back. The two children stood back to back with Sasuke facing Chaos, while Naruto drew his blade against the encroaching warriors. "We have to finish them." They each had their missions. Senju Hashirama would not provide them even the slightest help, they had to rely on themselves to deal with them. "Then let's show them the synergy between us." In an instant numerous chains appeared behind Naruto, charging towards those warriors. As he retreated, Sasuke stepped forward, one poised to thrust, the other to withdraw his sword, then quickly struck out. In an instant the drawn steel sliced through the heads of those warriors, while the chains behind pierced through their bodies, sealing the souls that longed for rest back to where they should go. Sasuke swiftly thrust his sword towards the already pierced space, which tore apart like glass, gradually increasing the pressure on him. However, the Susanoo that he quickly summoned restored balance to that power. "Therefore you should lose." As Chaos raised his other hand to smash down, the shattered space detonated in advance. Looking up, Naruto appeared beside him like a shooting star, striking down on his arm. The explosive force left Chaos unable to adjust, resulting in Naruto severing that arm. Turning, he slapped Chaos, releasing that force, while Sasuke swiftly thrust his sword into Chaos' abdomen, delivering a fatal slash. "Damn it!" Just as Black Zetsu prepared to recover swiftly, the two children acted quickly. The patterns on their hands manifested the 4-symbol seal, and when they struck Chaos, they combined into the 8-trigram seal, rapidly suppressing Chaos and forcibly separating Black Zetsu. Just as the battle was concluding, a vortex of darkness appeared on the battlefield. To be continued. Back in Shui space, Hanyū Canaan and Yuji Ben became twin streaks of light, their clash unfurling across the void. Perhaps this would be their final duel, and so each poured forth every scrap of strength into killing blows. Electric arcs danced over Hanyū Canaan's flesh, ravaging his body. His cells cried out in agony. Still he stoked that pain into power, determined to forge himself into the mightiest warrior. Again. The instant Yushin Jianan was hurled toward the cube, he spun in midair and drove himself into the ground. With a raised hand, the Qian Niao Rui Chang burst forth and stretched into a gleaming long sword as he charged once more. Yu Jibo Ban, drunk on the fight, simply extended his palm and unleashed Wenxiang Tianyin to yank his foe upward. Yushin Jianan answered with a swift blade, the ensuing shockwave shattering the stones beneath. At the moment Yu Jibo Ban reached out, Shiluo Tianjing rose to intercept the attack. You truly surprised me. When Shiluo Tianjing subsided, Yu Jibo Ban surged forward and slammed a fist into Yushin Jianan's face. The monstrous blow sent him careening through the air to crash heavily to the ground. It is not over yet. Yushin Jianan spat blood, pried out a loosened tooth, and crushed it into powder. Then again. Yushin Jianan rocketed into the sky, forming a cubical construct in his hand and hurling it outward. Dust release erupted. Sensing danger, Yu Jibo Ban twisted aside, unleashed a hungry ghost path ability, and in that instant an arm was torn away. He staggered back to avoid it, stared at the severed limb, and then burst anew. Chakra renate flesh. With a clap of both hands he spat forth Hawamai, Great Fire Annihilation Arrow. Yushin Jianan responded with a single palm, and a colossal dragon erupted, a water beast whose horn alone towered over him. Smoke and mist billowed, filling the whole Shui space. Drawing upon years of combat, the two warriors began to trade strikes, not by sight but by instinct. It seemed they could not see, yet they perceived with crystalline clarity their opponent's murderous intent, the distance between them the locus of every strike. They felt as if they could see everything, and yet in truth they saw nothing at all. Wind release spiraling shuriken. Yushin Jianan flicked a hand, and the spiraling shuriken rode a gale, tearing the fog aside. It revealed Yu Jibo Ban advancing with a fist, so Yushin Jianan simply slapped him across the face. Yu Jibo Ban's returning blows struck Yushin Jianan's face and sent him flying. In a flash the two were hurled backward. They snapped back to their feet and exchanged a storm of blows. Yushin Jianan's fist smashed into Yu Jibo Ban's face even as Yu Jibo Ban's punch struck Yushin Jianan. With a simultaneous turn of the head and a raised fist, they met each other's jaws and were hurled away, tumbling through the air. On landing they lunged forward once more. A crushing blow to the belly threw both men back several meters. Yushin Jianan surged forward, seized both of Yu Jibo Ban's hands and threw his head back. A head that slammed into Yu Jibo Ban's face, bone cracked against bone. Pain seared his forehead, and he ground his teeth even as he heard the brittle snap of Yu Jibo Ban's nose. I have won, he thought. He gripped Yu Jibo Ban's arm until it exploded beneath his hands, then roared and smashed his forehead into Yu Jibo Ban's face. Yu Jibo Ban reeled and with a savage kick sent Yushin Jianan flying. You lunatic. Yu Jibo Ban snarled as he triggered chakra to heal in an instant. Yushin Jianan's hand twitched with a palm art, a streak across his brow, and the Qian Niao Rui Chang burst forth again. Yushin Jianan pressed the attack. Yu Jibo Ban opened his stance and retired, only to launch a straight kick that cracked into Yushin Jianan's jaw. The stunned turn of his head, the tremor of unwillingness, let him twist in midair. His extended Qian Niao Rui Chang slashed across Yu Jibo Ban's red breastplate. But in that instant Yu Jibo Ban vanished and reappeared above him. He struck at Yushin Jianan's face. A sudden ripping strike tore away half of Yushin Jianan's cheek and tore out his right eye. Yushin Jianan stumbled backward. The breeze across his hollow socket was a clear, brutal absence, the blind shadow where half his vision had been robbed him of vital bearings. Yu Jibo Ban calmly swapped out a Luan Hui I fitted Shinwei's Wanhua Manjikyu and then departed Shinwei's space. Momentary loss unmoored Yushin Jianan. He collapsed to the earth, gasping. The wound on his face continued to knit and writhe as if some sluggish flesh well insisted on telling the world how tired he was, how exhausted he truly was. Yu Jibo Ban. Yushin Jianan forced himself up. Earlier everything had seemed effortless, as if utter madness conferred invincible strength. Only he knew the truth. When that fever subsided, it left an empty hollow in his body, as if something had been dug clean away. Next time I will surely win, he swore. Blood flowed steadily from the vacant eye socket as he activated the Shinwei space in his left eye and withdrew himself from the battlefield. After 2 spirals of space they appeared once more. The moment Yu Jibo Ban emerged, he raised wind and sand, his form displayed in perfect solitary might. He plucked a small Wanhua eye from his pocket, crushed it into bloody froth, and held the grisly remnant for all to see. Replacing the Luan Hui eye, he remained the same fearsome Yu Jibo Ban. Yushin Jianan rolled several times on the ground before forcing himself to his feet. Everyone could see the hollow where his right eye had been. He tore a forehead protector from the corpse of a Konoha shinobi and bound it across his brow, bending the cloth to cover the wound. When he charged forward again, he was still that invincible warrior, Hanyū Canaan. As Uchiha Madara stepped out of the divine space, he raised his hand and unleashed a powerful fire, released great fire annihilation towards everyone. Meanwhile, Hanyū Canaan quickly spread his hands, countering with the same flames. The two fireballs intertwined, stirring up the winds and clouds of the world. But did they have any differences? Of course they were different. Amaterasu. Wind release spiraling shuriken. A large mass of black flames appeared above Madara's fire, slowly extinguishing the orange flames. At the same time, a shuriken was thrown into Hanyū Canaan's flames, instantly creating a vortex of fire that surged towards Madara. Senju Hashirama stood behind everyone, merging into a gigantic wooden figure to shield all the Konoha ninjas watching as Madara gradually lost his advantage. Shinra Tensei. Then bring it on. Demonic illusion. A powerful pressure immediately stirred up a large amount of dust, extinguishing the conflicting flames. Hanyū Canaan swiftly arrived behind the two children, tossing them aside and returning to his original position. He extended his hand, firmly pressing down on Madara's Shinra Tensei, preventing any further advance. Madara recognized that his opponent was trying to match his strength, and released more chakra. For a moment the two clashed, causing a resonance in space. Hanyū Canaan's arm began to swell, but everyone knew he would find a way to resolve the situation. Let's do it this way. In an instant, Hanyū Canaan pressed his other hand down, and chakra surged from that hand, pushing back Madara's Shinra Tensei. In that moment, Madara sensed something was wrong and quickly released chakra, but it still could not advance as Hanyū Canaan firmly suppressed it. It would be best to end this farce. Dust release original world stripping technique. A small cube appeared and charged towards Madara. The body was instantly shredded and Madara's momentary disarray was clearly visible. But everyone understood that this was merely a light injury for Madara. When he stepped out from the smoke, he remained unchanged except that his armor was completely torn apart. Wood release wood clone technique. Susanoo. Instantly a 50-meter tall wooden figure rose from the ground while Madara activated Susanoo. The two giants drew their long swords from their waists and charged at each other, creating a gust of wind that uprooted the newly grown trees from the defeat of White Setsu. Senju Hashirama quickly brought the two children onto the wooden figure and established a defense to prevent their attacks from affecting Konoha. Perhaps they were evenly matched, or perhaps the heat of battle had ignited their spirits. The steel blades clashed against each other ferociously. In just a few seconds they exchanged over 100 blows. The two giants were surprisingly agile. As Hanyū Canaan blocked the next strike, he kicked Madara's giant and swiftly turned, slashing at Madara's Susanoo's left shoulder. With a forceful press he tore apart half of Madara's body. But he forgot that Susanoo was merely a form of chakra. Such an injury could be healed in an instant for Madara, who then raised his sword and slashed at the wooden figure. The crack spread like a spiderweb, but Hanyū Canaan quickly infused more chakra to ensure the wooden figure did not collapse. He then swiftly released the wooden sword and clapped his hands together to shatter Susanoo's long sword. He quickly moved forward, sweeping his hands forward to slash at Madara's Susanoo's neck. Seeing he was weaponless, Madara stopped holding back and instantly threw a punch at the wooden figure's head, meeting the incoming double-handed strike. The resulting gust of wind and sparks illustrated the titanic struggle, as in that moment they both extended their left hands and grasped each other's left hand while their right hands swung towards each other's faces. With a resounding crash, their fists collided with the giants' heads, and it was evident that they were not at ease. Yet their fists continued to land heavy blows on each other's faces, establishing the rhythm of this battle. You really are something different. In an instant, Madara unleashed even more astonishing power, delivering a powerful punch to the wooden figure's abdomen. With increased force he shattered the wooden figure, sending Hanyū Canaan plummeting like a kite with a severed string towards the ground, but suddenly something in his hand glowed. Dust release original world stripping technique. He raised his hand, launching the cube towards Madara, which rapidly expanded and tore Susanoo to shreds while Madara descended slowly, his gaze towards Hanyū Canaan filled with admiration. Bring it on, universal pull. Hanyū Canaan flew upward, his Rasengan ready in hand. Madara swiftly readied his fist, aiming for Hanyū Canaan's face. At that moment Hanyū Canaan struck Madara's face with the Rasengan, and both exploded into a cloud of smoke flying out from within it. Super lightweight rock technique. After spinning a few times in midair, he gently hovered in the air while Madara merely watched his opponent's recovery, raising his hand to stop in place. You should still be able to fight, right? In an instant they transformed into two streaks of light, colliding at that moment as their feet met, once again a visible frenzy swirling in their pupils. They then separated and transformed into two streaks of light, flying backward, crashing together in an arc, unleashing a storm of attacks, explosions of fireworks, or rather trails of light that couldn't be erased as they exchanged blows for over 10 rounds. So at this moment, Uchiha Madara, you have already lost. Just as Madara was puzzled, a flock of crows swooped through the sky, gathering above Konoha village to form the shape of Uchiha Itachi. Master, the Nine-Tails chakra in Uchiha Madara's possession has been eliminated. From beginning to end, the crucial step of this battle was completed, allowing Uchiha Itachi to hide and strike at Rain Village for a surprise attack. So your target is my Nine-Tails. So Lord Uchiha Madara also figured it out. From beginning to end, my only task is to drag you down here to death. Yushin Jianan raised his arm toward the sky, and the leaping lightning instantly pierced deep into the heavens. Then suddenly a large group of people emerged around them. The Kages of each village could be seen all ready for battle. If you're unwilling, then I'll say it. The 5th Great Ninja War begins now. Then the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a lightning was drawn into Yushin Jianan's hand. The moment he charged toward Uchiha Madara, the lightning in the sky was pulled into a blade-like thunderbolt, piercing straight through Madara's body and sending him flying. When he landed, he quickly got up only to see Yushin Jianan rushing forward and punching him in the face. At that instant, Madara seemed to feel the monstrous strength of Senju Hashirama from the past. On the battlefield, streaks of light flew everywhere. On one side stood Uchiha Madara's White Setsu army, on the other all of Yushin Jianan's forces. They had staked everything on this gamble. Either win or die, there were only these two outcomes. But clearly Uchiha Madara was at a disadvantage. As the most powerful warrior, he was suppressed by Yushin Jianan, who gradually forced him away from the battlefield. Meanwhile, his White Setsu army was commanded by Black Setsu, but they lacked a sufficiently powerful warrior to serve as their top combatant. The more impatient Madara became, the more calmly Yushin Jianan trapped him here, even when Madara used the Preta path, which he had never attempted before. Yushin Jianan, however, remained quite composed, firmly controlling Madara in place, rendering him unable to move. If your abilities are only this much, then there's no need for us to continue playing. After all, he was a warlord from the Warring States period. The moment Madara distanced himself again, his hands swiftly turned, forming seals to summon the King of Hell. When the king opened its mouth, the 6 paths of pain emerged from within. What were their materials? They were the ones who were originally supposed to join the Akatsuki Deidara Azura path, Kakuzu animal path, Kisame Hashigaki Preta path, Yahiko Deva path, Sasori human path, and Haiden Hell path. So now let's do it again. The 6 paths of pain quickly scattered while Madara swiftly regained his former battle state and charged forward. It could be seen that Yushin Jianan flicked his wrist, and a black rod appeared. Madara then thrust it toward Yushin Jianan, who quickly grabbed the rod with his hand, snapped it, and prepared to stab Madara with it. However, Madara kicked him away, interrupting the attack. Aren't you supposed to be strong? Then let me see just how strong you are. Madara spread his hands and slammed them onto the ground, and a Gedo statue appeared before everyone. Chains shot out from its mouth, rapidly heading toward Naruto. Just as Yushin Jianan was about to intervene, Madara grabbed his arm and threw him backward, then lunged forward and pierced Yushin Jianan's body with a black rod. Damn it! In an instant, the chaos of chakra was enough for Madara to suppress Yushin Jianan. Meanwhile, Sasuke's situation was also not good. 2 shadows dealt with Naruto, who was entangled by the chains, while the remaining 2 shadows approached to finish him off. However, Sasuke's side was easier to handle because with Shizui's help he could see those. Come on! Clad in Susanoo armor, he swung straight ahead. While the 2 shadows were being suppressed, Naruto was smashing the chains with his Raisin Shuriken, and then engaged in a fierce battle with the other 2 shadows. He could clearly feel their bone-deep malice, but he had to ensure that his Nine-Tails would not be taken by anyone else. Uchiha Madara, don't think you can succeed. A very cliché heroic line, but Yushin Jianan. His rapidly erupting chakra shattered the black rod into pieces and quickly restored his body. He then prepared to regain the advantage on the battlefield. However, Madara entered a state of evasion, needing to keep Yushin Jianan here so he couldn't support the 2 brats. To find that advantage, Madara focused his attacks on Yushin Jianan's right side because he had no right eye, so that side's vision was empty. Yushin Jianan, while dealing with Madara, actually distracted himself to look at the 2 children. That glance was disastrous. He saw the Edo Tensei of Uchiha Obito and Xiao Cicilu approach behind the 2 children and swiftly attack. The 2 children failed to dodge. Naruto was slammed to the ground by a Shinra Tensei, and a black rod casually pulled out pierced through his body. Meanwhile, Sasuke was slashed twice on the back by Xiao Cicilu, tearing open a large gash of blood. Just as he was about to turn and attack, another shadow punched him in the stomach. Then, without giving him any chance, the opponent swiftly crossed 2 blades and pierced straight through Uchiha Sasuke's chest. The Nine Tails was quickly extracted from Naruto, who instantly widened his eyes and then lost all signs of life. Seeing that the deed was done, Madara quickly kicked Yushin Jianan away and walked toward the ghetto statue. Oh no, it should now be called the Ten Tails Divine Tree. 6 paths, Ten Tails Coffin Seal. As Madara walked on the ground, the terrifying giant behind him merged into his body step by step. Then, dressed in white robes with truth-seeking balls orbiting behind him, he held the 6 paths staff in his hand. Yushin Jianan quickly came to the two children's side. Then he erupted with chakra, repelling the opponents, while several Hokages quickly arrived to guard them. Don't be afraid, nothing will happen. Forbidden technique, life transfer reincarnation. In an instant, a vast amount of life force surged into the two children's bodies. Yushin Jianan then watched their sleeping faces. At that moment they seemed to be just sleeping, too tired, truly too tired. I know you're tired, but the battle isn't over yet. So rest for a while and get up, because we still have much to do. On the battlefield, this area had become a void. Madara stood there with truth-seeking balls spinning around his fingers. At that moment he was ready to kill Yushin Jianan, but everyone knew that Konoha still had a trump card. So is it time for my Azure Beast to take the stage now? Mike Tai leaped from the crowd and swiftly entered battle mode. Before the battle began, Yushin Jianan had already informed them about the state of the 6 paths, indicating that only physical techniques and celestial arts would be effective, which meant that it would be difficult for those present to make an impact on 6 paths Obito. 8th gate of the 8 gates, 7th gate, the gate of shock, open. In an instant a burst of blue steam engulfed the entire battlefield, and everyone could witness the sheer power that effort had birthed. The final gate before the death gate of the 8 gates. It's not even red steam. Looks like I've really been underestimated. Mike Tai charged forward in an instant, combining punches and kicks, while Uchiha Obito calmly responded. However, in that moment he noticed Yushin Jianan was rescuing 2 children, causing him to smirk momentarily. As expected, emotions can become your greatest weakness. So are you still planning to continue? Mike Tai could feel the gap in strength between himself and his opponent, and raised his hand for a day tiger strike. He moved amidst the rising dust, signaling the end of this clash. Mike Tai flew straight out, acutely aware that his body had entered an injured state. Broken right arm, 3 ribs fractured on the right side. From a distance, Uchiha Obito emerged from the divine tree and lightly brushed off the dust from his body. Since when did you think you could defeat me with the 7 gates? Uchiha Obito stood before everyone, swiftly flipping the Rinnegan in his hand before throwing it at Mike Tai. Then Lee Hauka quickly flew out, grabbing Mike Tai and dodging. Kakashi Hatake stepped forward to assess his friend's condition. To be frank, he was also a bit worried about how to defeat Uchiha Obito. If physical techniques are ineffective, then there's only one possibility left: we must let Yushin Jianan enter the battle quickly. It's still too early to say that physical techniques are useless. Kakashi Hatake instantly understood that his opponent was preparing to use the final death gate to trade blows with Uchiha Obito. Don't be sad for me. In my presence I don't need anyone's tears. What I need are your cheers and applause to use this strength to defeat him. Perhaps now was the time to reminisce, but Mike Tai quickly adjusted his state, suddenly feeling a surge of power on his shoulder, as Yushin Jianan's would release clone arrived beside him. The healing technique rapidly healed all his wounds. Go ahead without worry, before you burn through your youth you will always be in your best form. Mike Tai laughed heartily, then removed his vest, and stepped forward, pointing his finger at his heart. With a loud bang like a thunderclap, it resonated in everyone's ears, and then they saw the blue energy wave begin to mix with hints of blood-colored dust. So now is the moment to vow to protect at all costs. Mike Tai's aura rapidly spread out, and when it coalesced once more it brimmed with killing intent. 8th gate, death gate, open. The formation of the 8 gates. In an instant the explosive energy wave spread across the battlefield, and the red blood shadow stood before Uchiha Obito, who instinctively felt a rush of battle blood from his opponent. Come on, the blood steam from the 8 gates is indeed impressive, but it doesn't seem that remarkable. It's just like the fallen leaves of autumn, isn't it? Use all your strength to please me. But I will become the best nourishment for new branches and leaves, ensuring that all children won't need such skills anymore. In an instant Mike Tai soared into the air and unleashed a ferocious punch. Evening symbol. The air cannon he struck in the middle slammed into Uchiha Obito, who quickly blocked it while he could clearly feel himself being pushed backward. Yushin Jianan stood beside Mike Tai, and the healing palm technique instantly attached to the recently fractured bones on Mike Tai, rapidly restoring them. Second foot. Uchiha Obito, already deep in the ground, faced the second punch Hiden. In an instant his horn on the head snapped off, and the moment Mike Tai prepared to strike again, Uchiha Obito swiftly dodged. If I really get hit a few times it would be troublesome. It's rare to encounter such an 8 gates ninja, so let me be your opponent. Everyone knew that once the formation of the 8 gates was activated, the user would surely die after the battle. Mike Tai stepped on the air, soaring into the sky, while Uchiha Obito caught sight of Yushing Jiannan's blood-red eyes, which were exuding boundless fury. Continuously moving, Mike Tai stirred up a storm of dust, gradually obscuring his sorrow, while Uchiha Obito quickly searched for Mike Tai's figure amidst the battle. First foot. What? The Rinnegan rapidly flew before him, forming a shield. However, the air cannon smashed against it, leaving Obito no chance to react. Second foot. The second punch struck Uchiha Obito's face, pinning him firmly against the Rinnegan. Third foot. So fast. Uchiha Obito could clearly see his downward spiral. That feeling of being suppressed should not exist within him. Fourth foot. After completing another attack, Uchiha Obito began preparing to counterattack. Attack without worry. Fifth foot. Uchiha Obito's hands wrapped around the Rinnegan swiftly, while the remaining Rinnegan shot straight towards Mike Tai. In an instant, Yushing Jiannan turned to face Mike Tai, catching the Rinnegan, then teleporting to the other side, and then again teleporting behind Mike Tai, unleashing his Kamui to tear a hole in the Rinnegan. Mike Tai's punch landed squarely on Uchiha Obito's face, and that force shattered the Rinnegan that Obito had no control over. The two charged straight down, carving a deep gash into the ground for dozens of meters until Uchiha Obito was sent flying and Mike Tai stood firm. Uchiha Obito spat out a mouthful of blood and casually wiped his mouth. As expected, I should never underestimate any of you. First there was Yushing Jiannan, and now you, such a terrifying warrior, truly amazes me. Can you give me more? Don't disappoint me. Haven't the consecutive evening symbols been completed? Come dance. Mike Tai rapidly returned to peak condition under Yushing Jiannan's grand healing technique, quickly entering the preparation stance for Night Kai. Is the next move going to be the final one? Accumulation. The explosive energy wave shattered all surrounding stones in an instant, clearing a space, and then they saw Mike Tai's blood-colored chakra rapidly surging, even surpassing Yushing Jiannan's aura. The hot winds expelled the line with flames in an instant. The counteroffensive blood-colored chakra swiftly gathered into the shape of a dragon's head. Such chakra, I acknowledge you. No one can compare to you in terms of physical prowess, not even Yushing Jiannan. I, Obito, am willing to call you the strongest. The furious dragon's roar charged towards Uchiha Obito, and he watched as his Rinnegan staff twisted into a pretzel. This was a kick stronger than in the original. He didn't know if he could withstand it. When the kick landed on his chest, he heard a piercing roar from his body that had long since stopped being injured, and Mike Tai's kick had already broken all his bones. The energy wave swept across the entire battlefield, directly sending Yushing Jiannan flying. His wood-release clone vanished into the air, and everyone gazed at the deep pit, hoping that Uchiha Obito was now dead. Mike Tai was still ablaze, lying there. From within the deep pit, a wild laugh echoed, sending all into a state of fear. You almost killed me, you bastard! To be continued. My eyes perceive clearly the chakra of Indra clinging to your body. Sasuke glanced back, fully aware of the warrior residing within him. You seem utterly unsurprised. Indeed, you've already sensed Indra's presence inside you, haven't you? Sasuke gave a quiet nod. Hagoromo Senju had foretold all this to him, and now he recognized the figure before him as none other than the Sage of Six Paths. So it is confirmed. Then tell me, have you deduced who the reincarnation of your younger brother Azura truly is? It's Naruto Uzumaki, isn't it? Precisely. You can feel it yourself. Meanwhile, across the void, Naruto stood before the Sage of Six Paths, and for an instant his vision blurred with dizziness. Before you and Sasuke, surely there were other reincarnations. What became of them? The previous pair were Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. Yet Madara Uchiha, consumed by obsession with power during his reincarnation, seized Hashirama's chakra and awakened the Rinnegan. I foresaw long ago that such a figure would inevitably arise among their reincarnations, so I inscribed warnings upon the stone tablet urging them toward redemption. But as you know, those words were corrupted by Black Zetsu. Naruto, having synthesized Hagoromo Senju's revelations, found himself unable to empathize with the aged sage standing before him. You watched your own sons wage war against one another, did you? In a manner of speaking, yet this cycle ends here. Naruto nodded solemnly. The shinobi sect defines chakra not as power concentrated in a single individual, to be wielded for destruction or dominion, but as the vital force connecting all beings. After Kagaya Otsutsuki ended the Age of Chaos, she unified the world through sheer might, yet her power bred arrogance, and humanity began to fear her. As if lost in memory, the old sage spoke, while Naruto gazed at him, truthfully admitting he could not summon empathy. When power is centralized in one being, it corrupts that soul, becomes intoxicated by strength. Madara Uchiha embodies this very fate. He acquired the Ten Tails chakra, drawing ever closer to my own essence, even aspiring to become Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. The infinite Tsukuyami is no mere genjutsu. It traps souls in an eternal dream, tethering them to the divine tree as living conduits, siphoning their chakra. Kagaya once unleashed this ocular technique upon mankind, and should chakra merge into perfect unity, a new chakra fruit shall bloom. Therefore, under no circumstances may this come to pass. I understand. If it does, the world will perish. The Sage of Six Paths nodded, then fixed his gaze upon Naruto Uzumaki. I entrust you with halting Madara Uchiha. You differ from past reincarnations, and yet I sense in you an unyielding fervor. Your unpredictability may yet hold the slimmest chance of success. Even in death you wish to protect the shinobi world, and still you trust me. Truly I am grateful. The sage waved his hand gently, unwilling for such sentiment to burden Naruto's path forward. No need. I possess no such right. If the world truly demands Indra's or Kagaya's way as natural law, then resisting it is merely my own delusion. Even the tailed beasts are wielded not for balance or peace, but as weapons of mutual deterrence. All 9 tailed beasts manifested within Naruto's consciousness. He knew precisely how he had inherited their chakra. Now every tailed beast chakra flows into your body, Naruto. The appointed hour has finally arrived, Sage of Six Paths. Indeed, the prophecy of Gamamaru was true. He is the youth destined to draw you all unto himself. It seems you truly possess the charisma to win universal support, yet your soul is also bound to Asura's reincarnation. The time has come. The child of prophecy shall reshape the world. What do you intend? What do you seek at the war's end? Give me your most honest answer. The question echoed simultaneously to both Naruto and Sasuke. Yet this time neither faltered nor hesitated. They simply lowered their heads, smiled calmly, and lifted their eyes to meet the sage's gaze. I seek only for all things to return to tranquility. Naruto. From this war's end I seek infinite power. Sasuke. The sage observed the 2 reincarnations, his expression unreadable. Was he gazing upon his own sons, or contemplating the uncertain paths they would tread? We wish for equal power, to protect everyone and Brother Canaan. Let him rest peacefully, free from our burdens. We shall bring peace to this world, no longer requiring Brother Canaan's bloody rule. Is this truly your answer? The sage studied Sasuke intently. He sensed something profoundly changed within this boy. Perhaps this very uncertainty had drawn fate into its spiraling vortex. Once I entrusted everything to my younger brother Asura, yet I neglected his elder brother Indra. Now I shall divide my power between you both. Extend your dominant hands, I shall bestow this strength upon you. What you do with it, and what destiny unfolds, rests solely in your hands. I believe Sasuke shares my conviction. We shall forge the shinobi world into the vision Brother Canaan always held. I believe Naruto and I shall act as one. We shall use our strength to harmonize the human realm, realizing Canaan's ideal world where elders live out their days in dignity, adults serve with purpose, and children flourish in safety. Yin and Yang chakra surged into the 2 youths, signifying that the true protagonists had at last emerged. On the battlefield, Kanam Hagoromo infused them with life force, and felt with startling clarity the gentle pulse of their hearts. In that instant he knew they had claimed what belonged to them. Now it was time for their teacher to face Madara Uchiha directly. Tensho Ryusen. Snatching up 2 cursed blades from the ground, he drew them in swift succession and lunged toward Madara Uchiha, only for Madara to raise his hand, preparing to block with a truth-seeking ball. Unseen behind him, a flying thunder god Kunai materialized, and suddenly Minato Namikaze appeared at his back. Simultaneously Kanam vanished from the front, and reappeared behind Madara. A sharp crack resounded. The twin blades sank deep. Blood welled from Madara's torso as Kanam hurled him downward, then suspended midair. Kanam cast a cubic dust release earth-style original binding technique onto the earth below. Madara raised his hand, absorbing the chakra, and flung a truth-seeking ball toward Kanam. Kanam evaded nimbly, then measured the range of Madara's control. Approximately 70 meters, just as my intelligence indicated. Come then, as if you could possibly lose. Madara surged forward, launching a truth-seeking ball that struck Kanam's left arm, ripping it cleanly away. Kanam's regenerative capacity failed utterly, the limb was gone irrevocably. In an instant he entered sage mode, reclaiming the strength to stand against his foe. With a flick of his wrist, a wind-release Raisin Shuriken formed in his grasp, and he drove it home. Madara raised his 6-path staff, intercepting the chakra-infused Raisin Shuriken, and with a downward press shattered it to the ground. Thus your end has come. Ultralight rock technique, great wind break. Harnessing chakra, he shed weight, then unleashed a colossal gust, propelling himself backward as a wooden construct rose behind him. You have been broken, surrender. Might Guy, his left arm irrecoverable and life nearly spent, lay motionless, while Canaan turned toward the two youths, offered a faint smile, and summoned the twin blades to his side, embedding them into the wooden construct. Very well, I surrender. Now let the protagonists take center stage. A truth-seeking ball hurtled toward Canaan, only for Naruto to appear midair and deliver a thunderous kick, sending it flying. Brother Canaan, we haven't lost our right to fight yet, have we? So, may the rest be left to us. Canaan raised his arm and delivered a light, affectionate chop to each of their heads. What nonsense! You think you must shoulder the world alone, while your teacher still draws breath? Never, not as long as I live. The two youths exchanged glances, then smiled, turning their gaze once more upon Madara Uchiha. And Madara unmistakably felt the surging power radiating from them. Then let the protagonists begin their counteroffensive. As in the original work, one person possessed the power of the 6 paths while the other had the Rinnegan. They saw Naruto raise his hand, throwing a molten spiral shuriken towards Uchiha Madara, while Canaan launched a wind-style spiral shuriken at Uchiha Madara as well. Sasuke then opened his eyes in an instant, directing black flames to blaze upon Uchiha Madara. In an instant, Uchiha Madara blocked the attack and swiftly summoned the shadow of the Rinnegan. The two children quickly scattered, pressing down on the shadow of the Rinnegan, while Canaan faced his opponent Hiden. I have 2 exceptionally talented disciples, so you will lose to me. Uchiha Madara sneered coldly, and swiftly raised his hand to strike, while Canaan quickly entered a defensive stance, blocking the incoming attack. However, he knew better than anyone how powerful his opponent's attack was. Why aren't you attacking? Can you not continue the fight? While Uchiha Madara pressed forward with his attacks, Canaan adeptly evaded all assaults, controlling the battle area within that small patch of ground. He could clearly sense the terrifying doom brought by the setting sun. All the warriors fought from day to night, meaning they had been engaged in high-intensity combat for an entire day and night. Therefore, in this clash of top-tier powers, they would not become a part of that strength, but rather a burden. He had to arrange for the personnel to retreat quickly while ensuring Uchiha Madara was held here, even if the opponent was a 6 paths level powerhouse. My mission is to stop you here, even at the cost of my life. He swiftly entered the state of lightning release chakra, his body crackling with electricity, as he unleashed all his strength, dashing forward to deliver a knife hand strike to Uchiha Madara, sending him flying. That's more like it. Uchiha Madara quickly reversed his staff and thrust forward, while Canaan adeptly maneuvered to find the gaps, evading the attack and raising his arm for another knife hand strike. However, Uchiha Madara swiftly planted his foot into the ground, blocking this attack. The moment he looked at him, there was a chilling glint in his eyes. Do you really think you can defeat me with the same move twice? Uchiha Madara raised his hand, instantly delivering a punch that sent Canaan flying. At the same time, he flipped his hand and a truth-seeking ball pierced through Canaan's head. Then Canaan's body reformed, for he was using Kakuzu's immortality. That was close, I almost died. Though he said that Canaan charged forward, raising his foot to produce a kunai from his waist pouch, thrusting it forward. Uchiha Madara tilted his head to block it, only to hear a sound as the kunai reached his head, revealing the flying thunder god seal above it, followed by a large-scale Rasengan crashing down. Uchiha Madara quickly raised his hand, blocking the attack while clearly feeling the corrosion of chakra on his body. With no place to evade, he could only take the hit, witnessing Canaan leave a flying thunder god seal on him before swiftly relocating. Alright, I concede, I surrender, because the protagonist should be arriving soon. Naruto quickly tied on his forehead protector, revealing his cross-shaped pupils, while Sasuke appeared before him with his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Rinnegan. Canaan, you can take a good rest now, the remaining tasks are up to us too. Yes, you should rest well. Canaan sat quietly, guiding his chakra to recover, but he could clearly feel that part of his soul in his torso had vanished. 6 paths Sage Technique in Release Thunderstrike. Naruto quickly gathered a spiral shuriken in his hand while Sasuke clenched his Chidori. As the Rinnegan activated, he pulled Uchiha Madara into the center and unleashed a massive attack. While Uchiha Madara blocked, he swiftly discerned Sasuke's Rinnegan techniques, leaving a Rinnegan shadow behind. He then soared into the sky, preparing for battle, but felt something was off as Canaan appeared behind him again. A large-scale Rasengan smashed him back to the ground. Madara spun both hands, sending several truth-seeking balls flying. Naruto quickly engaged with the truth-seeking balls, launching his attack, while Uchiha Madara flipped his hand, summoning a massive meteor crashing down. Canaan sat calmly beneath the meteor. Sasuke swiftly activated his Susanoo, drawing his blade to shatter the meteor into pieces, ensuring Hanyū Canaan remained unharmed. When he landed, he noticed Hanyū Canaan nodding at him, and for a moment, he felt like crying. Well done, Sasuke and Naruto, you two continued to fight proudly. Understood. After realizing that recovery was futile, Hanyū Canaan swiftly used Flying Thunder God to appear behind Uchiha Madara. The electrifying chakra surged through his muscles, empowering him further, as he kicked Uchiha Madara away. Naruto and Sasuke quickly unleashed their ninjutsu, sending him flying as well. Uchiha Madara, however, surprisingly smiled lightly. That moment was incredibly eerie, for they knew better than anyone that time is running out. Your teacher has decided to think with his super brain, and it turns out that super strength would be more effective. After realizing that recovery was futile, Hanyū Canaan swiftly used Flying Thunder God to appear behind Uchiha Madara. The electrifying chakra surged through his muscles, empowering him further, as he kicked Uchiha Madara away. Naruto and Sasuke quickly unleashed their ninjutsu, sending him flying as well. Uchiha Madara, however, surprisingly smiled lightly. That moment was incredibly eerie, for they knew better than anyone that Uchiha Madara had already transcended to another level. In other words, everything was part of Uchiha Madara's plan to make them achieve this. To be continued. The moon hung above the treetops. Bagua air wall palm. A mass of chi instantly blasted forth, striking Ban squarely. What did Ban feel then? In that instant he felt as if he had been shoved. Hinata Hyuga stood among Team 7, then slowly turned to look at Uchiha Madara. Kashin Yuna raised a hand to touch his own head, then stepped forward, gripping the Flying Thunder God kunai. Attack! Naruto and Sasuke swiftly entered combat mode, charging forward. They saw several kunai fly in, and then with Kashin Yuna and Naruto Uzumaki executing the Flying Thunder God technique. He slammed the wind-style Raisin Shuriken into Uchiha Madara's body while Sasuke's eyes snapped open. The darkness clinging to him blasted Madara away. Then Sasuke instantly activated Susanoo, lifting Hinata Hyuga into the air, and they saw. Hinata Hyuga swiftly activated her Byakugan, raised a hand and fired an air cannon that smashed Uchiha Madara to the ground. Then Hinata Hyuga quickly concentrated all her energy. 100 healings mark appeared on her forehead, and rapidly spread. This was undoubtedly Tsunade's legacy, but in truth Kashin Yuna had taught her this technique. Bagua 64 palms. Striking downward air cannons rained like a storm. Uchiha Madara could clearly feel this attack lacked Might Guy's power, but even mosquitoes can be annoying when there are many. Then Uchiha Madara seemed to be waiting for something, as if watching a farce. Not good. Be on guard. Everyone quickly gathered beside Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke opened his eyes to look at Uchiha Madara, who slowly floated into the sky and tore off what looked like a forehead protector, revealing the 9 Tomo Rinnegan beneath. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In an instant the divine tree erupted, covering everything around them. The moonlight suddenly turned as bright as day, illuminating the earth. They could clearly see the round moon hanging there. Then Uchiha Sasuke quickly spread his wings, shielding Team 7. After that there was no other option. Everyone's eyes reflected those Rinnegan, drawing them into one beautiful dream after another. In that moment Kashin Yuna's eyes also turned into Rinnegan. In that instant he seemed to see the person from his past standing before him. He reached out his hand, wanting to touch their face, but it shattered like broken glass, pulling him back to reality. Unania, are you alright? He gasped for breath, then looked up again. His eyes were very bright, as if one could see many people within them. I'm fine. Prepare for battle. What was that moment? He made a decision he would deeply regret, yet he understood it was a necessary move. The 4 of them stood beneath those purple wings, awaiting the coming battle. So Kashin Yuna, what kind of obsession drives you? In just an instant Kashin Yuna's eyes seemed to light up. Even with only one eye and one arm he remained the undefeated war god. I truly wish to sink into that beautiful dream. The erupting power clad the purple wings in blue armor, and he stood before Uchiha Madara, meeting his gaze. You wield these eyes better than any Uchiha. Why don't you submit to them? If the so-called beautiful dream is to turn us into those horrible puppets, then I can only say, I want surrender. The moonlight slowly returned to normal. The entire shinobi world was trapped on the divine tree, hanging like cocoons. The 4 landed and immediately entered combat stance. Suddenly behind Uchiha Madara appeared Obito Uchiha, or rather Black Setsu, attached to him. You're here. Dispose of him. In an instant a jet black hand pierced through Uchiha Madara's body. In that moment what did Uchiha Madara see? He saw the very consciousness of his chakra betraying and ending him. Then he could feel his chakra surging, dragging him step by step toward the edge of darkness. Why? Because you are the will of Kagaya Black Setsu. The true battle had only just begun. Uchiha Madara swelled rapidly into a massive sphere, and amidst regret and despair was turned into nourishment for Kagaya. Hashirama, was I truly wrong? Team 7 prepared to fight. Target seal. Black Setsu slithered into Kagaya's sleeve, then faced Kashin Yuna directly. His eyes locked onto the boy. Kashin Yuna knew too much. Every secret he held could become Black Setsu's greatest vulnerability. Manaka. Instantly the four of them along with Kagaya were pulled into the lava dimension. Kashin Yuna quickly activated Susanoo, catching Hinata Hyuga, while Uchiha Sasuke also activated Susanoo, pulling Naruto into his embrace. Kamui Shuriken. 4 shuriken flew out swiftly. Kagaya, recovering her power, instantly fired the ash bones, but they were warped by Kamui and entered the Kamui dimension. Everyone be careful. Touching those bones means death. In that instant Kagaya became alert. She opened her eyes wide, the eye on her forehead fixed on Kashin Yuna. He quickly threw Hinata Hyuga to Uchiha Sasuke, then vanished together with Kagaya. Unani. In the other world of ice and snow, Kashin Yuna precisely tossed the kunai behind Kagaya, but she punched him, sending him flying. So this is your ultimate battle. Can you tell me where you came from? You know so many secrets, yet you look so young. You shouldn't be from the Sage of Six Paths era. Enough talk, Black Setsu. This battle from now on is the final showdown. I know better than you that without Naruto and Sasuke we cannot seal Kagaya Otsutsuki. Black Setsu laughed heartily, murderous intent surging from his hollow eyes. Indeed, but the crucial point is that if I kill you, those 2 kids will quickly lose their will to fight, and I can finish them off myself. Come, let me greet the power of a god. Yushin Jianan waved his arm, and a piece of wood sprouted from his wound, forming a new limb. He assumed a combat stance, ready for battle. Meanwhile, Daitanmi Hui raised her hand in an instant, unleashing a single all-killing ash bone that shot straight toward his face. In that split second, Yushin Jianan swiftly dodged while launching his own technique at the goddess. Immortal technique, dust release detachment of the primitive world. The erupted chakra laden with terrifying intimidation surged toward Daitanmi Hui. He clearly saw the death mark in Yushin Jianan's eyes, but he also sensed that if he were to take this attack head-on, he might suffer severe injury. Thus he simply leaped aside to evade, preparing to knock him flying with a single blow. Art of the Shadow Clone Shuriken. The throned flying thunder god kunai instantly multiplied into 1,000 kunai surrounding Daitanmi Hui. She flicked her wrists and sent them flying away, but the burst of white smoke concealed the real kunai, and also Yushin Jianan's figure, as he closed in on her. A single punch struck the goddess' face, and Daitanmi Hui was sent flying backward. He did not understand what this signified in that moment, but anyone witnessing this scene knew that when a deity's health bar appeared, it meant they could be killed. Amid swirling snow and wind, Daitanmi Hui hovered in the air, facing the mortal before her. She understood better than anyone that this man was incredibly strong beyond conceivable limits. Yet she could not fathom why he dared to unleash his full combat power against her like a moth drawn to a flame. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. In an instant, Yushin Jianan entered a strange state. He could clearly perceive the flow of Daitanmi Hui's chakra and react swiftly. With a mere wave of his hand, he summoned a complete Susanoo which blocked all incoming attacks. Yushin Jianan rushed forward and landed a punch under Daitanmi Hui's chin, sending her flying. At the same time, he raised both hands and unleashed another dust release. The distance was too close. In that instant, Daitanmi Hui felt a sense of irritation from this insignificant ant before her. She raised her hand, instantly teleporting them both to a desert dimension, and struck him with a palm, sending him flying. The desert sand billowed into a massive cloud of dust. Yushin Jianan quickly somersaulted, landed, and slapped the ground, activating the wood human technique. The completed Susanoo attached itself to the wood human, drawing a steel blade and slashing at Daitanmi Hui. Sensing the energy of the immortal technique, she swiftly evaded and countered with another 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. She quickly flipped Yushin Jianan over, but when she saw him again, a burst of smoke erupted and the flying thunder god mark appeared on the scattered wood chips. Another cube of the immortal technique blasted forth, and once again he was pulled into the acid dimension by the stop prison. The complete Susanoo instantly enveloped his entire body, but as the acid dripped onto the armor, it corroded a hole. He knew he had to evacuate this area immediately. In an instant, his chakra erupted once more, covering the entire region. This time he intended to take Daitanmi Hui down with him, and this was also the fastest way for him to clear this zone. When Daitanmi Hui raised her hand again, they arrived in the lava dimension. However, here he did not see the figures of the children. They'll kill them first. In that instant, Yushin Jianan understood her intent. If she could eliminate the reincarnations of Ashura or Indra, this battle would be over completely. The dimension shifted again. Canaan was left behind in the lava dimension, while the children were brought to the gravity dimension. The immense gravitational force pressed them to their knees, rendering them unable to move. Kamui! In an instant, blood streamed down from his crimson Mangekyo. Layer after layer of space was torn apart, twisted, gradually revealing the true face of reality. If you dare touch those two children, I will kill you! In the gravity dimension, Mingren's Wuju and Chutian were crushed by the overwhelming force, struggling for breath. Daitang was no exception. She too lay on the ground, raising her hand to release the fatal, all-killing ash bones toward them. No. Don't. Chutian could not stand up. She channeled every ounce of her chakra, barely holding herself upright. Then she watched as Daitang two sleeves rose, revealing two all-killing ash bones. Die. However, the distortion of space reached its peak in that moment. Everyone could feel the trembling of the dimension, and the overwhelming fury. Through the torn half of space, Canan's nearly blind Mangekyo, and his blood-covered face appeared. In that instant, Daitang sensed a threat of death. Impossible. I will not be sealed again. As the all-killing ash bones flew out, it seemed that everything should have come to an end. But when Canan chanted, "Flying Thunder God," again everything changed. He instantly appeared beside Mingren, gently placing his right hand on the child's head, then turned his Mangekyo toward the bone flying at Wuju. The all-killing ash bone pierced through Canan's back and emerged from his chest, stopping just before Mingren. Cracks spread like a spiderweb across his body. In that moment, he seemed to want to say something, but his throat felt as if pierced by needles and he could not speak. The strength in his hand gradually faded, yet he still pressed it against Mingren's eye socket and gently traced a line. Brother Jianan. His eyes were filled with tenderness as he made that gentle motion. His lips seemed to move, but he had no strength left. He was so tired. In that moment, he truly felt so exhausted. Suju quickly crawled to his side, trying to hold him. Mingren hastily pressed Yang release onto his body, hoping to reverse the situation, but they could do nothing. As ashes formed, Canaan collapsed to the ground, his hands sliding off Mingren's body. It was not a pretty sight, was it? It seemed that from beginning to end he was supposed to be the one in control. Losing his balance, he fell headlong into the arms of the two children. At that moment, he was so tired. His eyes slowly closed, and then he calmly turned to ash. The final battle, Canaan falls in combat. What have you done to him? Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto instantly erupted in fury, their chakras surging once more, ready to confront Otsutsuki Kagaya. They were determined to eliminate her for just moments before this so-called goddess had truly destroyed the one they loved most. Multi-shadow clone technique, spiraling shuriken. In an instant, Uzumaki Naruto created thousands of clones, each wielding a spiraling shuriken infused with sage chakra that enabled him to reach a state capable of harming Otsutsuki Kagaya. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke swiftly activated his curse mark, although this curse mark was a degraded version of sage power was still sage power. Without his existence, you are but a scattered sand. Otsutsuki Kagaya slid her finger, tearing a rift in the space ahead, absorbing all incoming attacks before she made another motion, sending this assault directly at the two boys. The children quickly adjusted their stance, dodging the attack while simultaneously completing the 6 paths earth explosion star sealing technique. Otsutsuki Kagaya swiftly extended her wrist, unleashing 2 bone destruction attacks, forming them once more before the two children even had a chance to turn around. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. In an instant, 2 gusts of air unleashed by Hyuga Hinata pulled the two children away from the danger of battle, allowing them to land safely. Hyuga Hinata approached them, and before they could utter a word, she slapped each of them. The opportunity granted to you by Lord Cannon was not meant for you to squander like this. The sound of the slap echoed loud enough for the entire battlefield to hear, yet only Kurizetsu realized what had truly occurred at that moment. The two children calmed down, stabilizing their emotions, and prepared themselves for the next round of battle. Sasuke, cover me. I have a technique that I've practiced even longer than my spiraling sphere. What? Are you sure? Naruto reclaimed his pride and swiftly charged forward, while Sasuke widened his eyes, focusing intently on Naruto's position. Come on, seduction technique, reverse harem technique. A group of handsome men appeared before Otsutsuki Kagaya, causing her to momentarily freeze. In that fleeting moment, Uzumaki Naruto launched a punch to her face, sending her crashing to the ground. As she landed, Sasuke quickly switched places with Naruto, who threw a kunai forward, executing the Flying Thunder God technique. They then prepared their signature technique, the 6 paths earth explosion star. However, the battle was far from over. Despite Otsutsuki Kagaya's lack of combat experience, she unleashed a burst of energy that pulled them into a dimensional space, rendering their attacks futile. What a hassle. The rapidly exploding rabbit hair needles surged toward everyone while Uchiha Sasuke quickly opened multiple portals to block the attack, watching as the so-called Yuzuki goddess transformed into her rabbit form. Is this the rabbit form that Canon mentioned which leads to death upon contact? Yes, this is indeed troublesome. Otsutsuki Kagaya had no intention of giving them a chance to counterattack. She swiftly reached out to drain their chakra, but Naruto rapidly unleashed the multi-shadow clone technique across the battlefield, simultaneously using the transformation technique to create numerous clones of Hyuga Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke, then scattered them. This is all troublesome. Endless rabbit hair needles flew out, and one clever Naruto quickly activated the truth-seeking ball, forming a barrier to protect everyone beneath it. However, when the truth-seeking ball shattered, a hand reached out and seized that Naruto. The sudden explosion of white smoke signified Otsutsuki Kagaya's failure, while the burst of laughter indicated that Naruto had finally released his pent-up frustration. Instantly all Naruto's hurled kunai, representing the Flying Thunder God technique. So how could one predict where he would appear next? The swift eruption of the 80 God air strike shattered all the clones of Naruto, Sasuke, and Hinata. As all the Flying Thunder God kunai were knocked down, Otsutsuki Kagaya swiftly turned her body, launching an attack at the so-called ants. 8 trigrams empty wall palm. Hinata and Sasuke stood close together, quickly executing a move to separate themselves, dodging the attack, while Sasuke swiftly summoned Susanoo, drawing a bow and shooting an arrow that struck Kagaya's arm. Amaterasu burned on Kagaya's arm, prompting her to decisively break free from that arm and regenerate it. What a troublesome opponent. Kurizetsu's presence made the battlefield increasingly enigmatic, for he held all the wisdom of human history, understanding the essence of combat better than anyone. Without hesitation, he prepared to have Otsutsuki Kagaya take action to separate the two. Don't waste your efforts, you little brat. The bond between us will not fade due to the presence of anyone. Before the battle, Hanyū Canaan had briefed the two children on the complete intel regarding Kagaya, preventing such a malignant event from occurring. What a troublesome guy, not settling down even in death. Try saying that again. The 3 children present erupted in anger, their chakra surging as they unleashed their overwhelming fury. Naruto and Sasuke nodded at each other, then charged forward, instantly throwing their Flying Thunder God kunai, sounding the battle's horn. 8 trigrams 256 palms. In an instant, Hinata stood her ground, rapidly striking, forcing Kagaya to exhaust her efforts to defend. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto charged to Kagaya's back, while Sasuke quickly opened his eyes, switching positions with Naruto, bringing Naruto in front of Otsutsuki Kagaya, his hand already poised to strike. Damn it. Otsutsuki Kagaya had no intention of defending anymore, swiftly reaching out to crush the 2 children, but they were determined not to let Hanyū Canaan's sacrifice go to waste. Oh dear, I merely took a nap. Is this how you 2 children react? The voice reverberated across the battlefield from the ashes as a hand settled on Naruto's shoulder, swiftly pulling him to Sasuke's side, seizing Sasuke and quickly arriving behind Hinata. Did I not tell you to protect your lives on the battlefield? Hanyū Canaan has arrived. The blank pupils signified how he escaped the clutches of death. Izanagi. First, hold back your tears. Our battle must continue, as securing victory is the most important matter. Yushin Jian reached toward his eye socket and pulled out the already blinded Mangekyo Sharingan. Now he had no eyes left. Naruto. Naruto swiftly extended his palm and pressed it against Yushin Jian's eye socket, then heard a sound akin to a heartbeat as Yushin Jian opened his eyes once more, those deep azure pupils still profound. Thank you, child. Prepare for battle next. In an instant, the sage's mask and the pupils of his eyes enlarged, transforming into the complete form of Susanoo, standing before everyone as Yushin Jian quickly drew his blade and struck toward Otsutsuki Kagaya, sounding the horn of battle. Naruto and Sasuke rapidly distanced themselves while simultaneously closing in on Otsutsuki Kagaya. The Flying Thunder God that Naruto threw soared toward Otsutsuki Kagaya, who swiftly floated backward, evading the strike and preparing to counterattack. Raisin Shuriken. Yushin Jian in an absolute chakra state launched 2 shurikens upward, while Otsutsuki Kagaya quickly dodged backward, already raising her wrist to unleash a bone-shattering attack toward the 2 children. With both hands she clasped the 2 children together and swiftly descended, then upon facing her opponent Hinata, Hyuga swiftly unleashed a palm strike of the 8 trigrams, directly repelling Otsutsuki Kagaya. Proceed with Plan 3. No matter what methods you use, I will annihilate you. The Shinjutsu sphere of finality occurred on the battlefield, signaling the commencement of the ultimate showdown. What I want to tell you is that no matter the battle, I and my children will absolutely crush you. Casually bringing Hinata into Susanoo, he made a forward attack motion, and the 2 children charged ahead. Yushin Jian swiftly swung his long knife, drawing in the airborne Otsutsuki Kagaya, who found herself cornered step by step into the encirclement of Naruto and Sasuke. How despicable. Otsutsuki Kagaya also extended both hands, preparing to eliminate the two children, and at that very moment the door swung wide open. So you have already lost the battle ahead. Yushin Jian swiftly created numerous shadow clones, and utilizing the flying thunder god mark possessed by Naruto, arrived beside Otsutsuki Kagaya, once again throwing his flying thunder god kunai above her head. Lightning release chakra mode. He delivered a punch to Kagaya's head, sending her crashing down, while his wrist twisted upward and the bone-shattering attack soared into the sky, narrowly missing Naruto and Sasuke's faces. 6 Paths Heavenly Star. In an instant both Naruto and Sasuke placed their hands on Kagaya, and the figure of the Sage of 6 Paths appeared behind them, and with their hands clasped together the 6 Paths Heavenly Star was completed. The history of ninjas should be created by ninjas themselves. We are immensely grateful for the chakra you bestowed upon us, but we will use all of it to protect those we love. The completion of the resealing also signified the official end of Naruto, as Yushin Jian stood there watching the growth of these 3 children filled with contentment. Alright, so your task is complete, and you can now conclude. I will send you back to your world, and they will erase all memories of you. Nothing will happen, they will continue on as per the original plot. Alright, thank you for your hard work. So we can go home now, right? Spring departs and autumn arrives. Once again a new year dawns. This year Tsunade decided to step down from the position of Hokage, and Naruto appeared in everyone's sight as the hero of the ninja world, with his partner Sasuke being the strongest warrior by his side, his best aid. Jianan. Yushin Jianan was sitting by the window when he saw Sasuke and Naruto walking by below. Oh, you two little brats, are you here to show off that you want to be Hokage? No, that's not it. What I mean is that Sasuke will stand behind me, and Jianan, could you come stand next to me and help me put on the Hokage robe? Yushin Jianan looked at the 2 kids standing below with their arms crossed as if preparing to do something mischievous. You two won't be able to wait for me to jump down from here, and then you can subdue me. I trained you two to snatch bells and you couldn't get them, and now you plan to confront me, hidden, huh? The 2 kids chuckled, foolishly scratching their faces, while Yushin Jianan casually picked up 2 peaches from the side and threw them at them. You 2 little stinkers. You're just waiting to ambush me here, right? And what about the other kid? Still missing Hinata, right? Jianan, I'm here. Hinata walked out from a corner looking at Yushin Jianan, who tossed the coin into the air and then caught it back in his hand. What are you little brats up to? Do you think you can show off after becoming something? I bet Hinata let you come here wrapped up. No way, brother. How could we do that? Right. Yushin Jianan casually took out another peach from behind and directly threw it at Naruto. You're the one with the most mischievous ideas in a day, always stirring up trouble. It's not just you, it's Sasuke too. I bet Sasuke decided to come do this bad thing because he listened to your mischievous ideas, right? Mr. Jianan, what about us? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui stepped out from the shadows looking at Yushin Jianan. Those 3 are causing trouble, and you 2 haven't had enough suffering yet. Naruto has the chakra of 9-tailed beasts and Sasuke has the Rinnegan. What do you 2 have to come here and act tough with me? We have those 2 and that's enough. Yushin Jianan casually took out 2 apricots from the side and threw them to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Look at your little accomplishments. Yushin Jianan jumped down from the window and landed, gently placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Let's go, it's time for your Hokage ceremony. That afternoon the square in Konoha was bustling with all sorts of tasks as they awaited the birth of the new Hokage. Naruto calmly walked up to the stage, coming before Tsunade, who handed him the Hokage hat and crowned him. As Hokage, Yushin Jianan stood beside him holding the ceremonial robe as he approached his own self. You've grown up now, you can be Hokage. There will be many things you need to take charge of. Being Hokage is different from fighting. You must learn to gather everyone around you and unite them with a shared purpose. I understand, Jianan. Yushin Jianan stepped forward, draping the ceremonial robe over Naruto, adjusting its position, and as he looked at Naruto in front of him, a mix of emotions surged within him. He felt immensely honored to be Naruto's guardian, helping him through a perfect childhood, and watching the child grow step by step. Right, greet the villagers. Everyone, I am Uzumaki Naruto, and I will use my strength, my abilities, and my relentless efforts to make Konoha prosperous. The end of the text.